We will carry it out no matter what, number 5 sneered. So it's just a bunch of ants. Number 2, are you playing around, or just holding back your strength? I guess a place like this really does cramp our style. Number 7 scoffed. Just a group of ants and they dare provoke our master. They must have a death wish. Number 8 grinned. Looks like I can make a few more specimens today. Oh, everyone, let me show you my art in a bit. Number 9 rolled his eyes. Art? Number 8, I know you're crazy, but your madness has nothing to do with art. Number 10 shrugged lazily. Well, another peaceful day. Hopefully these idiots try to mess with me so I can at least get some exercise. Seeing so many figures appear, Wang Tianmiao was completely stunned. How could there be so many? Number 2 through number 10. Wait, wasn't there still a number 1 who hadn't been called out yet? And were these summoned creatures even human? Each one radiated an incredible aura. At that moment Zhang Wenwen could no longer sit still. With things developing like this, how could anyone stay calm? No, she absolutely couldn't let this kid slaughter everyone here. Wang Tianmiao could die, but if all these guild leaders were killed too, then the ordinary professionals in Yunhai City would have nowhere left to go. Quick, stop them. She was getting anxious. How could someone with this kind of power still be competing in the Secret Realm tournament? He should just join our team directly. Zhang Wenwen sprang into action, moving swiftly. The distance between them wasn't far to begin with. The other vice-captains understood too. If this really turned into a bloodbath, things would spiral out of control, and if all these guild leaders were wiped out, the consequences for Yunhai City would be dire. There might even be a power vacuum among the guilds. After all, the leaders Wang Tianmiao had called together represented mid-tier guilds in the city. If 40 mid-level guilds lost their leaders in a single night, it would be disastrous for countless ordinary workers whose livelihoods depended on the commissions and orders issued by these guilds and merchant associations. Losing a guild leader was a critical blow to any group, let alone if their core members were lost as well. And Yunhai City wasn't without its own powerful guilds either. However, those powerful guilds were simply standing by watching the spectacle unfold. They had no intention of listening to Wang Tianmiao's orders. After all, their own guild's strength was obvious for all to see. There was absolutely no need for them to be afraid of Wang Tianmiao's threats. And as for the so-called experts? Well, you finally decided to show yourselves. I was starting to wonder how long you'd stay hidden. Chen Yun spoke calmly, his expression unreadable. Zhang Wenwen, on the other hand, looked visibly anxious. Wait, hold on a second, she called out quickly, stepping between the two opposing groups. Her deputies rushed to flank her not far behind. How your strength isn't like those little ants over there. Let me introduce myself. I'm number 5 in Shenxing Jueisha, falling star of flame. Number 5 sneered, his tone mocking. Tisk, number 5's always quick to jump in. Fine, I'll leave the rest to you. The Corpse Kings, all except for number 3, shot forward like arrows, charging straight at Zhang Wenwen and her group. Number 5 raised his hand, launching a tongue of fire high into the sky. In the next instant, a second sun, bright enough to bathe the entire city of Yunhai in its light, blazed into being overhead. More terrifying still, this blazing sun was plummeting rapidly toward the ground. Many people felt their throats grow dry and scratchy in that moment. The weaker professionals among them broke out in a cold sweat, unable to stop their bodies from trembling. Hey number 5, couldn't you have used something a little less flashy? Seriously, you've ruined my peaceful day. Number 10 grumbled with exasperation, but even as he complained, he raised his hand, conjuring a gentle breeze. No one noticed the wind, but suddenly, the oppressive heat seemed to ease a little. At that moment, Raven tilted his head slightly, summoning a faint black shield that enveloped Yukong, the members of Purple Shield Guild, and everyone nearby, including Chen Yun himself. Although Chen Yun wasn't affected by number 5's power, he was covered by the shield all the same. Block them, awaken your powers, Zhang Wenwen shouted. She knew they absolutely had to stop the impending attack, and on top of that, she had to keep an eye on number 2 and number 4. Number 2 was currently being held at bay by the 16 guild masters, but as for number 4, and especially number 3 who stood motionless in the distance, neither of them would be easy opponents. These summoned beasts looked to be only 4th or 5th rank, but their combat abilities were off the charts. Their skills required no charging or preparation, just instant release. In a flash, the Corpse Kings clashed head-on with Zhang Wenwen's deputies. Meanwhile, Zhang Wenwen herself raced to intercept the massive fireball as it plummeted from the sky. Such a tremendous fire-based spell unleashed so casually, where on earth did he find so many terrifying undead creatures to contract with? It was only now, as the searing heat pressed down on her and the fiery orb threatened to crush everything, that she truly felt the overwhelming power of that fireball. Zhang Wenwen immediately pulled a greatsword from her system backpack. At the same time, she downed a fire resistance potion. She braced herself, teeth clenched tight. With a flash, zing, a razor-thin white streak sliced across the sky. She was an 8th turn powerhouse, but her true combat strength couldn't be measured by the usual standards for that level. The massive fireball hurtling toward her was split clean in two by a single mighty swing of her blade. Not bad. You really are different from those other ants, and your subordinates aren't bad either. To think they could actually withstand our attacks. Interesting, but don't think for a second that my attacks are that simple. Zhang Wenwen's expression changed, her nerves tingled, a clear warning. That could only mean number 5's next attack would definitely be enough to injure her. Number 5 suddenly raised his palm, aiming it at Zhang Wenwen. For a fleeting moment his eyes burned with murderous intent. Starfire barrage. Rain of arrows. In the next instant, under the stunned gazes of the crowd, the fireball that had just been cleaved apart split into countless flaming arrows, each one locked onto Zhang Wenwen. "Oh, come on, that's really not funny at all," Zhang Wenwen muttered, gripping her greatsword tightly. Inside she was reeling, waves of shock crashing through her. If number 5 could fight her to a standstill, what about number 3 and number 4? And what about number 1 inch, the one who hadn't even shown up yet? But she had no time for fear. Hurricane waltz. She spun in midair like a top, her greatsword held in both hands. In an instant, a howling whirlwind erupted around her. The flaming arrows shooting toward her vanished one by one, swallowed by the storm. Her skill had completely neutralized the attack. At that moment, number 3 stretched out his hand, aiming for the spear that number 4 had knocked out of Li Duo's grip earlier. Buzz, as if drawn by some invisible force, the spear flew straight into number 3's hand. "My lord, shall I kill her?" Number 3 asked quietly, sensing that Chen Yin didn't hold much murderous intent toward Zhang Wenwen. Chen Yin glanced at the newcomers, Zhang Wenwen and her group. At first he'd thought they were some backup plan prepared by Wang Tianmiao, but on closer inspection it was clear from Zhang Wenwen's uniform that she was with the Imperial military. "Imperial soldiers don't die that easily," Chen Yin said. "Give it your all. If you can injure her, all the better." With that he took a deep breath. Whatever happened next, Wang Tianmiao was finished. Chen Yin lifted his arm. The crow deftly hopped onto his forearm. Chen Yin stroked the bird's feathers. "Don't worry, crow. I don't care for that Zhang Yu either. I'll hand him over to you soon enough." The crow's hollow eyes never left Zhang Yu, who stood as motionless as a statue. At this moment Zhang Yu was so regretful he wished he could turn back time. He didn't dare move a muscle, he didn't even dare blink. The crow acknowledged this silently. Chen Yin said nothing either, simply stroking the feathers on the crow's back again and again. Maybe it was because he had lived 2 lives, or maybe because of the effect of that previous skill, but Chen Yin noticed that it had become remarkably easy for him to calm down. Number 4 didn't make any immediate move, instead watching number 2 closely. For some reason he couldn't shake the feeling that, while number 2 had clearly grown much stronger, his intelligence still seemed to be in the negative. Number 3 meanwhile felt a sense of certainty settle in his heart after hearing Chen Yin's words. He glanced down at the spear in his hands. This spear, he could only use it 3 times, after that it would simply shatter to pieces, unable to withstand his power. "Is it almost over? Then let's see what you're really capable of." A blow to the death. Beads of cold sweat formed on Zhang Wenwen's forehead. She had already burned through 1/6 of her stamina. If her opponent landed a few more strikes like that, she might not last much longer. Wait, just as Zhang Wenwen was about to speak, her whole body suddenly froze. A chilling sense of mortal terror, like standing between life and death, swept up from deep inside her. In that instant, all the combat experience she'd gained over years of fighting in dungeon realms kicked in, and she instinctively jerked her head back. Shing, a razor-sharp gust of wind sliced past her. A hair or two from her forehead were severed, cut clean by the tip of a spear that had suddenly thrust out. Everyone watching the scene had their eyes wide open in shock. They all recognized the uniform Zhang Wenwen was wearing. It belonged to the Imperial military and was only worn by officers at the squad leader level. Anyone who could become a squad leader in the Imperial Army had to be, at the very least, someone with an A-rank talent. As for B-rank talents, well, in the Empire's history there simply hadn't been any, because they knew who Zhang Wenwen was, and because of the terrifying blow number 3 had just unleashed, everyone present was left gaping, mouths hanging open, completely speechless. "Impressive reflexes. You truly deserve the praise my master gave you." Number 3's expression was calm, betraying no hint of emotion. But just then one of the Corpse Kings couldn't hold back anymore. "Hey number 3, what's the deal? That's my opponent you're stealing." Number 5 jabbed a finger at number 3, the veins on his face bulging with frustration. At that moment number 10 let out a slow sigh. "How about you just calm down for a bit, huh? If the others make a move I don't have to care, but if you do I actually need to keep an eye on you," he muttered quietly. The other Corpse Kings didn't seem to catch what number 10 was saying. Number 4 kept his eyes fixed on number 2 inch while the other Corpse Kings clashed with the adjutants Zhang Wenwen had brought with her. The more those adjutants fought, the more uneasy they became. They realized that every undead creature summoned by Chen Yin was terrifyingly powerful. There wasn't a single weak one among them. Worse yet, every time these creatures used their skills, it was instantaneous, with no warning or cooldown. There was simply no way to guard against their attacks. The adjutants had to devote their full attention just to keep up, not daring to let their minds wander for even a second. Number 3 didn't so much as glance at number 5. His expression remained as calm and indifferent as always. "Our master said I could test this one's abilities. You had so many chances just now and you still missed them. Honestly, your sneak attack was far from perfect. You let your target slip away." And to think your ranking is even higher than mine. If it had been number 1 he would have settled it with a single blow. It sounded like there was a hint of Chen Yun's own opinion in that remark. Number 5 immediately changed his tune. Number 3 meanwhile had just withdrawn his long spear, which now bore a few cracks along its shaft. He ignored number 5's words completely. At this point Zhang Wenwen's expression had changed dramatically. Chen Yun's strength was far beyond anything she had imagined. And now, she had an even bigger problem. Chen Yun hadn't even summoned number 1 yet. Just these summoned creatures alone had managed to pin down every top fighter in her unit, herself as captain, and all the adjutants she'd brought. If it really came down to a battle between her team and Chen Yun, their odds of victory didn't look good at all. But the rail kicker was that Chen Yun had only graduated a day or two ago. Counting the day he awakened his profession and including today, it had been just 4 days in total. In only 4 days he was already able to stand toe-to-toe with a unit from the Empire. Sure, the Empire had hundreds of thousands of troops, but Chen Yun, barely out of school, could take on a squad like theirs all by himself. Number 3 spoke up. Number 5, you can go look for someone else. I want to test my strength against someone like this myself. He still didn't bother to look at number 5. Not that there was any real animosity among these corpse kings, theirs wasn't that kind of relationship. Number 5 scratched his neck. Alright, but if you can't handle her, don't forget you can always ask me for help. He wore a broad easy grin, clearly unconcerned about having his opponent snatched away. If things didn't work out he'd just find someone else to fight. No big deal. Wait, I'm not here to fight you, Chen Yun said. My lord knows that, came the reply. But you've been lurking in the shadows for quite some time. My lord suspected you might be Wang Tianmiao's backup plan. Since that's not the case, why don't you take 2 moves from me first? Once you've taken those 2 moves, my lord will hear you out. Number 3 raised his spear and examined it closely. Honestly, as long as he didn't use excessive force, the spear wouldn't break. But if he unleashed a powerful technique like he did earlier, the spear could only withstand it twice more. After that, it would definitely shatter. 2 moves. Zhang Wenwen's gaze swept over to Chen Yun again, studying his eyes carefully. She found nothing but calm there, as if all the anger from before had been nothing but an act. Alright, that's fine. But Chen Yun, about these guild leaders, I hope you'll spare them. Her meaning couldn't have been clearer. In other words, whether Wang Tianmiao lived or died was none of the Imperial Army's concern. That seat of power would just be filled by someone else if left vacant. These guild leaders might throw their weight around in ordinary times, but when their time came, they had to face the consequences. Chen Yun turned his gaze to the gathered guild leaders. Let me ask again, does anyone else wish to stand in my way, or stand with Wang Tianmiao? Zhang Wenwen's words were loud enough for Chen Yun to hear, and so were the guild leaders. As for Wang Tianmiao himself, he heard every word loud and clear, but from the moment this began he'd been left utterly stunned. He never could have imagined Chen Yun would be this powerful. If that was the case, then why did number 2 seem weaker than number 3? What did these rankings even mean? But right now Wang Tianmiao had neither the time nor the heart to think it through. At that moment number 4 flicked his finger toward number 2 and a lightning-fast current shot over, striking number 2 squarely. Hold on, listen to my lord, number 4 said. There's no need to fight the guild leaders now. Looking at number 2's wise eyes and seeing how he hadn't even had time to react, number 4 couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Are we done playing already? Shut up. At the same time, the 16 guild leaders who had been besieging number 2 all let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, they'd been feeling pretty confident about the fight. But things had gone far beyond their expectations. First, there was number 2. No matter what attacks they threw at him, he seemed completely unharmed. Then Chen Yun summoned even more undead creatures. It was safe to say that none of them had anticipated things would unfold like this. So the moment Chen Yun spoke up, all 40 guild presidents let out a collective sigh of relief. Well, this works too. Sorry Mr. Chen, we failed to recognize someone as important as you. Minister Wang, my apologies, I'm afraid there's nothing I can do. Life really is full of surprises. Just moments before, all 40 guild presidents had chosen to stand by Wang Tianmiao's side, but now, the whole group quickly distanced themselves from him. Some made excuses, a few offered a couple of polite words, while others simply moved away altogether. After all, they'd only been united by mutual interests, so really it wasn't all that surprising to see them abandon him like this. Wang Tianmiao was stunned at first, then gradually anger began to well up in him. So Minister Wang Chen Yun said, what do you think? Do I qualify now? Am I worthy of your apology? If you apologize, I'll have number 2 make sure you get a whole corpse. If not, well, I'd rather not see you die in too ugly a fashion. Chen Yun's gaze flicked over Wang Tianmiao, then shifted to number 3, who was already locked in combat with Zhang Wenwen. Number 1 was too ruthless. When he killed, he didn't know the meaning of restraint. As for number 2, Chen Yun suspected number 2's IQ hovered somewhere between 0 and 1 most of the time, occasionally climbing back to normal only when talking to number 4. Most of the time, honestly, it was probably in negative numbers, so it was worth testing this soldier from the Imperial Army. Just how strong was he really? After all, within the Empire, the military was the most powerful force around with the best resources at their disposal. Of course, you could continue behaving as you just did, Chen Yun thought. My request isn't even that high, just give me an apology and also apologize to my teammate. If I were weak, I'd have no choice but to stay silent. But since I have the power to change things, why should I keep quiet? I think you understand where I'm coming from. At that moment, Chen Yun noticed that number 3, while fighting Zhang Wenwen, was holding back a little, probably worried about damaging the new spear he'd just acquired. Which made sense, some corpse kings could only unleash their full strength when armed with a weapon. Sure, there were weapons in the zombie world, but most of them were poor quality. Wang Tianmiao stared at Chen Yun, eyes bloodshot. In that instant, he realized it was over for him. Chen Yun had won completely, and with the Imperial military personnel present, clearly they'd arrived long ago. Just watching the scene unfold, there was no hiding anything. Everything he'd said the Imperial army knew. What infuriated him even more was that the message from the Imperial military was painfully clear. He was no longer under their protection. That meant, at this point, killing him was fair game. No one would step in, no one would even question it. Wang Tianmiao turned his glare on Chen Yun only to discover that Chen Yun wasn't even looking at him. It was as if he didn't exist, as if he wasn't even worth Chen Yun's attention. That disregard made Wang Tianmiao so furious he felt like he could spontaneously combust. Kid, don't push your luck. Wang Tianmiao snapped instinctively, unable to contain his anger. Push my luck? Chen Yun shot back coldly. You just called me a nobody, and now when I demand a single apology, I'm suddenly the one at fault? If that's how it is. Number 2 inch crush him. The air around Chen Yun turned icy in an instant. Since there was nothing left to say, he might as well just finish Wang Tianmiao off. After that, he'd see what the Imperial military had planned. As these thoughts flickered through his mind, Chen Yun absently reached out and stroked the crow perched beside him. You can go now, Crow. You don't need to keep watching him. With number 4 standing guard, there's no way he's going anywhere. Chen Yun withdrew his hand, and the crow knew this was its cue to find Zhang Yu. It was practically trembling with pent-up anger. After all, Gong Jiala had always treated it well. They could even be considered friends, or at least that's how the crow saw it. Zhang Yu felt a sudden chill run down his spine. Instinctively, he spun around and tried to bolt. But he hadn't even fully turned when crack, a jolt of electricity surged through his body, far more brutal than anything he could have generated himself. Whoever hit him had actually held back, but even so, the shock left Zhang Yu's entire body numb and utterly paralyzed. You're not going anywhere. Stay right here, number 4 said coldly, eyes like ice. The sudden shock and muscle spasms sent Zhang Yu toppling to the floor, nerves jangling, limbs trembling uncontrollably. But the numbness wasn't the worst part. The terror gripping his heart was far more overwhelming. If he'd known that Yukong and Chen Yun were teammates, he wouldn't have even thought about picking a fight with Yukong. Please, I beg you, let me go. I didn't know. I'm sorry, Zhang Yu pleaded, stammering in fear. The crow appeared before him in a flash. Sorry, I'm confused, the crow said, its tone almost detached. I saw everything through my feathers. You were very clear. Survival of the fittest. Now that you're the weak one, my friend didn't beg for mercy, so why should you? The crow's voice was calm, almost emotionless, but number 4 standing nearby could feel it. Number 6, the crow was seething with rage. I. Zhang Yu broke down completely, sobbing uncontrollably. He couldn't even let himself imagine what was about to happen. Before, he'd thought that black feather was some kind of rare treasure. Now he finally understood. The feather wasn't a treasure at all, but simply a plume from the crow standing right in front of him. The power contained in just one feather was terrifying enough. Now its owner loomed over him. Thank God he was already lying flat on the ground and didn't have to look up at the crow. At a moment like this, all he could do was tremble in despair. At times like this, only your screams will help me avenge my friend, the crow intoned coldly. I never really understood what torture meant before, nor am I very skilled at it even now, but I do know that the fear of death is the worst punishment of all. Bang! The crow's wings unfurled, and its entire body swelled to several times its original size, towering and posing even more menacing than any human. In the next instant, the crow seized Zhang Yu and shot into the sky. Moments later, a body crashed down, hitting the ground with a sickening thud reduced to a bloody pulp. Zhang Yu's final desperate scream still echoed in the air. Meanwhile, number 2 made his move against Wang Tianmiao. Wang Tianmiao's face was tense, veins bulging across his forehead. Arrogance is your biggest weakness. Just wait, I'll come back to Yunhai City for you. Don't think I don't have any aces left up my sleeve. He didn't take number 2 too seriously even now. As he spoke, he immediately entered a heightened state of potential awakening, drawing a longsword from his system's profession inventory ready to block number 2's attack. But just as he raised his sword, his eyes widened in shock. What's going on? Wang Tianmiao suddenly realized that number 2's aura was completely different from before, his killing intent much stronger. Bang! Crack, smash! Wang Tianmiao's sword was shattered to pieces in an instant, and before he could react, number 2 landed a punch that sent him hurtling through the sky, a long arc tracing his helpless flight. he felt his chest cave in, both breastbones pulverized. The pain was excruciating. Is this number two's true strength? Was he holding back before? How is that possible? Shock and disbelief were written all over Wang Tianmiao's face, but number two didn't rush to finish him off. Instead, he cracked his knuckles and chuckled darkly. Finally, I can go all out against you. Earlier I was only using a third of my strength. I don't know why the master wanted me to hold back, but now I'm giving it my all. Come on, show me what you've got. You've been hiding your true strength too, haven't you? The words stunned everyone present. They had thought number two was the weakest of the group and wondered why he held the rank he did. He didn't seem as strong as number 5 or number 3, but now his display of power explained everything. No, impossible. Cough cough. Wang Tianmiao's brow furrowed deeply, his eyes bloodshot. At that moment he felt his breathing grow labored. He could tell shards of his shattered breastbone were embedded in his lung. Even if no more attacks came his way, just being in this state was dragging him down fast. Just then number two's massive hand lunged toward him. Unfortunately, his body simply couldn't respond in time. Though at the edge of life and death, his nerves somehow broke through their limits. But the body couldn't keep up. Even if he saw it coming, there was nothing he could do to change his fate. Bang! Number 2 grabbed Wang Tianmiao in a single motion. In the end, both Wang Tianmiao and Zhang Yi met the same fate. One was crushed to pulp in number 2's grip, the other smashed to pieces from a deadly fall. Meanwhile, Yukong hurried to administer a purification serum to her mother. Maybe it was because those guild members who'd cursed her mother had already died, or maybe the serum was just that effective, but her mother's condition quickly stabilized after the injection. Xiao Kong, Mom, it's me. Can you see me? In that moment, the three of them, Yukong and her parents, embraced each other tightly, all three of them in tears. Chen Yin didn't turn to look at the scene behind him. After all, these were his teammates, he'd at least leave them a little dignity. Besides, number 3 was still locked in a final exchange with Zhang Wenwen. One more move and it'll be over. You really aren't weak at all. I thought there weren't any real powerhouses in this world. Number 3 glanced down at the spear in his hand. Honestly, for someone who usually fought unarmed, he unexpectedly liked the spear a lot. He didn't know why, but ever since he became self-aware, he'd had a natural talent for weapons like this, as if he'd spent all his skill points on them. Who are you people really? You're number 3, but how strong is number 1? What's your relationship with each other? After a few exchanges with number 3, Zhang Wenwen realized something terrifying. His combat experience was off the charts, almost inhuman. Even more unsettling, when he used his skills, there was no wind-up at all, just a flick of his hand, and the move was unleashed. Usually for most fighters, using a skill meant a wind-up of about 0.3 to 0.7 seconds. The more powerful the move, the longer the delay. This was common sense. But with number 3, it was like these rules didn't apply to him at all. Every attack, like that sudden ambush just now, with a skill he'd just used, came out of nowhere. There was no warning, no build-up, it just happened. You sure have a lot of questions, number 3 said, her tone half amused, half exasperated. Still, I suppose I can tell you a few things. My master doesn't really see you as an enemy anyway. You want to know where we come from? Well, the world has things like this too, but the humans there aren't nearly as powerful. Sometimes I even hear them call it hell or purgatory. When Zhang Wenwen heard number 3 say this, she was completely stunned. Hell, she'd heard rumors that some summoners drew their monsters from other worlds. But Chen Yun's summons, were they actually beings from hell itself? No wonder each of these creatures exuded that thick blood-like aura of menace. Now it all made sense. Of course they'd feel that way if they were summoned out of hell. But were there humans in hell too? Enough talking, number 3 interrupted her thoughts. Don't get distracted in the middle of a fight. My next move will be my strongest yet. Pay attention, I want to see if you can survive this. She spun her long spear with a swift flourish, her eyes turning cold and sharp in an instant. Causality reversal, piercing strike. Suddenly Zhang Wenwen was enveloped by a suffocating sense of death. Her heart lurched. What was this terrifying technique? To her shock, it felt as if time and space around her had frozen. The only thing that moved was the spear, and its point was aimed straight at her heart. If she couldn't defend herself, she knew she was as good as dead. Limit release, deep potential, activate, double surge. In an instant, power surged within her, flooding her veins. The world snapped back into motion. Now she could see it clearly. Number 3's attack, for all its force, had its flaws. For instance, the spear was about to shatter. She could sense that even if she didn't block it, it would crumble to dust the next second. Crack! As the spear's tip closed in on her, sure enough it shattered, just as she'd predicted, exploding into fine powder before it could touch her. Looking closely at number 3, Zhang Wenwen saw there was no surprise on her opponent's face at all. Clearly everything had gone exactly as planned. Chen Yun, who had been standing quietly on the sidelines, nodded slightly. As expected of a member of the Imperial military, she had some real skills. Double surge. No one who made it in the Imperial forces was weak. With that, Chen Yun signaled for the other Corpse Kings to stand down. Number 5 was about to go after some of the guild leaders, but with Chen Yun's command he could only give up. Soon after, Chen Yun sent all the Corpse Kings back to where they'd come from. Now only number 3 and number 6 the Raven remained on the field. At this moment the Raven had already returned to Chen Yun's side, perching on his shoulder. Perhaps it was only in this so-called dual latent state that they truly entered their full combat form. In this state the power behind their moves was on a completely different level compared to before. Chen Yun had already relied on Zhang Wenwen to get a rough analysis of the Imperial military's combat strength. Now that the fight had stopped, the adjutants couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Looking around they realized some of their own team had already started falling behind. If the fight had continued, odds were high they would have been the ones to lose. They'd also noticed something else. These summoned creatures were surprisingly intelligent, nothing like the mindless monsters found in dungeon instances. If they hadn't used detection skills to confirm these beings were undead, they might have assumed they were human. Even more striking, their opponents seemed to be holding back during the fight. Aside from the initial moments when there was a true killing intent, that aggression had suddenly vanished for some reason. Come back, number 3. Chen Yun called out, and number 3 immediately returned to his side. Chen Yun felt a pang of regret. His combat abilities were too dependent on his weapon. Without a spear he might not even be able to defeat number 6. Zhang Wenwen immediately dropped her dual latent state, wiping sweat from her forehead. Although she still had a few cards up her sleeve that hadn't been revealed, the other side had already discovered her dual latent state. You little rascal, you sure know how to flatter, calling me big sister already, but you could at least try to be a little more gentle with me. Seeing her adjutants still looking wary, Zhang Wenwen waved her hand reassuringly and they finally relaxed. Around them everyone was snapping out of their daze. Their gazes toward Chen Yun were no longer tinged with disappointment as before. Instead, many eyes were still brimming with shock. No one had expected events to unfold like this. This kid, note this Mr. Chen, he didn't need any more time to mature, he was already there. Wait, everyone, has anyone stopped to think about this? Isn't he only at 3rd rank? Yeah, he's definitely 3rd rank. So young yet already this powerful. Just imagine what he'll be like after a bit more time. It seemed that for the upcoming large-scale secret realm competition organized by the Imperial military, the champion had already been decided. With his strength, he was sure to take first place. Well, maybe, there was always a chance, wasn't there? Who knew? Perhaps Yunhai City was still hiding some mysterious powerhouse at the 9th turn level. A 9th turn powerhouse, someone scoffed. Anyone at that level would be roaming the world by now. I heard that after reaching the 9th turn you break into a whole new realm. But really, why are we worrying so much? Let's just watch what happens. At the very least, for the military's secret realm competition, the first place should undoubtedly go to Mr. Chen. There's no question about it. Many people couldn't help but sigh in admiration. At the same time, quite a few were already relaying updates to their own organizations behind the scenes. Meanwhile, the elderly principal of Yunhai First High School finally let out a breath of relief. The reason was simple. If Chen Yun had harbored any ill will toward him back, then he doubted he could have survived. No, honestly, there was no way he could have survived. Wang Tianmiao had been at the 7th turn and a combat profession at that. Unlike his own priestly class, in a direct fight Wang Tianmiao was far stronger, yet even someone like him had been smashed into a bloody pulp by number 2 with a single slap. When the old principal witnessed that scene, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. For a moment he imagined himself being crushed to meat paste in the same way. He'd almost jumped out of his skin from the fright. But the person most overjoyed and excited was without a doubt Kobao, president of the Purple Shield Guild. Right now Kobao was openly gloating at the 40 guild presidents who had tried to make a move earlier. Well, weren't you all so tough before? Come on, what's wrong? Don't chicken out now, Kobao taunted, hardly able to contain his delight. He'd already decided. The feather Chen Yun had given him, he'd wear it right over his heart, pinned to his chest for everyone in Yunhai City's other guilds to see. Just thinking about it made Kobao almost tremble with excitement. Meanwhile, Chen Yun caught what Zhang Wenwen had said. Gentler, huh? Sure, ma'am, would you like me to help you cross the street? He replied, his face the picture of sincerity. Zhang Wenwen, whose smile had barely faded, was nearly thrown off guard on the spot. What, ma'am? She sputtered. What, not gentle enough? Chen Yun teased, feigning innocence. Well, you tell me, is that gentle or not? He joked idly, not really bothered. Although Zhang Wenwen had been observing him from the shadows for a while now, Chen Yun sensed she wasn't here for the official business, she was here for him. After all, these people had appeared not long after he'd left home. As for his feelings toward them, Chen Yun couldn't say he liked or disliked them. They were just there. TSK, fine, whatever, he muttered. Zhang Wenwen gritted her teeth, suddenly realizing that her strength might not actually be enough to completely overpower her opponent, especially with number 3 standing right there. Number 3 looked totally nonchalant, his whole demeanor exuding an air of lazy indifference. As far as Zhang Wenwen was concerned, the only reason he could act so casual was because he was certain she wouldn't attack Chen Yun. Well, let's leave the small talk for another time. So, do you have any plans? Chen Yun's expression gradually turned serious. Business was business after all. He figured the other side was most likely here to invite him to join the Imperial military, but he also knew the Imperial military had more than just one squad. Joining up wasn't out of the question. After all, within the Empire, the military had the richest resources. The big guilds were well off too, but joining them would just mean a whole new set of headaches. Of course, if the Imperial military's requirements turned out to be just as troublesome, he could always just join Gong Qingfeng's guild with Yukong and the others. Progress might be a bit slower that way, but at least they'd have their freedom. I guess you've probably already guessed. Yes, I'm here to invite you to join the Imperial military, Zhang Wenwen finally said. Oh, I'll think about it later, Chen Yun replied, looking completely uninterested. The people around him immediately stared in disbelief. This was an invitation from the Imperial military. Plenty of folks weren't even qualified to get in. Zhang Wenwen, however, wasn't all that surprised. In her experience, talented geniuses usually came with quirky personalities, so you're not planning to join right now? Honestly, I don't see much point in you competing in that big secret realm tournament. With your skills, taking first place shouldn't be a problem at all. Zhang Wenwen was genuinely curious. She could tell Chen Yun didn't seem particularly averse to the idea of joining the Imperial military. Not planning to, like I said, I'll see about it later, Chen Yun replied, still unmoved. Yukong interjected, I think you guys should probably find a new place to live. Chen Yun glanced around. The area was already a bit battered, and there were even a few corpses lying nearby. Sure, the Yunhai City cleanup crew would be here tomorrow morning to take care of things, but still it felt like time for a change. Leave it to me, and the Purple Shield Guild, a voice suddenly interrupted. Kobao stepped forward, his figure appearing in a flash. Turns out I have a house near our guild headquarters that hasn't been lived in for ages. I'd been wondering how to thank you all. Consider it yours. Yukong and the others looked at him, especially when he mentioned the Purple Shield Guild. They all felt a bit awkward inside. Kobao didn't care what anyone thought. With a flick of his wrist, a key appeared in his palm. The next moment, he handed the key directly to Yukong. Brother Kong, this is the key. If you ever need anything, make sure to come to us at the Violet Shield Guild. After all, we're known for looking after our own. Some of the guild members nearby couldn't help but roll their eyes when they heard Kobao say this. Seriously, looking after your own, huh? Well, you sure picked your side this time. From a personal standpoint, Kobao could be a bit cunning and sly, but if you looked at it from the guild's perspective, he actually had a good sense of the bigger picture. At that moment, Crow plucked a black feather from his own body and placed it in Chen Yun's hand. Thank you. With your help, we've saved ourselves a lot of trouble. Take this feather. It's not all that powerful defensively, but if you ever need something, you can use it to exchange for a favor from me. Of course, as long as it's not something shady or illegal, I'll help. Whatever the real story with this Violet Shield Guild was, in Chen Yun's eyes, what mattered most was that, when it truly counted, they stepped up, even if it wasn't entirely genuine. When it comes down to it, that's good enough. With that, Chen Yun handed the black feather to Kobao. Kobao immediately turned, cupping the feather in both hands as if it were some priceless treasure, and carefully tucked it into his chest. My last name is Chen Yun, Chen Yun added, thinking maybe Kobao didn't know his name, but of course Kobao knew who he was. He was just so excited he could barely contain himself. With this black feather and everything that had happened today, he could almost guarantee that, from now on, there wouldn't be many guilds out there willing to mess with him. After all, Wang Tianmiao, the director of Yunhai City's administration department, was now nothing but a pile of flesh. The Empire's military had personally extended an invitation. 40 different guild leaders had nearly, well, let's just say, a lot had happened, and all of it revolved around one person. That meant something. Don't forget, Chen Yun was still incredibly young. He'd only just graduated from school a few days ago. Brother Chen, if you ever need anything, you can always count on the Violet Shield Guild too, Kobao said, his voice trembling with excitement. He'd finally boarded the right ship. In a few years, as long as nothing happened to Chen Yun, there'd be hardly anyone daring to mess with Violet Shield. In fact, other guilds would probably have to step aside for them. There was no helping it. Chen Yun's strength was plain for all to see, and today's events had so many witnesses. Around them, people realized things had wrapped up and they each drifted away. Still, as they left, everyone found themselves replaying everything that had just happened in their minds. She couldn't help but feel a fresh wave of shock inside. Zhang Wenwen watched as Chen Yun and his team walked away, her gaze lingering after them. Tisk. No wonder she's so confident. Clearly, everything that's happened so far was within her expectations. As expected, you never disappoint, Leng Yi. Absolutely calm, a mind that sees ahead. The assessment division's evaluation of you is spot on. A trace of helplessness flickered in Zhang Wenwen's eyes. Chen Yun was an exceptional person, his strength was beyond question and his temperament and vision left nothing to be desired. With someone like him backed by such power, it was truly like wings added to a tiger. Unfortunately, this tiger wouldn't be joining their team. Zhang Wenwen understood. It wasn't that he didn't want to serve in the Imperial Army, he just didn't want to join their unit, that was all. Captain, what should we do next? are we just going to let this go? One of her deputies asked, sounding a little unwilling. If Chen Yun had joined their squad, then the Imperial Army's campaign against the southern dungeon would be all but guaranteed. Not only that, but with everything else coming up, their entire unit would be taken to another level with Chen Yun at the helm. Are you kidding? Of course we're letting it go. What else would you have us do? Or do you think you're strong enough to take down number 2? Don't forget there's still number 1 who hasn't even shown up yet. And who's to say number 10 is the final one? What if an 11th appears? Besides, Zhang Wenwen's gaze drifted once more toward the direction Chen Yun's group had disappeared to. That kid definitely has cards left to play. When I used the double stealth, he was still completely confident. With someone like that, the best we can do is make friends. We absolutely can't afford to make an enemy of him. But this year's dungeon tournament is going to be more exciting than ever. It hasn't even started yet and everyone already thinks we have a clear front runner for first place. Tomorrow and the day after, professionals from other cities will start arriving. It's going to get wild around here. I just hope not too many people die this time. Zhang Wenwen let out a faint sigh. Whenever you put enough people together, conflict is inevitable. And when there's conflict, people die. She remembered how back in the day she'd survived the military's grand dungeon tournament and earned her place in the Imperial Army. Beep beep, suddenly Zhang Wenwen's phone chimed. She snatched it up for a look and her expression changed immediately. TCH, damn it, I knew it. Every time I come out and nothing goes smoothly, there's always trouble waiting for me on the other side. She ground her teeth so hard it was almost as if sparks would fly. The expressions on the aides' faces immediately turned serious, but none of them pressed further to ask what exactly had happened. After all, Zhang Wenwen would soon tell them herself. Of all the places, why did something so strange have to happen here right under our noses? Let's go on to the next city, Yunlin City. Damn it, those people just didn't want to come out themselves, so they made us go instead. Whatever, let's just get it over with. With a grand wave of her hand, Zhang Wenwen signaled her aides to pack up and prepare to leave completely. Just as they were about to step out, something suddenly occurred to her. Right, I should ask Lang Yi what this Fallen Sun Church is all about. The next morning, Chen Yun woke up in a large bed. Last night, Ko Bao had really come through, immediately arranging a high-standard place for him to stay. Chen Yun wasn't the type to stand on ceremony, he'd simply laid down and rested. Perfect timing. I'm not running late today. I was tardy once before, but this time I can't let that happen again. After leaving his room, Chen Yun quickly made his way to the place Ko Bao had arranged for the Yuekong family. It was a villa, smaller than his own accommodations, but plenty for a family of 3. Speaking of which, maybe I should get a place of my own. I'm still living in that government-subsidized apartment. Chen Yun didn't dwell on it, he walked straight in. As soon as he entered, he saw that everyone was there, including a middle-aged man he'd never met before. Brother Chen, you're here, have a seat, Gong Jiala called out cheerfully, clearly more excited than anyone else. You finally made it, brother. We were just talking about you, Gong Shanshu added, smiling from his seat. Yuekong hurried over, eager to play the good host. Chen Yun patted him on the shoulder to reassure him, no need for all the formalities. After all, Yuekong had helped him back when he needed it. Now he was just returning the favor, no big deal. Still, who was this middle-aged man? Judging by his presence, he was probably with the Imperial military. He radiated an intensity even greater than that woman from yesterday. Chen Yun glanced around and spotted Ko Bao, the guild leader, also present. He smiled. After all, Ko Bao had helped him out quite a bit. Famous, huh? I haven't had a chance to check my phone yet. By the way, who is this? Chen Yun didn't bother holding back his curiosity and asked directly. Ko Bao immediately chimed in, Brother Chen, this is the Imperial Army's Southern Division 5th Commander. Commander? Chen Yun was taken aback. Suddenly a rush of memories surfaced in his mind based on the cultural classes he'd taken in the past. This was what he knew about the Imperial military. The Empire's military was made up of 5 main factions, 4 major regional armies, each stationed in a different direction, and the Emperor's personal guards. Take the Southern Army for example. It had 10 commanders, but as for how many units each commander actually commanded, no one really knew for sure. To think that someone like me, just a nobody, would be able to receive a visit from you, Commander 5, Chen Yun said, his tone full of genuine respect. After all, a commander in the Imperial military was already standing at the very top of the Empire's hierarchy. A nobody? Commander 5 laughed. I've seen plenty of so-called nobodies in my day, but ones like you are rare indeed. Right after you graduated, you cleared the graduation trial alone, relying solely on your own strength. That same day, 2 nearby wild secret realms in Yunhai City were conquered one after another. One was a realm for advancing from 2nd to 4th rank and the other was for 3rd to 5th rank. There are others who've managed feats like this, but for someone as young as you, there are hardly any in the entire empire. As he spoke, Commander 5 couldn't help but stand up. The moment he'd received the intelligence on Chen Yun, he'd immediately used his authority to lock down almost all information related to him. Fortunately, Chen Yun was classified as having an F-level innate talent. Hardly anyone paid any attention to people like him. That made it easy for Commander 5 to seal off his records. If Chen Yun had been born with an S-level talent, he would have been under the military's watchful eye from the very beginning. As it was, nobody cared, he was just an orphan with an F-level talent. Commander 5 had nearly failed to find Chen Yun's talent registration file at all. Most ordinary people only awaken F-level or D-level talents, even C-level was considered impressive. I'm guessing you're here to see me, Chen Yun said, sitting on the sofa with a casual air, legs crossed and sword resting beside him. He popped a piece of fruit from the coffee table into his mouth. As for his guest being the famed Commander 5, well, whatever. He could wait and see what the man wanted. I suppose you've already received 2 invitations, both from units under my command. One was from Yang Er, though that kid relies mostly on her deputy. The other was from Zhang Wenwen, the one you tested in a match yesterday. Commander 5 leaned forward, propping his chin on one hand. He could tell Chen Yun didn't have any particular dislike for the Imperial military. But what the young man did have in spades was pride. In Commander 5's eyes, that was a remarkable quality. If he had been Chen Yun's age and had Chen Yun's level of ability, he would have been unbearably arrogant by now. In fact, back in his own youth, even without Chen Yun's strength, he'd already been far more brash, yet Chen Yun handled everything with just the right touch, keeping every situation firmly in his grasp. That kind of composure was nearly unheard of among the younger generation, almost non-existent really. So that's how it is. Both of these teams are under your command, I can't say I'm fond of that Zhang Wenwen, slinking around behind me the whole way. If she weren't military, I wouldn't have let her off so easily. Still, I'm curious. Did Yang Er's second-in-command start paying attention to me back when I passed the Secret Realms graduation trial? Chen Yun casually picked up a grape and dangled it in front of Gong Jiala. Gong Jiala thought Chen Yun was about to give it to her, so she opened her mouth, just as Chen Yun promptly popped the grape into his own. Gong Jiala's eyes widened in outrage, glaring at Chen Yun with utter resentment. The 5th commander didn't comment on the scene. After all, who hadn't been young once? That's right. By the way, I've also locked down your personal information. It's only circulating within Yunhai City now. I hope you don't mind. The 5th commander scrutinized Chen Yun closely. He'd already gathered plenty of intelligence, but no matter what the reports said, you had to see the real thing in action. Was he a thoroughbred or a mule? You had to take him out for a run to be sure, and more importantly, Lang Yi's report had given Chen Yun exceptionally high praise. Lang Yi was someone he knew well, not the type to joke around lightly, yet Chen Yun's expression didn't change in the slightest. He looked utterly unfazed. It doesn't matter, but I have a few conditions. Go ahead, name them. As long as they don't cause too much trouble, I'll agree to just about anything. Aside from Gong Jiala and Chen Yun, everyone else in the room was sweating bullets. After all, this was the Empire's 5th commander. No one really knew how many troops he commanded, but he was certainly one of the most influential people in the entire country. The 5th commander reached toward the fruit platter on the coffee table, eyeing a particularly plump grape. At the same time, both Chen Yun and Gong Jiala spotted it as well. All three reached for it at once, their fingertips colliding. The 5th commander and Gong Jiala hesitated for a split second, and in that instant Chen Yun popped the grape into his mouth, looking thoroughly pleased with himself. My condition is simple. Let me bring a few more people along. Of course, Chen Yun wanted to bring Yukong and the other 2 with him. Their little 4-person squad could handle just about anything. As for anyone else, well, they just have to see if anyone else caught his eye down the line. The 5th commander didn't pay it any mind. He leaned back, slowly sinking into the sofa with a lazy air. No problem. What you're asking for, honestly, it barely even counts as a request. Is that all? To the 5th commander, Chen Yun's condition was nothing, just a trivial matter. After all, there were plenty of geniuses who had come from humble beginnings but joined the Empire's military thanks to their remarkable talent. Most of them just hoped the military would look after their families, and since Chen Yun was an orphan, bringing 3 more people along was hardly an issue. In fact, Chen Yun alone was worth more than a dozen ordinary recruits, so to call his request a condition at all was hardly an exaggeration, and besides, I don't want to be too constrained either. It seems to me you have a pretty one-sided view of the Empire's military. If you aren't strong enough, then yes, you'll have to follow your captain's orders. But if you're powerful and enough people recognize your abilities, then even if you want to leave the Empire or form your own unit under my command, that's not out of the question. The 5th commander sounded utterly unconcerned. In his eyes, Chen Yun was more than capable of such things. Oh, Chen Yun replied, his expression unchanged. Then tell me, what if I became a commander myself? That one sentence stunned nearly everyone in the room. Brother, do you even realize what you just said? The 5th commander just laughed. That'd be great. But I think it'll take you quite a while. To become a commander, you need at least 100 units under your command. It's not as easy as you think. To be honest, he figured Chen Yun could become a captain and form his own unit within a few years, but becoming a commander was a whole different story involving far more complexities. Alright, I've gotten the answers I wanted. Chen Yun shifted the conversation back. So let me get to the point. Why did you come looking for me today? Don't tell me it was just to chat about the future. Frankly, I feel like this is a waste of time. I'd originally planned to take my team and sweep through all the wild secret realms near Yunhai City today. The meaning behind Qinyun's words was obvious. If you don't start explaining yourself, don't blame me for being annoyed. The fifth commander just smiled. This genius, no, this monster, had an even stronger temperament than he'd expected. Don't be in such a rush, kid. Besides sizing you up, I did have another reason for coming. I'm sending people to deal with the issues concerning the Sunfall Church and the Abyssal Secret Realm instance. The Sunfall Church, that's actually a pretty nice name, Qinyun said, but then shook his head. Still, I'm not really a fan of all this fighting and scheming. Let's talk about the Abyssal Secret Realm dungeon instead. I'm really curious, this is the first time I've ever heard of something like that. His eyes sparkled with interest. As for the Sunfall Church, to be honest, he didn't care about them at all. Killing them wouldn't bring any significant benefit, and besides, if even someone at the level of the fifth commander was paying attention to the Sunfall Church, that was clearly a sign that getting involved with them wasn't a great idea. But the Abyssal Secret Realm dungeon was a different story. Just the name alone promised good things. As for how dangerous it might be, well, that didn't matter much. In a few days he'd be able to head back to the zombie planet, and by then his overall strength would get another big boost. Plus, he was genuinely curious to see how the zombie planet had changed since the last time he was there. After all, the Heavenly Tao on that world was constantly pushing for evolution. That was the core theme of that place. At that moment everyone else leaned in, listening intently. The Sunfall Church didn't really concern them. At the end of the day, it was just another faction, and no matter how powerful they thought they were, could they really compare to the Empire's military? Not likely. But none of them had ever heard of the Abyssal Secret Realm dungeon before. The monsters inside were said to be terrifyingly strong, and the materials and gear that dropped from the dungeon were top-notch. The truly scary part, though, was the rift at the very center of the dungeon. You had two choices: either kill every creature that emerged from the rift or survive inside for 5 full days. When you left, your level would drop by 1 star, unless you managed to wipe out all the monsters, in which case you'd clear the dungeon and the world's will would grant you a massive reward. But if you died in there, you'd just end up as food for the rift. As the fifth commander explained all this, a hint of curiosity flickered in his eyes. So, what will you do, kid? Are you going to try your luck with the Abyssal Secret Realm dungeon, or will you get involved with the Sunfall Church? Of course, you could always prepare for the Empire's next major dungeon tournament. But honestly, with your current strength, that'd be like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. With that assessment, Qinyun couldn't help but glance over at Yukong and the others. I wouldn't really recommend bringing them along, the commander continued. If you can't clear the dungeon, they'll lose a level too. Honestly, I wouldn't advise you to even try clearing it at all. If you weren't trying to clear the dungeon, that place was actually an excellent spot to level up. Of course, you'd still have to pay a little interest when you finally left. Qinyun really did want to try that Abyssal Secret Realm dungeon. To be honest, he was extremely tempted. But after finishing the Abyssal Secret Realm, he still wanted to participate in the Imperial Army's Secret Realm competition. After all, the dungeons for that competition ranged from 4th to 7th rank, which meant the bosses were 7th rank creatures. Just then Gong Shanshu spoke up as well. Chen, with our current strength, that Abyssal dungeon is out of our league. If we come along, we'll probably just hold you back. Gong Shanshu was unsurprisingly different from his younger sister Gong Jiala. He was capable of thinking things through rationally. Yukong, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. They all knew Qinyun's strength, but just hearing the name Abyssal Secret Realm was enough to know it was no ordinary place. Although what Gong Shanshu said sounded a bit blunt, it was the truth, and Yukong didn't object. Even Gong Jiala knew that now wasn't the time to fool around, so she kept quiet. I get what you're thinking, kid, someone said, their voice heavy. But you can't protect them forever. Trust me, watching your teammates die right in front of you, it's not something you ever want to experience. That's why you really shouldn't let them go into the Abyssal Secret Realm with you. If it were truly safe, we wouldn't have kept it so tightly restricted. At this, the fifth commander couldn't help but sigh. A few years ago, some people suggested opening up the Abyssal Secret Realm to the Imperial Guild, to independent teams, even to mercenary groups. But the result was a lot of casualties. Dozens of A and B rank geniuses lost their lives. That city suffered a huge blow. Back then, the Abyssal Secret Realm wasn't even released in Yunhai City but in another city. I went to observe it myself. After that, hardly anyone dared bring it up again. Calling it the biggest loss ever is no exaggeration. Alright then. While I'm away these next few days, I'll leave the team in your hands, Yukong. Qinyun turned to look at Yukong. In terms of raw strength, Gong Shanshu was probably a little stronger than Yukong. But when it came to leadership, Qinyun trusted Yukong more. At that, Koba grinned. Brother Chen, you could have come straight to me about something like this. Our guild is still in its rebuilding phase right now. There's a lot to do. This is the perfect opportunity for you and your team to join forces with us. Sure, we might not have many elites left, but running a dungeon together or gathering some materials? That's no problem at all. Koba understood perfectly well. From today on, as long as Chen Yun stayed alive, he was bound to soar to unimaginable heights. When that happened, their Purple Shield Guild would rise along with him. Of course, it was still early days, and for now Purple Shield could still offer some real help. Besides, from what he'd seen, Chen Yun wasn't the type to forget old friends or kick someone to the curb once he'd used them. He wasn't one of those ungrateful fair-weather types. "Alright," Chen Yun replied, a smile spreading across his face. He found himself liking Koba more and more. It was like playing a game with someone who always handed you the best gear, let you use all the top items first. Even if all they had left was a pig to offer, you'd still think they were the best teammate you could ask for. "Sorry to trouble you," Chen Yun said politely. "It's nothing, brother Chen. If anything, I should be thanking you," Koba replied, feeling a surge of gratitude. He couldn't help but think to himself, if he'd insisted on making Chen Yun an enemy back then, he'd probably be 6 feet under by now, paying his respects to the lords of the underworld. And if it weren't for Chen Yun, he'd just be the head of some run-of-the-mill guild. He'd never have the chance to rub shoulders with someone as influential as the 5th commander. After a simple breakfast together, Chen Yun left with the 5th commander. "Kid, in a bit I'll have Long Yi take you to your new squad," the 5th commander said. Lang Ye's the one I mentioned before, Yang Er's right-hand woman, and don't get it twisted, a right hand isn't the same as a deputy. Don't go confusing the two. The more the commander looked at Chen Yun, the more he liked him. Chen Yun just had a good vibe. He wasn't arrogant or full of himself. Some of those A-rank talents could be downright insufferable. Then again, maybe he'd been the same way back in the day, but after sharing breakfast this morning he felt they'd gotten a lot closer. Maybe not best friends, but definitely comfortable enough to joke around with each other. "She's strong?" Chen Yun asked casually. "How does she compare to Zhang Wenwen?" "She's pretty good, not weak anyway." "Why, already thinking about challenging the captain or her right hand before you've even joined the squad?" the commander teased. "Not interested in challenging anyone, just curious," Chen Yun said. Long Yi, cool and aloof, adjusted her glasses. She'd put a lot of effort into making those glasses herself. She could already sense it. 2 auras were rapidly approaching. One was so powerful it seemed unfathomable, while the other, though not as overwhelming, was still strong, the sort of presence you'd expect from a third-tier professional. "So, they've arrived. Last night was quite the spectacle. I just hope you make it out of this abyssal secret realm alive. If you don't, the loss will be significant for everyone involved." Long Yi lifted her hand and glanced at her nails. They were done quite nicely. She was pleased with how they looked. Suddenly 2 figures appeared before her, one in front and one behind. "This is the person I told you about, the one with both brains and brawn," Long Yi said. Commander Wu, folding his arms across his chest, a self-satisfied smile on his face. It wasn't often he got to come out like this. He considered it something of a vacation. Long Yi gave a slight nod but didn't respond. Commander Wu kept grinning. He knew Long Yi well. After all, she was his daughter. Since she was a child, she'd always carried herself with a calm detachment, unfazed by anything. "Hey Voldeng, you sure you're not messing with me? Why's this person wearing reading glasses? Did you bring us to the wrong place? Or is this your secret lover?" As soon as Chen Yun opened his mouth, Commander Wu nearly jumped out of his skin, his face turning dark on the spot. "You brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Those are her own custom-made tool-type equipment. If you don't know what you're talking about, just shut up." "Oh, so she's not? Well, aren't you going to introduce us?" Chen Yun picked his nose, looking completely unconcerned. Commander Wu's veins bulged visibly on his forehead. Even Long Yi herself was now radiating an icy chill. It felt like the temperature in the area had dropped several degrees. "Introduce? I've been explaining this the whole way here. Were you even listening?" Commander Wu was so exasperated by Chen Yun's remark he almost passed out. Long Yi spoke up. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Long Yi. I was the one who extended the invitation to you earlier. Originally, I intended to invite you to join us after a more thorough assessment, but now I see I underestimated your abilities." Chen Yun's face grew serious. After all, it was rare for a professional to be nearsighted. He jumped to conclusions. My bad, blame old Deng here. He didn't explain things clearly," Chen Yun said earnestly, pointing at Commander Wu. At this point Commander Wu was done talking. "This kid, just wait till you join the Imperial Army. There'll be no easy days for you." His jaw clenched, veins twitching, but he didn't reply. Long Yi adjusted her glasses once again. "Collecting data. Target, human, combat power assessment, unable to detect, specialization, no obvious weaknesses, insufficient data, talent level, F, insufficient data, unable to collect data." Chen Yun's eyes lit up. "That's a pretty impressive pair of glasses you've got there. You really can scan and collect data, huh? Still, I'd rather not let anyone know how strong I am just yet. So go ahead and take me to that secret realm dungeon." While Long Yi was gathering data, Chen Yun quietly received a system notification. With his system in place, no matter how powerful someone was, they'd never be able to get a read on him. Seeing that she couldn't collect any data on Chen Yun, Long Yi didn't seem to mind. After all, Chen Yun's abilities didn't fit a mere third-tier combatant. Honestly, you could call him 6th tier and no one would bat an eye. "Before we head out, let me fill you in," Long Yi said calmly, her tone steady and brisk. I found you a team. If you're able to handle most situations on your own, you don't have to listen to them. If not, just follow their lead. Either way, this trip into the abyssal secret realm will be a good learning experience for you." Chinyan nodded without hesitation, quick and to the point. Then he glanced over at the 5th commander standing nearby. "Alright, old dang, you're off the hook here, see you." 5th commander had to force down the urge to smack Chinyan right then and there. "Kid, don't go dying in there. The monsters in the abyssal secret realm aren't like the ones in regular dungeons." With that, 5th commander cast a complicated look at Lung Yi. She's his daughter, there's no denying it, but every time he looked at her he couldn't help but feel guilty. He opened his mouth wanting to say something to Lung Yi's always cold and indifferent face, but in the end not a word came out. "Relax, I probably won't die. If I do though, you can just blame yourself," Chinyan shot back without batting an eye. 5th commander snorted 2 sharp breaths flaring from his nostrils. "You little punk. Let's go." With that, his figure disappeared in a blink. He moved so fast Chinyan couldn't even see when he left, only a fading afterimage remained. "He seems to think pretty highly of you. Looks like you're a rare talent in the Empire's military," Chinyan remarked, unaware that Lung Yi and 5th commander were actually father and daughter. Lung Yi offered no further explanation. She simply turned away and started walking. "Let's go, just stick with me from here, they're probably already waiting." Lung Yi had no intention of explaining her background to anyone. She simply didn't want others to know about it. Seeing that Chinyan didn't press her for more details, she immediately followed Lung Yi without another word. Outside Yunhai City, in a desolate, godforsaken place where not a single soul was in sight, a team was already waiting. The squad leader, sitting at the front, had striking handsome features, but right now his expression was grim. Still, he kept his composure, eyes closed as he sat quietly on a rock, resting with his eyes shut. "Captain, are we seriously supposed to keep waiting here?" One team member finally blurted out. "That woman, does she even know what we're planning?" "Yeah, Captain, we can't just keep following her orders," another chimed in. "Our squad hasn't improved at all these past years. Honestly, I'm starting to wonder how she even earned her title." "That's right. We worked so hard to finally get a shot at this mission, the chance to clear a deep abyss dungeon, and now she wants to shove someone new into our team. What, just because it's for the good of the larger unit we as part of Captain Yang's squad don't even count?" The squad leader's eyes snapped open at their complaints. Around him, the other team members wore disgruntled expressions. "Enough, just wait quietly," he ordered. "We might not be strong enough yet, but after the newcomer assessment it's our turn to compete. When that time comes, we'll finally have a real shot. Complaining now won't do any good, but after this competition no one will dare look down on our squad again." Wang Tianhao clenched his fist slowly. He was an A-rank combat class and had joined the Imperial military 4 years ago. By now he had reached the 6th awakening, but he'd only managed a single latent awakening, not the coveted double awakening. The difference was huge. A single awakening was nothing compared to a double. Now, after all his efforts to secure an opportunity like this, he was being told that someone new would be forced into their team at the last minute. It would distract the whole squad, and the experience points they earned would be split further. Sure, the world will system-adjusted experience distribution based on each member's contribution, but if someone was completely useless, they'd still get a share. And the Abyss dungeons had another feature. Defeating monsters not only granted experience, but also increased skill proficiency. Of course, those dungeons were also incredibly dangerous. I also told her clearly, if the person who comes ends up dead, it has nothing to do with us. Likewise, we won't make a move against him, and if it's an emergency, we might not even step in to save him. I've already explained all of this to Lung Yi, and after laying out the situation, that woman agreed. So whoever shows up in a bit, we don't need to pay much attention to them. Just pretend they don't exist. Still, Wang Tianhao couldn't shake a sense of unease. His dozen or so teammates, on the other hand, seemed to feel a bit better after hearing this. Apparently Lang Yi's second-in-command wasn't as cold-hearted as she seemed. In truth, the main reason was that Lung Yi had already thought everything through and made her plans, but she couldn't be bothered to explain. Doing so would be too draining. So instead, she just kept silent. If things didn't go according to her plan, it would only make matters worse. Wang Tianhao let out a quiet sigh. Really, everything boiled down to one thing. The person in question just wasn't strong enough. If they had enough power, it would be a different story entirely. Get some rest while you can, he said. They should be. Wait, are they already here? What's going on? This guy's only at the 3rd advancement. Wang Tianhao had managed to keep his emotions in check until he sensed that Chen Yun's aura was only at the 3rd advancement level. In that instant, he completely lost it. He turned to glance at the entrance to the secret realm behind them. The energy coming from the entrance was at the 5th or even 6th advancement, and this wasn't just any regular secret realm, it was an abyssal secret realm. The death rate inside was nothing like your typical dungeon. What on earth was Lung Yi trying to do? Was she just messing with them? Just then Lung Yi and Chen Yun appeared before them, one after the other. Chen Yun didn't speak right away, but he could tell something in the air was off. Big sister Lung Yi, Wang Tianhao began, his voice heavy. I've heard all about your abilities, you're the one who led and built up our entire force and we'll never forget that, but now our group isn't what it was. When Kucheng Bingshan Lu, he paused choking up, they all fell 2 months ago during that secret realm raid. Those losses were thanks to your careful command, cold miss. Now our squad has finally fought for another chance. I need to know what your plan is. As Wang Tianhao spoke, it was as if blood and tears were about to well up in his eyes. In the Empire's system, whether you were a major commander like Yang Ye or Zhang Wenwen, you would have dozens, even hundreds or thousands of squads under your command. Of the people Wang Tianhao mentioned as having died, several were actually his close friends. Lang Ye's expression remained as calm as ever, her gaze steady and indifferent, betraying no emotion. In truth, when it came to that particular raid on the secret realm, she'd realized the boss had the ability to constantly recover its health. She was afraid everyone would end up buried there, so she'd ordered a retreat. Losing a few people and losing the entire team, those are two entirely different outcomes. But Wang Tianhao and the others obviously didn't share that sense of the bigger picture. I'm sorry, last time my command was indeed a mistake, but I hope you'll take him with you. Lang Ye's face showed no change, but inside there was no way she could be completely unaffected. At that moment Chen Yun's expression turned serious as well. You don't have to worry about me, I just want to train myself in this abyssal secret realm, he said, his tone perfectly calm and matter-of-fact. Wang Tianhao, rendered speechless by Lang Ye's apology, took a deep breath to steady himself. Soon Yunhai City will be holding the major secret realm tournament. Those who qualify can join the Imperial military, and then there will be a new recruit assessment. After that, each unit in the military will hold its own internal challenge matches. When the time comes, I hope you won't refuse my challenge. Lang Yi opened her mouth, hesitating. She wasn't particularly skilled at head-on combat. Everything she accomplished depended on the things she crafted herself. That was her professional strength. Alright, she finally agreed. Chen Yun watched the exchange. It wasn't because Lang Yi was a woman that he found her interesting. His instincts told him there was something off about what happened back then. Besides, the 5th commander had spoken to him about her, saying Lang Yi was a sharp-minded person, and that commander wasn't the type to talk nonsense. As for you, kid, join our team now. But let me be clear, any materials or equipment we get from the monsters, you won't get any. And if you're in danger, we're not coming to save you. Wang Tianhao's words were blunt, almost harsh. He hadn't been this angry at first, but Chen Yun's aura was barely at the 3rd rank. A 3rd ranker coming into the abyssal secret realm, was he looking to get himself killed? This was a place for 5th or 6th rankers, not someone at his level. What a joke. Fine, Chen Yun didn't mind the tone. After all, considering how angry they were, the fact that they hadn't started cursing was already something. Humph, at least you know your place. With that, the group, including Chen Yun, entered the team together. Lang Yi watched as they all headed into the secret realm dungeon. After everyone was inside, a faint shimmer of tears gathered at the corners of her eyes, but in the next instant she immediately turned around, her eyes hardening with resolve. All along her journey she had never allowed herself to show any sign of weakness, not even for a moment. She refused to let her vulnerability slip through, no matter how fleeting. Yarg, if things keep going like this, I might not be able to be your right hand anymore. Lang Yi took a deep breath, squeezing her own palm. There were still things she needed to do. Now was not the time for grief. Meanwhile, Chen Yun followed the others into the secret realm dungeon. The Abyss, gathering ground of the Thunder Goblins, level requirement, 5th to 6th advancement, drops, Sky Thunder Fruit, Wind Thunder Grass. After an overwhelming sensation of the world spinning, Chen Yun quickly found his footing and stood up, only to realize he was now in another forest. But unlike any forest he'd seen before, this one was strange. The trees weren't green but a bizarre mix of blue and yellow. Hey, who told you to stand up? Crack. Just as Chen Yun was taking in his surroundings, a bolt of electricity shot straight toward him and he could feel the hairs on his arms stand on end. But before he could react, Wang Tianhao, who was right beside him, yanked him down just in time. The moment he crouched, the electric bolt whizzed past, smashing into a tree not far behind them. Pop! The blue tree seemed completely unscathed, not even trembling from the impact. Everyone deal with the goblins nearby, clear a safe area before anything else, and you kid don't wander off. Keep your head down, I can't keep my eye on you every second. This is the Abyss Secret Realm dungeon. The moment you set foot in here, every monster in the place can sense where you are. They feel no fear and they don't care about getting hurt, so if you want to make it out of here alive, listen to me. Don't stray too far from the group and don't go wandering around. Wang Tianhao's words were harsh, claiming he didn't care if Chen Yun lived or died, but in reality that was just anger talking. There was no way he'd just stand by and watch Chen Yun march to his death, especially not right after they'd entered the secret realm. That wasn't the outcome Wang Tianhao wanted. At that moment, Chen Yun caught sight of several goblins with silvery white skin, arcs of electricity flickering across their bodies. These goblins were nothing like the ordinary ones from other dungeons, they were on a whole different level. Underestimating them would be a grave mistake. Just then one of their teammates pulled out a longbow and let an arrow fly. Thwack! The arrow was fired with incredible force, piercing straight through a goblin that was charging toward them. Even with wounds like that, the goblin showed not the slightest sign of retreat. On the contrary, it immediately gathered a surge of crackling lightning energy and hurled it straight at them. The force of that lightning attack was ferocious, at least it would have been for anyone else, but to Chen Yun it was nothing out of the ordinary. Thanks to the many bonuses he'd gained from the Corpse Kings, nearly all of his attributes were now greatly enhanced. Even if that strike had landed squarely on him, it wouldn't have done much. After all, he had the Undead King's substitute skill. That was the key. Any damage he took would be distributed among all the Corpse Kings under his command. But in Wang Tianhao's eyes, Chen Yun was just a rookie at the third advancement stage, hardly someone who could take a hit like that. Instantly, Wang Tianhao stepped forward, placing himself between Chen Yun and the incoming attack. He raised his palm and caught the lightning head-on. Crackle, electricity danced over Wang Tianhao's body. He clenched his teeth, then with a swift motion flung the residual current into the ground beside him. It felt like time had slowed, but really only a minute or two had passed. Captain, the area's clear. There were 6 thunder goblins nearby, all taken care of. Only 6 goblins landed here, Wang Tianhao mused. Looks like our luck's holding up. One person collect the materials, the rest scout the perimeter. Next we need to quickly map a route to the rift. Understood, Captain. Wang Tianhao let out a faint sigh of relief. The Abyss Secret Realm dungeon offered generous rewards, but it was extremely dangerous. Most of the monsters inside were frenzied and mindless, though a few were disturbingly clever. Thankfully, such intelligent creatures were rare. He turned to Chen Yun, his tone softer but still firm. Listen, kid, from now on don't fall behind. I saved you this time, but I can't risk my whole team just to bail you out again, understand? Chen Yun nodded slightly. In theory, I'm a summoner, Chen Yun offered. I can call out some summoned beasts. I think they might be able to help your team. Some of the other team members couldn't help but twitch their lips at that. Help? A third advancement rookie, how strong could his summons actually be? Even if he was a prodigy, at best he could summon something at the 4th advancement stage. Did he know where they were? This wasn't some regular dungeon, it was an Abyss Secret Realm for 5th and 6th advancement powerhouses. Wang Tianhao said, fine, do as you like, but don't let your summons draw too many goblins our way. I trust you know what I mean. Seeing the other side speak like this, Chen Yun nodded slightly. Then he lifted his hand and a ball of blue-violet flame appeared in his palm. In that instant the crowd, who had still looked somewhat uncertain just moments ago, all paled because they saw countless shadowy figures flash behind Chen Yun. They could feel the weight of many gazes coming from those shadows. Bang! The flame was crushed in his hand and number 2, number 4, number 5 and number 6 were all summoned by Chen Yun. Number 2's eyes were a bit glazed over, as if he'd just woken up and was still half asleep. Number 4 on the other hand widened his eyes the moment he appeared, because he realized that the air in this entire area was thick with the energy of thunder and lightning. That meant if he used some of his strongest techniques, like Heaven's Judgment, he'd barely have any casting time at all. Number 5 was grinning with excitement. He had volunteered to be summoned this time. As for number 6, well, he was already used to it all by now. Chen Yun didn't bother to summon number 3 since he didn't have any weapons at the moment, and to be honest, number 3 didn't look too interested in joining anyway. We're out now. The lightning energy here is really thick, isn't it? Number 5 muttered with a crazed look in his eye. Perfect, let my flames burn it all to ashes. Clearly he was still unsatisfied from their last fight, and this time no matter what he had insisted on coming out. Number 4 shot him a cold glance. Oh, so number 5, you still have issues with your ranking, is that it? Number 5 shivered for no apparent reason. Number 4, I wasn't talking about you, you know me, it's just my enthusiasm, that's all. At first Wang Tianhao and the others hadn't paid much attention to whatever summoned creatures Chen Yun might have. At most, they'd been waiting to see something amusing, expecting the summons to be weak or laughable. But now faced with this crowd of powerful figures, they realized just how wrong they'd been. Fortunately, only a handful of these figures had fully taken shape. Alright, follow me. Keep an eye on those white goblins up ahead, Chen Yun instructed. Number 4, I think you're the best at sensing them. They're also using lightning energy. Chen Yun's words piqued number 4's interest. Those ants are using lightning, huh? Now that's interesting. Number 2 meanwhile looked like he was about to drift back to sleep at any moment. Number 4 glanced over and his irritation was immediate. Idiot, wake up. Number 4 snapped, spreading his palm. A surge of crackling lightning energy gathered in his hand, far stronger than what the white goblins had released just moments before. With a sharp crack he slammed the lightning into number 2. The jolt was enough to make number 2's eyes snap wide open. He saw number 4 glaring at him and immediately the aura around number 2 surged dramatically, but when he realized it was number 4 all his bravado vanished on the spot. Seriously, what kind of place was this? Seeing the scene before him, number 4 felt like he could practically grind sparks out of his teeth from sheer frustration. He'd originally planned to unleash a wave of lightning energy on number 2. My lord, there's a swarm of ants headed this way from straight ahead. Number 4 suddenly sensed something and immediately reported the situation to Chen Yun. Chen Yun turned to look at Wang Tianhao. At the same time Wang Tianhao snapped back to his senses. He just noticed that the aura radiating from the humans Chen Yun had summoned was about at the 4th awakening stage, but their combat strength was obviously far beyond that, especially the murderous energy around them. Who knew how many people they'd killed? Straight ahead. Suddenly a teammate responsible for scouting with his skills shouted out, "Captain, I detected a large group of goblins up ahead, at least 60 or more." Wang Tianhao's eyes went wide. If he remembered correctly, their own scout skill was pretty high level, well into the 7th awakening 3-star range. At that moment number 5 spread his hands and a wave of searing heat swept over the group. 2 balls of flame gathered in his palms. Just 60 measly ants. What's with all the fuss? They'll burn to ashes under my fire. Amatsuma Kaboshi fire. He hurled the fire from both hands. The next instant, the ground ahead began to tremble. Boom, boom. Pillars of fire shot up to the sky one after another. In the blink of an eye, what had been a forest of thunder was now a blazing inferno. In the distance, they could see the charred remains of a horde of goblins. Tisk, tisk. Number 4 scan for any more of these ants. Next, as per our Lord's command, we'll wipe out every last one here. As he spoke, number 5 conjured another ball of fire, a wild and untamed look on his face. Wipe out everything? Number 4 frowned slightly. You'd better control the strength of your fire. After all, the corpses of these ants are still of some use to my lord. The moment he heard that, number 5's expression froze. The flames that had been roaring in his hands instantly shrank down to a tiny flicker. His enthusiasm visibly deflated and he glanced at Chen Yun with a trace of grievance. Do you guys need the materials?" Chen Yun asked Wang Tianhao helplessly, but at that moment Wang Tianhao was just staring blankly at the burning forest ahead. He wasn't the only one, his whole team was frozen in shock at the sight before them. That power, the devastation. Was this really something a 3rd-tier summoner could conjure? Wang Tianhao instinctively swallowed hard. You are. As you can see, I'm just a 3rd-tier professional, nothing special about it, nothing special." Seriously, Wang Tianhao couldn't believe his ears. After all, this was an abyssal dungeon designed for professionals between tier 5 and 6. The mortality rate here was notoriously high. Even squads like theirs, full of people from the Imperial Army, weren't guaranteed to make it out unscathed. If they let their guard down even for a moment, the entire team could be wiped out. Truth be told, they weren't even here for the dungeon's materials, they didn't really need them. Their main goal this time was to gain experience from the monsters and increase their skill proficiency from the kills. Wang Tianhao, as the squad leader, had seen his fair share of tough situations. He wasn't some greenhorn fresh out of training clueless about the world. Even so, he found it hard to keep his composure now. Deep down he was utterly shocked by Chen Yun. "You're really just 3rd tier." Wang Tianhao still couldn't quite believe it. He had to ask again just to be sure. Chen Yun's strength was simply off the charts. With the way he fought, even if he claimed to be 8th tier, no one would have doubted it, but the aura he gave off was unmistakably that of a 3rd-tier professional. Your tier was your credibility in this world. Most people wouldn't even bother to hide their tier's energy signature. It's genuine, Chen Yun replied. Skill proficiency? Are you saying that when these monsters die our skills actually get more proficient? Chen Yun genuinely didn't know about that. You really don't know? Now it was Wang Tianhao's turn to be confused. That didn't make sense. Someone as strong as Chen Yun should know something this basic. Wang Tianhao was so thrown off by Chen Yun's power that he even started stammering. I really didn't know. That old guy who briefed us was always so mysterious, I didn't want to press him. I never realized killing monsters would give us skill proficiency too. Chen Yun shrugged. Come to think of it, my skills have always felt strong enough as they are. I suppose they could get even better. All of the host's passive and active skills are maxed out from the moment they're learned, so that's how it is, Chen Yun thought as the system's prompt suddenly popped up in his mind, clearing up his confusion. Oh well, it didn't matter much to him anyway. What mattered were the experience points these monsters provided. As for skill proficiency, he didn't care. His skills were powerful enough as it was. You all don't really need the materials, so number 5, you got that right. Chen Yun's gaze immediately shifted to number 5. Number 5's face broke into a wide grin the moment Chen Yun looked at him. At the same time, the flame in his palm suddenly flared, growing stronger. Got it. Number 4, come on, give us a position report. Number 5's expression was wild with excitement. Number 4's face, on the other hand, was as calm as usual. Those ants, some are moving away from us, but a lot more are heading this way. If we just sit and wait for them to arrive, though, it's going to take a while. He clenched his palm slightly. Thank goodness this place is so full of lightning element, otherwise I wouldn't be able to sense things in detail over such a wide area. In this secret realm, the tiny traces of lightning element drifting through the air essentially acted as his eyes. In other words, as long as they stayed within the secret realm, the monsters lurking here would keep gathering and converging on their location. A glimmer of excitement flashed across Chen Yun's face. That's perfect, we don't even have to waste time luring them out. We just wait right here and the monsters will come to us. couldn't be more convenient. In that case, you all don't really need those materials anyway. Number 5, you heard that clearly, didn't you? Chinyan immediately turned his gaze to number 5, who broke into a wide grin the moment he felt the attention on him. At the same time, the flame in his palm instantly grew stronger. Got it, number 4, come on, give us a report on their position. Number 5's face was flushed with excitement. Number 4, on the other hand, looked as calm as ever. Those pests, some of them are moving away from us, but a great many are actually heading this way. If we just wait for them, though, it'll take a while. He squeezed his palm, grateful for the abundance of lightning elements in this place. If not for that, he wouldn't be able to sense things in such detail over such a wide area. In this secret realm, the faint traces of lightning energy drifting through the air essentially acted as his eyes. In other words, as long as they stayed in the secret realm, the monsters roaming within would just keep converging on their location. A hint of excitement flashed across Chinyan's face. That's great. We don't even have to lure those monsters, just wait here and they'll come to us. This is just too convenient. In that case, there's no need to move for now. Let's stay put and wait for the monsters to attack us. Most of them aren't exactly rational anyway. Chinyan couldn't help but think to himself, this is what they call an abyss secret realm. Seriously, this should be called a welfare secret realm. After all, as long as you're strong enough, waves of experience points will just keep coming to you. You're all here for the monster experience anyway, right? Perfect, we'll just camp out here for a while. We can head to the center of the realm when we're done. Sound good? As for clearing the abyss secret realm, the process was actually similar to ordinary secret realm dungeons. You had to reach the center. The difference was, in regular dungeons, the heart of the realm held the final boss. But in the abyss secret realm, it was different. The center wasn't a boss monster, but rather a rift. There were 2 ways to close the rift. The first was to shatter the rift directly, the second was to defeat all the powerful creatures that emerged from it. Chinyan recalled that the 5th commander had mentioned before that their team always used the first method. The rift itself was inherently unstable. As long as you hit it with enough force, it would become even more unstable and then simply vanish. As for the monsters that emerged from those cracks, it's entirely possible for a 6th tier creature to reach the strength of an 8th tier one. In fact, that's perfectly normal. Of course, that's no problem. May I ask who you are? Wang Tianhao's curiosity was piqued. Someone this powerful, yet he'd never heard of them from the military before. Could it be because lately, whenever they had free time, they all dove into secret realms and didn't pay much attention to outside news? That didn't make sense though. Even so, they would still hear some updates from their units. Especially someone like Chen Yun, young, exceptionally talented. Someone like him would attract attention wherever he went, like walking around under a spotlight. Chen Yun, a student who had just recently graduated. If you were part of Captain Yan Yura's team, then we'll most likely meet again. Next time, maybe we can explore a secret realm together. Chen Yun assumed the man just wanted to be friends, so he blurted it out somewhat absent-mindedly. Besides, from his impression, the guy seemed to be a decent person. Unlike Long Yi, who always put on a cold front, based on what the man said, most of those teammates' deaths seemed to be Lang Yi's fault. Of course, Chen Yun didn't know the details himself, so he withheld judgment. Still, the man had shown real concern for him as soon as they entered the secret realm. Maybe it was just a case of a sharp tongue but a soft heart. That was why Chen Yun was willing to talk to him this way. Sometimes, the weaker you are, the more clearly you can see someone's true character. At least in Chen Yun's eyes, Wang Tianhao was a good guy. Wang Tianhao didn't react right away, he just nodded slightly in response. No wonder I haven't heard of him in the military before. Turns out he's a fresh graduate. Fresh graduate? Wang Tianhao's expression had been fairly normal, but suddenly it clicked. Chen Yun was one of the students who had just graduated from Yunhai City this year. His eyes widened in shock, as big as saucers. What, you just graduated? Wang Tianhao could hardly keep his tongue from trembling. Good grief, a kid who just graduated, and he was already this strong. Seriously, no wait, did he even need to ask? He'd just witnessed it himself. There were still embers drifting in the air above them, and the one responsible for that scene was the other guy's summoned beast, number 5, or something like that. Yeah, why, do I not look the part? I mean, nobody's ever told me I look old or anything, right? Chen Yun asked, suddenly feeling a little self-conscious. Instinctively, he reached up to touch his beard again, except he didn't have one now. Wait, no, that's not right. What I mean is, I'm just a little shocked by your strength. Wang Tianhao hurriedly explained, treading carefully. He still didn't really know what kind of person Chen Yun was. If Chen Yun turned out to be petty, what would happen if he took offense at what Wang Tianhao had just said? A recent graduate. I heard from my cousin that at Yunhai First High there was someone named Chen Yun who cleared an assessment dungeon with a 4-person team. When they got out, he was accused and slandered, and ended up killing a teacher and some students. At that point, one of the team members couldn't help but speak up. Chen Yun nodded slightly. That's right, that was me. Honestly, I didn't care much about the ranking rewards or anything like that. What bothered me was that they were hurling insults at us right to our faces. I didn't see any reason to put up with it, and truly, there wasn't much else to say about it. In the past, Chenyan knew he was weak, especially with an F-rank talent, so he just endured it. But now things were different. He had the system, his class abilities were powerful, and his overall strength had grown in every way. In this situation, why should he keep swallowing his anger? After that you even punched the old headmaster back and left a scar on him. I honestly thought my cousin was making it up, the teammate continued, seeing that everyone around was staring at him. The more he spoke, the more shocked everyone felt. Yeah, that's pretty much how it went, Chenyan replied. When the headmaster saw a student had been killed, he lost it, so I struck a deal with him. Yunhai First High could use my name, but the people who slandered me, I wanted them to pay, the old headmaster agreed. Don't worry, I'm really not hung up on the past. Who knows, maybe I would have acted just like they did. It's just when I came out of the dungeon, they insulted me to my face and dragged my teammates into it too. That was something I couldn't let slide. As he spoke, Chenyan couldn't help but grind his teeth at the memory. The way those people at school behaved had left him profoundly irritated. He'd made his point clear. He didn't hold a grudge against those school people for what happened before, but if they insulted him to his face, how could he possibly let it go? Everyone present understood exactly what he meant. In fact, it made perfect sense. Who would just stand there and let themselves be insulted? No one would tolerate that. No need to be so tense, Chenyan added. We're not enemies here, we're just here to level up together, that's all. In fact, Wang Tianhao and his team's initial plan had been to map out a route, then reach the center of the secret realm as quickly as possible. Once there, they'd figure out a way to deal with the rift. Solving the rift meant clearing the realm. The reason for rushing straight to the center was to avoid being chased by too many monsters at once, but now with Chenyan here, there was absolutely nothing to worry about. Thank you, sir. Wang Tianhao immediately lowered himself, humbling his tone and posture. He wasn't blind. It was obvious that even if his whole team went all out, they wouldn't be a match for Chenyan's summoned creatures. Besides, he had a gut feeling that these weren't the only creatures Chenyan could call upon. Chenyan waved it off. No need to be so formal. I'll be joining the military's big secret realm competition in Yunhai City soon anyway. When that happens, we'll all be on the same team. That secret realm competition, sir, isn't that a bit like adults bullying kids? Wang Tianhao blurted out before he could stop himself. Chenyan's strength was on a whole other level compared to the usual participants. There was simply no comparison. Just then one of the scouts called out, "Captain, more goblins on the flank!" Crack, sizzle. Before he could even finish, number 4 raised both hands. A surge of blue lightning burst forth and the approaching goblins instantly exploded into a shower of blue sparks, fading from existence. Don't worry, they're just ants, nothing to be concerned about, number 4 said calmly, blue electricity still dancing around his hands. They only rely on their lightning, but honestly, their power isn't nearly enough. I won't let these pests bother my master. Everyone could feel the sheer ferocity of the lightning in number 4's hands. Even if they couldn't feel it directly, the sight of the goblins dissolving into a sky full of blue sparks was proof enough. With number 4 and the others here, there's really nothing to worry about, Chenyan said, relaxing. We can take it easy and have a chat. For example, I'm curious about what you mentioned earlier, this person Long Yi, what exactly did she do? Since I'll be joining your squad soon, I'd like to know what I'm getting into. If it turned out to be a mess, one that would drag him down in all sorts of ways, then maybe joining the Imperial Army wasn't worth it. Sure, the Empire's resources were impressive, but actually getting access to them meant endless layers of approval and red tape, a real headache. Sometimes it was easier to work outside the system, at least then he could do things his own way. Back then all of us respected her. But during one raid on a secret realm dungeon, because she insisted on taking command herself, a lot of our squads ended up dying. And in recent years she hasn't shown any improvement in her abilities. There have been other issues too, so it's not just me. Many teams have started to feel dissatisfied with her. On top of that, she never communicates with us, never explains the situation. She just tells us to follow her orders blindly. That's why I really don't want to even look at her right now. As Wang Tianhao spoke, his eyes turned red. Watching his friends die right in front of him, his expression changed immediately. He almost lost control back then. Raid on a secret realm dungeon? Alright, I'll have to ask her about that myself later. Can you tell me about the usual rules? Are there any restrictions or regulations? Wang Tianhao took a deep breath, then explained to Chenyan what it was like after joining the Empire's military. Basically, after you join, unless Captain Yang Yada issues a summons for an assault on a certain secret realm dungeon, there's not much to do most days. But every year, there's a squad assessment and an individual assessment. If your squad's not up to par, you'll get split up and assigned to other teams. The individual assessment checks your personal skills. If you don't show any improvement for 2 years in a row, the resources you can request from the Empire's military will be drastically reduced. Chenyan himself went off to the abyssal secret realm dungeon. Meanwhile, Yukong and the others, with Kobao's help, ventured into another secret realm dungeon to level up. At this point Yukong's team had gained some fighting strength too, though of course still nothing compared to Chen Yun. As for Chen Yun, word about him had already spread throughout Yunhai City. What really made waves was that he had killed the head of Yunhai City's administration department. No one could believe it at first, people thought it was some kind of joke, but then they found out the head of the administration department really was dead, gone, and that entire elite guild, the Royal Grand Society, even their president, wiped out. In the end, a squad leader of the Empire's military, Zhang Wenwen, showed up and fought Chen Yun's summoned creature to a standstill. Damn, if it involves the Empire's military, then it has to be real. The military would never let false rumors like that spread. Wait, what's going on? Has this Chen Yun really reached that level? Monkey, did you see the news? Wuke had also led his team on a secret realm dungeon run. They'd all made it back alive without losing a single member. And in fact, they'd managed to bring back some materials and resources too. Compared to most teams, their haul this time could actually be considered pretty decent. Of course, their levels were still on the low side. Wuke had just reached First Awakening 8 stars and his deputy was at First Awakening 6 stars. As for the rest of the team, their levels were even lower, some hadn't even gained a single level yet. Still, if you looked at the loot, they'd actually done alright. Jumping Monkey had just returned from selling some materials to another guild. Some guilds specialized in buying certain materials, and it just so happened they had what was needed, so they sold it off, mainly because the price was a bit higher than what the system offered for recycling. Hey Wugu, are we still planning to enter that secret realm competition in a few days? Jumping Monkey asked. Enter? You kidding me? That military secret realm is for 4th to 7th awakening. None of us even meet the minimum level requirement. What's the point of entering such a big event just to serve ourselves up as cannon fodder? Wuka scoffed. To be honest, at first he thought maybe he could lead his team for a shot, at least make an appearance even if they didn't win anything. But after this recent trip to a low-level secret realm dungeon, the kind meant for 1st to 3rd awakening, the whole team had barely made it out alive. For them, even a regular 1st to 3rd awakening dungeon was a huge challenge. In that kind of shape, they wanted to enter the competition. Were they nuts? Jumping Monkey, tell me what's kept us alive till now. Talent? Strength? Wuka fixed him with a look. Jumping Monkey stared at Wuku confused and shook his head. He honestly had no idea, but he'd always just liked listening to Wuku. It's because we know when to play it safe, that's what. If we'd been reckless, we'd have ended up like that archer, dead and miserable, you get it? Wuka said. Hearing this, Jumping Monkey snapped back to reality. He realized Wuka was right. If they hadn't played it safe, they'd have been dead long ago. Wuka's words were the truth. You're right, Wugu. I think we'd better skip the competition. Just then Wuka's phone rang. Without even looking, he picked up immediately. Yo, Wuka just got out of the secret realm, right? My people said they saw you, so I figured I'd give you a call. Here's the thing, we're planning to hunt down those students from Yunhai number 1 high. Heard they've got some so-called genius this year, supposedly knocked out the principal with a single punch. Total crap, if you ask me. I bet they'll be at the military secret realm tournament, so we're thinking of joining in too. You want in? Wuka was stunned, completely lost. What the hell was going on here? Was the guy on the other end living in a parallel universe or something? Don't you know what's going on with that so-called genius Chen Yun at Yunhai number 1 high school these days? Is your intel system broken or something? On the other end of the phone, whether that guy's intel system was malfunctioning or not, Wuko honestly felt like his own brain's CPU was on the fritz. Unbelievable. They talk about ambushing someone, huh? With the few teams we've got, we might not even be enough for them to mop the floor with us. Thinking about this, Wuka took a deep breath. Linshu, what VE you been up to lately? Have you gone into any of the secret realm dungeons? Wuka decided to ask, wanting to figure out what gave the other side so much confidence to say things like that. Could they really have some secret weapon up their sleeve? No, I've been busy rallying other teams from Yunhai number 2 high. By the way, do you know what Gongqin's been up to lately? I haven't been able to reach him at all. If someone as strong as him joined us, our team's strength would get a major boost. Gongqin, someone that powerful. When Wuko heard those words, he almost couldn't hold back a laugh. A powerhouse, huh? Yeah, right. If he remembered correctly, the last time he ran into a strong smell of blood, he bumped into Gongqin's team. As for Gongqin himself, well, it looked like all that was left of him was his bow. The bow was pretty recognizable after all. Back then in Gongqin's team, there was one guy who'd practically been cut in half but was still breathing. Somehow everyone else was already gone. Hey you there, Lin Chu's voice came through the phone again. We'll go with you and him on the team. Once we take down those Yunhai number 1 guys, we'll earn a ton of reputation. After that, all kinds of guilds will be looking for us. Sure, we might not be on the same level as that Chen Yun who's all over the news right now, but at least it'll be a solid start for us. Wuku, are you listening to me? Wuku took a deep breath. Dude, do you even realize the school you're planning to ambush, Yunhai number 1, is where Chen Yun goes? Even if you don't run into Chen Yun himself, you're bound to bump into his friends, right? The moment Wuku heard Lin Chu call Gongqin a powerhouse, he knew this whole operation was doomed. In this situation, they were the ones at risk of getting ambushed, not the other way around. With that, Wuka didn't hesitate, he just hung up the phone. "Woo bro, who was that? You look pretty animated," someone asked, noticing his expression. Wuka shrugged it off. "Nobody, just some lunatic, the same crazy guy who said he wanted to ambush the Yunhai #1 students." Jumping Monkey's face changed at that. "More experts over there." "No, not what you think," Wuka replied. "He even asked me where Gongqin, the so-called powerhouse, went, so you get it now. All the teams from Bao Academy were wiped out in the assessment dungeon and he still wants us to go after Yunhai #1 high. His head must be. Honestly, he should open it up and take a look inside." Wuka could do nothing but sigh in exasperation. Monkey's expression was strange too. Is he Lin Chu?" "That's right, it's him. For the next few days let's disband the team for a while, keep an eye on what's happening in the city and let everyone get some proper rest." As he spoke, Wuka couldn't help but sigh deeply. The moment someone awakens their class, their future is more or less set in stone. In this last dungeon run, their team had been lucky, no one had died, but someone had lost an arm, someone else a leg. The kind of item that could regrow a limb wasn't something regular people could afford. Monkey understood exactly what his captain meant and nodded slightly. Wang Meng glanced at the news on his phone, wiped the blood from his face. He'd just gotten out of the dungeon instance himself. This time a new scar cut across his cheek, the wound already scabbed over. Unless he used some high-grade healing potion, the scar might stay with him a long time. But Wang Meng had no intention of doing that. "Chen Yun, life is unpredictable. Brother Wang, thank you for before. This is my lucky charm, I want you to have it." A shy girl carefully took out an amulet and handed it to Wang Meng. Wang Meng turned off his phone and accepted the charm. "Thanks Lan Lan, the team's going to rest for a few days." But before he could finish, he suddenly felt a few hostile gazes in his direction, which quickly slipped away. Instinctively Wang Meng glanced around, but his perception wasn't sharp enough to pick anything up. After all, he was a tank, his class was built for taking hits, not for detecting or disrupting enemies like a mage could. Who could it be? Who'd want to cause trouble for me? For a moment Wang Meng wondered if he'd done something to put a target on his back, but honestly he'd only just graduated from school, he hadn't even been out in the real world for long. If he'd offended anyone it would have been before his class awakening. Now even if someone gave him the guts of 10 men he wouldn't dare mess with Chen Yun. Similarly he had seen for himself how those people from Yunhai #1 high school met their end earlier. Each and every one of them fell in a single move at the hands of that crow. The gap between their strengths was simply overwhelming. At this moment he felt even more grateful that Chen Yun had spared him. Otherwise, given Chen Yun's combat ability at the time, dealing with him would have been no trouble at all. So there was no way it could have been Chen Yun. Besides, with Chen Yun's strength, why would he need to sneak around so secretly, afraid to show his face? "Lan Lan, I've got some things to take care of, let's call it a day. Thanks for what you brought. The rest of you can head out as well. Let's just take these next couple of days to rest up." As Wang Meng spoke, he gave the girl a reassuring pat on the shoulder, then cast a quick glance at the others, noticing how exhausted they all looked. He decided not to say anything further. His instincts told him those eyes in the shadows just now were probably targeting him. Chen Yun. Wang Meng couldn't help but think of that name again. Chen Yun now lived in a completely different world from him. They weren't even on the same level anymore, one could only look up to the other. Meanwhile Lin Chu stared at his phone in confusion. "What's going on? Why did Wuku just hang up on me? Was he scared?" That didn't make sense. Yunhai #2 high was always in a fiercely competitive environment, only those with enough strength and luck could get any resources at all. By all rights, their fighting power was far above Yunhai #1 high. Of course, that was just Lin Chu's own opinion. "Brother Lin, aren't we being a bit hasty here? The intel from Yunhai #1 high is pretty crazy. They said someone cleared the graduation trial and even drove back the old principal." One of his guys spoke up, hesitation in his voice. As soon as he heard that, Lin Chu's expression soured. "Oh, come on, they're really something, huh? Why don't they mention that this Chen Yun, who's all the rage lately, is from their school?" The fact that Wu Kut had hung up on him still left Lin Chu feeling a little annoyed. His two teammates exchanged a glance and swallowed nervously. "Brother Lin, you really hit the nail on the head. The one who drove off the principal, he's also called Chen Yun, and from what we've heard, these two people, they're actually the same person." Smack, Lin Chu's face instantly twisted in disbelief and he slammed his hand down on the table. "Bullshit. What are you talking about? That's impossible. It's not like the Empire has never seen someone with an S-level talent before. Sure, those kids who just graduated are freakishly gifted, but no matter how monstrous their abilities are, there's no way a fresh graduate could go toe-to-toe with a captain from the Imperial Army and hold their own. Besides, did you guys actually pay attention to that news report? Chen Yun relied on his summon creature, but the story from Yunhai First High is about someone also named Chen Yun, who supposedly knocked back the old principal with a single punch. The names might be the same, but their fighting styles are completely different. One's a summoner, the other is clearly a melee fighter." Don't you get it? Neither of the two teammates said a word, both looking a little aggrieved. One of them felt like his face was still wet with spit, but at this moment he didn't dare make a sound. Idiots. Do I really need to teach you something this basic? A summoner and a close combat fighter, how could they possibly be the same class? Have you ever seen a summoner throw punches on the front line? Honestly, Lin Chu's words made perfect sense. In this world, that sort of common knowledge usually held true, but Lin Chu had overlooked one thing. Sometimes true geniuses just don't play by the rules. After a few more sentences, Lin Chu suddenly trailed off. A few more people came running back, their faces lit up with excitement. Seeing their enthusiasm, Lin Chu's sour expression vanished instantly, replaced by a smile he couldn't suppress. What is it? Out with it, give me some good news. He didn't need to guess. With smiles like those, it could only be good news. Linji, we've got something. We just saw Wang Meng, from Yunhai First High. They must have just come back from the secret realm. Good. That means in a few more days our plan can finally get underway. Just stick with me and everything will fall into place. Soon none of us will be underestimated or looked down on anymore. In fact, the entire city of Yunhai will look at us with new respect. As Lin Chu spoke, his eyes sparkled with a sharp, determined light. The others looked at him with the same faith shining in their eyes. For now, keep tracking the whereabouts of those Yunhai First High students. Same goes for Yunhai Third High. Remember, Wang Meng isn't on our hit list. The only ones on that list are those who belittled us, insulted us, or trampled us underfoot. Get ready, everyone. I won't let your trust in me go to waste. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Chu noticed a new message had come through on his phone. The sender was marked Sunfall Church. In that instant, Lin Chu's smile grew even wider, the excitement on his face becoming more pronounced. Linji, when are we making our move? Someone asked eagerly. No rush, very soon. Our stage is almost set, Lin Chu replied, his confidence unwavering. Chen Yun held a long spear in his hands. It was loot from the corpse of an elite thunder goblin. Honestly, this abyssal secret realm dungeon was incredibly dangerous, but the drop rate for good gear was just as high. Thunderclap spear equipment level, 5th ascension, 8 stars quality, blue durability, locked strength plus 12 speed plus 3 skill, Thunderbolt spearmanship. Unless the weapon is completely shattered, it will never be damaged. In Chen Yun's eyes, this spear was truly a top-tier weapon. Its features were even more practical than some purple-grade gear. Weapon qualities: white, green, blue, purple. This is good stuff, he said to himself. It's practically tailor-made. Number 3 had always struggled because he didn't have a decent weapon, so he could never perform at his full potential. Though he never complained, over time it was clear how much it bothered him. Do you need a weapon like this? Chen Yun asked, turning to number 3. I happen to have a purple-grade one myself, Wang Tianhao chimed in from the side, a little embarrassed. The truth was, all of them initially assumed Chen Yun would be the weak link in their team, the one dragging everyone down. That had made them uneasy. But reality proved otherwise. Since the fighting started, the monsters Chen Yun summoned had been tearing through enemies non-stop, the ground beneath them nearly soaked in blood. Not a single one of them had needed to lift a finger to help. What amazed Wang Tianhao even more was that from the very beginning, not one of those summoned creatures had asked for a break. Especially number 5 inch, who was still off in the distance, buried in a pile of goblins, the occasional burst of flame signaling he was still hard at work. If he hadn't just brought over some roasted goblin heads a moment ago, he probably wouldn't have been shooed away. No, it's not about the weapon's grade, Chen Yun explained. What really matters is the skill attached to it. As he spoke, he shared the weapon's skill panel with the rest of the team. In the same party, members could share equipment stats with each other, though sometimes this so-called sharing sparked internal conflicts. A skill that boosts durability. Wait, do you actually know spear techniques? Wang Tianhao asked, surprised. When he asked that question, Wang Tianhao's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He couldn't help it, just the fact that Chen Yun could summon so many terrifying creatures to fight was already outrageous, but now there was something even more unbelievable. Chen Yun's own combat ability wasn't weak either. Thinking about it, Wang Tianhao swallowed hard. With this kind of strength, if Chen Yun joined the Empire's military, he could probably form his own squad almost immediately. Give it a year or so to build up experience. Considering Chen Yun's abilities and his strategic mindset, reaching the rank of a squad leader like Yang Yura didn't seem impossible at all. In fact, Wang Tianhao had a gut feeling that if Chen Yun set his mind to becoming a leader on Yang Yura's level, he might not even need a year to get there. After all, with his current lineup, Chen Yun's already operating at the level of an elite team. Nope, this weapon isn't for me, it's for someone else. Last time, that person had to be extra careful in battle because his weapon wasn't good enough. Anyway, Yukong's father is a blacksmith by trade. Once we finish this abyssal secret realm run, I'll go see him and ask for some help forging weapons and equipment. It's not like these corpse kings can't wear gear, they absolutely can. It's just that most summoners rely on overwhelming numbers for their monster's combat power, so they usually don't bother equipping their summons. Plus, if a summon creature dies, any equipment it's wearing disappears with it. The high cost is why most summoners choose not to outfit their creatures. Human-shaped summons are manageable, but for beast-type ones they don't even have an equipment interface. Right now number 4, number 5, number 6 and number 2, all of them have at least 1 or 2 pieces of gear. Honestly, Chen Yun felt a twinge of regret. If he'd known this Abyssal Secret Realm dungeon would be so manageable, he would have brought Yukong and the others along. With Yukong's gathering skills, not only could she improve her own proficiency, but she could also collect a ton of materials. Plus, it would have been a good chance to discuss ideas with her. As for Wang Tianhao, Chen Yun thought he was fine to chat with, but didn't want to say too much. After all, this concerned the development of his own team. He didn't need to worry about anyone sabotaging him from the shadows, but sometimes Chen Yun preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble altogether. So that's how it is. By the way, are you planning to join Yang Yira's team as well? At this moment Wang Tianhao was completely at ease. As for the goblins outside, even if their numbers doubled or tripled, there was no way they'd break through, especially that number 4, he'd been lingering nearby for quite a while now, but there was simply no getting past. In fact, the goblins' numbers were starting to dwindle. Clearly, the goblins in this abyssal secret realm were almost wiped out. The ones who hadn't charged over here were obviously the smarter ones. It was the same with the other teams, everyone was trying to pick the safest option. Still, it was this team that had sent me the first invitation. Besides, that old troublemaker had someone bring me here, so I might as well join for now. If it doesn't suit me, I'll simply leave. Chen Yun stroked his chin. Anyway, with his abilities and the zombie planet in his arsenal, as long as he had time to grow, he didn't see any real problems arising. Not to mention, of all this equipment, there was a huge chunk he couldn't even use. The ones he summoned didn't need most of it either. After clearing this place, he could just trade it all to Wang Tianhao in one go. Will you be able to handle it all? Chen Yun asked. Wang Tianhao froze at the question. I think I should be able to. But then it hit him, Chen Yun wasn't just talking about a few waves of goblins. He was planning to wait until there were no goblins left before heading to the center of the secret realm. I don't think I can handle it all, Wang Tianhao admitted, not daring to put on airs. Chen Yun's strength far surpassed his own, and Wang Tianhao could sense that Chen Yun was probably strong enough to take on someone at the squad captain level. In fact, Chen Yun had already fought Zhang Wenwen, who was a captain in the Imperial Army, though Wang Tianhao didn't know that. Before, Chen Yun figured if he went all out he could beat someone like that. Now once he cleared this dungeon he wouldn't even need to use his trump cards to win. After all, Chen Yun was now at 3-turn 3-star. Each promotion required exponentially more experience. With all that experience, if he'd poured it into 2-turn instead, he could have easily reached 2-turn 9-star. But as things stood, he was at 3-turn 3-star. The goblins nearby were dying fast, but Chen Yun noticed his experience bar was only inching forward after a good while. Huh? You guys can't handle it? Chen Yun asked, a bit surprised. Don't you people in the Imperial Army have a ton of money? He hadn't expected Wang Tianhao to say he couldn't take it all. After all, from his perspective, the Imperial military folks were always able to venture into some high-tier dungeons to gather resources. Since these were materials from advanced-level dungeons, just selling them casually could easily net tens of millions. How could they possibly not afford his equipment? To sigh, our regular expenses are high too. Some of the recovery potions for healing are outrageously expensive. But if I don't use potions and try to recover on my own, it'd take at least a month or two, and after a month or two other teams might surpass us. On top of that, the number of monsters in this abyssal dungeon hasn't even reached its end yet, though it seems we're almost done. With so much equipment we really can't take any more. Suddenly Wang Tianhao noticed that number 2 and number 6 had already stopped fighting, only number 5 was still going. That basically meant the goblins were almost wiped out. Not far from them, there was already a small hill made up of goblin corpses. Alright then, let's just wait a bit longer and clear this dungeon. Chen Yun didn't say much else. In his heart though he couldn't help but think of Yukong. If Yukong were here he wouldn't have to worry about any equipment issues, let alone materials. Yukong would have handled everything perfectly. Everyone felt a surge of excitement at Chen Yun's words. Maybe when it came time to attack the rift at the dungeon center they could actually lend a hand. After all, after spending half the day here racking up experience, some of them had even leveled up. Leeching experience points like this, though Chen Yun didn't seem to care at all, still left them feeling a little guilty. Everyone had been a bit excited, but what happened next left them all a little stunned. Right on cue, come on out number 3. Chen Yun sat casually on a boulder, raising his hand slightly. A faint purple flame appeared in his palm, then was instantly crushed by his fingers. The next moment a figure materialized before them. Number 3, he looked young, but there wasn't a single flaw in his stance or appearance. Number 3 slowly opened his eyes. My lord. Number 4, standing nearby, also turned to look. Number 3 was powerful, especially in one-on-one combat, and his strength was nearly on par with number 2. Of course, if number 2 went all out he still had an edge, but only by about 10%. Still, for number 3 raw strength was only half of his battle prowess, the other half came from his weapon of choice. a long polearm like a spear or something similar perfectly suited to him. I just got my hands on a new weapon, Shinyan said. It should be a perfect fit for you. As he spoke, Shinyan casually tossed the long spear he'd just picked up over to number 3, smack. The moment the weapon landed in his hands, number 3's eyes widened in surprise. Just as Shinyan had said, this weapon truly suited him perfectly. What amazed him most was the current of electricity within the spear. It was constantly repairing any wear and tear the weapon suffered. With this spear he could fight for quite some time without worry. Before, under his control, a weapon would barely last through 3 special moves before breaking, but this one allowed him to go all out, unleashing his skills at full power without fear of it shattering at any moment. Instinctively, number 3 spun the spear, twirling it with a practiced flourish. Not bad, thank you, my lord. Seeing the excitement in number 3's eyes, Shinyan knew exactly what he was thinking. He wanted to test out his new weapon. Number 2 had just finished a fight, and whether more monsters would appear on his side was still unknown. Number 5, on the other hand, was still surrounded by enemies. You can go help him out, Shinyan said. Each of these corpse kings had their own unique personalities. Number 2 wasn't the sharpest, a bit dull-headed. Number 3 tended to be lazy, but he was always eager to challenge strong opponents. Number 4 cared deeply about honor and etiquette. Number 5's heart burned as fiercely as his flames. And number 6 was always seeking a sense of self-worth. With Shinyan's permission, a broad grin spread across number 3's face. Number 5, After they returned last time, the two of them had sparred together in that strange space, and that match had brought them closer. Dragon emerges from the sea, falling pearl. Boom, a massive surge of energy erupted from number 3, rising like a tidal wave. Wang Tianhao and the others were so shocked their eyes nearly popped out of their heads. In Wang Tianhao's mind, it was as if a true dragon had broken the surface of the ocean, revealing itself for the first time. Number 4, on the other hand, remained calm, idly examining his fingers. He now wore 2 rings. While these rings didn't increase his lightning power by much, they did let him charge up his abilities much faster. For ordinary techniques, the effect was negligible, but for the stronger moves the rings made a noticeable difference. Looks like once we get back I should discuss our combat strength with number 19, he thought. Bang! Number 3 hurled his spear with all his might, the weapon slicing through the air with a deafening sonic boom, yet no matter how loud the sound it couldn't break the spellbound stares of those watching. In that instant it truly seemed like a dragon was bursting forth from the sea. Meanwhile, number 5 was completely oblivious to what was happening behind him. After all, number 3's attack wasn't aimed at him. He felt nothing at all. Alright you lot, keep coming, keep at it. Now let me finish you off with one last blow. Boom, boom, 2 enormous balls of fire suddenly erupted in his hands. At that moment number 5 was absolutely exhilarated, his eyes gleamed with a wild electric light. Today he was really letting loose for once. He'd been holding back all this time. Even when he'd sparred with number 3 after returning earlier, he hadn't gone all out. Number 3 didn't have a weapon, so after exchanging just a few moves, 5 lost interest. It just wasn't any fun. Inferno Star, heave. Number 5's expression suddenly changed. A long spear crackling with electricity was hurtling toward him, and behind it he could just barely make out the shadow of a dragon. If it were a spear made entirely of lightning, he'd know it was number 4. But with that dragon's shadow, he recognized it instantly. Number 3, number 5's eyes lit up, a hint of excitement breaking across his face. But that excitement froze almost immediately. Number 3 had finally gotten a weapon, great, but 5 hadn't finished unleashing his big move on these monsters yet. It felt like a thunderstorm about to break only to be cut off at the last second. That was infuriating. Number 3, boom, bang. First the spear hit the ground, and then 5 heard a roar, thunderous and sudden, exploding all around him. At the same time, a surge of golden energy burst out from the spear. In the blink of an eye, the sea of fire that had been raging moments before was completely snuffed out. A golden sphere materialized, growing larger and brighter by the second. The goblins, every single one of them, were obliterated, not even a scrap left behind. The dim, shadowy sky of the hidden realm was instantly lit up as if it were broad daylight. Number 2 was still munching on goblins, the crunching echoing non-stop. At that moment he paused, looking up in mild confusion. Number 6, look, the sun's come up. Hearing that, Raven felt a strange, helpless exasperation. Don't worry about them, has nothing to do with us. Raven swallowed a goblin's brain, then immediately flapped over to another corpse. Yet good point. Hey Raven, why don't you try the skulls? I swear they're extra crunchy, each one crisper than the last. If number 5 could come roast a few for us, that'd be perfect. The ones he brought the Dominator last time were top quality. Raven didn't bother replying. As always, he just kept doing his thing. Whether it was him or number 2, every time they swallowed something their aura grew just a little bit stronger. At that moment Wang Tianhao and the others were completely transfixed by number 3's attack. The massive golden energy sphere detonated again at its center, sending a shockwave rippling outwards. A large swath of the surrounding forest collapsed under the blast. The shockwave from the explosion was now rushing straight toward them. a few team members immediately panicked. A shockwave like that wouldn't be easy on them if it hit. Wang Tianhao, however, fixed his gaze on the oncoming wave, trying to sense it carefully. He realized that stopping this shockwave would be nothing like blocking the goblin's lightning earlier. It would be far more difficult. Just then number 4 stepped forward calmly. He raised a finger. Bang! The sound was like two giant boulders slamming together, and in the next instant the shockwave from the explosion simply vanished. Number 4, as if he'd just accomplished a trivial task, walked back to Chen Yun's side with the same serene expression as before. Wang Tianhao and the others knew that number 4 and the rest of Chen Yun's team were absurdly strong, supposedly on the level of a 7th rank, but even with that expectation they had managed to keep their composure, at least barely, until now. This latest display though sent waves of shock crashing through their already numb hearts. This was terrifying. Just how powerful were these people really? And surely this wasn't even them going all out. Wang Tianhao found he could no longer sit calmly on the rock. He stood up slowly, a bit dazed. Ahead, the golden energy sphere had completely dissipated. At that moment, number 3 lifted his hand, and the long spear, as if guided by some unseen force, instantly transformed into a streak of light and flew back to his side. Snap! He caught it with casual ease, spinning it in a flourish. What a fine weapon, number 3 mused. Now my lord, tell me, what is your will? To be honest, number 3 was itching for a proper fight now. The earlier skirmishes had been almost painful for him, like asking a motorcycle racer to ride a tricycle every day. Sure, they both had 2 wheels, but the difference was worlds apart. Chen Yun hadn't said anything yet when Wang Tianhao suddenly thought of something. He glanced over at number 5, not far away. Could number 5 have? Don't worry, that kind of attack isn't enough to kill number 5, someone reassured him. Boom! The next moment a pillar of fire shot into the sky. Number 5 strode out from within the flames and immediately joined Chen Yun. Since Chen Yun was sitting there, he didn't say anything, but he did flip number 3 the middle finger. Number 3 ignored him. All he wanted now was to find a worthy opponent and finally have a real fight. Since that's the case, I'll leave all the monsters coming out of those cracks to you in a bit. I trust there won't be any problems, right? Don't worry, number 3 replied, his face brimming with confidence. In fact, this is a great chance to show you what I'm really capable of, my full strength. To him, the current situation was like upgrading from a slingshot to a cannon. He even felt he'd stand a good chance against number 2 now. As for number 1, well, let's just not talk about that monster. Wait, why is Captain Wang getting up? Are there no more monsters? Just then Chen Yun suddenly noticed that Wang Tianhao had stood up at some point. Looking around, Chen Yun realized there were no living goblins left nearby. At that moment number 4 spoke up immediately. My lord, I can't sense any more monsters coming our way. Some are even trying to hide from us. Chen Yun nodded, his expression turning a shade more serious. Not bad, no wonder he's with the Imperial Army. He's got some real skill. He even sensed the battle was over faster than number 4 did. Is this the kind of intuition you develop from running these abyssal secret realm dungeons all the time? Practice really does make perfect. Looks like you can never underestimate anyone. For a moment Chen Yun couldn't help but marvel at that in his mind. Oh, yes sir, Wang Tianhao answered quickly. After all, since their team entered, all they'd done was clear out 6 goblins. The rest of the time was spent chatting with Chen Yun, sitting around waiting. Some of them even got hungry and started taking out food to eat. It was during that downtime that number 5 handed Chen Yun a grilled goblin skullcap, saying it reminded him of the oven-baked bread slices from back home. So, in a while you'll handle those enemies. If anything unexpected happens, I'll have you tap into some extra potential, but maybe we won't even need to go that far, Chen Yun said. This tapping into potential was actually one of Chen Yun's other abilities, Monarch's Pardon. It could boost the strength of his Corpse Kings in every way. Chen Yun felt that this skill could bring out far more power in the Corpse Kings than what they showed on the surface. Still, he didn't want to reveal this particular skill unless absolutely necessary. After all, a trump card is meant to be saved for the right moment. With no more goblins to block their way, the group picked up the pace. In just over 10 minutes, they reached the center of the secret realm. There Chen Yun saw the rift. It looked like a shattered pane of glass at the very heart of the area, with blue ripples sweeping outward from its center. Standing around it were several one-eyed alien creatures. They seemed to sense something and immediately became alert. Those monsters came out of the rift. Normally, what we should do is hold them off while sending someone to attack the core of the rift itself. If we take too long, more monsters might crawl out from inside, Wang Tianhao explained patiently from the side. Of course, what he described was just the standard procedure, a typical team's method for clearing this kind of abyssal realm dungeon. It all sounded simple enough, but in reality, even the slightest mistake could easily cost lives. As Chen Yun listened, the corners of his mouth lifted in a smirk. So if you drag it out, more monsters will come out of the rift? But thinking about it, who knows how long that would take, might as well finish off these monsters right away. If it takes 3 days for another one to show up, that's just a waste of time. No need for that. With that thought, Chen Yun turned his gaze to number 3. Let's just deal with them directly. Number 3 nodded briskly, excitement lighting up his face as he charged forward. Outside the abyssal realm, night had already fallen. Lang Yi waited quietly outside. She hadn't been waiting long when the 5th commander's figure appeared beside her. You're already here waiting? Isn't it a bit early? I mean, with so many monsters he'll be fighting all day, probably needs to rest now and then. There's no way they'll make it out tonight. The 5th commander looked at his daughter Lang Yi and finally decided to break the silence himself. Who knows? Lang Yi replied. He hesitated, then asked, are you really planning to step down? He was of course talking about Lang Yi's intention to resign as vice-captain of her team. She nodded. Yes, he sighed. You've always been so stubborn and unwilling to explain yourself. Even as your father, I can't pull any strings for you. The Imperial Guards will definitely give me trouble over this. As he finished, he looked at Lang Yi helpless. She remained expressionless. I know. Hardly anyone even knows about our relationship, so most people I deal with don't treat me any differently because of you. There's no need for you to feel guilty. As for being slandered or misunderstood, it doesn't matter much to me anymore. Besides, with what I've left behind, Yura will be able to clear the dungeon. Her voice was calm without the slightest hint of anger. If anything, you couldn't tell what she was feeling at all. The 5th commander knew all too well what his daughter was like. So what will you do now? He asked. I'll find someone to marry. After that, none of this will have anything to do with me. You couldn't even handle what happened to Mom. I've struggled for so long, riddled with wounds, and no one understands. Why keep fighting? That last sentence made the 5th commander, who was in the middle of smoking, choke on his cigarette. Wow, he really hadn't seen that coming from his own daughter, not in the slightest. And when it came down to it, I was just curious about why you abandoned me all those years ago. Now looking back, I realize I was the one who got stuck in my own head. Abandonment or not, does it even matter anymore? As Lang Yi spoke those words, the 5th commander standing nearby instinctively opened his mouth, but it was as if his lips had been glued shut. He couldn't get a single word out. Instead, his eyes started to turn red, as if a goblin had flown into them. Crack! Suddenly, the entrance to the abyssal secret realm shattered. The people inside instantly appeared in the open. It was Chen Yun and his group. Huh, so once we cleared the abyssal secret realm dungeon, it just kicks us out like that? Chen Yun raised an eyebrow. He hadn't even had the chance to really examine the monster corpses pouring out from those cracks. Most of them looked like something straight out of an alien invasion movie. He was genuinely curious. That's how these abyssal dungeons work, Wang Tianhao explained, stepping up beside Chen Yun. But don't worry, all your rewards, the materials those monsters dropped, will be automatically sent to your system inventory by the world will. Just as Wang Tianhao finished, his eyes landed on the 5th commander and Lang Yi. When he saw Lang Yi, his face clearly tensed up. Still with the 5th commander present, he decided to keep his mouth shut. But what Chen Yun said next nearly made everyone jump out of their skins. Well, old dang, still up this late? Trouble sleeping because your kidneys are running low on reserves. Chen Yun blurted out without a care. The 5th commander, who'd been feeling a bit emotional a moment ago, suddenly couldn't hold it in any longer. TCH, you little brat, you're just... Oh, forget it. Cut the nonsense. What level are you now? If you haven't leveled up at all, I'll shove your face in the dirt. Hey, getting old is just part of life. No need to get so worked up, right? Chen Yun shot back, giving him a knowing look. Getting old is just part of life. With that one line in Chen Yun's "you know what I mean" glance, the 5th commander felt a wave of irritation wash over him. Damn this kid, how did I never notice before just how sharp-tongued he could be? Enough with the chatter, kid. What level are you at now? The 5th commander couldn't be bothered to argue any further. Meanwhile, Wang Tianhao, standing beside Chen Yun, was so shocked his jaw nearly hit the floor. From what he could tell, the 5th commander was only a few levels higher than him. But even just closing that small gap was incredibly tough. It wasn't just about raw power, but the overall strength of your entire team. After all, to even qualify as a commander, you needed to command at least 10 squads, and each squad had to have at least 10 teams like Wang Tianhao's. And that was just the minimum requirement. There was still an assessment afterward. Only after passing the assessment would the position of commander truly be his, and what was mentioned above was just the bare minimum requirement. Old dang, he's the old dang you were talking about. Wang Tianhao couldn't help but swallow nervously. Even his voice trembled as he spoke. After all, for ordinary people, becoming a commander was nothing but a distant dream. Yep, that's right, I've reached 3 turns 6-star, he replied. But I've noticed the experience requirements are on a whole different level compared to 2-turn. After all, I've been running abyssal secret realm dungeons meant for 5-turn to 6-turn ranks. Sure, the loot's been decent, but the amount of experience needed to level up now is just ridiculous. The real kicker was that there were 2 major bottlenecks: 3-turn to 4-turn and 6-turn to 7-turn. Most people fell at these 2 hurdles mainly because the experience requirements spiked so drastically. You must have noticed it too, said the fifth commander, speaking in a slow, easy tone, the corners of his lips curling slightly. The experience needed to rank up at 3 turn is nothing like what it was at 2 turn. He shot Chen Yun a look that was half teasing, half approving. Not bad, kid. Looks like you weren't aware of these little details. But that's not your fault. Schools don't always teach this stuff. It's just common knowledge among those who've made it to 3 turn or 4 turn. Truth is, a lot of people never get that far. Some die before reaching 3 turn, often from a single mistake in a secret realm. To put it bluntly, most people just don't live long enough to find out. The words were harsh, but it was the truth. There really were plenty of people who fell short. If I had this much experience back when I was 2 turn, I'd have ranked up instantly, Chen Yun muttered, frowning. This didn't add up. In Wang Tianhao's party, 1 or 2 people had jumped a whole star and the others weren't far behind. Most of them were at 5 turn and Wang Tianhao himself was already at 6 turn, nearly ready to rank up again. With this much experience, it should have been enough for him to gain at least another star or 2. But for some reason, the experience he was getting seemed pitifully low. The fifth commander grinned, his expression taking on a sly edge. So kid, you've hit 3 turn 6 star, huh? Noticed something strange yet? Maybe that the experience you're getting from killing monsters in the abyssal secret realm isn't nearly as much as you expected. A few imaginary black lines formed on Chen Yun's forehead. Damn, this old guy just wanted to watch him squirm. Alright, old dang, enough with the suspense, Chen Yun said. Just spit it out. There's no harm in telling you, I suppose, though honestly, most people will never run into a situation like this. Okay, here's the deal. If a professional's class rank is 2 tiers lower than the monster they're fighting, the experience points they earn get slashed by 70% just like that. For example, if you're at 3rd tier and you take on a 5th tier monster, that's what happens. TSK, but I have to say, it's pretty impressive how you went from a 3rd tier 1 star rank straight up to 3rd tier 6 star in one go. That's no small feat. Chen Yun's face immediately darkened at these words. He just couldn't wrap his head around it. Why would there even be a rule like that? So this is what you meant by training, huh? He sighed. Well, at least you've learned something, right? And you leveled up a few stars. Looks like you must have killed quite a few monsters in that secret realm dungeon. Yep, pretty much cleared them all out, Chen Yun replied. Only after that did we head for the final boss. He glanced up and saw it was already night. Well, looks like I'll spend tonight back at my rented place. In a few days, I'll be heading off to compete in that big secret realm tournament. When that happens, I'll be joining the Imperial Army, so there's really no need to buy that apartment in Yunhai City anymore. For now, I'll just crash at that rental for a few more days. First thing tomorrow, I'll go find Yukong and talk to him about equipment, see how he and the others are doing, check their levels. It's only been a day, but I already kind of miss those guys. Well, dang, let's catch up later, okay? I want to go back and get some rest, Chen Yun said, pushing aside all the plans swirling in his mind. After all, everything else can wait until tomorrow. He didn't even know if Yukong and the others were back yet. No point overthinking it, it's better to just get a good night's sleep. That's the only thing that's real right now. Chen Yun had barely taken a few steps when 5th Commander's face flashed with a hint of helplessness. Kid, I'm asking you for a favor these next few days. Try not to kill anyone in the city, except for those Sunfall Church bastards. As he spoke, 5th Commander scratched his chin awkwardly. Chen Yun paused mid-step. What are you worried I'll scare off your Sunfall Church targets if I go after them? No, not exactly. The Sunfall guys have gone into hiding, we can't find them at the moment. If you run into them, by all means take them out. But that's not what I wanted to talk to you about. My real concern is the upcoming Secret Realm tournament. 5th Commander glanced at Chen Yun's expression, then got to the point. Here's the thing, most of the cities in the Empire's southern region are sending people to Yunhai City for this big tournament. Some of them may have heard about you and will probably try to challenge you. If you could please go easy on them while you're in the city, just let them off the hook for my sake. Chen Yun nodded slightly. Alright, in the city, right? No problem. The next morning, Chen Yun got out of bed. He glanced at his phone and saw that Moon Sky and the others still hadn't replied to his messages. That could only mean one thing, they hadn't come back from the secret realm yet. TSK still not back, he muttered. Guess I'll just wait then. Honestly, Chen Yun didn't feel like running off to tackle any of those secret realms himself. He did have coordinates for a few wild secret realm dungeons, but he just couldn't be bothered. Maybe it was because he'd been hitting up secret realms a bit too often these last couple of days. Plus, his cooldown for the zombie planet was still 2 days away. Guess today's as good a day as any to sort through my gear, he thought. He'd brought back a ton of loot from the last secret realm run. He'd leave a few pieces for Moon Sky and the others and just sell off the rest. Some of his equipment was already being used by the Corpse Kings, so it wasn't even in his profession system inventory anymore. That was actually kind of nice, otherwise every time he summoned them he'd have to hand out gear again. It might be a small thing, but Chen Yun always found it a bit of a hassle. If he ran into an honorable opponent it wasn't a big deal, but if the other side decided to be sneaky and attack in the middle of preparations, even if it didn't do much harm, it was still pretty annoying. Come to think of it, when he was a kid he used to watch those live-action armor transformation shows. He always wondered why the mutant monsters didn't just attack the hero while they were transforming. Wouldn't interrupting the transformation guarantee a win? Guess that's just TV for you. Shaking his head, Chinyan tidied up a bit and found a card tucked away in his cabinet. Alright, this was the guild's black card. Might as well head over to the guild. He glanced at the card. Sanwan Guild. Yep, that was the name. Stepping outside, Chinyan quickly made his way to the guild. Guild was a fancy word for it, but to him it was really just a supersized department store. The first floor was a buyback area. They'd purchase equipment, tools, materials, pretty much anything. They also sold some everyday items and the prices weren't too bad. Not that many people bought that stuff though. Most customers picked up things like overnight tents or treehouses for use in Secret Realm dungeons. The second floor was all about equipment sales. The third floor was for tools and consumables. Basically, anything a professional needed you could probably find somewhere in this building, as long as you could afford it. Chinyan wasn't in any rush to sell off his gear. He decided to take his time and explore the place a bit. Back in the old world he'd barely had time to do anything, maybe on weekends back when he was in school, but after he started working free time was a luxury. Vacation, did he even remember what a vacation felt like? So many pieces of equipment and they're all just blue and green gear. As Chinyan browsed around he glanced over the displays several times, feeling a bit curious. Where was the sales associate who had helped him last time? He'd really liked the way that person had spoken and their attitude. It had been a genuinely pleasant experience. Now Chinyan was on the second floor planning to check out the equipment on display, only to discover that everything in the cases was just blue and green gear. Of course, the actual items weren't laid out directly, instead, they were condensed into cards arranged inside the display cases. When you focused your gaze on a card, the equipment's information would appear. After looking over the whole section, Chinyan frowned slightly. Well, none of this stuff was any good, just basic blue and green gear not worth buying at all. They couldn't even compare to the equipment he'd managed to score from the Secret Realm. Just as Chinyan was about to leave, he suddenly heard a sales associate's voice from not far away. If you can't afford it, then you can't afford it. Stop pretending like you're some big spender. Chinyan's footsteps halted, his eyes grew cold. He turned to look and saw that the speaker was a sharp-faced, rather mean-looking associate. She was startled by Chinyan's icy glare, instinctively stepping back in fright, but after that split-second reaction her expression darkened, annoyance flickering across her face. After all, she was a saleswoman for Sanwan Trading Company. That guy at the end of the day was probably just some broke nobody. What could he possibly do to her? Besides, he looked so young, probably fresh out of school. Most likely just an F-rank talent user. If he were B-rank or A-rank he would have joined a guild by now and the guild would have provided him with decent gear, so at best maybe a C or D rank. Nothing to write home about. Chinyan turned away, not bothering to respond. After all, Yunhai City had no shortage of trading companies and guilds. TCH, keep pretending, why don't you? Sorry sisterly, I was late today. Just as Chinyan was about to leave, he suddenly heard a somewhat familiar voice. He turned his head again, not to look at that sharp-faced woman, but to see who had just apologized. Yes, it was her. She was wearing the same black work uniform as before, not very tall, and her voice sounded a little weaker than yesterday, not nearly as confident and lively. Well, it made sense, she had been late after all. Late is late. Don't try to butter me up. Last time you landed a pretty big sale, but did you ever offer me a cut? If you don't start showing some respect, I'll take all your sales for myself. What are you gonna do about it? Sushu could only hope you'd learn your lesson too. After all, here in Yunhai City, it's not hard for our Sanwan Guild to find a new sales clerk. Besides, with your useless F-rank talent, nobody else wants you anyway. People need to understand their place, don't you agree? Zhang Miayu stared coldly at Sushu. Sushu's face turned pale, her eyes reddening, and she was on the verge of tears. In the end, she could only mumble in grievance, fine, I'll go back to the first floor. And don't forget, from now on you owe me a 10% cut of every order you handle. Also, since you were late today, I'm docking another 500 gold from your pay. This is for your own good. Young people need to endure some hardship at the start. You need to learn to grow up, understand? Seeing Sushu's miserable expression, Zhang Miaoyu's mood instantly improved. What a joke, your Sanwan Guild's rules really opened my eyes. Chinyan finally couldn't hold back any longer as he watched the scene unfold. If he just stood by today he'd probably lose his appetite when he got home. The more he listened to Zhang Miaoyu's words, especially that crap about learning to grow up, the more he couldn't stomach it. Bullies, the lot of them, and acting like it's all perfectly justified. Clearly she'd gotten used to pushing people around. What's your problem? What are you shouting for? What's any of this got to do with you? You can't even afford the equipment here, so why spout nonsense? Zhang Miaoyu snapped when she realized it was Chinyan talking back. Truth was, she'd been startled by the look in his eyes just now, and now she had a grudge against him. Nonsense, Chinyan's brow furrowed deeply. So in your eyes, stealing someone else's commissions is just business as usual, is that it? The longer he looked at her, the more disgusted he felt. If he were still powerless as before, maybe he'd have swallowed it, but he wasn't the same person anymore. He'd do as he pleased. So what if it is? What's it to you? Zhang Miaoyu shot back. Chen Yun gave her a cold look, then casually pulled a black card from his pocket, the Sanwen Guild membership card, and tossed it on the floor. Not like I'll ever come back here, he said. He turned to Su Shu. You're Su Shu, right? In the end, all you need is a job. How about this? I'll take you to a different guild. After all, when I first came here, you patiently explained everything to me and helped me out. Consider this me returning the favor. Chen Yun still remembered the first time he set foot in the Sanwen Guild. Back then he hadn't known a thing, and to avoid trouble he'd even pretended to be a materials agent from some other guild. Su Shu had been the one to guide him through it all. As it turned out, the person who had received him back then was none other than Su Shu. She had patiently explained various matters and procedures to him, and noticing that his transaction volume wasn't small, had even given him a level 1 black card from the Chamber of Commerce. Granted, it was only a level 1 card, but it still entitled him to a 10% discount on all transactions within the Sanwen Chamber. As soon as Su Shu heard that voice, her head snapped up. Her gaze immediately landed on Chen Yun. Although it had only been a few days and Chen Yun's demeanor had changed a bit, she still recognized his handsome youthful face. You're Chen Yun, how did you get here so quickly? Su Shu was both surprised and a little embarrassed. After all, someone she was somewhat familiar with had just witnessed her current predicament. But Chen Yun didn't seem bothered in the slightest. Yeah, I just came back from a secret realm dungeon, planning to sell a few things. Plus, I happen to have some free time today, so I figured I'd swing by the chamber. No rush to sell anything though. Enough about me, let's go. If the Sanwen Chamber is this impressive, we might as well take our business elsewhere. Chen Yun clenched his jaw, barely holding back the urge to slap Zhang Miaoyu right then and there. But as a man hitting a woman would just make him look bad, Su Shu's gaze shifted back to Zhang Miaoyu. Zhang Jia, could you please give me my salary for last month? It's supposed to be 10,000 gold coins per month. 10,000 gold coins wasn't much in this world, but for an ordinary civilian working a regular job, it was just enough to get by. That was the standard amount for most people. It was also the reason why so many eventually chose to risk their lives in secret realm dungeons. If a team had a good run, it wasn't unusual for a person to earn 10 or 20,000 gold coins in a single day. No. Your accounts are under my name. You didn't bring in any results, got it? Zhang Miaoyu snapped, her tone full of anger. Su Shu's voice was soft but resolute as she spoke up again. I remember that 10,000 gold is my base salary. You're the supervisor, and I recall commissions are calculated separately. They don't have anything to do with performance. Zhang Miaoyu was about to lash out again, but after a moment's thought realized Su Shu was technically right. In their Chamber of Commerce, the base salary and commission were tabulated separately. When payday came, both would be added together, but even if there was no commission, the base salary was still supposed to be paid. Well, your base salary for this month is gone too. Zhang Miaoyu finally barked, realizing that a crowd had started to gather and people had overheard her earlier words. While none of them dared to offend the chamber, the coldness in their eyes made it clear what they truly thought deep down. Your trade guild is really something, isn't it? Are you the one in charge here? Chen Yun's gaze was icy cold. He wanted to see for himself who ran this guild. He had some questions to ask. And who do you think you are? The woman sneered. You think you get a say in what happens here? Weren't you going to take her away? Well, go ahead, find her a job then. Chen Yun took a deep breath. The Sanwen Trade Guild, huh? He'd remember that name, and he'd remember this woman's insults too. Let's go, he said, ignoring the shrew. Don't waste your time on her. As for the promise of a 10,000 gold salary, Chen Yun was absolutely sure she'd hand it over herself tomorrow. Zhang Miaoyu, hearing this, flew into a rage. What did you just say, kid? Chen Yun couldn't be bothered to respond. He reached out, took Su Shu's hand, and started to leave. Seeing that Chen Yun really intended to go, Zhang Miaoyu grew flustered. Wait, you can't just leave like that. A cold, murderous intent flickered in Chen Yun's heart. So this is what I get for trying to back down. They just push harder. What now? Is there something else? He asked flatly. Apologize, she demanded, otherwise I'll call security. They'll throw both of you out. And that uniform you're wearing, take it off. Now, hearing this, Chen Yun's patience snapped. Enough was enough. But just as he was about to act, a deep authoritative voice cut through the commotion. What's going on here? Who's causing trouble at the Sanwen Guild? Everyone turned to look. It was Zhang Tianqin, the vice president of the guild. Oh man, that kid's done for, someone whispered. That's the vice president himself. He has connections all over Yunhai City. I heard he even knows the head of the city's management department. Didn't that department head get killed just yesterday? Yeah, I heard he was taken out by someone named Chen Yun. Supposedly, that guy was 8 meters tall, whispered another. The rumor had started because the news showed a photo of corpse number 2 staring blankly at the body. Most people assumed number 2 was this Chen Yun. At that moment, Zhang Tianqin, the vice president, stood frozen in place. Cold sweat poured down his forehead. Others might not recognize Chen Yun, but he certainly did. After all, he'd known Wang Tianmo, the now-deceased head of Yunhai's management department, personally. He'd even been there watching as it all happened. Unlike the guild presidents, his own combat abilities weren't much to speak of, but he'd witnessed start to finish exactly how Wang Tianmo had died, and Chen Yun, the man standing before him now, was someone he could never ever forget. A truly formidable person, someone so fierce that even the Empire's military has to take them seriously in a fight. But what's even more terrifying is that Chen Yun is still so young, with a long road ahead of him and plenty of room to grow. On top of that, he'd witnessed firsthand on that night how the Empire's military had tried to recruit Chen Yun into their ranks, only for Chen Yun to turn them down, and rather casually at that. What a scene today, truly lively. Brother Chen, you've honored our Sanwen trading company with your visit. This must be our lucky day. The vice president's face lit up with excitement, a far cry from his earlier anger. As it happens, today is our company's 8th anniversary. His words left the onlookers as well as Zhang Miaoyu and the others completely stunned. Clap. The vice president brought his hands together, his grin growing even wider, positively beaming with delight. Oddly enough, he didn't even look like he was faking it. Zhang Miaoyu and Su Shu, however, knew very well that the Sanwen Trading Company's anniversary had long since passed, almost 3 months ago in fact, and now today is the anniversary again. Something's not right. See, your timing is perfect. Everything in the store is 10% off for today's celebration, but for you, Brother Chen, it's 34% off. Is there anything you need? I'd be happy to show you around myself. The vice president's eyes were nearly squeezed shut from smiling so hard, the sweat on his forehead, if anything, was trickling down even faster. He truly didn't dare offend Chen Yun, not just because of his strength, but also because he suspected Chen Yun already had considerable influence within the Empire's military. Even if he didn't, after what happened before, the military would surely be willing to back him up. At that moment, the vice president's words made Zhang Miaoyu freeze on the spot. She stared at Chen Yun, barely able to believe what she was seeing. Your company's rules are certainly eye-opening, Chen Yun said evenly, but I don't care for your attitude. Actually, I rather liked the way this woman spoke to me earlier. She told me to get out. Let me think. She also hurled a few insults my way. Of course I don't hold grudges against women, but everything that happened afterward, I'm sure you must have heard about it. Oh, and she called me, what kind of thing are you anyway? If I recall correctly, the last person who spoke to me that way was, what was his name again, Wang Tianmo, and now there's another one. Chen Yun's calm words sounded like thunder in the vice president's ears. Good grief, who was bold enough to talk to Chen Yun like that in Yunhai City? There couldn't be more than a handful, and today he'd even met with the newly appointed head of the Yunhai City Administration Department sent by the Empire's military. Right now everyone in Yunhai City knows better than to mess with Chen Yun. Not only is he powerful, rumor has it that even a high-ranking official sent by the military personally instructed them to keep information about Chen Yun under wraps. Don't go talking about him to people from other cities. What does that tell you? It couldn't be clearer. On one hand, there's Chen Yun's own strength, on the other, the level of respect, even caution shown by the Empire's military toward him. Zhang Miaoyu, do you even realize what you've done? I just heard your voice. Hurry up and apologize to Brother Chen. The vice president spun around and snapped at Zhang Miaoyu, his anger barely contained. At that moment, he honestly felt like he could strangle her then and there. He wasn't upset about anything else, it was pure rage, mixed with a healthy dose of fear. If, because of someone like Zhang Miaoyu, Chen Yun decided to go on a rampage, it would be their Sanwen guild that got wiped out. The most outrageous part, she even dared to yell at Chen Yun, shouting, "Who do you think you are?" Saying something like that to him, he, the vice president, knew better. Whenever he saw Chen Yun, he made sure to treat him with utmost respect. If Chen Yun really got angry, there was nothing he could do, he'd be powerless. Go up against Chen Yun, please. Even if the entire guild's forces were combined, they might not be able to take him down. Forget it, just skip the apology, give her the 10,000 coins she's owed for her salary. As for this Shang, I think you know how to handle her. Chen Yun's decision to forego an apology didn't mean the matter was settled, far from it. The vice president finally let out a sigh of relief. He was no fool, he understood exactly what Chen Yun was implying. He shot a glance at Su Shu. Lucky girl, he thought. Su Shu, come here, let me send you a trade request, he said, his tone suddenly warm and friendly. Su Shu was still in a daze when Chen Yun patted her on the shoulder, snapping her back to reality. Flustered, she quickly accepted the trade request. She watched as the vice president entered an amount, 100,000 gold coins. 100,000, she stammered in disbelief. The vice president laughed. Su Shu, I've always thought you had real potential. I was planning to promote you soon, I've seen how hard you work. But since Brother Chen wants to take you under his wing, that's great too. He put on a look of genuine approval and seriousness. Anyone watching would think he'd been paying close attention to Su Shu's career all along. Alright Su Shu, go ahead and accept the transaction, he urged. Let's get this over with. 100,000 gold coins for the vice president of the guild. That was basically the price of buying the whole guild's safety. It was a bargain, honestly. To him, these coins were nothing compared to a day's revenue at Sanwen Guild. If spending 100,000 coins could buy peace, it was more than worth it. Su Shu agreed to the deal right away. When she saw the number of gold coins in her system backpack skyrocket to 100,000, she could hardly believe her eyes. She'd worked so hard for over a year and had never managed to save up that much money. Alright, let's go. Chenyin took Su Shu by the hand, ready to leave at once. Wait Chenji, it's not easy for you to come here. This is the Sanwen Chamber of Commerce's level 5 black card. If you ever want to come back, just bring this with you. You'll still get a considerable discount. The vice president of the chamber hurried over, holding out a sleek black card. Chen Yun's gaze turned icy as he looked at her. His eyes were as cold and indifferent as ever. After all the insults he'd just endured, it was already generous that he hadn't killed anyone. Besides, he wasn't the type to stand there and argue back and forth with a woman. It was beneath his dignity. A second passed, 2 seconds, then 10. The vice president stood there, sweat beading on her forehead. Finally Chen Yun took the black card from her hand. Fine, phew. The vice president let out a breath, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted from her heart. Just a moment ago she hadn't been sure, but now she was certain. The Sanwen Chamber of Commerce had at least managed to survive this disaster. She slowly raised her head, watching as Chen Yun and Su Shu walked away, feeling a pang of regret. If only Chen Yun could be a regular here, she'd have absolute confidence that with his backing, the Sanwen Chamber could ride this wave and soar to new heights. In Yunhai City, they might even become as untouchable as the Purple Shield Guild. Most other chambers wouldn't dare challenge them. Sometimes having a powerful patron really did make all the difference. But now it was just a beautiful fantasy. With a sigh she turned her attention to Zhang Miaoyu. Just then Zhang Miaoyu instinctively shuddered. The people around her saw this and couldn't help but smirk coldly, a trace of satisfaction in their eyes. They'd witnessed Zhang Miaoyu's aggressive attitude earlier, now seeing her in this predicament felt almost surreal. Zhang Miaoyu, I don't want to investigate your issues and I don't care to ask. I'll just tell you one thing, that man just now was Chen Yun, the very same Chen Yun from the news. As for that 8-meter-tall creature in the news photos, that's his summoned beast, and that's not the only terrifying summon he commands. Even Wang Tianmu was killed by him, no more than a dog in his presence, and you actually dared to insult him. You're braver than I thought. Here's what you'll do, pack your things and leave Yunhai City, if you linger too long. At this point the vice president cut herself off. There was no need to say anything more. Instead, he told the others that today would be a sort of anniversary for their merchant guild. All goods would be sold at a 1% discount. As for Zhang Miaoyu, in the vice president's eyes she was as good as dead. She was an adult after all, everyone had to pay the price for their actions. If Zhang Miaoyu somehow managed to survive this, well, that would be about as likely as the sun rising in the west. Su Shu looked at Chen Yun, a hint of surprise in her eyes. Your last name is Chen. You're not that Chen Yun from the news, are you? Suddenly, everything started to make sense to her. He was young, his last name was Chen, and just now the vice president of their merchant guild had acted as though seeing Chen Yun was like seeing his own father. Clearly something was off here. Alright, let's go. Come with me to the Purple Shield Guild. There's someone there who can definitely help you, Chen Yun said. He didn't know if Kobao and the others had returned yet. If Kobao was back, that would mean Yukong and the rest were back too. Then he could talk to Yukong about preparing equipment for those corpse kings. Su Shu also felt there was now a certain distance between her and Chen Yun. The main reason really was Chen Yun's strength, and besides Chen Yun had no obligation to keep helping her. The only reason he'd helped before was because, during his first visit to the Sanwen Merchant Guild, she'd gone out of her way to assist him. That was all there was to it. Soon, the two of them arrived at the Purple Shield Guild. As soon as they entered, a receptionist quickly and officially led Chen Yun to a room. The room was fairly large, but only Kobao was inside. Brother Chen, you're back? Kobao exclaimed. Yeah, I got back last night. That abyssal secret realm dungeon wasn't much, honestly. And because my level's low, I even got hit with an experience penalty. Where's Yukong and the others? Chen Yun replied, frowning a little at the mention of the experience reduction. He felt like he'd been ripped off. He would have been better off running some regular dungeons for levels 3 to 5, at least he'd get full experience there. By the end of a day he could probably hit level 3, 9 stars. Damn it, he'd been swindled by that old fool. Right, and this is... Kobao glanced at Su Shu, sizing her up. He didn't recognize her, and she was even wearing a work uniform. Wasn't that the uniform for sales associates at the Sanwen Merchant Guild? He didn't know the person, but he definitely recognized the uniform, especially the faint Sanwen Merchant Guild logo on the upper left side. Was Brother Chen into some kind of roleplay now? Sure, this woman wasn't exactly stunning, but she did have a certain innocent charm. Was this Brother Chen's type? Chen Yun could sense that Kobao was once again lost in thought, probably making some wild associations in his mind. Without waiting for him to speak, Chen Yin cut in. Her name is Su Shu. Last time I went to the Sanwen Chamber of Commerce to sell materials, she helped me out. When I went there again, I saw someone giving her trouble, so I figured I owed her a favor. I'm leaving her in your care. As soon as Chen Yin finished, Koubao immediately understood. So that was what happened. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This woman really did have some luck on her side. Oh, I see, Koubao said. By the way, Chen Yukong and the others have all gone back. Yukong said he needs to prepare a few things. Big sister Shanshu said her potion-making skill is about to level up, so she went home to breakthrough. As for Jella, Koubao's expression turned a little odd. Chen Yin remained calm and composed, not showing the slightest sign of concern. After all, he hadn't noticed anything tense about Koubao's demeanor, which meant nothing serious had happened to Gong Jiala. What's up with her? Chen Yin asked. She said she wants to learn some cooking skills. Then, about an hour ago, Yukong called me and asked me to buy some antidote potions. Chen Yin could sense that Koubao seemed to be lost in thought again, probably making further connections in his mind. Without waiting for him to speak, Chen Yin immediately explained. Her name is Su Shu. Last time when I went to sell some materials at the Sanwen Merchants Guild, she was the one who helped me out. This time when I went back, I saw someone giving her trouble, so I figured I owed her a favor. I'm leaving her in your care. As soon as Chen Yin finished, Koubao instantly understood. So that's what happened. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This woman's luck really was remarkable. Oh, I see, Koubao said. By the way, Chen Yukong and the others have already gone back. Wukong said he needs to prepare some things. Big sister Shanshu mentioned her potion-making skill is about to level up, so she went home to breakthrough. As for Jala, Koubao's expression turned a little strange. Chen Yin remained as calm and composed as ever, not at all alarmed by Koubao's demeanor. That was a good sign. If Koubao wasn't nervous, it meant nothing bad had happened to Gong Jala. What about her? Chen Yin asked. She said she wants to learn a life skill, cooking. And, about an hour ago, Yukong called me, asked if I could help buy some antidote potions. Chen Yun, who had just been lounging casually on the sofa, immediately sat up straight, a few black lines appearing on his forehead. He could already imagine what the future held. No way, Gong Jiala absolutely can't be allowed to learn cooking. If she starts, how long will they have to suffer through her attempts before her skill finally improves? Cooking as a skill. Chen Yun muttered, at a loss for words. Inside a dilapidated church, Lin Shu stood with unwavering determination, staring at the people before him. Teacher, I'm ready. At that moment, Lin Shu couldn't help but recall the looks he got from people when he was still in the city, looks filled with faith and absolute trust. Back when they first started at Yunhai No. 2 High School, there was no way for them to get any resources. The main reason was that everyone in his team, including himself, had only an F-level talent. At that school, everything was based on your own strength or the strength of your team. Because they all had F-level talents, they'd long been subjected to discrimination at Yunhai No. 2. Under that kind of discrimination, every F-level student gradually joined his team, and so his group kept growing. And finally, the day of career awakening arrived. His class, Faith Mage. As long as someone believed in him, he would become stronger. But if no one believed in him, he was in the truest sense completely useless. Luckily, for the past 2 or 3 years, he'd spent a lot of time encouraging all those F-level students who joined his team. This unexpected windfall of faith had brought him considerable power, though he hadn't noticed it at first. It wasn't until a few days ago, when his class awakened, that all the faith he'd accumulated instantly granted him the combat strength of a third-tier ascendant. Relying on this newfound power, he managed to defeat several other teams from Yunhai Second High during the graduation trial in the Secret Realm. As word of his victory spread, even more faith flowed to him, and his strength now had already reached the 4th tier. After leaving the Secret Realm where the graduation assessment took place, he ran into someone from the church. Inside a dilapidated chapel, Lin Shu stood at the front, facing a group of over a dozen people who had split into 2 lines on either side. Ahead of him, at the center of the altar, loomed a massive blood-red stone. Saint, one of the church members called out, his voice reverent. We can feel the power of faith flowing from you. What lies ahead is the trial of blood. If you can pass this trial, your rank will immediately advance to the 4th tier and your strength will grow even further. Should you succeed in overcoming the trial of blood? The man leading the church members paused here, unable to hide his excitement. The others in the chapel too looked at Lin Shu with burning anticipation. After all, this was a legendary power, one that could alter the very fabric of the world. Such a fearsome ability. If you succeed, Saint, you will gain the power to enhance the talent and potential of others. As soon as these words were spoken, even Lin Shu felt that, in that moment, the ruined chapel seemed to radiate a sacred aura, something inviolable. He also sensed the presence of countless figures standing behind him, watching, waiting. He swore to himself he would never let down their faith. Go ahead, place your hand on the stone. The trial of blood may cost you your life, but if you succeed, I won't regret it. Lin Shu interrupted, his voice firm and unwavering. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. There was a determination on his face that couldn't be shaken. All his life he'd never understood why those born with F-rank talent had to suffer bullying and discrimination from others. Was it simply because they were weak? Good child, then go forward, the church leader said kindly. Lin Chu took a deep breath, walked the few steps to the blood-red stone and placed his hand upon it. In the next instant the stone burst forth with a blinding crimson light that shot straight through the roof. The church members' eyes widened in shock, but they acted quickly, raising their hands together to shield the dazzling pillar of light from the outside world. His compatibility is off the charts, someone exclaimed. He really might be the saint. The great sun will fall and a new world is about to dawn. Everyone focus all your strength on concealing what's happening here. We cannot let anything go wrong at this critical moment. This is it, the road to ascension is right before our eyes. Big brother, this kid's compatibility rating it's insane. At this moment the dozen or so members of the Fallen Sun Church revealed their own auras. Their power levels were all at the 6th ascension. Among them, the one they called Big Brother was even stronger, already at the 8th ascension, yet right now all of their attention was fixed on Lin Chu. That was because Lin Chu's entire body was shrouded in a swirling red energy, a manifestation of deep-seated resentment. What was even more terrifying was that his power was surging uncontrollably, already breaking through to the 7th ascension. To put this in perspective, before this Lin Chu could fight at the 4th ascension, but his actual level was only at the 2nd, now he had skyrocketed straight to the 7th ascension. That was nothing short of monstrous. Lin Chu could no longer hear anything being said around him. All that filled his ears were the voices of countless grievances and resentments. Why was I born with an F-rank talent? Why can't I sit at the dinner table? Aren't I your son, just because I have an F-rank talent? Why do you hit me? Why do you want to sell me off, just because I have an F-rank talent? No, please mom, don't do this. I'm your son. Even if I have an F-rank talent, you can't sell me. D-rank, F-rank, they're all basically trash. I get it, but can you stop saying it to my face every day? So what if I'm F-rank? Does that mean anyone can hurt me and no one will ever stand up for me? Lin Chu saw countless figures flash before his eyes, faces twisted in unwillingness, humiliation and anger, and in his heart a fire began to burn. Quiet, all of you. I'll get justice for you. I'll make sure you're treated fairly. I'll make those people pay. Watch me. I've heard your pleas. Those who bullied us, those who looked down on us, because of their arrogance and cruelty, I promise you, I won't let a single one of them walk away unpunished. A blood-red light flickered in Lin Chu's eyes. In that instant, the red energy swirling around him vanished completely, along with the voices that had been echoing in his ears. The bloodstone that had been brimming with that crimson power crumbled away, leaving only a pile of dust on the ground. The members of the Fallen Sun Church stared at the scene in stunned silence, because right now, the aura radiating from Lin Chu had reached the 9th ascension, the absolute pinnacle. He had yet to awaken any latent powers or unlock a dual potential, and he hadn't even advanced his class. But the overwhelming power of a 9th ascension first star was more than enough for their plans. In fact, this outcome had far surpassed what any of them had dared hope for. After all, they'd only expected Lin Chu to reach the 6th or 7th ascension at most. Who could have imagined that the compatibility between Lin Chu and the Blood Grudge Stone would be so high? The sun was about to fall and a new era was about to begin. At the forefront, the leading member of the Fallen Sun Church wore an expression of barely contained excitement. The reason was simple. The outcome unfolding before him had far exceeded his expectations. Wang Ting himself couldn't help but swallow hard. If the compatibility was this perfect, it meant not only that Lin Chu's strength had increased dramatically, but that he must have acquired that ability, the one that could directly enhance a person's innate talent. Saint, did you succeed? Wang Ting tried his best to stay calm. He'd been planning this for years. Finally, he'd come across someone whose personality reminded him so much of his own youth and whose aptitude was a perfect fit for what was needed. On top of that, the boy was an orphan. To Wang Ting, this was nothing short of a gift from the heavens, a chance to achieve the impossible, to change his fate and to make those who had looked down on him pay the price. Yes, he himself was born with an F-level talent. Yes, I've done it. I have that ability now, Lin Chu replied, his voice perfectly steady. Teacher, do you want it? There's just one price, you might lose some years off your lifespan. Other than that, there's no real downside. Lin Chu's composure was almost unshakable. He felt better than he ever had before. He could sense everything around him with perfect clarity and could even expand that awareness to cover the entire city of Yunhai if he wished, but his instincts warned him not to. If he did, some of the powerful presences hidden within Yunhai City might pinpoint his location. No doubt those people had to be from the Imperial military. Other than the Empire, he couldn't imagine anyone else with such overwhelming auras. He shifted his focus to the members of the Fallen Sun Church around him. He could sense them just as clearly, their strength, their talents, their exact levels. All of them had either F-level or D-level talents. There wasn't a single B-level among them, though their cultivation ranks were all at 6th or 7th transformation. Lin Chu found their actual combat abilities to be somewhat lacking, more like 5th transformation at best. You actually did it, Saint. Did you really obtain that ability? Wang Ting's eyes glistened with tears. Who could possibly understand the humiliation someone with F-level talent had to endure in Yunhai City? But at this moment, he was finally about to see the rainbow after all those mountains. Teacher Wan Chongshan, I see that your innate talent is at F rank. Would you like me to help you improve it? Yes. Wang Ting forced down the excitement bubbling inside him and nodded vigorously. Lin Chutu raised his hand. In his palm a red flame blossomed. Don't resist. At first it might hurt a little, but after that the pain will be gone. With that, Lin Chu tossed the red blood-colored flame straight onto Wang Ting. The instant the flame landed, Wang Ting shuddered from head to toe. He could feel his own energy growing unstable, but at the same time a strange power began to surge up from deep within him. The sensation was undeniable. His talent was indeed rising steadily and surely. After a dozen seconds or so, Wang Ting realized that all of his attributes had improved significantly. More importantly, he could tell that his innate talent had jumped from F rank straight to D rank. Zhang Wenwen's face darkened, turning almost purple with rage. Right now she wished she could drag that bastard Wang Tianmiao up from the underworld, grind him into mincemeat and feed him to the dogs. Zhang Wenwen swore she'd never been this furious in her life. On the surface, everything that had happened in Yunhai City looked like just a case of Wang Tianmiao neglecting his duties, but it was precisely his inaction that had led to the rise of a demon in Yunhai City. Damn it, how long has this been going on? Tell me the truth. She snapped, her gaze sharp enough to eat a man alive. She'd originally just been investigating the Sunfall cult, but the deeper she dug, the clearer it became. This cult had only come into being because someone forced it into existence. If Wang Tianmiao had done his job, the Sunfall cult would never have had a chance to appear. Thank God for Chen Yun. If not for her, the Imperial Army might never have realized what was happening in Yunhai City. But the words that came next chilled Zhang Wenwen to the bone. My lady, this has been going on for years. My father did this work for most of his life. I've only just taken over 5 or 6 years ago. The middle-aged man standing before her shrank back, stammering the words out with a tongue that could barely form them. What? Zhang Wenwen was stunned, and at the same time she felt as if some invisible hand was manipulating everything from the shadows. What happened here was just one node in a sprawling spiderweb. Who knew how many other nodes there were? To you, our children with F-rank talent, D-rank talent, nothing more than merchandise, not even human beings. You people actually know how to use such vicious methods. Tell me, who taught you how to create the talent seeds and the blood grudge stones? And you must know this, just whose order was it back then that put Wang Tianmiao in charge of the management department? I want every single thing you know right now. Zhang Wenwen's face was clouded with murderous intent. What had started as an investigation into the fallen sun cult had only just scratched the surface, yet even this tiny glimpse was enough for her to sense that these matters could shake the very foundations of the empire. Stealing someone else's talent, turning it into a seed that could be swallowed to gain their abilities or skills, blood grudge stones, crafted from the blood of countless professionals who died harboring resentment, refined into stones. When the energy inside those stones is injected into someone whose powers rely on faith, that person becomes a kind of energy cannon. Their own strength surges dramatically, and under certain circumstances that hateful energy can even be used to boost someone else's talent. But even then, the enhancement has limits. It can only push a talent up to a B level, and it comes at the cost of lifespan. Whether it's blood grudge stones or talent seeds, each one is more sinister than the last. The talent seeds are especially cruel. They're made by killing off F and D level talents before they're even weaned, then processing their gifts into seeds. The very idea is almost too horrifying to believe. Zhang Wenwen couldn't help but wonder who could be behind such monstrous methods. As inhumane as these things were, their effects couldn't be denied. They could enhance a person's abilities. For someone stuck with an F-level talent, this was a chance to change their fate completely. Zhang Wenwen understood all too well that, in the Empire, people with F-level talent were by far the most common. These things, the talent seeds and the blood grudge stones, they there. The man before Zhang Wenwen had barely uttered a few words when his breath suddenly weakened. Blood began to pour from his eyes. In just a few seconds he collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Zhang Wenwen realized that everyone she'd tracked down so far was weaker than the last, but the origins of the things in their hands were anything but ordinary. She let out a bitter sigh. Who would have thought the fallen sun cult could be tied to something this big, and that damn Wang Tianmiao, just who was really behind it all? By now, nearly everyone in Yunhai City who knew about these things was already dead. Zhang Wenwen's face was grim, her expression growing darker by the moment. She had nearly finished her investigation into the matter. However, her instincts told her that the origins of these two items were definitely connected to a certain commander within the Imperial military. Captain, my people just sent word. Some of the church members under our control suddenly died all at once, one of her deputies reported. Captain, I got the same message. The people we were monitoring, it looks like all of them, another chimed in. Hearing her deputy's reports, Zhang Wenwen realized that she must have already alerted the enemy. Damn, this is beyond what I can handle alone now. I'll have to report it up the chain. As she reached this conclusion, Zhang Wenwen couldn't help but sigh. Just then, two figures arrived one after another. What's the situation? Just what exactly is this Sunfall Church? Has this person been cursed? One of them asked, glancing at the lifeless body on the ground. The newcomers were Leng Yi and the fifth commander. The fifth commander's expression shifted the moment he saw the corpse. Instinctively, he sensed the lingering curse on the body. As expected, it's exactly the same. His face darkened further. He knew this cursed aura all too well. Fifth Commander Leng Yi, I've already uncovered two things tied to the Sunfall Church. One is the Seed of Talent, the other is the Blood Grievance Stone. The Seed of Talent is made by killing people with F or D level talents, preferably children, according to those twisted methods. The Blood Grievance Stone is similar, except age doesn't matter, but it requires the victim to die with deep resentment. One can alter or enhance their own talent with the seed, while the Blood Grievance Stone can raise someone's talent to a B grade but at the cost of shortening their lifespan. Zhang Wenwen's face was filled with anger. In her eyes, these things were pure evil. In fact, it was precisely because of the existence of these two items and Wang Tianmia's negligence over the past decade that the Sunfall Church had been able to emerge. So many families had been destroyed because of him. Their fates were inseparable from Wang Tianmia's actions. Unfortunately, he'd already been killed by Chen Yun. Thinking back on it now, Zhang Wenwen felt that Chen Yun had actually gone too easy on him at the time. This kind of curse, I think I've seen it before, but I can't quite recall. The Blood Grievance Stone, the Seed of Talent, I've heard of them. I thought they were gathering things for some ritual, but it turns out they were making these. Leng Yi said, sounding much calmer than the fifth commander. Because of her professional skills, Leng Yi was arguably the most knowledgeable person in the entire empire when it came to all recorded information. She was like a walking encyclopedia. Anything that had ever appeared throughout the empire's history, Leng Yi had a solid grasp on. Of course, the prerequisite was that it had to have appeared in the Empire's history. If it was something new, something the Empire had never encountered before, then she wouldn't know much about it. But really, does anyone still make these things nowadays? As far as she remembered, these two items originated in one of the vassal states under the Empire, specifically a tribe in Tianda Kingdom. The tribe's priest had created them to ensure the survival of their people. According to Volume 347 of the Empire's Miscellaneous Records, Entry 19 described them in detail. The seeds of talent, if used, were more harmful than beneficial. They could allow the original owner of the seed to seize control of the user's body. Moreover, anyone who used a seed of talent would never again be able to awaken their own latent abilities. As for the Blood Grudge Stone, it required a devout believer to wield its power. Whether it was someone whose gift was forcibly enhanced by the stone or a faith practitioner used as a tool, none of them survived more than a year. After a year, they would dissolve into nothing but a pool of blood. At this point, Leng Yi couldn't help but adjust her glasses. If only these things could be made without killing people, if instead they were crafted using the corpses of monsters, then perhaps they might even be recognized by the will of the world. Unfortunately, the true nature of their creation was rooted in the schemes of eldritch gods trying to invade through secret realms and dungeons. All that resentment and malice was simply a medium, and those dark gods never made a losing bargain. So if someone like Chen Yun had appeared, did it mean things here had already gotten out of hand? How long had this been going on? Leng Yi's expression suddenly turned serious. She didn't really understand curses, that wasn't her specialty, but the Empire's military had experts in that field. The real problem was that there were so few records about curses. Every curse practitioner had their own unique methods. You really needed a professional to handle this kind of thing. Based on what this unlucky kid had said, his father had spent most of his life in the Seed of Talent business. Now everyone along that supply chain was dead, apparently because of some kind of curse. It seemed they never actually possessed the method to make those things themselves. Someone must have given them the know-how, unfortunately. Leng Yi nodded to herself. So-called defying fate was nothing but an illusion in the end. In other words, the rise of the Sunfall Church was really due to Wang Tianmiao's complete neglect and to someone with ulterior motives introducing the methods for making these two items here in Yunhai City. It looks like someone's trying to weaken the South's military strength. The same old tricks again. A hint of mockery flashed in Leng Yi's eyes. With her intelligence and knowledge, she already had a good idea of who was behind this, who stood to gain, and what their motives were. The West, the seventh commander, Tian Shuhua. Leng Yi really couldn't think of anyone else. Among all the commanders, he was the only one whose personality fit, someone who viewed human life as utterly insignificant. Who is it? Leng Yi, what exactly do you know? Care to share? The fifth commander knew very well that besides lacking prowess in direct combat, his daughter was practically a prophet when it came to analyzing and handling matters like this. The West, seventh commander, Tian Shuhua. This is probably just a move he's making on the side. I can't say for sure why he's doing it, but he definitely wouldn't dare make it a big deal. If the Imperial Guards get wind of this, he'd be in serious trouble. Long Yi adjusted her glasses. She could basically guess what Tian Shua's next move was and even what his real goal might be, but a guess still needed to be verified, and she simply didn't have the time or energy to waste on this business. If the Risen Sun Church hadn't shown up here in Yunhai City, she wouldn't even be bothering with this mess. She'd only come to Yunhai to keep an eye on Chen Yun and make sure nothing went wrong with his situation. In her view, someone like Chen Yun wasn't the kind of person anyone could keep under control, and his potential was immense. In a few years, the Southern Division's overall strength might just surpass the North and become the strongest force in the Empire. Tian Shuhua, the fifth commander, was puzzled for a moment, then understanding dawned on him. He remembered crossing paths with Tian Shuhua back when that cursed incident happened years ago, though their meeting had been far from pleasant, so he still hasn't given up, huh? But whatever he's up to, you're not getting involved. From here on out, all you need to do is deal with the Risen Sun Guild. The fifth commander waved his hand dismissively as he spoke. Before, not knowing who was pulling the strings had left him uneasy, but now that he had a good idea of who it was, the fear of the unknown was gone. As for whether he was right to suspect Tian Shuhua, deep down he was sure of it. After all, he knew the man well enough. Truth be told, Tian Shuhua's own strength wasn't all that impressive, not to someone of the fifth commander's caliber anyway. Zhang Wenwen's expression was still utterly cold. So this whole supply chain. Suddenly Zhang Wenwen snapped back to reality. The people she had ordered her subordinates to keep an eye on were all dead by now. As for Su Tianhe, he was a commander in the Western District, someone she absolutely couldn't go after. A wave of helpless anger surged in her chest. That's right, the supply chain is gone and you've vented your anger, so that counts as closure, does it? Maybe when you become a commander yourself one day, then you can go make trouble for him. That guy isn't some fool, he's ruthless and stops at nothing. I remember his talent was only rated C at first, but somehow it became A. There's something fishy there, but only he knows the truth. Long Yi's face was as cold and stiff as ever, expressionless like a corpse. Zhang Wenwen ground her teeth in frustration, but she really had no solution. Fine, at least I still have the Falling Sun Church to take out my anger on. As for the Falling Sun Guild, we don't need to bother with them anymore. From this point on, all we have to do is quietly wait for the Secret Realm tournament to finish. As soon as she said this, both the fifth commander and Zhang Wenwen's eyes went wide with surprise, but the fifth commander kept silent. He knew that Long Yi would explain everything next. Zhang Wenwen, on the other hand, was always impatient. Why, she blurted out, the Blood Grudge Stone. Don't rush, they've already managed to create the Blood Grudge Stone and they've found someone with the right faith-based class to use it. They won't go around killing recklessly anymore, so now we just have to wait. Chen Yun will take care of them, because if they want to make more Blood Grudge Stones, their only option is to ambush participants in the Secret Realm tournament. Unfortunately for them, they miscalculated. No matter how strong they are, they're no match for Chen Yun. He'll definitely run into them. After Long Yi finished speaking, the fifth commander finally relaxed, then quietly slipped away. His part here was done and the matter involving Su Tianhe was complicated. Zhang Wenwen didn't even notice him leave. Her brow was still furrowed. Chen Yun. I know his summoned beasts aren't weak, but I wasn't fighting at full strength last time and... She trailed off, not finishing her thought. Long Yi slowly shook his head. You didn't go all out, but that doesn't mean he did either. His summoned beasts are ranked by strength. The one you fought was number 3. Because of some issues with its weapon, it didn't show its full power. And number 1 didn't even come out. Besides, he's not just at 3rd Awakening anymore, he's reached 3rd Awakening 6 star. He cleared a dungeon meant for 5th to 6th Awakening. Just that alone proves how strong he is. When Long Yi finished, Zhang Wenwen's eyes nearly popped out of her head. What the hell is going on? She'd just dealt with the Sunfall Church business, hadn't it only been a day since then? How could this be? Wait, what? Honestly, when I first worked out this conclusion, I could hardly believe it myself. But my calculations weren't wrong, the margin of error was only 14%. Well, there's nothing left for me to do here, so I'll be heading back. With that, Long Yi turned to leave. Hold on, Long Yi, I'm not blind, you know. Are you really quitting? Zhang Wenwen called after her, and the officers standing around her looked even more stunned than she did. Ever since they'd arrived in Yunhai City, their worldviews had been shattered more times than they could count. Long Yi of course knew exactly what Zhang Wenwen was asking. Yeah, I'm a bit tired, so I'm stepping down. Why, do you still need my help with something? Help? No, we're friends. I just think Zhang Wenwen wanted to say more, but as soon as she met Long Yi's cold, detached gaze, the rest of her words caught in her throat. After seeing that look, she knew Long Yi had already made up her mind. She opened her mouth, then sighed. So, what are you going to do now? Just leave the military and find somewhere to live in seclusion? A woman who'd used her own wits to build up an entire team, now forced to leave because some people refused to understand her and took the chance to slander her too. In the end, she had to step away and disappear into obscurity. No matter how Zhang Wenwen looked at it, it just felt so wrong. How could this be fair? Just because something like that. Don't get upset because of me. We're friends, I understand how you feel. But honestly, I'm tired too and leaving isn't such a bad option. Maybe I'll settle down somewhere, get married and spend the rest of my life in peace. She let out a sigh. Back then, I thought I could figure everything out on my own. But the more I learned, the more respect and fear I felt. Oh well, so be it. As she spoke, Ling Yi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The things she'd endured these past few years had nearly crushed her. Maybe it really was time for a break. In the end, Zhang Wenwen could only watch in silence as Ling Yi's figure disappeared into the distance, her heart growing heavier with every step. Damn it, I never should have come to this Yunhai city. Ever since I got here I haven't smiled even once. This place is just cursed. Zhang Wenwen grumbled helplessly. Her subordinates exchanged glances. Captain, what should we do next? Let's go to the admin office, have them find us a place to stay, and let's check out the new recruit while we're at it. If they turn out to be as useless as that idiot Wang Tianmiao, then they can go to hell too. Zhang Wenwen shoved her greatsword back into her system's inventory as she spoke. His mood at that moment could only be described as utterly terrible. In the west, deep within Yongbing Mountain, inside a quiet courtyard, Su Tianhe sat there, his brow slightly furrowed. The business with the seeds of talent, was it over? Well, so be it. I'll just keep a low profile for a while, he thought. He didn't care in the slightest, only casting a casual glance in the direction of Yunhai City. After all, the business with the seeds of talent, along with the true function of the blood grudge stones, was really just a smokescreen he'd thrown out to confuse those in the south. The only pity was that it had been uncovered a bit too soon. By his calculations, it shouldn't have been discovered for several more months. Clearly something unusual had occurred over there which must have drawn someone's attention. Just then a small childish figure approached, her face still full of innocence. Father, a soft young voice called out. Su Tianhe, who had been sitting with his eyes half closed, immediately opened them at the sound. Son, what is it? Father, one of the lanterns in the Hall of 10,000 Lights went out. The label below said Yunhai City. Father, does this mean your plan has been discovered? Are we in trouble? Su Tianhe's gaze remained perfectly calm. No. Even if it's discovered, no one can do anything to us. Think about the grass beneath your feet. There's nothing it can do, it just gets trampled by us every day. Do you think anyone would kill us just because we step on a bit of grass? Impossible. At most, they'll scold us for not caring for the environment, that's all. Oh, but father, I remember there's grass growing on Grandpa's grave, too. Does that mean we can step on that as well? Several veins popped up on Su Tianhe's forehead. Clearly his son was still too young to understand what he was really talking about. But as he looked at the boy, Su Tianhe's mind wandered again. His son's talent was only rank D. That alone made it impossible for him to feel truly happy. There must be a perfect solution. If I can defy fate, so can my son. He will too. Kong Yi called, let's make some equipment for those guys too. We shouldn't be short on materials. If we are, we can always take a trip through a few secret realms and dungeons. At that moment Chen Yun was nearly bursting with excitement. Standing before him, number 4 was now fully outfitted with gear. Although most of it was only green grade, the rings on number 4's fingers were blue grade. Still, number 4's overall attributes had risen by at least 5%. It wasn't much, but the boost to lightning attack power alone was up by 30% compared to before. It seemed that number 4 and the others didn't need to meet any class or attribute requirements to equip their gear. As long as they could put it on, the world would recognize it. This gave number 4 some extra buffs. Besides, for number 4 and the other Corpse King's defense was never a concern. They just stacked as much attack power as possible. That's why, even though he was only wearing these third-tier green-grade items, number 4's lightning abilities still got nearly a 30% boost to all attacks. Materials weren't really an issue, but maybe it'd be better to focus on gathering the materials for my father's class advancement first. As for tomorrow, well, there's no rush, Yukong, take your time. I just wanted to share my thoughts with you. Seeing how eager Yukong was, Chen Yun hurried to clarify. After all, for him, this gear was just the cherry on top. If he could get it, great. If not, it wasn't a big deal. He hadn't hit any kind of power ceiling yet. As his own level increased, the Corpse Kings would get stronger too. Unless he reached 9th tier and couldn't level up anymore when his power truly maxed out, maybe then he'd start caring about squeezing more strength out of equipment. But for now it was just an idea, nothing to stress over. I see. Actually, I've been thinking the same thing, Yukong replied. But I figured I'd wait until my dad finished his class advancement first. Creak. The front door swung open. A middle-aged man with a warm, friendly face strode in. Son. Wait, is this Chen Shan? Just call me Xiaochen, please. No need to get all formal and call me brother. Chen Yun quickly interjected. If anyone else called him that, you wouldn't care, but if Yukong's dad did, it would just put a distance between them as teammates, and that was the last thing Chen Yun wanted. Yukong's father chuckled awkwardly. Alright, Xiaochen, so you're here too. Dad, brother Chen was hoping you could make a few sets of equipment for him. Don't worry about the materials, that's all handled. By the way, what are your requirements for your next class advancement? typically most combat classes could advance at the 6th tier while some support classes could do it as early as the 4th. After advancing, a class could undergo a full awakening at either 8th or 9th tier. Both class advancement and full awakening would dramatically power up your abilities. As for potential awakenings or dual potentials, those were special states, kind of like going Super Saiyan or something. But for life skill classes, advancement and awakening were a bit different from combat or support roles. They had to meet certain conditions and requirements, and only after creating something of a certain level could they advance. Career awakening follows the same logic. Mungkong's father knew this was not the time to stammer. The requirements for crafting were clear. Use the bones of a Tier 6 monster, smelt down 10 pieces of Tier 6 equipment, no quality restrictions on the gear, and then use the materials from the smelting process, combined with the monster bone to craft a single piece of purple-grade equipment. Honestly, these requirements for advancing the profession were fairly modest. You just needed to gather the right materials. Tier 6 equipment, Conveniently, I'd already collected quite a bit, including several Tier 6 pieces. As for the bones of a Tier 6 monster Mungkong, you can just buy a few from the market. For most people, getting their hands on Tier 6 gear would be a real challenge. But for Chen Yun, who had just cleared an abyssal secret realm dungeon, this was almost laughably easy. Tier 6 monster bones weren't especially expensive either. You could even pick up some extras given how common they were. Monster types like rhino beasts and orcs were abundant in Tier 6 secret realm dungeons. Everything went even more smoothly than expected. Mungkong's father completed his profession advancement without a hitch. There were no issues along the way. The fact that he'd already forged plenty of equipment himself probably played a big part in how smoothly things went. Still, since his profession was originally blacksmith apprentice, after advancing he could indeed craft purple-grade gear, but the process took a lot of time. Chen Yun's main goal was just to outfit the Corpse Kings with a complete set, so he wasn't overly concerned about the speed. In the next 2 or 3 days, Chen Yun continued leveling up with Mungkong and the others. By the end of that period he'd reached Tier 3 9 stars. Numbers 1 through 10 were now all outfitted in blue-grade equipment. Chen Yun's combat power had received a major boost. Stepping out of a secret realm, Chen Yun said, "Mungkong, in a few days the military's secret realm competition is going to start. Take these next few days to rest up and don't come looking for me. I need to communicate with the undead for a bit. Anyway, I'll be busy." Of course, Chen Yun would never tell anyone, even those closest to him, that he could travel to the zombie planet. Some things just had to stay secret. The same went for Mungkong and the others. Miyamashu nodded in understanding. Over these past few days, she'd leveled up her life skills significantly, reaching Tier 5 thanks to all the materials and her own intense focus on brewing potions. Gong Jiala, meanwhile, had picked up a few new skills during this time, and her support abilities were now genuinely impressive. "Hey bro, spill it, are you sneaking off to have a secret rendezvous with Sister Song?" Gong Jiala gave him a knowing look. Chen Yun couldn't help but feel a few imaginary black lines pop up on his forehead. Good grief. What has this little squirt been learning lately? It's like he's a whole new person. "A secret rendezvous, huh? Sure, and I even invited your sister to join us. Want to come along too?" Chen Yun shot back. The second the words left his mouth, Gong Jiala couldn't hold it together. Her cheeks flushed crimson and she pointed at Chen Yun, completely at a loss for words. You, sis." At the same time, it was as if she suddenly realized something and her words got stuck in her throat. The rest of the group, used to teasing each other by now, just rolled with it. Even Gong Shanshu let loose and smirked. "That's right, trust me, you couldn't handle that kind of excitement." "Sis." Another round of playful bickering broke out. Only Yukong seemed detached, eyes glued to the system's inventory panel in front of him, his mind whirring through calculations at lightning speed. "These materials, give them to Dad so he can craft more gear, maybe level up his skills a bit while he's at it. The equipment itself isn't much use to us, so we'll sell it all to Kobao. Their guild should be able to take it, especially since I heard they've recruited a bunch of new members lately. The potions aren't much good either, most don't compare to the stuff Shanshu can brew." On the professional system's inventory screen, Yukong meticulously sorted every item into its own category. What to sell, what the team would need later, what needed to be dealt with immediately once they got back. His brain's CPU was running at full throttle. For now he was in charge of all the team's resources, not that he knew exactly why. He'd been a pro for a long time, his level wasn't low and he was a mage to boot, but lately he couldn't shake the feeling that he was losing more and more hair. When the team finally broke up for the day, Chen Yun had to call his name or else he'd still be standing there zoning out. These past few days things had been going pretty well for Chen Yun and his crew, but in Yunhai City as a whole, there weren't many people who could say the same. Zhang Wenwen rubbed her face, worry written all over it. She was still fretting. After all, in just a few months her best friend would be retiring from the Imperial military and going off the grid. Sure, it was only a few months, and there had to be a way to work something out, But the real problem was she hadn't found any solution these past few days. No matter how hard she tried, she'd probably lost a handful of hair over it already. Yang Yi's team situation was even messier than she'd imagined. Some people liked Lang Yi, others talked trash about him, and still others just couldn't stand each other. Basically, any old grudges that had been simmering away were all bubbling up at once during this time. There weren't just two squad captains, himself and Yang Yi, under the 5th commander. There were plenty of other captains too, all waiting to see a joke at their expense. Just yesterday Yang Yi had personally stepped in and fought a battle, which was the only reason things had quieted down, at least for now. The only consolation was that over these past few days the Sunfall cult hadn't made any moves to kill anyone. It had been eerily calm, as if the cult had vanished altogether. But based on what Lang Yi had told her before, Zhang Wenwen was convinced the Sunfall cult was just lying low, waiting for the upcoming large-scale secret realm competition organized by the military. Meanwhile, geniuses from other southern cities kept arriving, including some young people who had already undergone their 4th or 5th awakening. 20-somethings still considered prodigies in their own right, though not nearly as monstrous as someone like Chen Yun, who had just graduated and was already on another level entirely. These people had some advantages to start with, and after a few years of development had managed to carve out some strength for themselves. But after witnessing Chen Yun's power, Zhang Wenwen found her own standards had skyrocketed. Genius, they're all just fodder. In fact, the creatures Chen Yun summoned could probably go toe-to-toe with any of her own lieutenants. Captain, there's been no movement from the Sunfall cult today, but more people are pouring into the city. Some of them are even looking to challenge Chen Yun. A newly returned lieutenant glanced at the report in his hand, confirming what he was about to say. But as he looked up, his words almost stuck in his throat. The reason was simple. Zhang Wenwen no longer looked anything like her usual refreshed self. Now, she looked more like an ostrich, her hair a complete mess, like a bird's nest. Hadn't she washed it in 3 days? Good grief. Nothing's wrong, Zhang Wenwen replied breezily, grabbing the coke on her desk and sucking hard on the straw. Pop, the straw shot straight down her throat. Cough, cough, cough. She spat the straw back out. Honestly, Zhang Wenwen at this moment hardly looked human anymore. She looked more like Sadako crawling out of a well. Captain, did you do something you're not supposed to? The lieutenant asked hesitantly. Zhang Wenwen's face flushed bright red before turning a little angry. Nonsense. What do you mean, something I'm not supposed to? Everyone in the Imperial Army knows I, Zhang Wenwen, have always been aboveboard. Isn't that right, Xiaoli? She slowly raised her head, eyes shining with a sharp glint. The lieutenant called Xiaoli couldn't help but swallow nervously. Although he had originally gotten into Zhang Wenwen's team through connections, even now some of those teammates still sought him out from time to time. Yes, when I first joined the team I felt you were a beacon, a guiding light in my life. Alright, I suppose there's no harm in telling you, my headache is all because of Lang Yi. There's nothing else troubling me, it's just Lang Yi. As she said this, Zhang Wenwen couldn't help but let out a sigh. She had never wanted something like this to happen. After mulling it over, the only person she could rely on was Chen Yun, but Chen Yun had no real ties to any of them. If he ever felt slighted and decided to leave with his abilities, whichever team he joined would see a tremendous boost. As for Zhang Wenwen, she wasn't even part of Yang Yi's squad, so if she got too involved, people would definitely start gossiping. That would just make things even harder for Yang Yi and her group. Still, Zhang Wenwen, who had always trusted her instincts, was convinced there was something fishy about Lang Yi's situation. Maybe Lang Yi had already seen through the problem, maybe the real issue was within the team itself. That would explain why he didn't want to fix it, why he seemed tired of it all, and why he simply chose to leave. Lang Yi, yes, it's truly a shame about him, but I heard there's someone named Chung Fenglu who's somehow involved with Lang Yi's situation, the adjutant said, rubbing his chin. After all, the truth can't stay hidden forever, and people like them eventually caught wind of what was going on. A few days ago, an old friend from his hometown brought up Lang Yi's story in passing. After all, when you see a star fall from the sky, people can't help but stare, sometimes making snide remarks just to make themselves feel superior. That's just human nature, there's nothing more to say about it. Sounds like you know something I don't. Spill it, what exactly is going on? Zhang Wenwen's expression instantly grew serious. It seemed her adjutant was about to surprise her with something big. Right, after all these teams reported to the 5th commander, and each large squad was made up of several smaller units. Besides the main captains like herself, the small team leaders and adjutants inevitably had their own private interactions. And there was a tradition. Old Zhang, I'm only telling you this, don't let anyone else know. With that kind of look, a few secrets were bound to be shared among them. Damn, here I am racking my brains, but the information I need is right under my nose. You'd better tell me everything you know. Zhang Wenwen's face darkened steadily. Well, damn, is this what people mean by the darkest places under the lamp? Everyone else on her team already knew the truth, except her and Yang Yi were both still standing there looking clueless. Seriously, what the hell? Cold Night must have seen all of this coming a mile away, damn it. Zhang Wenwen ground her teeth, looking ready to bite someone's head off at any second. A Captain Shaoli ventured cautiously, from what I've heard it was that Chung Fanglu guy. First he found out about the Abyssal Secret Realm dungeon that had cost us so much before. Then he made up 3 separate intelligence reports, all fake of course. He got other teams to hand those off to Cold Knight. He shook his head in disbelief. That's just framing him in broad daylight. No wonder Cold Knight said he wanted to withdraw. Really? Zhang Wenwen pressed, needing to be sure, but as soon as she said it, Shaoli lowered his head, silent. At a time like this, even saying a single word would tie him into the mess. No one wanted that. Seeing Shaoli's reaction, Zhang Wenwen caught on instantly. She shouldn't have asked so directly, but his response told her almost everything she needed to know. Things were just as she'd feared. Her expression cleared, a slow smile curling her lips. There's nothing to be afraid of as long as you know where the problem lies. The only real danger is not knowing the source. I understand. You can go now. Get back to your work, she said. Shaoli nodded, visibly relieved, and left. Once he was gone, the muscles in Zhang Wenwen's jaw flexed with pent-up anger. Chung Fanglu, huh? Wonder if you're half as tough as you think you are. Sometimes it's greed that buries a person. Zombie planet, Grizzly City. Chen Yun's figure suddenly appeared atop a tall building. Though tall building was a generous term, really it was just a structure overgrown with greenery. But at this moment, as Chen Yun surveyed Grizzly City, he realized there were no ordinary zombies left. Scanning with his senses, he found not a single human remaining in the entire city. Everywhere only zombies, and these zombies were every bit as powerful as Number 4's group had been back when they were first contracted. Some were even stronger by several levels, and that was just the baseline. There were far more formidable zombies scattered throughout the city. Just as Chen Yun had predicted, the zombies in this world had grown far stronger than before. As for humans, he hadn't seen any so far, and the total number of zombies had dropped somewhat, but the ones that remained were anything but ordinary. Looks like everything is unfolding just as I expected, Chen Yun thought. He snapped his fingers, summoning numbers 2 through 10. As soon as the crowd of Corpse Kings appeared, they recognized the place at once. This is Grizzly City, we know it well, one of them said. Hey, isn't this our old stomping grounds? Another chimed in, a note of nostalgia in their voice. Hey, Number 6, let me tell you, on the west side of this city, there's a storm drain and the big black rats, and they are absolutely delicious. Let's head over there in a bit and grab a bite. Last time I didn't get my fill. As soon as Number 2 appeared, he started chattering away non-stop. Number 4, as usual, responded with a bolt of lightning. Number 2 instantly clammed up. Go on, go take a look around. This is how you were supposed to move up in rank after all. Of course, if any of you get devoured, then whoever devoured you gets to stand in for you, but you've got the advantage of your equipment. Honestly, I'd rather not replace you, understand? Chen Yun said, and both Number 2 and Number 4 looked at him with unconcealed approval. As for those from Number 10 on, to be honest, their strength as Corpse Kings was decent, but not really anything special. So as far as Chen Yun was concerned, it didn't matter much. Thank you, my lord. Rest easy, master. We're nothing like we used to be. Devoured? Fine, I'd like to see who's got what it takes to swallow me whole. We're finally back. Feels like it's been ages since I last came home. My flames are starving for a fight. Number 5 inch, I think we've only been gone 6 or 7 days, right? That's what, a week? Not even a month, so ages is a bit much. Shut up, Number 3, don't undermine me. Clearly, these Corpse Kings got along quite well. Chen Yun clapped his hands, temporarily interrupting them. After all, he knew he could only stay here for a day. Any longer just wasn't possible. Alright, you have 1 day. Treat this as a chance to get stronger. Go. As soon as Chen Yun finished speaking, the Corpse Kings leapt away, all except Number 2, Number 4, and Number 6, who was still perched on someone's shoulder. Chen Yun raised an eyebrow, curiosity flickering in his heart. He knew these Corpse Kings inside out. While Number 4 might only rank 4th in terms of raw strength, he was the leader most of the time, and the other Corpse Kings generally listened to him. Number 3 was only interested in challenging strong opponents and bickering with Number 5. Number 2 just followed the lead of Number 4 and Chen Yun. Number 1 meanwhile had no self-awareness at all, just a raving lunatic or maybe a fully zombified creature running purely on instinct, completely unhinged. What is it? Number 4's expression was calm. My lord, earlier I discussed preparations with Number 19. He seems to be researching some of the equipment. Whatever he's working on could be valuable to you. If possible, I hope you won't replace him, Number 4 said. Chen Yun's eyes lit up at that. He hadn't expected Number 4 to be so attentive to these details. Maybe the next time he came to the zombie planet, he could take a page from the Empire's military management system. He could have Number 4 lead the other zombies. Yes, numbers 11 through 30 should all take your orders. That's the authority I'm giving you. I trust you can handle them well. As for whether Number 4 and the others might betray him, Chen Yun had never worried about that. Thanks to his skills, betrayal was simply impossible. If they ever tried, he could wipe them out with a single thought. Besides, their wills were all tied to his own. betrayal was out of the question. Since loyalty was guaranteed, he might as well focus on improving management efficiency. For now, number 4 seemed up to the task. Number 4's eyes immediately lit up. "Rest assured, my lord, you can leave everything to me. I will carry out your every command to the letter." With that, Chen Yun and number 4 both turned to look at number 2. Number 2 scratched his head. Number 4 about the western sewers. "No, I don't really like eating that stuff. Why don't you and number 6 go check if there's any left?" The moment number 2 opened his mouth like that, number 4 nearly lost his composure. He knew exactly what was in the western sewers, just a bunch of rats. But those rats couldn't even bite through number 2's skin, not even the mutated Rat King could, so those big black rats had basically become a delicacy for number 2. "Yeah, you're right. It'd be a waste if you didn't eat them. Master, would you like some?" Number 2 turned the question on Chen Yun. Number 4 felt a headache coming on again. Damn it, after all this time number 2's brain still hasn't grown at all. Has it shriveled up or something? He fought back the urge to smack open number 2's skull just to see if there was anything inside. Still, he decided to keep quiet. After all, number 2 was talking to Chen Yun, not him. Chen Yun himself was pretty stunned by number 2's question. Maybe number 5 would like it. You could bring him some." At that moment, number 5, currently standing with one foot on a 3-star level mutated lion, suddenly sneezed. "Hey, you big brute, you dare sneak up on me?" He growled, glaring as if his eyes could shoot fire. Flames danced in both his outstretched hands. "Not giving in, huh? If you weren't so flashy to ride around on, I'd have eaten you already. One last time, will you be my mount or not?" Back with the others. As soon as number 2 heard Chen Yun's suggestion, his eyes lit up. "That's right, last time it was number 5 who invented those roasted goblin skulls. The crunch on those things was just unbeatable." "Yes, master. Come on, number 6, I'll show you the way," number 2 said enthusiastically. "Let me tell you, that stuff is insanely delicious. Once you start, you can't stop." With that, number 2 leapt into the air and vanished in the blink of an eye. Number 6, still standing there, let out a silent sigh. His wings fluttered as he chased after number 2. At the same time, Chen Yun summoned Corpse Kings number 11 through 30. "I'll leave them to you," he told number 4. "Since you can understand what I'm saying, that's perfect." Chen Yun gave number 4 a reassuring pat on the shoulder, then turned and left. He planned to check out other places. After all, the zombie planet was pretty vast. There was no way it was completely devoid of humans. Plus, back in the zombie world, he'd deliberately left behind a few Corpse Kings. Granted, those ones were relatively weak, but their main purpose was to keep the surviving humans on their toes. The stronger a human was before being turned, the more powerful they became as a zombie. Once Chen Yun had gone, number 4 faced the newly summoned Corpse Kings. "Next up, let me tell you the will of our master," he began. "You're to search this whole old place for subordinates, or else work on getting stronger yourselves. If you get devoured, the victor will take your number. Number 19, you'd better work on evolving into something more human. Our master can't have you looking like that out in public." Handing the Corpse Kings over to number 4, Chen Yun felt completely at ease. Now Chen Yun made his way straight to the highest point in Grizzly City. In reality, the tallest spot was just a massive construction crane at a building site. Standing atop it, Chen Yun scanned the entire city with careful perception. The zombies on this planet had definitely grown much stronger, but their combat styles generally fell into two categories. One kind, like numbers 1 and 2, relied mostly on pure zombie instincts. The other, like number 4, used supernatural abilities as their primary means of fighting. Chen Yun couldn't sense any trace of the Corpse Kings he'd deliberately left behind. That was probably because Corpse Kings like number 5 were already engaged in battle. Still, he did notice that many zombies had changed the way they fought. Gone were the days of mindless biting and clawing. Now even ordinary zombies displayed supernatural abilities, not just the Corpse Kings. The zombie planet had truly evolved. The only thing Chen Yun didn't know was how much time had actually passed here. He'd spent 7 days in the real world. How many days had gone by on the zombie planet, and where were the humans and those Corpse Kings he'd left behind? He shifted his gaze towards a nearby forested mountain. "Hiding out pretty well, aren't they?" West Point Mountain, inside a survivor camp. In one of the slightly larger buildings, a group of a dozen or so people sat around a big round wooden table. "Doctor, are we really safe living here?" someone asked anxiously. "This place is awfully close to the Black Grounds." A middle-aged man looked at the woman in the white lab coat before him, clearly puzzled. "I know we're very close to Grizzly City, but that still doesn't explain why all those zombies have suddenly gotten stronger. Sure, more and more powerful people have been appearing among us humans over the past few weeks, but I can't shake the feeling that someone is pulling the strings behind all this. That's why I came here to investigate." He paused, then continued. "Besides, our backers are the 3 major corporations. If they want the mutation serum, they'll have to give us their support. As for safety, you really don't need to worry too much. Also, for some reason, this place is practically off limits for those 6 Corpse Kings. I don't know why, but they seem to be afraid of coming here. Or maybe this place holds some special significance for them, so they stay away. we've only been here for a week, but what we've found is surprising. In the Black Zone, that is, Grizzly City, there was a war just a few weeks ago." At these words, everyone's expression changed instantly. "You probably already know there used to be a settlement in Grizzly City. But about a month ago, right after that war, several powerful corpse kings vanished, along with the entire settlement. It's as if something came and took them all away." At that moment, Chenyin stepped out from the shadows nearby. He wasn't particularly surprised by the power dynamics on this zombie-infested planet. From what he'd just heard, it was clear enough. The few remaining humans were barely hanging on. "Yeah, they were taken," Chenyin said calmly. "By the way, can you tell me what that mutation serum actually does? Does it increase your chances of awakening abilities, or is it something else?" he asked directly. After all, when you're strong enough, these weaklings weren't even worth his attention unless they could trigger some miracle. There was no need for subtlety or spying in a world like this. Just ask and get it over with. It was the apocalypse after all. People would say anything if it meant staying alive, and as for those so-called heroes fighting for family or friends, those were rare now. Even if they existed, Chenyin couldn't care less. Zombies were still the dominant force on this planet. "Who's there?" someone shouted. "Who are you? How did you get in here?" In an instant, everyone jumped to their feet. A few of those with abilities immediately tried to sense Chenyin's presence, only to realize to their shock that his aura was 1,000 times stronger than any of theirs. "How did I get in? If I want to come in, I come in," Chenyin replied lazily. "Look, just tell me what I want to know about the serum and I'll leave right away." Deal. He couldn't be bothered to waste time with them. After all, he planned to treat these people like crops to be harvested one by one. Couldn't kill them all just yet. What if word gets out about what happened today and someone tries to set us up? When you're butchering a donkey, you have to make sure the donkey doesn't see what's coming, don't you agree? Someone like you with your abilities must have heard of mutation serums before. How could you not know about them? The woman in the white lab coat looked at him with a hint of curiosity. Logically, all these suddenly emerging powerful ability users had appeared because of the mutation serum. Naturally awakened ability users were extremely rare, so rare that in any settlement you'd be lucky to gather even a dozen. If there were 30, that would be considered a lot. Before the Black Earth incident, humans with abilities were almost unheard of, so it seems this mutation serum is guaranteed to awaken abilities in people and nothing else. The crowd looked puzzled. Didn't he already know? Why bother asking? But is it really 100% guaranteed to grant abilities? Chenyin pressed further. If this stuff was as amazing as it sounded, he'd take as much as he could get. But if there was any chance it could fail, if it might turn people into zombies instead, then Chenyin wasn't about to risk carrying too much. If things got out of control, that would be a disaster. Someone as strong as you doesn't need to make things difficult for us, the woman said. The mutation serum only has a 60% success rate. The other 40%, well, those people turn into zombies. As for obtaining the serum, you don't need to come to us. Honestly, we don't have any here. Just then, the female scientist noticed the nervous looks the other ability users were flashing her. The man in front of them was absurdly powerful, dangerously so. Fine, first-generation products are never perfect. But I heard you mention a second-generation serum just now. Is there a second generation? Chenyin hooked his finger ever so slightly. Instantly a chair slid across the floor to him. It was a simple use of necroenergy to move objects, essentially telekinesis, though without the mental attack aspect. He sat down casually. To everyone else, this was downright unsettling. It made him seem like one of those rare psychic ability users, and a strong one at that. The second-generation serum. Well, I do have a method for making it, she replied carefully. In my estimation, it has a 90% chance of awakening abilities in people. Unfortunately, I don't know who developed the first-generation formula. Chenyin understood. Another talent then. Oh, and what materials do you need? Tell me, maybe I can help you find them. There was no sign of arrogance or condescension in his tone. He seemed perfectly reasonable. Everyone could sense just how strong Chenyin was. Come on, have a seat, he said. No need to keep standing. I'm actually pretty easygoing. When they heard Chenyin speak like that, everyone couldn't help but exchange glances, especially at the few espers among them. They noticed beads of cold sweat breaking out on the foreheads of those espers, practically pouring down in streams. In the end, the group still sat down, the female doctor included. All right, go ahead. What materials do you need? And by the way, what's your name? Feng Yao, she replied. I need some second-class Corpse King hearts. That's the main thing, we're short on those in particular. Feng Yao's face was serious. After all, the second-generation serum was still just her concept. The only reason the three major consortiums supported her was because about half a month ago she'd managed to improve the formula for the first-generation mutation serum. The original serum only gave a 10% chance of awakening an ability. Most people wouldn't even dare take the risk unless they were truly desperate, but with that 10% chance, the majority who tried it ended up dying. Miracles were few and far between. Second-class Corpse King? What kind of level is that? Tell you what, Chenyin said, send out the word. When the zombies show up in a bit, don't attack them. I'll catch one for you and you can see for yourself what level it is. When Chen Yun said this, the whole room was stunned into silence. What did he just say? When the zombies show up, don't attack them, he'll just catch one. Just then the door was suddenly thrown open. Dr. Bad News, the scouting team that went into the Black Zone just sent word back. The Corpse Kings in the Black Zone never disappeared, or rather, they never left at all. King Kong, Thunder Warden, Ravenfire Demon, they're all still in there and they're attacking some third-class Corpse Kings. Those third-class Corpse Kings don't stand a chance. The man who'd burst in said it all in one breath, then exhausted slumped to the floor. The whole conference room was dead silent. Those names, just a few days ago, they were the most terrifying Corpse Kings out there. Later, 6 more Corpse Kings had left the Black Zone, destroying countless settlements along the way. No settlement could withstand them. What? How is that possible? Weren't they supposed to? Feng Yao couldn't help but jump to her feet. The others looked like they were about to collapse in their chairs. Yeah, I brought them back with me. Relax, you're still useful so you won't die, understand? Chen Yun said calmly. Just then a bolt of lightning flashed across the clear sky. How could there be lightning on a sunny day? The next moment a figure appeared, dragging a live zombie by the hand. My lord, it was number 4 in the world overrun by zombies. Chen Yun soon realized he didn't need to keep close to the Corpse Kings he'd already contracted. As long as he willed it, they could sense exactly what he meant. I thought you'd come in through the front door, Chen Yun remarked casually. I just told them to spread the word not to attack you, but before they could even react you'd already arrived. He glanced at the zombie number 4 was holding. It must have once been a Corpse King too, but now it looked feeble and beaten down. Obviously after taking a few blows it was already half dead. That matched what Chen Yun sensed. The current zombies didn't stand a chance against number 4 and the other Corpse Kings. Rest assured, my lord. Whatever you command I can accomplish, number 4 replied, his voice steady. Even if all these ants attacked at once I could clear them out for you. Suddenly someone shouted the thunder horn. Thunder! Thunder Envoy! That's the Thunder Envoy. In an instant the whole conference room broke into chaos. It was like they were about to tear the place apart. Of course it wasn't excitement that drove them, it was sheer terror so strong it nearly made them lose their minds. No need, Chen Yun said calmly, his expression unchanged from start to finish. That's not why I called you here. Don't attack them. He remained indifferent, not a trace of extra emotion on his face. Feng Yao, take a look at the zombie in his hand. What class would you say it is? In my eyes, that zombie's about 3rd tier 2 stars. As for combat power, well, the difference between a big ant and a small one, I can't even be bothered to make a comparison, Feng Yao replied. Chen Yun glanced at the zombie a few more times before looking away. Honestly, these zombies were a lot stronger than when he'd last visited, but compared to number 4, actually not even number 4, take number 24 for example, even that one was far stronger than the zombie in number 4's hand. Chen Yun sat there as relaxed as ever, completely unconcerned. One thing was certain, every single zombie on this planet had grown much stronger, at least 10 times stronger than before, but they were still no match for number 4 and the others. Since that was the case, he might as well stay on the zombie planet using its resources to help his contracted Corpse Kings become even stronger. The old method of zombies devouring each other worked, sure, but humanity could be useful too. Originally, Chen Yun had planned to increase the zombies' numbers to boost his fighting force, but after a few days of battle he realized quality mattered more than quantity. Creating an elite group of Corpse Kings was the way forward. This one in my hand, number 4 tossed the 3rd tier zombie casually onto the ground, stomping on it as an afterthought. Although the aura of this zombie was already very faint, number 4 still decided to stomp on it first to keep it from moving around. By now he more or less understood what Chen Yun meant. Use these humans, let them invent things that could help their Corpse King grow stronger. Feng Yao, come here and take a look, don't just stand there in a daze. Of course, if you're not as valuable as I imagine, then you can all just keep struggling here, Chen Yun said coldly. His indifferent words immediately snapped everyone back to their senses, especially after seeing number 4 standing there so calmly. Their fear reached a new peak. The Thunder Envoy, this Corpse King, was actually taking orders from the young man in front of them. And if that was the case, it meant all those missing Corpse Kings had been taken away by this young man. But just who was he? Feng Yao didn't have time to think it through. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself, and examined the zombie closely. It was a 3rd-level zombie. Just a dozen days ago, they'd worked together to establish a classification system for zombies. 3rd level, that's actually pretty good, so he can be used as material, right? Yes, and one is enough. If it's just for making a 2nd-generation serum, one will do, someone confirmed. A hint of excitement appeared in Feng Yao's eyes. For people like her who loved research and inventing, the best thing was to not let anyone get in their way of creating something, no matter the circumstances. And right now things were looking good. They had the material. As for the equipment, it was all underground. They'd set up a lab below, investing a lot of manpower to make sure it was secure. Chen Yun gave number 4 a look. In the next instant, number 4 dug out the zombie's heart, and with a crackle of lightning, the corpse dissolved into a flurry of blue sparks, disappearing completely. How long will it take to make the serum? Chenyin asked, glancing at his fingers. Honestly, he was hoping Feng Yao could produce something useful. If she couldn't make it in a day or two, then he'd have no choice but to let number 4 and the others continue hunting and devouring in Grizzly City, or as they called it here, the Black Zone. Half an hour, that's all I need, Feng Yao replied quickly. I actually made a prototype before, and it was definitely better than the first generation. Of course, the side effects were stronger too, but one person who used it developed an extremely powerful ability. Half an hour. A surge of anticipation flickered in Chen Yun's eyes. At first, he'd assumed making this sort of thing would take at least a full day, maybe even more. He'd already started thinking about whether he should head out again, maybe see if any new powerful corpse kings had emerged elsewhere. But if it was only going to take half an hour, there was no need for him to wander around aimlessly. Good, then go ahead and get started. Bring me the finished product as soon as you can. If the results satisfy me, you'll be absolutely safe in this apocalypse. Even the 3 major corporations won't be able to touch you. Chen Yun waved his hand nonchalantly. Feng Yao knew Chen Yun wasn't just making empty promises, he had the confidence to back it up. After all, if even Leisure, a corpse king, was taking orders from Chen Yun, then Raven Titan and Flame Demon must be too. After Feng Yao left, Chen Yun, with nothing else to do, glanced around at the rest of the group. Alright everyone, why don't you fill me in on the current state of things in the apocalypse? For instance, how many days have passed since number 4 and the others disappeared, and who's in charge of security here? Though he seemed to be asking the room, Chen Yun's gaze settled on a middle-aged man. The man's skin was dark, probably tan from the sun, but he was clearly Asian and his lips weren't thick like bricks. It's me. I'm responsible for security here. From the mysterious Blackland incident up to the rise of the 6 corpse kings, it's been a little over 2 months, 70 days, give or take. That should be about right, 70 days. So the flow of time here is 10 times faster than it was over there. I see, that actually works out better. Chen Yun nodded slightly. In a bit, have those 6 come over. I want them to protect this place and help hunt for a month. Bring me as many third-tier zombie hearts as possible. Of course, that was assuming those mutagenic serums turned out to be useful. If not, he could have Feng Yao work on something else. People like her were always valuable in the apocalypse. As for anyone else, in Chen Yun's eyes they were just cannon fodder, the 6 corpse kings. My lord, number 4's eyes flickered, and he shot a questioning glance at Chen Yun. They're not wild ones. If I'm right, it's probably numbers 101 through 106. Did they escape from Blackland? Blackland, what most people call Bearclaw City these days, got its nickname because of the events that happened 70 days ago. The 6 corpse kings, along with numerous 3rd and even some 4th-tier zombies, had all first appeared in Blackland. That was why people now called Bearclaw City by that name. That's right, exactly, those 6 corpse kings all came out of the Blacklands. Based on our estimates, their rank is around the 5th tier. Chen Yun waved his hand dismissively, clearly unconcerned. Even 5th transformation, they still couldn't compare to number 4 and the others. Because of the contract, Chen Yun could sense them very clearly, their exact combat strength, their specific rank. Of course, while he didn't think much of them on this zombie-infested planet, they were still extremely powerful. Half an hour passed quickly. During this time, Chen Yun didn't waste any words. Everything he wanted to know he already knew. Like the fact that time here flowed 10 times faster compared to the main world. As for those so-called conglomerates and settlement powers, Chen Yun didn't even spare them a thought. There was simply no need. Their strength was nothing to speak of. They weren't a match for his corpse kings, or even for ordinary zombies under his command, let alone those at the corpse king level. So there was no reason to bother learning more about them. The serum was finally ready. Here it is, 3 doses in total. The tier 3 zombie heart, in my opinion, is enough to make a tier 3 mutation serum. Using it for tier 2 would be overkill, but then you'd get more doses out of it. Feng Yao was visibly thrilled. She'd been longing for this herself, which was why she'd resolutely come all the way here. It was also why she'd gone all out convincing the 3 major conglomerates to back her, but at this point, whether those so-called 3 conglomerates supported her or not seemed completely irrelevant. Chen Yun immediately stood up from his seat. How effective is it? No risk of zombification at all, Feng Yao replied, and the awakened ability starts at the strength of a second transformation. Maybe that's because we used a tier 3 zombie heart. I'll have to wait until I get a tier 2 heart to confirm. She tapped her chin, still mentally running through the experiment steps. Chen Yun took the mutation serum from Feng Yao's hand. The liquid inside was actually purple, not the blue he'd expected, not like a T-virus serum for example. He shook his head, pushing aside those stray fantastical thoughts. An ability, huh? Let me give it a shot. He picked up a vial, about to inject himself. My lord, perhaps you should let me try it first. Number 4 spoke calmly. His words sobered Chen Yun up. Good thing too, he'd almost forgotten. Sure, his defenses had risen significantly. Back in the main world, most people couldn't even scratch him now. But here in the zombie world, the most terrifying thing was still the zombie virus. Even though it had now been turned into a mutation serum, he couldn't say for sure what special effects the serum might have. After all, what if things went south? Still, it was worth a shot. Alright, you try it first, he said, handing the vial to number 4. Without a moment's hesitation, number 4 injected the serum straight into his neck. In the next instant, the purple liquid disappeared into his veins. Number 4's eyes went wide and faint currents of electricity flickered across his skin. Even Chen Yun could clearly feel number 4's aura of power growing rapidly stronger. Although his level didn't seem to change much, after all, the level of these corpse kings wasn't determined by how many monsters they killed. The essence of their power came from the contract, directly linked to Chen Yun himself. Whenever his own level increased, so did theirs. For example, now that Chen Yun had reached the 8-star 3rd advancement stage, all his corpse kings benefited from this boost. Each of them was at least 4th advancement by default. Take number 4 for instance. With the added bonuses, he was nearly at the 5th advancement level. Of course, their true combat strength wasn't limited to just that. Crackling, the electrical energy on number 4's skin faded away and he let out a slow breath. At that moment, Chen Yun sensed a slight surge in his own strength as well. After all, his attributes were enhanced through the power of these corpse kings. Looks like it really works. Go ahead and use another dose, Chen Yun said, his mood visibly improving as he quickly considered how best to develop this advantage. Of course, at the heart of his plan was none other than Feng Yao. Note, this stuff definitely works. Next. Listen carefully to what I mean. Would I really hold this against you? Number 4 soon realized that Chen Yun simply wanted him to become even stronger, nothing more. Out of all the corpse kings, I'm most satisfied with you. Don't overthink things. There's no need for suspicion between master and servant. Chen Yun continued, handing him a second dose. Let's see how effective this one is. Just then Feng Yao spoke up. Usually, this serum can only be used 3 times by the same person. After that, it won't have much effect. Maybe if you wait a while and let the serum's effects fully settle, you could use it again and see some results. Essentially, this potion is made up of 2 parts. The first part greatly enhances the current physical abilities of the organism. The second part enters the body and slightly boosts its potential. This increase in potential is rather minor, and the energy from this part hides deep within the body, needing physical activity to activate it. If left alone, the activation process can be quite slow. By the time Feng Yao finished speaking, Chen Yun and number 4 had already used the potion. At that moment, a prompt appeared on Chen Yun's status screen. Current level experience plus 10%, potential awakening state strength plus 2%. Well, it seemed this stuff wasn't all that useful to him personally. As for the potential awakening state strength, to be honest, he rarely needed to take action himself. Most of the time, if he did, it was just because he felt like beating someone up, so these potions were probably better off used by number 4 and the other corpse kings. Whenever a corpse king used one, their stats would get a significant boost, and as they got stronger, he'd immediately enjoy greater attribute bonuses himself. Wasn't that better than that minor boost to potential awakening? Besides, he hadn't even unlocked potential awakening yet. That required reaching the 6th advancement, only then could it be comprehended. In the Empire, no matter what kind of talent you had, you couldn't access potential awakening until you reached the 6th advancement. Good stuff, Chen Yun said. Let's talk in more detail. First, I want you to help me mass produce this potion. In return, I'll do my best to meet any requests you have. Also, Chen Yun slowly opened his palm and a flower of purple flame appeared. In the next moment, he flicked the flame onto Feng Yao. Fear flashed in Feng Yao's eyes. She couldn't understand, why would Chen Yun want to kill her? Hadn't she already made the potion? Don't be afraid. This flame won't hurt you. As he spoke, the flame had already melted into Feng Yao's body. Suddenly, she felt a gentle warmth inside her, as if something was filling her up to the brim, but unable to overflow. The sensation was so intoxicating it felt like she was drifting among the clouds. Without meaning to, she let out a soft sigh, her eyes growing a little dazed and dreamy as she looked at Chen Yun, her large watery eyes fixed on him. At the same time, she sensed she now had command over 6 powerful beings, command authority for numbers 101 through 106. While their potential was limited, she'd heard they were now known as the 6 Great Corpse Kings. With these 6 protecting her, Chen Yun said she would essentially have nothing to worry about. Originally, Chen Yun hadn't planned on giving up this kind of authority. But after thinking it over carefully, he realized that Feng Yao was extremely important to him. The mutated serum didn't have much use for him personally, but if it was used by these corpse kings, it could be incredibly beneficial, and if there were any left over, he could also let Yukong and the other 2 have some. The main reason was that Yukong, Gongjiala and the others had the same F-rank aptitude as he did. Right now, it wasn't a big issue, but looking to the future, their potential was extremely limited. This serum was the perfect way to make up for that weakness. As for whether Yukong and Gongjiala would betray him, Chen Yun thought it was almost impossible. Yukong had given up training his combat skills and had thrown himself completely into collecting and managing resources for the team. Chen Yun had noticed this back when Yukong went into the secret realm dungeon and tried to take everything except the land itself. As for Gong Jiala, this little girl, Chen Yun honestly liked her a lot. She was a rare legal loli and her personality matched his own. Gong Shanshu didn't talk much, but he'd been quietly practicing magic potion brewing and it seemed he was starting to see results. For him though the meaning wasn't as great, so Gong Shanshu didn't say much about it. Besides, these three had never looked down on him from the very beginning. Since that was the case, of course he'd want to repay them, so this is. I get it now. Feng Yao lifted her hand and with just a thought a flicker of blue-violet flame appeared out of nowhere. Everyone immediately sensed that Feng Yao was completely different from just moments ago, especially the other ability users whose eyes nearly popped out of their heads. In their perception the flame in Feng Yao's hand was so deadly that if any of them so much as touched it they'd be reduced to nothing but ashes in an instant, maybe not even a pile of ash would be left. Good. It's such a relief dealing with someone as smart as you, Chen Yin said. Just like I said, everyone else will help her with making the serum. Whoever goes out and hunts zombies, if they bring back a zombie heart, they can trade it with you for a dose of the serum. The specifics are up to you, my only requirement is that I get the biggest share. Of course, if anyone tries to give you trouble, those 6 corpse kings will be more than enough to wipe out any problems for you. When he finished, Chen Yin swept his gaze over the rest of the group. Well, does anyone have any objections? He asked coldly. To him these other people were just there to add a bit of human presence to the camp. After all, Feng Yao was still a human. If he left her in a pile of zombies for too long, if she didn't die she'd go insane. Feng Yao's research skills were impressive, but she wasn't some cold-blooded, unfeeling soldier. Besides, in Chen Yun's eyes anyone valuable deserved a few privileges, at least that was how things worked with him. If someone wasn't useful, then they'd better find a way to become useful. After Chen Yun finished speaking, the others didn't voice a single objection. Objections? Hadn't they just seen how that zombie died a moment ago? That was what happened to anyone who dared to disagree. Not that they had anything to complain about anyway. And no objections, we have no objections whatsoever. Even those who spoke up did so haltingly, which was understandable. After all, this was the apocalypse. They'd survived this long only by relying on their abilities and makeshift weapons, scraping by day to day. And then out of nowhere someone had descended upon them, someone who didn't just outclass them in every way but also commanded those infamous, terrifying corpse kings as his subordinates. Given all that, most people wisely chose to go along. Good. Number 4, head over there and have them bring back some 2nd and 3rd tier zombie hearts. As soon as number 4 received the order he disappeared in a flash of lightning. Alright, don't have those 6 corpse kings wipe out humanity. If that happens, the world will lose its balance. Back when Chen Yun ordered them to destroy a few settlements, his main goal had been to instill a sense of urgency in the humans on this zombie-infested planet. And judging by the results, it had worked pretty well. The zombies had evolved and the humans had been forced to bring out the best in themselves, like the surprise he'd just discovered. But if things kept going like this, it wouldn't end well. Humans had their own territory, zombies had theirs. The two sides kept to themselves. But if humans wanted to grow stronger, if they wanted to survive, they would have to hunt zombies. Zombies could afford to make mistakes a few times, but humans? They only got one chance. Chen Yun's words startled Feng Yao for a moment, but she quickly understood. She really did have the ability to command those 6 corpse kings now. Zombies have their territory, humans have their safe zone. If they want to get stronger, they'll have to get power from you. If they find another way, that's fine too. All I ask is that those 6 corpse kings protect you so you can keep making medicine for me in large quantities, Chen Yun said. Feng Yao looked at Chen Yun with her big bright eyes and nodded gently. Chen Yun thought she seemed a little odd, but he didn't dwell on it. Alright, the camp is in your hands now. I'm sure you're all better at managing these things than I ever could be, right? His meaning couldn't have been clearer. I don't care what happens to this settlement, but my demand is simple. I only want the serum. Others can come here to get the serum too, but they'll have to pay with zombie hearts as materials. After saying that, Chen Yun left the camp. For him, he only had one day in the world of zombies. Since he was already here, he wanted to explore a bit more. At the same time, he sent word to the 6 corpse kings about Feng Yao through his thoughts. That was one of the best things about this zombie planet. No matter how far apart they were, he could communicate with those corpse kings instantly and make his intentions clear. After Chen Yun left the conference room, Feng Yao took a deep breath. Well then, everyone, you've all heard what our master wants. Next, go inform the others in the settlement. Luckily, our settlement is pretty small, so it's easy to manage. And remember, the rule with the mutated serum is the same for everyone. 1 heart for 1 dose. Feng Yao looked at everyone calmly. Right now she could feel the power coursing through her body, and with that, a deep sense of confidence. She had always known how to conduct research, and now she saw things more clearly than ever. In this apocalypse, strength was the only way to earn respect or prove your worth. She'd always known she didn't have fighting power, but her mind was sharp enough to give her some value. If you had neither strength nor value, you'd end up paying a terrible price. Maybe that price would be ending up like those living sex slaves in other settlements strung up for sale. That was the way of the apocalypse. Apart from staying alive, all that so-called morality was just nonsense. Now, she lacked neither power nor confidence. Alright. Someone started to object, but his companion quickly nudged him and he caught himself. Feng Yao wasn't the same person she used to be. Before, she might have been someone they could scheme against, but now, it was best to kill that thought right here. A faint smile appeared on Feng Yao's lips. Years had passed in the apocalypse, and ever since she watched her parents get torn apart by zombies, she knew the only way to survive was to have value or to have power. Now, she had both, yet it seemed she was starting to want something more. As for Chen Yun, he was standing amidst the ruins of a city. He couldn't deny that some zombies really had evolved into something special, and some of them were frighteningly powerful. For example, the one hovering in the sky right in front of him. If it weren't for the faint trace of zombie aura still clinging to the thing, Chen Yun would have thought this world had been invaded by an eldritch god. Hovering above them was a colossal eyeball staring straight at him. The eye alone was easily 100 meters across and hanging in the sky. Its presence was terrifyingly overwhelming. Not bad, a strong aura, a penetrating gaze. But your attacks don't really do much to me. Chen Yun cast a quick glance at the swarm of zombies converging on him. Most were already at the second evolution stage, and a handful of third-stage zombies were racing to join the horde. But in the next instant, Chen Yun casually tossed out a ball of pale purple flame. The fireball soared into the air and exploded, transforming into a rain of fire that poured down onto the encroaching zombies. The moment the flames touched them, the zombies completely lost their aggression toward Chen Yun. If you're thinking of killing me with these zombies, you're wasting your time. Why not try it yourself? Show me, what can you do? Honestly, even if this giant eye didn't have any special abilities Chen Yun was planning to tame and contracted anyway, he couldn't help it. He thought the big eye actually looked pretty cool. Most people faced with a monstrous eye like that would be paralyzed by fear. But not Chen Yun. Just imagine summoning legions of zombie kings, then calling forth this giant eye above the battlefield and topping it off with Gong Jiala's beacon of light. Damn, that would be a real nightmare zone. Sensing that the zombies were useless against Chen Yun, the giant eye decided to act personally, a murderous intent flashing through its gaze. A thick pale red laser blasted out toward him. Chen Yun didn't even bother to dodge, it was simply too weak to pose a threat. Boom, a mushroom cloud erupted on the spot. The surrounding buildings, already reduced to crumbling ruins, were blown apart like bits of debris in a gale, flying in all directions. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, near the sewers on the western edge, number 2 was stuffing handfuls of zombie rats into his mouth. Suddenly he froze mid-bite. Next to him, a crow gnawing on another rat paused as well. My lord, don't worry about it. The master hasn't called for us. The crow quickly realized Chen Yun hadn't summoned them, so number 2 went right back to his feast. Not far away, a few mutated rats perched atop a rock glared at number 2 and the crow, their eyes practically spitting fire. Ha, so this is it? Your flames are nothing compared to mine. Burn to ashes, pillar of flame. Number 5 waved his hand and a pillar of fire shot up into the sky. Just a short distance in front of him, a creature had opened its mouth, ready to breathe fire, but in the next instant the pillar of flame swept past and nothing was left of it at all. Right next to him, a huge lion was lazily gnawing on a zombie corpse. Pathetic, way too weak. Come on, little gold, let's go somewhere else. The stronger ones here have almost all been picked off by the others. We're stuck playing with these leftovers. Just then, number 5 suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder. He turned around, it was number 3. Number 3 was staring at him with a strange look on his face. Hey there, number 3, out with it, what's up? Did you run into something you couldn't handle? Don't worry, I swear I won't tell anyone about that time we had to team up on a single zombie. So where is it, if even you can't take care of it? Number 5 tossed his head, puffed out his chest, and struck a pose that radiated confidence, bordering on reckless arrogance. His hands rested casually behind his back. All that was missing was the word invincible written across his forehead. I remember not too long ago, number 3 started, number 4 told us we're supposed to dig out the zombies' hearts. So this one you just burned, how exactly are you planning to dig out its heart? Number 3's words made number 5 freeze in place. He took a deep breath. Well, a number 3, do you think cooked hearts count? I mean, look, there's nothing left, cooked or not, I didn't see any heart at all. Number 3 glanced around theatrically while number 5 just couldn't hold it together anymore. He realized that along the way he'd killed at least a dozen zombies but hadn't dug out a single heart. At this moment, a sly smile appeared on number 3's face. Speaking of which, I've got 10 third rankers and 3 fourth rankers here. Figured I'd hand them in all at once, you. Number 5 tried to look unfazed, but he couldn't hide a hint of anxiety. He'd noticed there weren't many zombies left in Grizzly City, except for number 6 and number 2, who for some reason stayed put in one spot. The other corpse kings seemed to have all left. It was just him and number 3 left here. It felt exactly like being the only kid in class who hadn't handed in their homework, not so much afraid of not doing it, but terrified of being the only one who hadn't. No, I've got to find one. He turned to the lion. Hey little Gold, stop eating, seriously you big dummy, let go already. Little Gold was the name number 5 had given his tamed lion. Hearing his master's command, the lion opened wide and gulped down the half-eaten zombie in one bite. Number 3 could only shake his head, a few veins popping on his forehead. Number 5 grabbed Little Gold's enormous mouth and pried it open with both hands. Then moving quickly he dug a zombie heart out of the half-corpse. This zombie was a second-tier one, the heart was also second-tier, but this heart seems a bit low-level. Come on, just say if it'll work or not, number 3 said, a little exasperated. But there's only one. Number 5 hesitated, his face falling. That's not going to be enough, is it? Suddenly his eyes lit up. I got it. I'll just say I was helping our Lord deal with some issues. At that moment number 5 felt like a genius. Number 3's lips curled up in a slight smirk. Oh, you sure you want to say that? Come on third brother, only you and I know about this. Who else could possibly find out? Number 5 squinted his eyes into slits. Crack, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck the ground right next to them. Helping our Lord deal with some issues. When was this? Not long ago. I did help him with an experiment, but I don't remember seeing you there. Number 4 had arrived without warning, looking a little puzzled. He glanced at number 5's frozen, motionless posture and instantly understood what was going on. He exchanged a look with number 3. At this point number 5 felt a chill run down his scalp. You wouldn't understand, fourth brother. Our Lord gave me a secret mission before, only I was allowed to go. Even as he spoke number 5 could hear the holes in his own story, but he was convinced that with his superior intelligence he could outwit all the zombie kings. They won't see through me, they won't see through me, number 5 chanted silently to himself. But number 4 took another glance at the zombie heart in number 5's hand and understood everything. This matter came directly from our Lord. It's very important to him. I'm just relaying his wishes. I'd imagine if our Lord ever found out a corpse dared to deceive him. Thud. Number 5 immediately dropped to one knee, staring wide-eyed at number 3 and number 4. Third brother, fourth brother, save me. Usually the most composed of them all, even number 4 couldn't help but nearly lose his cool when faced with number 5's antics. Mental controlled laser attacks, illusions. If you teamed up with Crow you wouldn't be weak at all. By now Chen Yun had already tamed Big Eye. If Big Eye's abilities were combined with Crow's, they'd be an endless nightmare. If you escaped one illusion you'd fall right into Big Eye's and then Crow would pull you back into another. Unless you managed to break both their illusions at once you'd never even notice anything was wrong if you only broke one. And on top of that, with Big Eye's laser attacks, no one would ever guess that Big Eye could use illusions too unless Chen Yun told them himself. Big Eye's pupils trembled slightly, a sign that it was responding to Chen Yun. From today on you'll be special record code 0. Big Eye, you're now number 0, Chen Yun declared. He planned to treat Big Eye as a uniquely classified zombie. In the future, whenever he encountered any strange or unusual zombies, he'd add them to this special roster. Normally, these kinds of special zombies weren't weak. If he slotted them into the existing sequence numbers like with number 4 and the others, he'd have to bump someone out every time. It made more sense to simply start a new series for bizarre zombies like Big Eye. Is there anything unusual around here? Any special zombies nearby? Chen Yun asked. Big Eye easily understood what Chen Yun meant. After a moment's thought it remembered a place. Suddenly a strong thought surged into Chen Yun's mind. Well, what do you know, there really is something. Chen Yun's eyes lit up. Northwest of this ruined city, there's a big river, right? And in it, there's a giant fish. He spoke out loud the message Big Eye had just sent into his mind. Without wasting a second, Chen Yun started heading in that direction. This was perfect. Right now Chen Yun didn't have any combat power suited to water environments, and this big fish in the river clearly wasn't ordinary. He had no clue what it looked like, but if it was memorable enough for Big Eye to mention it, it definitely wouldn't be weak. This could be just what he needed to fill that gap in his forces. Before long, under Big Eye's guidance, Chen Yun arrived at the banks of a vast body of water. Big Eye wasted no time. It shot a beam of energy straight into the water, then in the next instant yanked itself up into the sky, so high it almost pierced the clouds. The display immediately piqued Chen Yun's curiosity to the max. If the creature under the river wasn't formidable, Big Eye would never have reacted like this. Just then, roar, a deep resonant bellow echoed up from beneath the waves. Boom, boom. Chen Yun's eyes widened in shock as several octopus tentacles, each as thick as a building, burst out from the depths of the river. The speed was astonishing. Damn, Big Eye, you really have given me a surprise this time. Without hesitation, Chen Yun hurled a massive ball of violet flame into the river's depths, then reached out with his mind to initiate a contract. This zombified gigantic octopus, its sheer size was terrifying. Thankfully, it was undead, one of the zombie kin. Otherwise, Chen Yun seriously doubted whether his contract would be able to control it at all. At the same time, the instant he brought the giant octopus under his control, Chenyin felt his own stats surge significantly across the board. That settled it. This giant octopus was anything but ordinary. Its attributes had to be off the charts. After forming the contract, Chenyin could clearly feel that his overall attributes had increased by a solid 30% across the board. His stats had always benefited from the bonuses granted by the various Corpse Kings, and yet even on top of that foundation, signing a contract with the Octopus Corpse King brought him another 30% boost in every aspect. It was easy to imagine just how powerful this Octopus Corpse King really was. At the same time, Chenyin noticed that his summoning beast space had become vastly larger. There was now a wide stretch of water, and for the first time a faint sunlight filtered through the space. Although the sunlight wasn't exactly warm or bright, at least it brought some light to the previously pitch-black domain. It seemed the summoning beast space would change in response to his own attribute growth, which surprised Chenyin. He'd always assumed the place was static and unchanging. Come to think of it, it must be pretty tough for regular summoner-type classes. Either they have to keep their summoned creatures out at all times, or the creatures are stuck in that space, pitch dark by default, not even a glimmer of light. Most summoners couldn't count on their beasts being as loyal as Chenyin's. For others, they'd have to consider their beasts' feelings. Before this, there had been at least a faint glimmer in Chenyin's summoning space. Now, though it felt like daytime inside with mountains and water, overall a definite improvement. Even though number 4 and the others never complained, Chenyin could sense that the Corpse Kings hadn't liked staying in there. But now that problem was solved, at least it felt like a real space, not a dead empty void. You really gave me quite the surprise, Octopus. Whether it's the huge boost to my stats or the changes to the summoning beast space, I owe it all to you. A few giant tentacles rose languidly from the river, their aggression gone, replaced by a casual ease, maybe even a hint of happiness. As the lord of these Corpse Kings, Chenyin could easily sense their emotions under the influence of the contract. In his perception, this massive octopus's mind was much like that of a 5 or 6-year-old child, and it seemed to know it had just been praised. It was a little pleased with itself. BZZZT. Big Eye suddenly appeared overhead. Of course, Big Eye, you too. So, are there any other Corpse Kings lurking nearby? Soon Big Eye responded, and Chenyin nodded slightly. Just as I thought, there aren't any more, are there? But this was already more than enough. This trip to the zombie planet had yielded far greater rewards than expected. Chenyin had subdued Big Eye and Giant Tentacle, both exceptional zombie kings, and managed to acquire several doses of the mutation serum. With these serums, the zombie kings could grow stronger at an accelerated pace. Take number 4 Inch for example. After using the mutation serum, his power increased by a full 50%. The second dose was somewhat less effective, but still produced results. More importantly, according to Fengyao, even after the serum's effects wore off, it could still be used again after some time and would remain effective. That meant that, with a few more rounds of treatment, number 4 and the others could be turned into creatures even more terrifying than most 9th turn powerhouses. In the main world, once a professional reached the 6th turn, they would comprehend latent awakenings. Chenyin was concerned that number 4 and the others, being summons, might not be able to achieve such awakenings. After all, it was extremely rare for summoned beasts to awaken latent abilities. There were, of course, summoner-type professionals in the main world, so perhaps when he returned it would be worthwhile to consult some materials on the subject. In any case, it was time to head back and check on Fengyao's progress with the serums. If she'd managed to make enough, he'd be able to give some to Big Eye and Giant Tentacle as well. With a sweep of his arm, Chenyin summoned Big Eye and Giant Tentacle back into his beast space, then took a single step forward and vanished from the spot. At that moment, in the gathering place inside the mountain near the Black Wasteland, many people had already come to accept the reality of living alongside zombies. Not that they had much choice. A few troublemakers had tried to stir things up, only to be struck down by number 4's lightning, their bodies vanishing from the face of Bluestar without a trace. Though the whole situation felt strange to them, they couldn't deny the benefits. From now on, they no longer had to fear for their safety or worry about zombie hordes. Food supplies were no longer a problem either. Even if they decided to slack off in the settlement, it wouldn't matter much. But most people didn't plan to slack off. People only gave up when they felt their efforts wouldn't change anything. Now things were different. If you managed to get your hands on the heart of a Tier 3 or Tier 2 zombie, you could trade it for a mutation serum, and at this point Tier 3 and Tier 2 were basically the same as 3rd and 2nd class, just under a different name. "Boss, let's get everyone together and head out tomorrow," someone urged. "Damn it, did you see that? Zhang Wenyuan just took his crew out, got insanely lucky and killed a Tier 2 zombie. He's already applied for a dose of the 2nd generation mutation serum." The man called Boss swallowed hard. "Damn, tomorrow we ought to get out there and make the rounds too. Our squad was sponsored by the big 3 corporations from the very beginning, they're the ones paying our salaries. But now, I finally get it. Strength is what really matters, strength is everything. Sooner or later, this place is gonna become the center of the whole apocalypse. Actually, forget tomorrow, we can't afford to wait any longer or we'll end up at the bottom of the heap in this settlement. Let's head out and see what we can find today. Go round up the guys. That person said it himself. As long as we're inside the settlement, the zombies won't attack us, so what's there to be afraid of? Worst case, we just run back. I heard there's even a corpse king right outside the city protecting our base. Damn, conditions now are way better than they were before. Just as Chun Yun had predicted, everyone in the settlement was hungry for more power. They were all willing to take risks for it. Outside the settlement, up in a tree, sat a middle-aged man with a bare upper body wearing nothing but a pair of shorts. He was number 101, assigned by Chun Yun. His strength was fundamentally different from that of number 4 in the others. Sighed, the strong only get stronger and the weak stay weak. I wonder when the 6 of us will be able to follow our lord and go fight in that other world too. That other world isn't as great as you imagine, a sudden voice cut in. Most of what you'll find there are just ants, nothing more. By staying here you're still helping our lord. You shouldn't belittle your duty in this world. Number 4 had appeared out of nowhere and his words left number 101 stunned. He immediately stood up from the branch, no longer lounging about, but number 4 just looked indifferent. No need for formalities, we all serve under the same master, we don't need to fuss about status. With that offhand remark, number 4 gave number 101 a rare sense of belonging. No wonder so many corpse kings were willing to follow his lead. Among all of Chun Yun's subordinates, number 4 was second only to Chun Yun himself. You came here for, it's nothing. Here, these are 2 vials of the medicine, your share. Don't worry about the other 5 for now. If they want it, they'll come for it themselves. The 6 of you are essentially tasked with keeping watch over this world for our lord. Don't underestimate how important that job is. Number 4 handed him the 2 vials and after a brief exchange he turned and left. Number 101's eyes gleamed with a touch of happiness. He's right, if it's our lord's will then I'll carry it out to the end. Back in the settlement, in that same meeting room, Chun Yun couldn't help but clap number 4 on the shoulder. With you around, I can finally relax. So, how are things going lately? Chun Yun sat casually at the head of the conference room table while the others had already gone off to attend to their own tasks. Apart from number 6 and number 2 who were still eating, while eating in the darkness of the Blacklands, the other corpse kings had already left for different areas to hunt. They were only targeting third-tier zombies. Numbers 5 through 12 had all already used the 4th dose of the mutation serum. By this point, the effects of the mutation serum diminished significantly after the 4th dose. That was why there was no point in using a 5th. Chun Yun had chosen to save a few as rewards for those humans. If nothing unexpected happened, in a few days, the rest of humanity in this world would learn about the changes that had occurred here. Chun Yun nodded slightly. Good, you've done very well. Now, how much serum do we have left? He truly felt a deep sense of relief. Now, so many things could be delegated to these corpse kings, he no longer had to run around like a spinning top himself. Feng Yao deliberately set aside 20 vials for you. She must have known you'd want to take some. Also, I obtained these 2 pieces of intelligence from some of the humans. Chun Yun nodded again, a hint of admiration in his voice. She's a clever woman, no doubt about it. Right now Feng Yao was probably still busy in the lab, so he wouldn't disturb her. Then he took a few reports from number 4. There wasn't much to them, just mentions of 2 special zombies. One was Big Eye and the other was the octopus in the Great River. Besides that, there was some information on the 6 major corpse kings. He didn't need to read the reports on the 6 corpse kings, they were his people. As for Big Eye and the giant octopus, he'd already brought them under his control. They're not of much use to me now, but I appreciate your thoroughness. Glancing at the time, Chun Yun noted he had 10 hours left before he needed to leave. All in all, this trip to the zombie planet had seen most of his goals accomplished. The most important was boosting the strength of his corpse kings, a task he could now check off his list. As for recruiting even stronger zombies, Big Eye and the giant octopus were more than enough. Take me to the lab. Let's see if she needs any help. In the underground lab, Feng Yao deftly finished concocting another batch of the 2nd generation mutation serum. As for the 3rd generation formula, she felt there was no need to change it. She could simply use the heart of a 3rd-tier zombie. But somehow, it felt like she wasn't unlocking the full potential of the 3rd-tier zombie heart. What was missing? The 3rd generation serum should be more than just a slightly stronger version of the 2nd. In Feng Yao's mind, the 1st generation had always been a gamble, a roll of the dice. The 2nd generation eliminated the gamble entirely, using it guaranteed an awakened ability. By the time she got to the 3rd generation mutation serum, it really ought to be something different, not just an enhanced version of the 2nd gen formula. After all, this wasn't a toothpaste factory. Every generation was supposed to pursue a unique effect. Maybe she should try adding some special plants. Some of those plants had also been infected by the zombie virus. Perhaps if she extracted their essences and included them, it could trigger some unexpected changes. Feng Yao rested her chin in her hand, her thoughts gradually coming into focus. Just then the door swung open and Chen Yun walked in. I saw you'd stopped working. I hope I'm not interrupting, Chen Yun said. Behind him stood number 4 inch as always. Whenever number 4 was at Chen Yun's side, he looked just like a speechless robot. Hearing Chen Yun's voice, Feng Yao immediately turned around and saw that it was him in person. Sir, you. Her eyes sparkled with a faint excitement, that feeling from before. It was almost addictive. She didn't really understand what the sensation meant, but it didn't stop her from being drawn to Chen Yun. Part of it was that mysterious flame from earlier, another part was simple instinct. The urge to pursue the strong, a trait common to most female creatures. My last name's Chen, you can just call me Brother Chen, Chen Yun said, waving his hand casually. It's just a name, call me whatever you like. I mainly came to see if you're running into any problems here. Maybe you could take on a few apprentices or something. Doing all this alone isn't sustainable. Chen Yun glanced around at the equipment. Honestly, he wasn't a researcher, none of these instruments made much sense to him. As for whether taking on apprentices might risk the formula leaking out or cause other issues, he figured Feng Yao was smart enough not to be careless about something like that. He was just making a suggestion. Brother Chen, things are fine here. I'm not lacking anything at the moment. I don't have to worry about other settlements either. Those 6 corpse kings can solve pretty much any problem. Feng Yao took a deep breath, trying to settle her nerves and tamp down her excitement. Chen Yun nodded slightly. By the way, I'd like to collect some of number 4's blood for research. With that, Feng Yao's eyes shifted to number 4. She was curious, what exactly set these corpse kings apart from ordinary zombies? Maybe studying number 4 could offer some inspiration for the direction of the 3rd generation serum. This sort of thing was nothing to Chen Yun. Number 4 understood his intent immediately and stepped forward without hesitation. Not long after, I'll be leaving. The 6 corpse kings are more than enough for you to handle, but next time I come back I want you to have more serums ready for me. You should be able to tell that at the core what I want is for number 4 and the others to become stronger. I need you to focus your research on that goal. Do you understand? Chen Yun didn't bother hiding his intentions and stated them outright. Feng Yao immediately nodded after hearing this, signaling that she understood. I understand what you mean, but you're leaving? The moment she heard Chen Yun say he was planning to leave, Feng Yao couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. Still, she didn't say anything more. What's wrong? If you have something to say, just say it. Chen Yun raised an eyebrow, still not sure what she was thinking, but he could sense that it seemed to have something to do with number 4's presence, and that was probably why Feng Yao didn't want to speak up. Fine, let her be this once. The truth was, to Chen Yun, Feng Yao was quite valuable, which was why he was willing to indulge her a little. Alright, number 4, you go take care of your business, Chen Yun said, planning to send number 4 away. Here on the zombie planet, there weren't many who could actually hurt him, and as for Feng Yao, he felt no sense of threat from her at all. It's easy to be blind to your own situation while outsiders see things clearly. Number 4 inch at least understood what Feng Yao was thinking. Quietly leaving the lab, he turned into a bolt of lightning and went off to find number 2 and the others. He'd never gotten around to giving them the serums before, so now was as good a time as any. Now that number 4 was gone, Chen Yun said, if there's something you want, just say it. You're very valuable to me. If you have any requests, I can meet them. Deep down, he was genuinely curious about what Feng Yao wanted. Did she have a younger sister, or maybe parents she needed his help to save? With command over the 6 corpse kings, she really shouldn't need to ask him for that kind of favor. She could handle it herself. Once she was sure number 4 had left, Feng Yao walked over and locked the lab door behind her. Chen Yun was puzzled. What's this about? Afraid I'll run away? Just as Chen Yun was wondering, Feng Yao's gaze turned hazy as she looked at him, her posture a little shy and hesitant. At that moment, how could Chen Yun not understand? But he wasn't the type to get hung up or act bashful. He was direct, so that's what this is about. He pulled her into his arms in one swift motion, and Feng Yao instantly felt weak all over. In Chen Yun's eyes, Feng Yao's big bright eyes, her slightly evasive gaze, and her attractive figure, wrapped in a crisp white lab coat, made her look even more alluring. Chen. Brother Chen, she murmured. Not long after, the sounds of activity drifted from within the lab. How long have you two been eating here? Number 4 said in exasperation as he looked at number 6 and number 2 in front of him. At this moment, he felt like number 6 had grown noticeably plumper, all over, really as if the whole bird had put on a layer of fat. Clearly, she still hadn't finished digesting her meal, but in his perception, number 6 had indeed gotten much stronger. The same went for number 2. The only difference was, there were still a few mutant rats clinging stubbornly to number 2, biting down hard as if they bore some deep mortal grudge. Number 4, you're here. Look, there's a rock over here, I even saved you a spot. The crow doesn't like to sit, so it's perfect for you. Come try this, it's delicious. Number 2 handed over a mutant rat he'd just caught. The rat still had its teeth sunk into number 2's arm, refusing to let go. Unfortunately for it, though, all it could do was drool helplessly. It hadn't even broken the skin, and honestly it never would. A few veins popped on number 4's forehead. You're oddly considerate sometimes, you know that. No, you go ahead and eat. I brought these serums for you all. Crow, you go first. When number 4 showed up, the crow had already stopped what he was doing. He knew that unless it was something important, number 4 rarely came looking for the two of them. Serums? What are those? The crow was curious, but still hopped onto number 4's shoulder. These are things my master had the humans make. They can give a huge boost to our basic strength and maybe even unlock some of our hidden potential. As she spoke, number 4 injected all the serums into the crow. The crow felt almost breathless from the sudden flood of energy, and number 4 noticed his aura seemed a little unstable. But number 2 was still too busy scarfing down food to care about anything else. Hey number 4, if you're not going to eat, I'll help you out. You have no idea, these things are insanely tasty. She turned and glared at number 2, feeling a strange rising irritation for reasons she couldn't quite explain. Without another word, she jabbed all the serums straight into number 2. They worked fast. Number 2's whole body flushed red, his eyes flashing with bloodlust, but the effect only lasted a dozen seconds or so before he returned to normal. Hup, what was that stuff? Number 4 got any more? Number 2 looked up, all curiosity. Number 4 just snorted coldly, nope, that's all. Yet sure, like I'd believe that. You all think I'm dumb, but I'm actually really smart, you know. Number 2 muttered under his breath, fine whatever, no need to get all huffy about it. Number 4's lips twitched. Damn it, this guy's asking for trouble again. As the day wound down, Feng Yao slumped into a chair, exhausted but utterly content. She looked like she'd been completely drained. If she hadn't used the potion herself, she'd probably be on the verge of passing out right now. Brother Chen, are you leaving? Feng Yao's breath was warm and sweet as she spoke. Chen Yin, feeling unusually clear-headed and refreshed, nodded. No wonder young people can't help themselves. This feeling really does get under your skin and into your bones. Yep, it's time to go. While Chen Yin was away, only a single day had passed in Yunhai City. But in that one day, quite a few new faces had arrived in town. Naturally, most of them were prodigies in their own right. As soon as they arrived, they all started gathering intel. Sooner or later, everyone did. Partly, it was because they weren't familiar with the city, but more than that, they were hoping to pick up some information that might give them an edge. But the more they asked around, the wilder the rumors got. At first, it sounded like something out of a fantasy novel. A fresh graduate, during his final assessment, had cleared the secret realm. Okay, maybe that alone wasn't unprecedented in the Empire's history, so this prodigy must have had an SSS-class combat talent, right? Maybe he'd led a team of A and B-class geniuses to victory? But that's not how it went at all. The team that cleared the secret realm was just 4 people, led by someone named Chen Yun, his talent, F rank, and his class, the so-called waste-class Necromancer Lord. Whether he could even summon undead creatures was up for debate. He still had to form contracts with them first, and then the intel got even crazier. Chen Yun had supposedly landed a punch that sent the principal flying. The old principal of Yunhai number 1 High, he was a 7th tier job holder, a priest sage no less. 7th tier, that's no street corner nobody, and yet some kid named Chen Yun had knocked him back. Come on, is this for real? No author would dare write something so outrageous. The rumors only got more fantastical from there. Supposedly this same guy had taken out Yunhai City's administration minister and even turned down a direct offer from the Imperial Army. Seriously, was Chen Yun really that powerful? Sounds like total nonsense to me, some scoffed. Don't waste time worrying about him, let's focus on the secret realm competition. Probably just Yunhai City hyping up their own people, others agreed, but if that's their tactic, it's honestly pretty pathetic. But then again, someone else argued, if it was just one source you could write it off. But when the same rumors coming from all over, it makes you wonder, hey, if you're gonna put on a show, you might as well go all the way, right? Someone joked, maybe we should try to find a few of his teammates and see what's really going on. I'd advise you not to do that. Not long ago, an Imperial Army captain, Zhang Wenwen, posted a notice on the bulletin board in Yunhai City. It said that anyone who tried to cause trouble would have their team disqualified from the competition. As soon as those words were out, a dozen people couldn't help but widen their eyes. After all, they were all on the same team. See, isn't this just a whole act? Sure, they can fake things wherever else, but when it comes to the Empire's secret realm trials and competitions, that's one thing they absolutely can't cheat on. If they tried, the Imperial Guards would definitely step in. And when the Imperial Guards get involved, it's never just a warning, they only act to kill, otherwise they wouldn't bother. The Yunhai City Administration Department put out a similar announcement not long ago, basically saying no fighting is allowed in the city. I just have a feeling things aren't as simple as they seem. Captain, do you really believe all these rumors are true? And if they are, what's the point of people like that even joining the secret realm competition? The team captain was silent for a moment, thinking it over, then slowly shook his head. No, I still don't think it's that simple. Nobody's that stupid. The whole point of this competition is to help the Empire's Southern Army squad select some promising new recruits, or maybe just to boost their fighting strength. There's no need for all this hype. Real or not, if we actually run into that Chen Yun, it's best not to make him an enemy. Some people found Chen Yun mysterious, someone you didn't want to cross, others simply didn't take him seriously, and then there were those who, for the sake of their own reputation, wanted to challenge Chen Yun to a duel. But since they couldn't find him, all they could do was go after the Purple Shield Guild. Honestly, if it weren't for Zhang Wenwen's notice, the Purple Shield Guild would really be in trouble right now. But because of it, some people started looking down on Chen Yun, and a few even developed a killing intent toward him. Sometimes the urge to kill is just that simple. Meanwhile, elsewhere, in the back hall of the Yunhai City Administration Department, these idiots, do they really think I'm protecting Chen Yun? I'm protecting you fools. Zhang Wenwen fumed, feeling like he might burst a lung from anger over everything that had happened today. He'd met Chen Yun before. If you crossed him, you wouldn't live to see the next morning. Plus, from what Yu Kong and the others said, Chen Yun was apparently on the verge of a breakthrough in his professional skills. Good grief, he's already strong enough, and now he's about to unlock new abilities. For some professions, once your skill mastery reaches a certain level, you have to rely on your own insight to advance further. Zhang Wenwen guessed that was probably the case for Chen Yun too. Otherwise, there's really no way to explain it. An entire day had passed and Chen Yun still hadn't shown up. Damn it, every stunt he pulls is crazier than the last. If they were just a little bit less outrageous, maybe someone would actually believe them. But right now, not a single soul is buying it. For a moment, Zhang Wenwen felt a sharp, almost physical pain in her teeth out of pure frustration. Once again, she had the distinct sense that some people really couldn't blame anyone but themselves for their own demise. They just kept running headlong toward their own destruction. Next to her, the adjutant glanced at Zhang Wenwen and let out a soft sigh. Captain, there's something I think you should see. It's rather important, he said. As he spoke, he placed the intelligence report he'd obtained on the table in front of her. The moment the report hit the table, Zhang Wenwen gave it a cursory glance, but after just a single look, her eyes widened in shock. She instantly snatched up the document and read it over carefully several times, then let out a long, helpless sigh. As of now, in Yunhai City, we can confirm that the Sunfall Church has completed their saint's baptism ceremony. In other words, they've found someone whose faith they can harness. On top of that, after using the Blood Grudge Stone, that person's level has reached 9 turn 1 star. According to our investigation, his name is Lin Shu. Lin Shu has already disappeared, but there's a bigger issue. They plan to use the upcoming Secret Realm tournament for something. There's another piece of intelligence regarding Chung Fanlu. After he challenges Lan Yi, he plans to go straight for Yang Yar. He's already broken through to 8 turn and has mastered double potential. As the adjutant spoke, Zhang Wenwen's brow furrowed so tightly it looked like it could have been carved out of steel. Unbelievable. Damn it, all these disasters are piling up at once, aren't they? This Chung Fanlu looks like he's been scheming this for a long time. Zhang Wenwen slowly set the report down, thinking it over again and again. In the end, she decided she'd still have to rely on Chen Yun, but as a trade-off, she'd give him her full support. She wondered if he'd managed to break through by now. If it's him, Lin Shu shouldn't be much of a problem even if he is at 9 turn. Suddenly Zhang Wenwen's expression changed. Wait, what level? 9 turn? Hold on, 9 turn? She snatched up the report again and read it over carefully, and sure enough, 9 turn was written there in black and white. 9 turn, this rank was basically a peak, but she remembered hearing from the 5th commander that after reaching 9 turn each additional star was a world of difference, and after 9 turn to keep advancing you had to comprehend double potential. Otherwise, there was no way to advance to the next star. As for why that was, Zhang Wenwen herself honestly had no idea. After all, she hadn't reached the 9 turn level yet. The 5th commander had never really explained it to her, just mentioned dual immersion, that it was a necessary step for advancing after the 9th turn as well as a way to test one's aptitude. Yes, the 9th turn, she hadn't heard wrong. Even the adjutant's face looked grim. The 9th turn, just the thought of that level was terrifying for them. After all, not everyone was a freak of nature like Chen Yun, so monstrous, so extraordinary. Tisk this. The 5th commander had gone off to find that Su Tianhe again. For a moment Zhang Wenwen felt powerless. The gulf between the 8th and 9th turns wasn't just a small step, it was a leap in quality, not just quantity. Chen Yun might have incredible strength, maybe even some hidden trump cards, but facing someone at the 9th turn, it was going to be tough no matter what. Unconsciously Zhang Wenwen slumped into her chair, her face pale. She couldn't help but imagine the entire Yunhai city turned into fuel for a blood resentment stone. And with this year's recruitment for the Southern Division of the Imperial Army, things were bound to go wrong. One misstep and every step after would go wrong too. The 4 main branches of the Imperial Army had always secretly been at each other's throats, but things hadn't gotten out of hand, at least not yet, because the Imperial Guards were always watching. No one dared go too far, but if this year's recruitment went badly in a year or two, they'd fall behind, and she knew exactly what that meant. Fewer resources allocated by the Empire every year. And that wasn't even the half of it. There'd be all sorts of problems piling up, things she couldn't even begin to list. Suddenly Zhang Wenwen's eyes lit up. Wait, Lang Yi, there's no way she hasn't seen this coming. If she had, she must have left herself a backup plan. That woman, she's not the type to abandon the game halfway. Zhang Wenwen sat up straight, didn't hesitate for a second and called Lang Yi. Thank goodness Lan Yi picked up, if she hadn't Zhang Wenwen genuinely wouldn't have known what to do. Lan Yi, thank goodness you finally answered. On the other end, Lan Yi was standing by the lake quietly watching the water and couldn't help but twitch at the urgency in Zhang Wenwen's voice. If I'm not mistaken, I picked up in 3, maybe 4 seconds. That's not exactly a long wait, is it? So what happened? If it's Lan Yi didn't finish her sentence, but Zhang Wenwen knew what she meant. I know Lan Yi, I'm not calling about all that. I need to talk to you about the blood resentment stone. They've already used it, and now that person has reached the 9th turn. Zhang Wenwen could barely keep the anxiety out of her voice. Lan Yi, however, remained as calm and composed as ever, her expression cold as frost. She absently pushed her glasses up her nose. There's no need to panic. I suppose I didn't explain clearly enough before. Blood grudge stones are the same way. Once you use 1 inch, even a cultivator at the 9th turn can't tap into their latent awakening, nor can they gain any new insight into it. Lan Yi stood casually by the riverside gazing at the calm water. She looked as if the whole business with the blood grudge stone was hardly worth her attention, and honestly that was the truth. Oh. As soon as Zhang Wenwen heard this, she froze for a moment. Oh, is that how it is? Well, that's a relief. That thing nearly scared me out of my wits. She instantly felt a weight lift from her chest. Goodness, I thought this was a dead end. Turns out I overestimated the other side. Damn, in the end nothing's more valuable than good intel. Haha, damn, I almost got scared to death. Now this is much more manageable. Feeling like the problem wasn't nearly as serious as she'd feared, Zhang Wenwen promptly propped her feet up on the desk in front of her and leaned back in her chair, relaxing completely. The adjutant next to her had clearly seen this kind of thing before and barely gave it a second glance. That kind of power always comes with a price. Lan Yi continued, of course, to withstand the force of a blood grudge stone you need more than just faith energy. You need a terrifying will, a will that's willing to bear the weight of everyone's hopes. And there's also a pact involved. If their will is strong enough and they manage to fulfill half of the pact, that's when things get tricky. She paused, considering the odds. But honestly, the chances of that happening are pretty slim. Blood grudge stones are sinister things to begin with, and their creation is downright cruel. Most people simply can't bear their power, let alone fulfill any kind of pact with them. Oh, and what's so tricky about that? Are you saying they just awaken their latent potential on the spot? Zhang Wenwen joked, clearly not taking the idea of completing the blood grudge stones pact seriously. After all, it was such a twisted thing. There was no way the pact could be easily fulfilled. If they manage even a little bit, if their will doesn't collapse, they become unkillable. If they make it halfway, the collective will of all people would be carried by them. But if their will isn't as strong as their opponents, they'll be absorbed and turned into nourishment. If, by some miracle, they actually complete the pact, then they'd achieve the 9th turn, 9 stars, invincible. But look, even though blood grudge stones have been made plenty of times through history, not a single person has ever managed to fulfill even a fraction of that pact. Not even the first person who ever created one came close. The pact in a blood grudge stone is a reflection of the user's own heart. Anyway, that's just what's recorded. I've told you everything. Zhang Wenwen chuckled. You just said it yourself, not a single person in history has ever done it. What's there to be afraid of? Alright, I'll stop bothering you now. By a small alleyway in Yunhai City, Lin Shu slowly came to a stop, his gaze drifting toward a narrow alley nearby. Behind him trailed a dozen or so followers from the Church of the Fallen Sun. Ever since he had obtained the power of the blood grievance stone, he'd become increasingly aware that his strength was growing little by little with each passing day. At first, he'd assumed it was simply the aftereffects of absorbing the stone's power, a surge that made it feel as if an endless well of energy was bubbling up inside him. But now he realized it wasn't just a temporary boost. His strength was in fact increasing gradually over time. Of course, the rate of growth was minuscule, almost imperceptibly slow, but it was real. He could feel it. What's wrong, Saint? Why have you stopped? One of the church followers asked, confusion in his voice. They'd all noticed that Lin Shu had changed since gaining the blood grievance stone's power. It wasn't just his abilities, his very mindset seemed to be shifting too. Still, none of them dared question him. They were content to follow his lead. They were also well aware of Lin Shu's plan to hunt down the graduates of Yunhai First High. Not that any of them intended to stop him, in fact, most saw it as just another task along the way. After all, making more blood grievance stones required plenty of deaths. A few more students from Yunhai First made no difference. I hear prayers, Lin Shu said quietly, I hear despair. And I hear the fury of those thirsting for vengeance. He stepped into the alley. There a group had surrounded 3 people. These 3 didn't look like recent graduates. They seemed a little older, young men who'd already seen a bit of the world. All 3 were only at the 2nd tier and their talents were rated at F level. With the blood grievance stone's power, Lin Shu could see this at a glance. As for the group encircling them, this wasn't the first time they'd done something like this. Come on, the 3 of you, can't you cough up some materials? Or some gold? We're not asking for much. 300 gold coins and 10 materials, any kind will do. Yeah, we're not like those other gangs. We don't want much from you. A dozen or so thugs pressed in on the 3. Big brother, it's not that we don't want to pay, one of the trio pleaded, it's just that we can barely scrape together this month's rent. What's your rent got to do with us? Damn it, don't you understand plain language? Fine then, 3,000 gold. If you can't pay, you're not leaving. If killing you got us anything at all, you'd already be dead. Lin Shu frowned slightly. Why don't you call the administration department, or use one of their signal cards? By rights, they're supposed to handle things like this. Handle what? Those big shots wouldn't bother with petty stuff like this. Besides, Minister Wang Tianmia's gone and the new guy's got his hands full. You think he's got time to care about us? One of them started explaining instinctively, but halfway through he suddenly realized the voice didn't sound like anyone from their group. He snapped to attention. They'd been discovered. What's wrong, kid? What's this got to do with you? Someone barked. I suggest you mind your own business. Lin Shu heard all of this and immediately understood these were the very people who'd been robbing folks in the city. He'd only ever heard about them before and never seen them in person. The stories had even come from his own teammates. Back when he'd just started school, he'd heard someone say their parents had been robbed. That's enough, Lin Shu said coldly. I can sense you're all fairly strong, especially you. He nodded at one of them. You must be the leader at 3rd rank. If you went into a 1st-rank dungeon you could make a living just fine. Who the hell are you? The leader sneered. Trying to lecture us? Listen up, those 3 have F-rank talents and low levels. If we don't rob them, who should we rob? Besides, looting people's a hell of a lot safer than running dungeons, and we're not unreasonable, you know. Anyone we rob gets a free pass for the next month. No one else will touch them. Got it? People like me with a conscience are a rare breed these days, you know. He looked Lin Shu up and down. Hey kid, you're tall and strong, why not join us? Hearing this, Lin Shu was flooded with an uncontrollable urge to kill. But what pushed him over the edge was that single sentence. They're F-rank talents, who else are we supposed to rob? It was pure contempt, as if F-rank talents deserve to be preyed on. F-rank talents, so that means they deserve to be your victims. If that's how it is, then you can all just die, you little, one of them started. But Lin Shu raised his hand and brought it down in a flash. The man in front of him exploded into a spray of blood, painting the alley red in an instant. The others froze, stunned at what they'd just witnessed, but Lin Shu didn't hesitate for a second. Run, someone shouted, finally snapping back to reality, but it was too late. Lin Shu was now a 9th-rank powerhouse. He hadn't yet awakened his latent potential, but even so, wiping out a dozen thugs like these was hardly a challenge. A short while later, Lin Shu led the 3 victims out of the alley. As he walked, he realized he'd grown even stronger. The growth wasn't exactly dramatic, but it was definitely there. Lin Shu couldn't quite figure out where this increase was coming from, and in the end he could only attribute it to the blood grudge stone. Still, Lin Shu had a nagging feeling that something else was taking shape inside his body. The next day, Qinyan slowly opened his eyes to find himself in a somewhat familiar bedroom. It was the place Ko Bao had helped him find earlier for secluded cultivation. His last rental wasn't bad either, but too many people had learned about it, making it unsafe. So after quickly tidying up, Qinyan had left all his things with the landlord and moved out. He glanced at the date and realized a whole day had passed here. I stayed over there for a day, 24 hours, and only a day passed here too. If I spend 7 days here, 70 days will go by on the zombie planet, so it seems the difference in the flow of time only happens during the cooldown period. Qinyan focused his senses again and noticed that the cooldown time before he could return to the zombie planet had increased. If he wanted to go back, he'd have to wait another month. Well, a month is a month. Next, it's time to go find them. I wonder how everyone managed during the day I was gone. Back at Yukong's place, everyone was there except for the 5th commander. Hey bro, you're finally out. Gong Jiala burst out laughing. You're never gonna guess how strong I am now. I finally reached the 3rd tier. And my sister whipped up some new potions with amazing effects. They cut down energy consumption and massively boost recovery speed. Energy, or mana, is also called MP. Most classes need to use up MP to cast their skills. Qinyan had barely set foot inside when Gong Jiala greeted him with a big grin. Really? Who knows, maybe I've gotten stronger too. While you've been working hard, so have I. Qinyan smiled easily. His little trip to the zombie planet had been a blast in more ways than one. Not only did he get to let loose, but his main fighting force, the Corpse Kings like number 4, had all grown much stronger. All of a sudden, Qinyan realized everyone was staring at him. Yukong glanced at him once, then quickly looked away. What's up? Qinyan asked. Gong Jiala looked him up and down, his gaze lingering on Qinyan's neck. Nothing, bro. But tell us, did you have some fun with your girlfriend while you were gone? No fun. Qinyan was confused for a moment, but then he realized Gong Jiala was staring at his neck. He suddenly remembered how enthusiastic things had gotten with Fengyao in the lab earlier. It's not what you think. It's all just a misunderstanding, Qinyan said awkwardly. Qinyan's face flushed red with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Gong Shanshu felt a wave of emotion as if a weight had been lifted from his heart. After all, Song Linen had been the first person to pursue Qinyan, there was no denying that. Gong had come along halfway through, which must have put Qinyan in a difficult spot. But things were different now. In this world, monogamy was just a convention. If someone had the ability, no one would bat an eye if they found themselves with several partners, male or female. It was all fair game as long as everyone involved agreed to it. At the same time, Gong casually rubbed at the mark on his own neck, trying to fade it a bit. In his heart, Chen also finally confirmed. When he traveled to the zombie planet, it really was his physical body that went, not just his soul. Actually, that was just fine. After all, experiencing things in the flesh was far more interesting. A misunderstanding. Wait, could it be there's more than just the sister-in-law? Gong Jiala piped up, stirring the pot with a mischievous grin. Chen Yun's lips curled into a sudden smile. He placed his palm atop Gong Jiala's head, tousling her hair until it was a complete mess, leaving her so flustered she didn't know which way was up. Zhang Wenwen, let me guess, you're here to recruit me, right? Something's come up, hasn't it? What kind of problem could you all not handle? Chen Yun looked at Zhang Wenwen with a hint of curiosity. After all, Zhang Wenwen was a squad captain in the Imperial Army. Her strength was unquestionable. He'd even sent number 3 to test her before, so he had a pretty good sense of her combat level by now. But if he sent number 3 against her again, it probably wouldn't be much of a challenge at this point. Hearing Chen Yun's words, Gong Jiala immediately clammed up. She might joke around most of the time, but when it came to serious matters, she was always quick to quiet down. Just because she was short didn't mean she was a child. Alright, you really did figure it out. That's right, I'm here for you. But more than that, I want to ask, just how strong are you now? Zhang Wenwen looked at Chen Yun with genuine curiosity. She'd never fought him directly, and for some reason she couldn't get a read on his real strength at all. Most of what she'd seen had come from his summoned beasts. Back then, number 3 could even go toe-to-toe with her, and if it hadn't been for that nearly broken weapon and her own twin abilities, it was anyone's guess who would have won in the end. Compared to before, I'd say I'm about 30% stronger. But let's get to the point. If you all can't solve the problem, there's no guarantee I'll have a solution either. Chen Yun's words made Zhang Wenwen's heart skip a beat. Chen Yun's strength was nothing to scoff at. If he managed to increase it by another 30% on top of what he already had, then honestly she wouldn't be able to handle any of the summoned beasts under his command right now. But the way Chen Yun put it, he was making it clear. Unless there was something in it for him, he wasn't about to lift a finger. Well, one thing is related to you, or to be precise, to the team you're about to join. The other is about this upcoming secret realm assessment, Zhang Wenwen replied, feeling a bit unsure about Chen Yun's attitude. Chen Yun, meanwhile, sat down squarely on the sofa looking like he was ready to hear her out. Go on, lay it all out. What's going on? He was starting to get interested. At the same time, he recalled the last time he'd gone to the abyssal secret realm. He'd sensed then that there was more to Lang Yi's situation than met the eye. Now, it seemed his instincts had been right. Things really weren't that simple. Whatever was going on had gotten out of hand to the point where even Zhang Wenwen couldn't do anything about it. That meant the big team he was about to join, and its captain, probably wouldn't be able to solve it either. Well, isn't that just great? First thing after joining the team, he'd have to deal with internal drama. Talk about ridiculous. As for the stuff going on with the Imperial Army's team, Chen Yun could piece together a few things from what he'd learned about Lang Yi before. But when it came to the secret realm assessment, he was in the dark. Was there some new crisis that had cropped up just in the one day he'd been away? Sometimes things really did happen that fast. Chen Yun couldn't help but think back to his previous life. There was that one time he'd left his phone at home, and when he got back there were a dozen missed calls. Yet whenever he had his phone on him, hardly anyone ever called, sometimes not a single person. Zhang Wenwen continued, basically Lang Yi got framed, someone else wants her position, and since Lang Yi was planning to retire and leave the Imperial Army altogether, this person, his name's Cheng Feinlu, saw an opportunity. From what I've gathered, this was all premeditated. Lang Yi is a friend of mine and she's exhausted. I want you to help me get justice for her. Of course, whatever you want in return, I can make it happen. Chen Yun listened, but he didn't feel much of anything. Sure, Lang Yi was attractive, but to be honest, he barely knew her. Maybe they could be considered acquaintances, friends at best. The only reason he'd gotten involved with the abyssal secret realm before was because the 5th commander had taken him along. He wasn't about to take on a pile of trouble just because Lang Yi happened to be good-looking. It's not like he hadn't seen beautiful women before. He took a closer look at Zhang Wenwen, sizing her up. She was in pretty good shape herself. If he used Feng Yao as a benchmark, Feng Yao would score a 98 for her figure. Zhang Wenwen was probably around a 93, and Song Lin, well, she'd be a 99. Gong Yanchu's figure was also a solid 98, but as for Gong Jiala, even though her own 2 peaks were nothing to scoff at, they perhaps just had a different kind of appeal. There was still a noticeable difference in their builds. It wouldn't really be fair to rate them side by side. Can I change my request? You. As soon as Zhang Wenwen realized Chen Yun was scrutinizing her, she instantly caught on to what he was actually talking about. A few veins popped up on her forehead. You little brat, did you misunderstand what I meant? Zhang Wenwen gritted her teeth, glaring at Chen Yun's handsome face, feeling an almost irresistible urge to punch him just to see what it would feel like. but in the end she just clenched her teeth. She wasn't actually going to lay a hand on him. She still felt there was a certain distance between her and Shin Yun. This wasn't my idea, it was yours. To be honest, I don't really need your help for much. In Yunhai City, whatever you can help me with, Kobao can more or less handle too. As she finished speaking, Kobao, who was standing off to the side, couldn't help but puff out his chest a little, wondering to himself, am I really that useful compared to Chen Yun? But it's not like you can't help me at all. Maybe there are things you've done for us in secret that I'm not aware of. But that's not enough for me to agree to your terms. That Cold Night team, who's their captain, can't she handle things within her own squad? Chen Yun was a little curious about that himself. He vaguely remembered hearing back when he was heading into that abyssal secret realm dungeon that the team he'd be joining later also had a female captain, someone named Yang Yaer. He recalled Wang Tianhao mentioning her before, saying her personality was pretty similar to Gong Jiala's, basically a supersized version of Gong Jiala. Chen Yun's gaze drifted over to Gong Jiala again. At that moment she had just finished fixing her hair and sat down beside him. Chen Yun, without thinking, reached out and messed up her hair again. Her little face instantly darkened. Her name's Yang Yaer, she's strong too, but Chung Fenglu must have been scheming for a long time. He's already roped in several smaller teams within the main group. The only exception is the squad you went down into the abyssal secret realm with. He's never been able to win them over. At this point Zhang Wenwen couldn't help but feel curious. Before she'd gotten the sense that Wang Tianhao was a bit dissatisfied with Cold Night. That had come up in the intel too, but why? In fact, Zhang Wenwen wasn't wrong. It's just that after going through the abyssal secret realm dungeon with Chen Yun, Wang Tianhao's whole view had changed. That Chung Fenglu, who even knows what rock he crawled out from under? He's not even qualified to be the vice captain of the main team. Since Lang Yi was planning to withdraw from the Empire's military, the deputy position should naturally go to whoever was most capable. Chen Yun could more or less guess at the reasoning, but he had no intention of wasting words on it. Alright, I think I get the picture, he said. But let's leave that matter for later. For now, why don't you tell me about the Imperial Secret Realm tournament? Chen Yun had no intention of agreeing to anything just yet. They hadn't offered any real benefits, just an empty promise. Was he supposed to just go charging in for that? That would be letting himself get played. As for the Imperial Secret Realm tournament, he was going to participate no matter what. Whatever happened, their paths were bound to cross. Since that was the case, he might as well get some intel from Zhang Wenwen now and see what was really going on. It's the Sunfall Church, Zhang Wenwen said. They've found their candidate. The Blood Grudge Stone has already been used. They managed to create a powerhouse with 9-turn strength. But this 9-turn isn't a true awakened one. Their combat power can't compare to a genuine 9-turn expert. Still, 9-turn is 9-turn. Do you think you can handle it? She asked the question offhandedly, but deep down she didn't see it as much of a challenge for Chen Yun. 9-turn, 9-turn. The others, Yukong, Kobao and the rest, were all visibly shocked. They had barely ever seen a 9-turn powerhouse. The only time was thanks to Chen Yun when they'd met the 5th commander, who was also a 9-turn. Though they never did find out exactly how many stars that commander had, but one thing was certain, that person truly possessed the might of a 9-turn. Now hearing there would be a 9-turn opponent, everyone's nerves tightened, everyone except Chen Yun, who looked calm and unfazed. Compared to before, number 4 and the rest of his team were now at least twice as strong, thanks to those mutation serums and the new gear they'd equipped. Their overall combat effectiveness was armed to the teeth. On top of it, they had a special skill, Undead Monarch's Pardon. This skill could massively boost number 4 and the others' fighting power. The trade-off was that 10 minutes after use his team wouldn't be able to summon for an entire day, a cooldown of sorts. But the power of that skill wasn't just a simple threefold boost to their stats. In combat, their actual strength could easily reach 10 times what it was before. Alright then, just leave it to me, Chen Yun said casually. If I run into them, I'll clean things up for you while I'm at it. Anything else? If there's nothing else, you should get going. I still have things to discuss with my team. He scratched his neck as he spoke. Hearing that, Zhang Wenwen nodded helplessly, letting out a quiet sigh in her heart. Alright. At that moment Yukong glanced at Zhang Wenwen, then continued, Brother Chen, while you were gone today, quite a few people managed to dig up some information about you. They didn't believe it at first, so they tried to find you. When they couldn't, they came looking for us instead. Thankfully, thanks to her, we didn't get hassled by anyone today. Chen Yun's eyes widened instantly. To him there were only a handful of people in this world who truly mattered. His previously carefree expression froze on his face. Someone's trying to cause us trouble. Now that's interesting. I'll make sure to keep an eye on what Lang Yi is up to. Of course, if Lang Yi really did something wrong, I won't take her side. I hope you understand what I mean. Chen Yun ground his teeth for a moment. Damn it, doesn't matter where you go, there are always people who just can't help but look for trouble. Zhang Wenwen, who had just stood up, shot Yukong a grateful look. If it weren't for Yukong's words, she would have walked straight out the door without Chen Yun asking her a single question. Chen Yun might seem easygoing and casual, but in reality, that attitude was reserved for people like Yukong and the others. With outsiders he wasn't nearly as approachable. After all, Chen Yun's profession was that of a lord of the undead. And generally speaking, a person's profession reveals a lot about their nature. It's great that you're willing to help. I'm also a squad leader, but I can't get too involved in this. If I did, people would start talking. Besides, Yang Yara isn't easy to deal with either. Even though she's already made her move, if she pushes too far, all those small teams Chung Fanglu's gathered will turn against her one by one. At this point, Zhang Wenwen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Sometimes she felt jealous that Yang Yara had Long Yi as her deputy, but looking at Yang Yara's current situation, she really couldn't find any joy in it anymore. Of everyone from their batch who was still alive, stationed with the Southern Imperial Army and on good terms with each other, it was just the three of them now. Alright then, could you help me get in touch with Long Yi? I want to hear directly from her what's going on. Chen Yun decided it was best to get the story straight from Long Yi herself. He'd heard a little from Wang Tianhao before, but you couldn't just form a conclusion after hearing one side, otherwise you'd either end up being used as a pawn or manipulated outright. Well, maybe there wasn't much difference between the two. Before long, Chen Yun was holding Zhang Wenwen's phone against his ear. Long Yi, it's me. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Long Yi was momentarily stunned. She never expected that once she picked up the call, the person on the other end would actually be Chen Yun. That was something she had never anticipated. Besides, Long Yi was a sharp person, quick-witted and good at reading people's minds. Of course, being clever didn't mean she was omniscient. She never would have guessed it was you reaching out to me. So, is there something you need? Are you thinking of leaving Yang Yura's team? I know things are chaotic in the main group right now, but if that's really what you want, I won't. A hint of helplessness flickered across Long Yi's face. She understood better than anyone how things stood within the main group. Frankly, it was a complete mess. She hadn't foreseen things turning out like this. This time, she had miscalculated. Leave? Are you kidding? Chen Yun replied, his tone a mix of exasperation and amusement. You were the ones who invited me to join in the first place. I agreed back then, and the whole reason I'm in the Secret Realm competition is just to go through the motions. That's all. As he spoke, Chen Yun's expression turned a little odd. Damn, if it weren't for number 4 and the other corpse kings on his side, he would have been totally out of his depth. But now his strength was anything but weak. Just how strong was that Chung Fanlu anyway? Did he really need to hide? Besides, wasn't joining that team basically enlisting with the Empire's military? And with the team in such chaos now, if he made a move later on, wouldn't it just make everything he wanted to do in the future that much easier? I really didn't expect this, Long Yi admitted. So what's your plan exactly? What are you going to do? Or rather, what's the real story behind that person? She paused, thinking it over carefully. There wasn't any complicated reason. She knew she was strong enough, but didn't feel confident challenging Yang Yura, yet she was also unsatisfied with just staying put. That made her position as deputy something Chen Yun had his eye on. I've just gotten tired over the years, she said finally, so I don't bother fighting him anymore. Hearing this, Chen Yun nodded slightly. It's not that you're not capable, you just couldn't be bothered to deal with him, isn't that right? He turned and handed the phone to Zhang Wenwen, who looked at him in disbelief before raising the phone to her ear. Chen Yun wasn't interested in what the person on the other end was saying and didn't bother listening in. A few minutes later, Zhang Wenwen slowly lowered the phone. She's tired, she said quietly. She left the military because of her mother, not because of Chung Fanglu. There was a note of regret in her voice. Chen Yun nodded again. Someone that's smart, if she's known for a while, there's no way she'd just sit back and do nothing. She's probably just tired of all this and doesn't want to play anymore. However, to be fair, since you helped us out earlier, when we join the team later, we'll keep an eye on this Chung Fanglu for you. If he seems decent in all aspects, we'll leave it be. But if, well, to put it bluntly, what Chen Yun meant was that he wanted to get a read on the guy's character. Zhang Wenwen nodded quietly, her eyes shimmering with a hint of tears. After a casual farewell, she turned and left. Once Zhang Wenwen had completely gone, Chen Yun's expression grew serious. Now that there were no outsiders around, he said, Ko Bao, can you tell me about your talent? Everyone was a little curious when they heard Chen Yun's question. Did he have something planned next? Ko Bao himself seemed startled when his name was called. Brother Chen, if you need anything from me, just say the word. My talent is ranked B and my class is Moonshadow Assassin. Right now I've just advanced to the 4th tier 5-star level. He took a deep breath. Could it be that Chen Yun had seen through his own schemes? Chen Yun nodded. You've helped us out a lot, taken care of plenty of small things for us. So I'm giving this to you, but remember, if you ever take this thing outside, I'll have no choice but to. As he spoke, Chen Yun took a small box from his coat and opened it, revealing 20 vials of potion inside. You can try one of these first. Don't worry, it's not dangerous to you. If I wanted to harm you, I'd hardly go to all this trouble. The truth was, Chen Yun was planning to build up his own power. Things like blood grudge stones had already started showing up out there, even if they were a bit sinister. But the potions Chen Yun had brought back from the zombie planet were reserved only for his own people, so even if he wasn't around, they'd have some way to protect themselves. Of course, the real reason he dared to do this was because he was absolutely confident in his current strength. He could crush them all if he wanted. Kobao understood this too. Qingyun really had no need to trick him, so he took one of the vials and, after hesitating a moment, injected it into himself. Current level experience plus 10%, potential awakening strength plus 2%, there was no pain. As soon as the potion entered his body, his class system immediately displayed 2 notifications. Well, this stuff won't make you dramatically stronger, but it does give you a bit of a boost, and there's no real limit to how much you can use, Qingyun explained. To Qingyun, a plus 2% increase in potential awakening strength was a pretty minor gain. And it only worked if you'd already unlocked potential awakening, but Qingyun also felt that, at least for now, there was nothing that could truly push him to the brink. At the moment, he still had 3 cards up his sleeve. The first was the Monarch's Pardon, the other 2 were number 1 and the Special Giant Octopus codenamed Special Record number 1. All 3 could be combined and played together if needed, and the serum in his hand was only a second-generation mutation formula. Maybe if it became potent enough in the future he could even try it on himself. Thud, Kobao dropped fully to his knees, legs folded beneath him. He was already nearing middle age, and after years of struggling in Yunhai City he couldn't claim to have the sharpest instincts, but he knew full well just how terrifying the serum Qingyun had given him truly was. There were no side effects, and after using it his latent awakening strength had immediately increased by 2%. 2% didn't sound like much, but when it came to latent awakening, Kobao knew a thing or two. The more latent power one possessed, the greater the chance of comprehending and activating the latent awakening skill. Without enough latent energy, how could anyone awaken anything at all? It just wasn't possible. Kobao had learned this through his own digging around back in the day. What's going on? Yukong was puzzled at first, but quickly caught on. It was the vials of serum in the box before Qingyun. Gong Shanshu and Gong Jiala also turned their eyes to the serums, intense curiosity filling their hearts. Brother Chun, from now on you're the only one I'll follow. Kobao made up his mind. No matter what, he was getting on board Qingyun's ship. He used to think the things he'd experienced lately were already wild enough. Before meeting Qingyun, every day was spent fighting over secret realms with other guilds, always the ones with weaker monsters and the highest yield of materials. The specifics changed, but the essence was always the same. Just different methods, that's all. But after that first time helping, or rather choosing to side with Qingyun, he'd gone all in. Now the results were clear as day. He'd bet everything and won big, really big. Get up. I want you to keep developing in Yunhai City. Later I'll pick a time to give you more of this serum. Don't let me down. And here, there are 3 more doses. Use them now. For each of you, Yukong, come take yours. Kobao stared at Qingyun in astonishment. For each, seriously, Yukong and the others were dying of curiosity, but they were used to Qingyun's ways and didn't hesitate. Soon everyone had used up the mutation serum. One by one, expressions of shock appeared on their faces. This time, Qingyun brought back a total of 20 vials of the potion with only 4 left now. There are still 4 left. I snatched these from the world of the undead. Shanshu, I remember you studied alchemical magic before, didn't you? Perfect. Spend the next few days researching this stuff. If you waste it, so be it. But if you manage to figure something out, that would be even better. From Qingyun's perspective, by the time he made his next trip to the zombie planet, Fei Yao might have already developed 3rd or even 4th generation mutation serums. As for Fei Yao's safety, he didn't worry at all. On the zombie planet, the only ones who might cause trouble for her would be other humans, but the human faction there wasn't exactly powerful. Shanshu stared blankly at the 4 vials Qingyun pushed across the table. She had just used this very potion herself, and with 4 doses her level had jumped up by a whole star. Her latent awakening strength had increased by 8%, something this valuable. Mayama Shanshu gazed at the 4 vials. If there were a dozen or so and you used them all on one person, the effects would be terrifying. It's fine, just study them closely. In theory, this should count as a second-tier potion. I'm not expecting you to crack the formula, just see if you can find a way to enhance the effects a bit, Qingyun said casually. Either way, it's just a backup plan. If it works, great. If you end up wasting them all, it doesn't matter. Okay, Mayama Shanshu had felt a bit anxious about being entrusted with something so precious, worrying it was a waste, but after hearing Qingyun's words she immediately relaxed. For the next few days Qingyun barely set foot outside. He was practically a recluse, staying at Yukong's place for the time being. After all, Yukong's house was a villa with plenty of spare rooms for sleeping. As for Yukong's parents, Yukong had mentioned that after forging more than a dozen sets of equipment, his father and mother had gone off traveling together. During these days of Qingyun's absence, rumors about him began to circulate, and quite a few people scoffed at the stories. Only the locals of Yunhai City still put much stock in Qingyun's exploits. That day, the long-awaited date for the Imperial Military's Secret Realm competition finally arrived. This time our main goal is to level up. After all, what the Imperial Military values most is strength. My plan is to take the 3 of you and clear out the Secret Realm. we don't have to rush to complete it, let's sweep through most of it first and only finish when we're ready. Yukong, this time aside from the corpses of Tier 7 monsters, let's collect some materials. As for the corpses of Tier 4, 5 and 6 monsters, we'll just leave those. Before setting this time, our main goal is to level up. After all, what the Imperial military values most is strength. I'm planning to take the 3 of you and sweep through the secret realm, no need to rush to clear it. We'll take our time, and once we've wiped out most of it, then we'll finish. Yukong, this time aside from the corpses of 7th tier monsters, let's gather some materials. As for 4th, 5th or 6th tier monster corpses, we can just leave them. Before setting out, everyone had already packed up and made thorough preparations. Chen Yun took the opportunity to give a few more instructions. Right now, they weren't particularly short on materials, so Chen Yun figured this secret realm competition was best used to boost everyone's level. As long as their levels went up, their chances of survival would increase significantly. If, by any chance, they ever got ambushed by some sneaky player while running a secret realm, that could be the end of them. Though something like that was pretty unlikely, it was one of the reasons Chen Yun always made sure everyone had enough potions. Don't worry, Chen Yun reassured them, I can keep all of you safe this time. Plus, my skills have been upgraded and enhanced. Compared to Yukong and Shanshu, Gong Jiala was practically bursting with excitement. Her anticipation came mainly from curiosity about the secret realm competition and a bit from wondering about the Imperial military she'd soon be joining. Before meeting Chen Yun, Gong Jiala had never even considered any of this. All she wanted was a quiet, peaceful life in Yunhai City with her older sister. But now everything was changing in ways she'd never even dared to imagine before. Really, Chen Yun smiled as well. Not long after, the 4 of them set out right away. At that moment, over at Yunhai City's main plaza, the Imperial military had already set up the magic formation. This formation was mainly for tallying scores later on. The rest of the equipment was just there to help with that. As for the secret realm itself, entry was handled with a single card, really not much hassle at all. I didn't expect you to be the one handling this in Yunhai City. Zhang Wenwen looked at the young man before her, a trace of nostalgia in her eyes. What's wrong, Sister Zhang? Li Wenxi's gaze lingered on Zhang Wenwen, a hint of desire flickering in his eyes. You used to lead us after all, why so cold now? Humph, cold? You deserve it. For someone like you, I can only feel disgust. Zhang Wenwen was clearly uncomfortable. She'd never had even the slightest fondness for Li Wenxi, who used to be on her team. A villain, in my eyes, only those willing to do whatever it takes can make it to the end. If it hadn't been for what happened back then, I'd still be on your team right now, can't get promoted. Li Wenxi said coldly. In truth, he'd climbed the ranks pretty quickly, and if it weren't for the things he'd done before, things that had simply gone too far, he'd have had an even easier time when he broke off from the main force back then. A shame really that there are no what-ifs in life. Zhang Wenwen didn't look like she had any intention of responding. Right now, the 2 of them were standing on the rooftop overlooking the entire plaza below. The view here gave them a full panorama of everything happening in the square. No point dredging up the past, Li Wenxi said. But I did hear you lost, and not just lost, to some young kid fresh out of school, that right? He watched her face carefully, hoping to catch a flicker of emotion in her eyes. After all, the rumor was almost too wild to believe. For an Imperial battalion commander, someone who'd managed to build a force of their own, losing to a newly graduated student? It sounded impossible. Besides, the information about Chen Yun had been deliberately covered up by one of the 5 commanders. Most people wouldn't know the details, but as battalion commanders under those 5, they all had at least some idea of what was going on. Still, things had been a mess lately. Trouble brewing inside Yang Yira's squad, the emergence of the Sunset Church in Yunhai City. That whole cult only sprang up because of all the killings in the city, the Imperial Guard found out, and now a squad had already been dispatched. Zhang Wenwen still ignored his question. Honestly, their relationship was poor. More than that, it was downright hostile. Li Wenxi smirked. So it's true then. Otherwise, old captain, you wouldn't be acting like this. Still, are you really going to keep giving me the silent treatment? A strange discomfort twisted in Li Wenxi's chest. After all, he knew his own past wasn't exactly spotless. It was only natural that Zhang Wenwen would hold a grudge. Fine, maybe I'll talk about something you actually care about. You know Cheng Fanglu, right? At that, Zhang Wenwen's face turned icy cold. She had no business meddling in Yang Yira's squad, and getting involved would only make her a target for gossip. But Li Wenxi was different. He'd once come out of her own team, though the way he'd left was hardly honorable. Still, she wasn't the type to completely forget old loyalties. If you're involved with him, she said, voice like frost, I'll kill you myself. The door creaked open right then, and a small squad stepped onto the rooftop. They were all dressed in matching black and gold battle armor, and the aura they gave off was just as mysterious, so much so that it seemed to surpass even the 9th transformation. But in truth, it wasn't that their strength was so extraordinary, it was simply the effect of the armor they wore. Zhang Wenwen and Li Wenxi both turned to look at them. At the sight of these figures, a single word surfaced in their minds: Imperial Guards, or perhaps Imperial Praetorians. Either way, it meant the same thing. The newcomers, however, paid no attention to Zhang Wenwen and Li Wenxi. Instead, they walked straight to the window and gazed out at the surging crowd below. Li Wenxi shrugged. "Don't get so worked up, Captain. It's not like I was trying to help him. At the very start, he just came looking for information about that secret realm. Even if he hadn't asked me, he would have found someone else. Here, this is what I know about that secret realm. I've been there before, maybe this will help you." He produced a map and handed it to Zhang Wenwen. When Zhang Wenwen looked it over, he saw that the markings were extremely detailed, clearly not something that could be put together casually. For a moment Zhang Wenwen couldn't quite figure Li Wenxi out. "You know," Li Wenxi said, "Captain, you really don't know me that well. I did what I did back then and I'm not denying it, but you helped me before and I haven't forgotten that, so consider this my way of returning the favor, even if it might be a bit troublesome to use. As for Chung Fanglu, well, there's not much I can do about him either." He spoke with an air of nonchalance. Zhang Wenwen tucked the map into his profession system backpack. A minute or two passed. Suddenly, the clear-cut leader of this squad of Imperial Guards spoke up. "That kid, is he the genius Nanhua mentioned? He does seem a bit different." "Well, in that case, we'll be the fallback." When the Imperial Guards referred to their commanders, they never used names. In fact, it was against their rules to do so. Instead, they simply used compass directions and serial numbers. Zhang Wenwen immediately scanned the crowd. Before long, he spotted Chen Yun and his group. "That's him," he confirmed. Li Wenxi followed Zhang Wenwen's gaze and gone scanning the area himself. He quickly noticed a particularly striking young man. The youth's aura was only at the level of 3rd transformation 8 stars, not especially strong and in fact not even meeting the minimum requirements for the secret realm competition. But Li Wenxi trusted his instincts. On one hand, Chen Yun gave him a sense of hidden depth, on the other he knew just what kind of person his former captain was, someone who never spoke idly. And there was something else as well. Chen Yun had already turned his gaze toward them. It was obvious he'd noticed their presence. To be able to sense others at the level of 3rd advancement 8 stars, that meant he was anything but weak. Looks like things are about to get interesting within Yang Yuer's team. He wondered just how far this kid could go. Slowly, Chen Yun shifted his attention back. Imperial military, makes sense. He hadn't bothered to hide his strength on the journey here, so it was only natural they'd found out. The power and potential he alone possessed was unprecedented in the Empire's history. But even so, faced with the sheer might of the Empire's military, he still felt a bit outmatched. Take people like Zhang Wenwen and Yang Yuer for example, captains with dozens of squads under their command, each squad strong enough to clear an abyssal ruins dungeon on their own, and under the 5 commanders who knew how many more teams like Zhang Wenwen's or Yang Yuer's there were. Besides, the Southern Legion had more than just one commander. "Hey, what's up, little brother? Notice something?" Someone said quietly behind him. "Don't panic, stay calm. You just haven't seen enough scenes like this yet, that's all." Gong Jiala stood close behind Chen Yun, her older sister Gong Shanshu at her side. No matter how you looked at it, Jiala seemed a bit rattled. There were just too many people here and they'd already been recognized. Several teams nearby were sizing them up. Chen Yun couldn't help but smile. "Is that so? Big sis, I admit I'm a little nervous. How about this, you take the lead and walk in front of us, bring our team out there. After all, you're the captain." He grinned mischievously. Gong Jiala's face immediately froze. She forced herself to keep it together. "Ahem, you're my little brother, you're supposed to stand in front. The big sister, that's me, should be in the back giving commands." As soon as she said that, Chen Yun and the others couldn't help but burst into laughter. Meanwhile, some of the teams around them were scrutinizing Chen Yun and his group even more closely. The more they looked, the more puzzled they became. Damn it, are all these people from Yunhai City this united? Are they all working together to trick us? Those 4 are all 3rd advancement rank and Chen Yun himself is just 3rd advancement 8 stars. He took down the old principal at that level. What is he, some kind of immortal now? "Captain, you think we might have been duped?" someone muttered. "Might have, we definitely got played. The folks from Yunhai City are running some tactic on us. Right before the competition they get us all nervous, attacking our morale, psychological warfare, just great. Alright, we really did underestimate the people from Yunhai City, but Captain, have you forgotten? Even before, the Imperial military didn't want us causing them any trouble either. Do you think maybe, well honestly this is pretty standard, the Imperial military is in charge of this secret realm tournament, they're here to make sure there aren't any major conflicts in Yunhai City, of course that's within their authority. Wait, hold on, those 4 other people can mess with them if they want, but we should stay out of it." Suddenly, it was as if the captain remembered something and cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. Captains usually tended to be more cautious and thoughtful. If they weren't, they might not even know how they died in a secret realm dungeon, possibly dragging the whole team into unexpected danger. "Captain, what is it? Why the sudden change of heart?" "Don't worry about it. After this secret realm tournament is over, if you still don't get it, I'll explain." But for now just trust me, whatever you do don't go looking for trouble. Although his teammates looked a little confused, their trust in their captain from past experiences made them all nod in agreement. The real purpose of the Imperial military in holding this tournament was to recruit new talent. Since that was the case, it made sense that they wouldn't show favoritism toward any one group. At that moment Song Lin, feeling the aura of her own third-tier 4-star level, still felt a little lacking in confidence. Her gaze kept sweeping over the crowd searching. Seeing his sister like this, her brother couldn't help but sigh. He knew all too well what Chen Yun was capable of. Third tier, forget third tier, even those at 6th or 7th tier wouldn't pose any problem for Chen Yun. Stop searching, little sister, just wait until after the tournament, if he wants to bring you along. Well, people can change. Just then a member of the Imperial military stepped forward and announced the Secret Realm tournament is about to begin. Those who wish to participate please remain within the magic array. If you don't plan to continue you may step out now. The Empire takes no responsibility for deaths that occur within the Secret Realm. Sometimes people got swept up by the excitement and actions of those around them and jumped in without thinking. Now, as a few people calmed down and quietly stepped out, the magic array began to glow and the transfer artifact at its center activated. In the next instant everyone vanished. A moment later, a leaderboard slowly appeared in the middle of the plaza, every team's score still at 0. After all, the competition had just begun. Captain, it started. Do you think that guy you're betting on can come out on top? He's strong, sure, but that doesn't mean the other geniuses from elsewhere aren't just as good. They're not weak either, Li Wenqi said, his voice full of curiosity. Of course I know that, but you've never actually seen him in action, so. Zhang Wenwen spoke slowly, pausing deliberately at that point. Li Wenqi's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. So what? So I'm not telling you. Nice one. Li Wenqi clapped his hands together in mock resignation, looking exasperated. But almost instantly his attention shifted to the doorway. Zhang Wenwen's did too. Creak, the door was pushed open again. When he saw who walked in, Li Wenqi was a bit surprised, but Zhang Wenwen's eyes widened in shock. What's wrong? I show up and you two aren't even going to greet me? A young man sauntered in, flanked by several of his adjutants. Both Li Wenqi and Zhang Wenwen knew this man. In fact, he was exactly the person they'd just been discussing. Cheng Fanglu, what are you doing here? Where's Yang Ye? Do you even have orders to be here? Zhang Wenwen demanded. According to basic Imperial military regulations, squad-level officers rarely had the authority to move around freely. Only those at Zhang Wenwen's rank, a captain of a large unit or above, had that privilege. Otherwise, it was a clear violation of military rules, and unless there was an exceptionally good reason, the consequences could be fatal. Imperial military discipline was not to be taken lightly. Cheng Fanglu wore a faint smile, a flash of mockery passing through his eyes. I'm the new captain of the 96th Squad. The team Yang Ye led was in fact the 96th Squad under the 5th Commander's Division. The squad's number reflected its ranking by strength, so my presence here is perfectly legitimate. Captain Zhang Wenwen, you seem to have a bit of a bias against me. I defeated Captain Yang Ye fair and square. As for Long Yi, yes, she's clever, but not quite clever enough. As he spoke, one of his adjutants nudged him, shooting him a warning look. Cheng Fanglu immediately noticed the group standing by the floor-to-ceiling window who had just turned around. The Imperial Guards, so Cheng Fanglu continued, I want to lead the 96th Squad to greater heights. I challenged them and Vice Captain Long Yi acknowledged my abilities. Captain Yang Ye saw my ambition for progress, so. Sweat began to bead on Cheng Fanglu's forehead. In the eyes of the Imperial Guards, his little maneuvering was hardly worth mentioning, perhaps even a bit much. At that moment, the captain of the Imperial Guard squad glanced at him, a trace of ridicule in his eyes. The Imperial Guards had seen through all of Cheng Fanglu's petty tricks. They weren't blind. In fact, they already had a contingency plan for dealing with him. The only reason they hadn't acted yet was because the 5th commander had spoken to them, not to shield Cheng Fanglu but for reasons of his own. They were just hoping someone would come to clean up the mess afterward. Cheng Fanglu, I didn't expect you to show up here. Well, that certainly makes things easier, the squad leader of the Imperial Guard said, his tone layered with hidden meaning. As soon as those words left his mouth, both Zhang Wenwen and Li Wenqi looked confused, and Cheng Fanglu himself was even more at a loss. He simply couldn't figure out what the man was getting at. Of course, Cheng Fanglu knew what he'd done, so he didn't dare ask for clarification. What are you here for? The squad leader asked. I'm here to check on my. If you don't tell the truth, I'll have every reason to take action against you, the squad leader interrupted coldly. You're not our main target, but I'd still rather you be honest with me. His expression darkened just a little. Cheng Fanglu shuddered involuntarily. Captain Zhang Wenwen has some issues with me. I wanted to challenge her to a duel, and besides that, I wanted to make sure Chen Yun doesn't join my Team 96. Zhang Wenwen's eyes flickered. So that's your real plan, she scoffed, a so-called duel. I bet you're planning to pull some tricks on me too. Li, when she's standing off to the side, shot Chung Fanglu a glare full of murderous intent. You've got guts. I thought you were a shrewd operator, but it seems you're just a so-so. A note of ridicule flashed across the squad leader's eyes as well. Fine, you can wait here. Once the Secret Realm competition is over, we'll deal with you. Until then, I don't want you leaving this spot before the competition ends. I trust you won't make things difficult for us. With that, the squad leader turned away and fixed his gaze on the floating leaderboard in the center of the plaza. Every team had been registered in advance. Anyone who wasn't on the list wasn't allowed inside the ritual formation's boundaries. Right now, the leaderboard showed Qinyun's team sitting solidly at the top, their score already in the tens of thousands. In contrast, the second-place team had barely broken 3,000. Oh, of course not, Chung Fanglu stammered, regret gnawing at him. Why had he even come to Yunhai City in the first place? If only he'd waited a bit longer. Now he was well and truly stuck. Whether he'd make it out of this in one piece was anyone's guess. That kid really isn't simple, the squad leader remarked offhandedly. I'm more and more interested in seeing what he'll do once he comes out. Team 90 CXS luck. Note that Lung Yi really had foresight. Zhang Wenwen could only sigh helplessly. Even though it was the Imperial Guard squad leader speaking, every word felt like a jab in her ears. Still, because of his rank, there was nothing she could say. After all, crossing the Imperial Guards never led to anything good. Don't be so quick to sigh. Before the dust truly settles, the final outcome is often the most unexpected. The young squad captain spoke again, though in his heart he was already weighing whether he should just steal this person away, bring him into the Imperial Guard. With a few days of training, someone like this might just help them clear those secret realms deep within the earth. Moonwater Forest, level, 4th to 7th tier, materials produced, Moonlight Frostwood Lunar Evolution Stone. The monsters in this secret realm were orcs and dark elves. At first Qinyun had assumed that dark elves must all be strikingly beautiful, but he quickly discovered how wrong he was. These dark elves looked more like ghosts than anything else, nothing at all like those passionate, hot-blooded comic book characters from his previous life. Yet at this moment Qinyun and his team were still bulldozing their way forward. He had summoned numbers 2 through 10, all corpse kings, each one bearing a guiding light of radiance, though technically Gong Jiala's skill didn't go by that name anymore. It seemed to have mutated, now called Netherworld's Guidance. The light it cast was still white, but the skill's name had changed and the requirements for the bonus weren't as strict as before. Netherworld's Guidance, all your current attributes plus 5%, if you carry the aura of the undead, the bonus is doubled. Casually Qinyun shifted his gaze to a dark elf elder, one they had already beaten within an inch of his life. From the moment they entered the dungeon, they'd been on a rampage. How many monsters they'd killed, who could say? As for scouting or advancing slowly, that was something other teams might do, but it would never happen with this group. This dark elf elder's eyes and heart could be used to brew potions. His skin could make a fine set of mage armor. My scouting skill says he has a talent for amplifying dark magic, so maybe his bones could be ground for alchemy or even crafted into a dark attribute staff. Yukong stroked his chin, already analyzing the potential value of the corpse's materials. Without hesitation Yukong tried to use his harvesting skill on the body. Nothing happened. Of course, it wouldn't work unless the target was actually dead, not just half dead. I thought maybe I'd get more material this way, he muttered, a bit disappointed. Listening to Yukong's clinical breakdown, everyone nearby, Gong Jiala, Qinyun included, could only stare in speechless exasperation. The only exception was the dark elf elder still cowering at Yuko. Aang's feet, his face twisted in terror. To be honest, the first time Qinyun heard Yukong talking about chopping down ordinary trees in a secret realm just to haul them out, he realized Yukong was already thoroughly obsessed, possessed even, by the idea of harvesting materials. Kong, should we just give him a quick end? Isn't there still a boss to deal with? Qinyun said, a hint of helplessness in his voice. The Dark Knight Elf Elder they were facing was a 6-turn 9-star elite, pretty high up on the food chain. This time, the Secret Realm dungeon was set for players between 4-turn and 7-turn, with 7-turn 9-star being the upper limit. As for the boss, it usually started at the dungeon's max level but rarely surpassed it by more than a single tier. For example, the boss in this secret realm would start at 7-turn but definitely wouldn't reach 8-turn. Kong nodded in agreement. In the next instant, a surge of lightning gathered in his palm, condensing into a long spear. With one swift, decisive strike, he put the Dark Elf Elder out of its misery, then immediately cast a gathering skill. The whole process was smooth and efficient, clean, with no wasted motion. He'd picked up this move after watching number 4 in action. During a recent level up, he finally managed to grasp it himself. Honestly, for someone with just an F-rank talent, it was almost unbelievable even an A-rank Thunder Mage would struggle to master a skill like this. Maybe it was because he'd spent so much time observing number 4's combat style. Number 4, Inch, for his part, had noticed Kong's lightning move and nodded slightly in approval. Not bad. maybe he'd give him some pointers later. He'd long been aware that Kong had been watching and learning from his use of lightning abilities. From number 4's perspective, people like Kong seemed to have some sort of energy signature, as if a set of rules had been imprinted on them. Except for Chen Yun. Wait a second, speaking of which, can't we eat that corpse? Not far away, number 2 blinked his big wise eyes at the spot where the body had just been harvested and vanished into light particles. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Number 4's brow twitched. No. Haven't you had enough already? Nope. Oh right, I forgot to tell you, something weird happened earlier. I was just sitting there eating, and then whoosh, suddenly the whole place changed, and the food in my mouth was gone too. Number 2's words nearly made number 4 jump up and smack him. It's gone, not a big deal. Being summoned from the underworld, stuff like that's bound to happen. He snuck a glance at Kong and the others, but they didn't seem to care about his conversation with number 2 at all. Chen Yun had already briefed them about their origins ages ago. It was a rule all the corpse kings like number 4 followed. Number 4, do you think maybe another corpse king snuck up and stole the food from my mouth when I wasn't paying attention? Speaking of which, that crow guy is pitch black and fast as lightning. I'm sure it's him. You see, he's sitting right there on that little guy's shoulder. Don't you think he looks a bit guilty? Number 2's face was dead serious, making number 4's mouth twitch open, but after a moment he just sighed and said nothing. What was he supposed to say anyway? How could he even put it? Suddenly number 4 sensed something and glanced sharply in a certain direction. He felt an aura, tinged with resentment yet undeniably strong. The crow perched on Gong Jiala's shoulder sensed someone was talking about him and paused to think, that can't be right, can it? My master didn't order me over there, and the humans who know about me aren't nearly this strong. There's no way I'd be able to sense them. Oh well, I'll just wait and see who comes looking for me. Hey little black, here you go. This is called a nightshade fruit, and my little bro seemed to enjoy it, so I thought I'd share one with you too. Gong Jiala handed a fruit to the crow. In that moment the crow realized maybe he was overthinking things. At least for now he was happy. He had friends. That crushing loneliness he despised so much wasn't lurking nearby. Truth be told, this was what he used to long for most of all. Chen Yun took a bite of his own nightshade fruit, marveling at how delicious the food from these dungeon realms was, so much better than anything he'd eaten in his previous life. Damn, back then it was nothing but tech food every day. Guess the saying's true. Technology really does change lives. My lord, I've sensed a powerful presence, stronger than the one in the center of the dungeon. I think this must be the one you're looking for, number 4 reported to Chen Yun immediately. Chen Yun nodded slightly. Alright, you lead the way. Kong, let number 4 guide us. Looks like we've got the location of the Sunfall Church. Kong nodded at Chen Yun's words. Chen Yun meanwhile handed his untouched nightshade fruit to number 4. Here, this stuff tastes pretty good. You can have one. Number 4 accepted it without hesitation. Number 2 standing nearby glared wide-eyed, though his gaze was mostly fixed on the fruit Chen Yun had just handed over. Thank you, my lord, number 4 said. Chen Yun just waved it off casually, noticing that he'd already finished his own fruit. By now, they'd already put some distance between themselves and the nightshade tree. Chen Yun's gaze shifted to Gong Jiala, who was looking a little puzzled. Why is he staring at me? Could it be? Just as Gong Jiala's cheek started to flush, he suddenly felt his hand lighten. The fruit had vanished. Ahem. You're still young, don't eat too much of this stuff, Chen Yun said as he swiftly finished off the half-eaten fruit Gong Jiala had been holding. Chen, you, Gong Jiala squealed, raising a tiny fist and thumping it against Chen Yun. Of course, Chen Yun couldn't possibly feel any pain from this, and similarly Gong Jiala wasn't actually putting any force into it. Not far from Chen Yun and his group on a tree, 3 or 4 people were huddled together. Boss, should we make a move? Make a move? Did you not see with your own eyes how they dealt with the Dark Knight Elves before? The group crouched on the tree, eyeing Chen Yun and his team. Boss, they look pretty relaxed right now. Should we just kill that Chen Yun? If we take him out, all his summoned beasts will disappear, right? If you think you're clever? You think I haven't thought of that? Besides, he's already noticed us. He's just too lazy to bother. Do you get it? Forget it. Let's just not mess with him. Now I finally understand why Zhang Wenwen from the Imperial Army sent out that notice. It wasn't to protect them, it was to protect us. In truth, the Secret Realm dungeon was indeed massive, and along the way Chen Yun and his group ran into quite a few other teams. But nobody who made it here was stupid. Without absolute confidence, none of them dared to make a move, especially when they encountered Corpse Kings number 2 through 10 and all their stats were just strings of question marks. At that point, many realized that messing with Chen Yun was simply not an option. Yes, it's true, reputation is something a lot of people desire. But the problem is, you have to be alive to enjoy it, otherwise, what's the point? Why are you trying to protect them? If you just step aside and let me pass, I could go around you and you wouldn't have to die. At this moment, Lin Shu was leading his team along with all 400-odd followers of the Solar Fall Church. He was in the thick of it, surrounding and attacking the graduates from Yunhai No. 1 High School. To be fair, these students were actually working together quite well as a team. All that real combat theory they'd learned at Yunhai No. 1 High really paid off. a lot of teams had joined this secret realm competition. Wang Meng's team was one of them. At this moment he was only a second-tier 5-star adventurer, not even at 4th tier yet, but his team wasn't small, a full 60 people. For someone who'd only recently graduated from Yunhai number 1 high, that was an impressive number. Why was he doing this? There was no particular reason. If you insisted on one, it was because he was their captain. And even if he weren't, he still wouldn't back down. Fortify defense. A gray light flashed across his body. Wang Meng felt his entire body's defenses strengthen yet again. It was his class skill. He could activate it continuously, stacking his own defense higher and higher. This skill is undeniably powerful, but its cost is equally steep. The thing is, that cost doesn't show up until you're out of combat, once you disengage all the accumulated drain hits at once. If you use the skill too many times, you could even end up collapsing on the spot. Captain. The teammates behind Wang Meng sounded worried. Despair was written all over their faces because their opponent was a 9-turn expert, a level far beyond them. Lin Chu frowned slightly. I really don't understand why you're protecting them, he said. I don't see arrogance or prejudice in your eyes, but among the people behind you there are several on my list. Previously, they insulted my teammates, attacked their character. Lin Chu's confusion was clear. Was it because Wang Meng himself had a B-level talent so the others didn't look down on him, maybe as captain, or for some other reason he felt obliged to protect his team? Lin Chu couldn't quite figure it out. It was those people, Yang Dingxin, Hopingshan. They were the ones who mocked my teammates, saying things like, with an F-level talent you deserve what you get. As far as I remember, there's no imperial law that says people with F-level talents can be insulted for no reason. After Lin Chu read out a few names, the people in Wang Meng's team who had been called out could feel everyone's eyes on them. They immediately dropped their heads in shame. I apologize to you on their behalf, Wang Meng said. And I promise nothing like that will happen in my team again. My squad isn't just made up of them, there are F-level, E-level and D-level talents, even a few C-levels, but I lead them all and we get along just fine. Wang Meng's words surprised more than a few members of his own team, but thinking about it, it really did fit his character. Still, those who'd followed him the longest knew that Wang Meng hadn't always been this way. It was only after 2 people died during the final school assessment that he'd changed. A flicker of anger burned in Lin Chu's chest. Why is it that whenever I try to stand up for myself, to demand a little fairness, someone like you has to show up? I don't care what your team is like, but if you don't step aside, then you, and everyone on your team, will answer to me. Do you remember a year ago during the cultural exchange between Yunhai 1st and Yunhai 2nd? Lin Chu's voice was cold. How did you humiliate us then? Some of our students were already struggling, and with the harsh environment at Yunhai 2nd, a few ended up dropping out, or worse, falling into depression, even suicide. Now you think a simple apology is enough to wipe the slate clean? It's not that easy. If you're so determined to protect them, then let me show you what human nature is really like. As Lin Chu spoke, his gaze locked on one of the people whose name he'd just called, Jiang Dingxin. As long as you kill anyone in your own team, I'll let you go. And if the others try to fight back, I'll help you stop them. Right now all you have to do is kill one person and I'll set you free. As Lin Chu spoke, his words at the end carried a biting edge. Of course, he had no real intention of letting Yang Dingxin off in the end. But when Yang Dingxin heard this, he first glanced around at the others, then his gaze landed on Wang Meng's back. At this moment Wang Meng didn't turn around to look at him. Wang Ge. I'm sorry, Tears were streaming down Yang Dingxin's face. In truth, he'd been influenced by his parents for much of his life, but after joining Wang Meng's team he'd changed. It's alright, no matter what you do, it's not your fault. It just means I failed as your captain, I didn't teach you well enough. After all, he'd once been that kind of person too. A slight smirk tugged at the corner of Lin Chu's lips. Nothing illustrates the truth better than cold, hard reality. Tears welled up and spilled from Yang Dingxin's eyes. He knew deep down that he probably wouldn't make it out of this alive. Alright. Triple arrow rain. Yang Dingxin picked up the bow and arrows from his back, first aiming at Wang Meng. But in the next second he turned his hand and instead aimed straight at Lin Chu. Limit break, octuple arrow rain, fallen heaven guard. Blood immediately gushed from Yang Dingxin's hand and even more blood oozed from his eyes, ears, nose and mouth. Using this skill nearly cost him half his life. Damn it, Saint, you bastard, you tricked us. In the instant Yang Dingxin suddenly attacked, everyone froze in shock. You really underestimated me. Who told you I'm still the same as before? You've changed. Did you think we'd just stay the same? Damned fool, go to hell. Yang Dingxin let out. Yang Dingxin, as long as you kill anyone from your own team, I'll let you go. And if the others fight back, I'll help you stop them. Right now, just strike down one person and I'll let you walk free. When Lin Chu said this, his tone grew even sharper, his words heavy with threat. Of course, deep down he had no intention of actually letting Yang Dingxin go in the end. When Yang Dingxin heard this, he first glanced around at the others, then fixed his gaze on Wang Meng's back. At that moment Wang Meng didn't turn to look at him. Wang Ji. I'm sorry, Tears welled up in Yang Dingxin's eyes. In many ways he was shaped by his parents' influence, but ever since joining Wang Meng's team he had begun to change. It's alright, whatever you do it's not your fault, it just means I failed as your captain. I didn't teach you well enough, Wang Meng said softly. He too had once been that kind of person. Lin Chu's lips curled into a faint smirk. Nothing proves more than cold, hard reality. Tears streamed endlessly from Yang Dingxin's eyes. He knew deep down that he probably wouldn't make it out alive. Alright then. Triple arrow rain. Yang Dingxin reached for his bow and arrows, first aiming at Wang Meng. But in the next instant he shifted his hand and aimed at Lin Chu instead. Limitless eightfold arrow rain, fallen heaven's guard. With a sickening squelch, blood spurted from Yang Dingxin's palm and even more blood gushed from his eyes, ears, nose and mouth. Activating this skill nearly cost him half his life. Damn it, Saint, someone shouted, he tricked us. The moment Yang Dingxin made his move everyone was stunned. You really underestimated me. Who told you I'd stay the same as before? You've changed. Did you think we'd just stand still? You bastard, die. All of Yang Dingxin's pent-up anger exploded forth. At the same time, the Sunfall Church cultists immediately lunged toward Yang Dingxin. In that instant Wang Meng didn't retreat a single step, though his heart lurched with shock. He instantly raised his shield, determined to protect his team no matter what, but unfortunately, the attackers weren't just limited to one Sunfall cultist. You fools, you don't even value the chance you've been given. Death will surely come for you all. Do you really think your shield can block everything? Bang! Wang Meng's shield shattered instantly and he himself was sent flying, crashing hard into a tree. The force of the blow was so great that as his shield broke, his arm exploded into a cloud of blood. In that moment his condition could only be described as dire. His shield destroyed, his body gravely wounded. Then, because he himself had suffered an extremely severe injury, he was forced to completely exit that skill state. That was why his current condition was so wretched, worse than ever before. Once he dropped out of the skill, the accumulated cost of having used it 4 times crashed down on him all at once. For a moment he felt as if every last ounce of his strength had been drained and even the energy within his body was growing faint and thin, yet even in such a weakened state he slowly lifted his head, his gaze sweeping over to Yang Dingxin. Unfortunately by now Yang Dingxin had already been reduced to a bloody mist. Nothing remained of him but the bow he'd been wielding just moments ago. As for the dense rain of arrows that had just been loosed, they now poured down upon Lin Chu. If this barrage had struck a monster of 3rd or 4th rank, the effect would have been devastating. But against Lin Chu, who was already at the 9th rank, such an attack barely even registered. He brushed the assault aside with little effort. Even so, Lin Chu's face showed both surprise and deep fury. At that moment he felt as if someone had just slapped him hard across the face. Why would they choose such a foolish option? If that's how you want it, then you can all die together. As he spoke, Lin Chu raised his hand ever so slightly. Blood-red energy began to swirl and gather above his palm. Everyone present could feel it clearly. The energy in Lin Chu's grasp was thick with overwhelming resentment, radiating a terrifying sense of oppression due to its sheer intensity. The followers of the Sunfall Church, watching this unfold, couldn't contain their excitement. They didn't really have any deep personal grudge against Wang Meng and his group, but once Lin Chu wiped them out, he'd lead the congregation in creating a second blood resentment stone. The power of a single blood resentment stone was formidable already, but if they could combine two, Lin Chu's strength would become even more terrifying. It might even raise their own talents to a higher level. If one looked closely, one would notice that all these followers had talents at only the sea level. It seemed they were unable to break through to be level no matter what they did. None of them stopped to consider whether this was the limit of the blood resentment stone itself. Instead, they convinced themselves that perhaps a single stone's power simply wasn't enough, and so they needed to forge a second. Yet none of them realized that the vitality in their bodies had already been severely depleted. After all, they'd started with F-level talents and were constantly looked down upon by others, but now, with every one of them at sea level, it was as if they could finally hold their heads high. At this moment, their desire to see what life would be like after raising their talent to S rank only grew stronger. It was also now that Lin Chu and his group completely surrounded Wang Meng and his team. Realizing there was no way out, everyone just stood there stunned and frozen in place. Just as Lin Chu was about to make his move, he noticed Wang Meng step forward from the back, dragging a long trail of blood behind him. "What's this? Are you here to beg for mercy? If you knew it would end up like this, why did you do what you did in the first place?" Lin Chu's voice was ice cold, his eyes filled with scorn and a twisted sense of satisfaction. Why did I do it in the first place? Wang Meng's body swayed unsteadily. The pain was so intense it was almost enough to make him black out. If he'd just stayed where he fell from the tree, lying there and waiting for death, he wouldn't have felt pain this excruciating. But just as he'd set himself, he had changed, so he made his way back to stand in front of his teammates. He immediately raised his other arm and pulled another shield from his system backpack, bracing it in front of him. But this shield was much smaller, only covering half his body, nowhere near enough to protect him completely, so Wang Meng positioned the shield to his right and stood to the left using his own body as a shield. You really think that'll stop me? Lin Shu sneered. Even if it's just me, any one of my followers could smash through both you and that little shield with a single punch. Maybe if you get out of the way I'll keep my word and let you live. By now Lin Shu no longer cared whether Wang Meng had graduated from Yunhai No. 1 high school or not. What mattered to him was whether he could make Wang Meng bow his head. Back when he and his teammates had fallen on hard times, nobody had stepped up for justice. Now, when he was finally about to get his revenge, someone dared to stand in his way in the name of justice. That was what truly infuriated Lin Shu. It wasn't so much that he wanted to kill Wang Meng as that he wanted to kill the idea of justice in his own heart. Defense enhancement. Wang Meng tried to activate his skill and a faint gray glow flickered over him, but it disappeared almost as soon as it appeared. Clearly, the skill had failed to activate. He was in such a wretched state that it was a miracle he could even remain standing at all. Wang, don't. It's no use, you shouldn't stand in front of us like this. We're just. Wang Meng's teammates didn't even know what to say anymore. Lan, who had always looked up to Wang Meng, ran toward him, suddenly stopping and wrapping her arms around him. She was already sobbing so hard she could barely see through her tears. Seeing this, the rage in Lin Shu's heart only burned hotter. Just then, a single black feather suddenly flew through the air. The sudden appearance of that black feather went completely unnoticed by Wang Meng and his group. Lin Shu, on the other hand, had seen it as had the dozen or so cultists standing by his side. But right now it wasn't their turn to act. Die. I'll make sure you're all reunited in death. Lin Shu spat through clenched teeth, hurling the ball of energy in his hand. Fueled by the resentment festering inside him, the energy orb seemed even larger and more menacing than before, yet the moment the orb left his hand it instantly swelled to a monstrous size, like a meteor hurtling straight for them. Wang Meng felt a primal fear rise within him, but he didn't retreat a single step. He stood his ground. Suddenly, in that instant, Wang Meng caught sight of the black feather hanging in midair. Boom! The massive orb of resentful energy slammed into it, letting out a deafening roar. Instinctively, many people clapped their hands over their ears. And then, to everyone's astonishment, the gigantic energy orb seemed to find an outlet for its fury. Energy poured out endlessly but was instantly absorbed by the black feather. The feather itself trembled violently, and it was clear it could only withstand this for another 2 or 3 seconds before disintegrating completely. But just then, another shadow shot through the air. A crow. What the hell is that? Lin Shu and the cultists were stunned, none more so than Lin Shu himself. He was already a cultivator of the 9th turn, and he'd never have imagined that after unleashing such a powerful energy attack it could be blocked by a single black feather. But what happened next left him even more astonished. The crow swooped down toward the feather and immediately opened its beak. The swirling energy began to surge straight into its mouth, gushing in without pause. Everyone stared, eyes nearly popping out of their sockets as the crow devoured the entire ball of energy. Even the black feather dissolved into a streak of black light and was sucked into the crow's body. Meanwhile, the crowd watched in disbelief as the crow visibly grew plumper, almost as if it had gained a whole new layer of fat. Not bad at all, human. The resentment inside you is off the charts, easily worth 10,000 people. The crow cackled, feeling its own power swell yet again. Still, it had more energy to digest. Lin Shu, for his part, could only gape in shock. He had never expected his attack to be neutralized so completely. That was close. Honestly, I almost couldn't be bothered to save you, a voice called down from above. But I heard what you said, and I have to admit, people really can surprise you after 3 days apart. It was Chen Yun descending from the sky with Gong Jiala in his arms. Right behind him, the corpses of Zombie Kings No. 2 and No. 3 appeared in quick succession, followed by Yukong and Gong Shanshu. After landing, Gong Shanshu and Yukong glanced around, then, almost in unison, both opened their profession system panels. Yukong busied herself sorting through the materials in her inventory while planning her next moves. Seeing the situation, Gong Shanshu realized there was nothing requiring her immediate attention and simply went back to her alchemy pursuits. These days, Gong Shanshu did little else besides concoct potions. She had an abundance of ingredients, so she spent every day refining her craft. As a result, her magical pharmaceutical skills had advanced all the way to the 6th tier. In fact, the abilities she had recently mastered were becoming more and more oriented toward daily life rather than combat. She had in effect transformed her battle profession into a lifestyle one. But Gong Shanshu herself didn't really mind at all. Chen Yun, Wang Meng could hardly believe it. To be honest, he had never even considered that Chen Yun would come to his rescue. Gong Jiala's cheeks flushed pink. She liked Chen Yun, she couldn't deny that, but now, with so many people watching, she felt a bit embarrassed. Chen Yun quickly let go of her. Still, Gong Jiala couldn't help but savor the memory of being swept up in Chen Yun's arms just now. It's me. When I got here, I honestly didn't plan on worrying about whether you lived or died, but just this once, next time you're in danger, don't expect me to save you, Chen Yun said with a casual wave of his hand. The truth was, what really moved Chen Yun was seeing Wang Meng battered and barely standing, still determined to shield everyone behind him. Chen Yun couldn't help but feel a measure of admiration. There was no reason to hide it. He knew all too well that if he were in Wang Meng's position he might not have had the strength to do the same. People really do change, don't they? Even Chen Yun, who had lived 2 lifetimes, still found himself amazed at just how complex humans could be. Chen Yun, that's Chen Yun, someone whispered. That's the guy, the one who drove off the old principal from Yunhai First High after graduation. So the rumors are true, that Crow of his just took a hit from a saint, and that saint is at the 9th evolution level. At this the people Lin Chu had brought along gaped in shock at the crow now perched calmly on Chen Yun's shoulder. Meanwhile Gong Jiala, her cheeks still pink, was at least for now quite safe. Number 5 on the other hand stepped forward in excitement. He noticed there were plenty of enemies on the other side, exactly what he'd been hoping for. Sure, there had been monsters before, and sometimes there were dozens at once, but never more than 100. This was finally a real challenge. You're Chen Yun, are you really just an F-rank talent? How is that possible? Lin Chu was the most astonished of all. He was shocked not only by the strength of his own attack but by the fact that Chen Yun's talent was ranked only F. He'd always assumed Chen Yun must be S rank, but the reality before their eyes couldn't be denied. This was simply how things stood right now. Chen Yun gave a slight nod. In this secret realm you're the only one giving off the aura of a 9th rank. I suppose I found the right place, the Church of the Fallen Sun, correct? You people have gone too far. If you hadn't started messing around with that blood grudge stone I couldn't care less about what you're up to. Chen Yun was telling the truth. If it weren't for the utterly vicious method required to create a blood grudge stone, the Imperial military wouldn't have bothered getting involved. But unfortunately making such a stone demanded killing, and not just anyone either, but those who carried deep resentment and hatred. Chen Yun, our saint is a 9th rank while you're just a mere 3rd rank 8 stars. How do you expect to fight us, with these summoned beasts of yours? One of the church's followers shouted, his face twisted with a touch of mania. Don't forget there are more than a dozen of us here, and with the saint among us, as long as even one of us gets close to you you won't stand a chance. His words meant nothing to Chen Yun. He didn't even bother to respond. Instead he found himself briefly amused. The last person who tried to impress him with numbers was probably well into their 2nd life by now. Chen Yun's own expression was utterly unconcerned. But standing beside him, Corpse King number 3 and number 4 looked grim. Number 4 especially stepped forward, his voice booming with disdain. How dare you lowly ants, think you can harm my master? Utter nonsense, nothing but a fool's dream. Number 5's killing intent flared as well, but after glancing at number 4 he realized that this human was already as good as dead in number 4's eyes. Number 5 simply crossed his arms and said nothing more. Chen Yun looked over the gathered crowd. If any of you still want to participate in the Secret Realm competition, step aside now. Don't get caught up with the Church of the Fallen Sun. Do that and I can let you off. He flexed his hand, recalling the feeling from moments earlier, surprisingly pleasant actually. For a fleeting second he thought of Feng Yao. Don't get him wrong, it wasn't about her looks or anything. In this world, after all, killing someone rarely brought much benefit. But people would be people and conflict was inevitable. Sometimes these grudges could only be settled by a fight to the death. If you had a score to settle you couldn't just let it go. Some folks fought openly in underground arenas while others preferred dirtier methods, hiring a guild to arrange an assassination. On the other hand, Chen Yun continued, if you insist on standing with them I won't blame you, it'll just be another thing for me to take care of along the way. With that he turned to look at Wang Meng, a wave of emotion rising in his chest. Yet you should quit now. In your current state you're not suited for this place anymore. After all, this Secret Realm dungeon is meant for people who've reached the 4th advancement. I just saved you, and I don't want you turning around and getting yourself killed right after. You get what I mean? Chen Yun looked at Wang Meng, who still seemed a bit dazed. Wang Meng himself genuinely hadn't expected that one day it would be Chen Yun who came to his rescue. Thank you, Chen Yun. Wang Meng was silent for a second or two, then quickly snapped out of it and expressed his gratitude. After that, he quietly willed himself out of the Secret Realm dungeon. The others followed suit. This particular dungeon had been specially modified by the Imperial military. As long as you wanted to leave, all you had to do was hold on to the thought of leaving for 7 or 8 seconds without distraction. No matter where you were in the dungeon, you'd get out. Chen Yun, what's the meaning of this? Lin Chu's voice rang out, confused and a bit angry. You're F rank too, why are you letting them go? Why are you siding against us? Don't tell me you've never felt the sting of discrimination and oppression. It didn't make sense to Lin Chu. In theory Chen Yun was just like him, an F rank talent, so he should hate those with higher talents just as much. Chen Yun shook his head slightly. Of course I've felt it. Maybe if I were you, I'd make the same choices, hoarding my strength, waiting for the day to get revenge. But like I said, as long as you hadn't used the blood grudge stone, I wouldn't have come after you. Lin Chu frowned, confused. Blood grudge stone? What's that? You really don't know, Chen Yun replied evenly. That thing gives people a huge surge of power and can even raise someone's talent rank. But anyone who uses it is dead within a year, and making those stones requires destroying countless families since their power comes from hate and resentment. Plus, they're a conduit for some pretty nasty dark gods. His words left everyone from the Fallen Sun Church stunned, not just them, but Lin Shu himself stood there frozen. No, that can't be. Our church found a Bible in a wild secret realm, and from that, I didn't know any of this at first either, Qin Yun interrupted. But the Imperial military passed this intel on to me. Let me put it another way. Have any of you noticed your own vital energy has been drastically depleted and is still slowly fading, and that your talent can't rise past A rank? Am I right? Qin Yun looked unconcerned, almost casual. Good thing Lin Shu was just a pawn being used. If he'd been a real villain, there wouldn't have been so much pointless conversation. Just let Team 4 handle it, one slap and it's over, no need to make things complicated. But the moment Qin Yun spoke those words, everyone fell silent. Because everything he said was the truth. Their talent levels were stuck at grade C with no way to go higher. At the same time, they realized the vital energy within their bodies was slowly fading away. Lin Shu was only just now becoming aware of what was happening to him. He felt as if he'd aged overnight, crossing straight into middle age. He raised his hand and concentrated, sensing carefully, sure enough, that was exactly what was happening inside him. No, this can't be real. I promised them. I promised I'd help them fight for dignity. How could this be true? I don't believe it. You must be lying to me. Lin Shu had poured his heart into standing up for his teammates, determined to prove that people with F-grade talent were still human, that they deserved respect. Now, just when he'd finally found a bit of confidence, someone was telling him that it was all a lie. The power he'd gained was nothing but an illusion. Really, it made sense for Lin Shu to feel this way, after so much struggle just to fight for his teammates, for all those who'd been bullied and discriminated against like him, only to find out it was all for nothing, just a trick. Lying to you, Qin Yun could only sigh. He understood how the other man felt. When you're carrying so much on your shoulders, anyone would refuse to believe it if told it was all fake, even he would. Enough. Is there anyone else here who still wants to side with the Sunfall Church? At that, the people around, those planning to rely on Lin Shu, snapped back to reality. It was clear now, Lin Shu was doomed. Damn it, so that's what's going on. If I'd known, I would have quit sooner. Let's get out of here, no point dying with him. I told you something was off when he suddenly showed signs of 9th Revolution energy. Don't talk like that. At least, what? You want to die with him? You think F-grade talent gives you the right to speak? What a joke. In an instant, a good number of people peeled off from the large group. Still, some of the things they said made Qin Yun frown. But even so, there were still those who chose to stand with Lin Shu. No matter what happens to Brother Lin, he did this for us. How could we just abandon him? Yet don't lump us in with those fair-weather friends. Qin Yun, the so-called top genius of Yunai City, he's not all that after all. The crowd across from him really had all kinds. Some Qin Yun actually liked, though it was a shame they were on the other side. Others said things that downright annoyed him. Still, there was a group who, even knowing Lin Shu was doomed, chose to remain by his side. And yet, aside from Wang Meng and his crew who had already walked away for good, no one else left. You'd better calm down. If you have any requests, maybe, just maybe, I'll grant you one. Qin Yun looked at Lin Shu with a sigh in his eyes. Cut the crap. I have to stand up for them no matter what, even if I only have a year left to live, even if it's just a single moment. I want those people to know how furious we are. Qin Yun, as Lin Shu spoke, the aura of his 9th rank cultivation erupted in full force. He charged straight at Qin Yun. The moment Lin Shu moved, the other followers of the Sunfall Church surged forward right behind him. Was there really anything left to say at this point? Of course not. There was no need for more words. In an instant, aside from number 5, number 6 and Corpse King number 3, all the other Corpse Kings shot forward like arrows. Number 5 let out a sly laugh, spreading his hands wide. 2 enormous balls of fire instantly flared to life above his palms. Let's really stir up some troubled boys. Haha. Number 6, the crow, was too lazy to even bother moving. In number 3's eyes, these people weren't worth the effort. They simply weren't strong enough to interest him. As for number 5, she wasn't in any rush. He was sure that among all these attackers, a few would break through the chaos and reach him. Those were the opponents he was waiting for. Qin Yun, someone shouted. Oh, hey there, buddy, don't go after my boss. How about you play with me instead? Number 5 taunted. Tenfold cloudfire. A scorching heat swept through the air in an instant, so intense that everyone felt their throats go painfully dry. That alone spoke volumes about just how blistering number 5's attack was. One of the Sunfall Church followers, who had just launched a surprise attack, suddenly felt a chill of terror. He realized to his shock that he had no way to withstand the blow number 5 was about to unleash. Outside the secret realm, it wasn't just Wang Meng's team that had emerged, plenty of other groups were coming out as well. But Wang Meng's battered appearance caught everyone's attention right away, especially his parents. My son, they called out. Wang Meng, now out of the secret realm, was overcome by a strange, unexplainable sense of relief, a feeling of having survived a disaster. Meanwhile, not far away, in a private suite on the top floor of the Dongda Tower, the captain of the Imperial Guard squad's eyes lit up. His instincts told him that Wang Meng was no ordinary kid. "Captain, should we check what happened to him in the secret realm? This kid's in the worst shape of anyone who's come out so far, and he's only second rank." And the subordinate paused. "His team seems to be missing a member." For professionals like them, memory was almost superhuman. Even those with a warrior class could recall details with perfect clarity as they leveled up and their mental stats increased. Just a glance was enough to remember everything. The Imperial Guard captain nodded in agreement. Not long after, someone swiftly brought up the signal card with Wang Meng's information. The squad captain took it, pressed it to his forehead, and in the next instant everything Wang Meng had experienced in the secret realm flashed through his mind. After a moment, the captain, who had been lost in thought, suddenly snapped to attention, a look of utter shock in his eyes. "What a kid! We want him!" The captain's declaration instantly stunned everyone in the private room. Damn, everyone knew how insanely strict the Imperial Guard's recruitment standards were. What, was this card really all it took to explain everything? A person like this is exactly who we need in the Imperial Guard. Take a look at this, all of you. The captain immediately handed the card to his teammates. The curiosity in his eyes had vanished, replaced by genuine seriousness. It was always in a desperate situation that a person's true character was revealed. In the captain's judgment, Wang Meng was practically made for the Imperial Guard. Zhang Wenwen's brow furrowed. Could it be Chen Yun, she asked, curiosity piqued. If the Imperial Guard was fighting to recruit someone, then Team 96 could forget about it. There'd be no hope. After all, the Imperial Guard offered the best treatment in the entire empire. At the same time, their requirements weren't easy to meet. "No, not that kid," the captain replied. "Chen Yun is certainly talented, but raw ability isn't the most important thing for the guard. In fact, it's the last thing we consider. Sometimes it's even negotiable. What matters most to us is temperament and integrity. That Wang Meng kid, he's outstanding." When the other squad members finished reading the card, their faces were all etched with astonishment. They shared the captain's opinion, each one nodding slightly in agreement. Zhang Wenwen quietly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't Chen Yun, that was fine, but she vaguely remembered hearing about this Wang Meng before. She never expected the Imperial Guard would take such an interest in him. With nothing more to say, Zhang Wenwen fell silent. Cheng Fanglu meanwhile was completely at a loss. He hadn't received much intel before coming here. All he knew was a bit about Chen Yun, mainly because Chen Yun would be joining Team 96 with his group. That was the only reason Cheng Fanglu had any knowledge of him at all. As for the rest, he was totally in the dark. Li Wenxi, on the other hand, looked indifferent, though he was sighing inwardly. He'd originally thought that at this point it would just be him and his old captain, the two of them chatting quietly. Now, with things developing like this, how was he supposed to talk privately with his old captain? As for Wang Meng or Chen Yun, he couldn't care less, or rather he didn't even have the slightest intention of caring. That Wang Meng really is the squad captain. No rush, keep an eye on that kid, don't let him slip away. There's an Imperial military medical team nearby offering free treatment. He'll probably go there to heal up. Logically, he shouldn't be in a hurry to leave. Once everything's wrapped up, we'll deal with him. Right now, this captain of the Imperial Guard squad could hardly contain his excitement. Why? Because recruiting someone into the Imperial Guard was already difficult, let alone bringing in someone like Wang Meng, who was qualified to be a captain. That was next to impossible. Actually, it hadn't always been so difficult to recruit for the Imperial Guard. But about 100 years ago, something happened, something that nearly toppled the entire empire. Of course, in the end, that crisis was resolved, otherwise none of them would be standing here now. That kid named Chen Yun. Those 5 commanders really lucked out with him. Even though they hadn't seen him fight firsthand, that Black Feather and the Eyeless Crow, those were enough to say a lot. And that crow wasn't his only summoned beast either. According to the intel under Chen Yun's command, that crow was only number 6. If number 6 already had that kind of power, then what about the mysterious number 1? No one could guess how many cards this kid was hiding up his sleeve. Someone like him would actually be held back by joining the Imperial Guard. No wonder Commander Nanwu didn't care at all when Chen Yun called him Old Lantern. TSK, the younger generation really does surpass the old. Commander Wu could try to hide information about Chen Yun from others, but there was no way he could keep anything from the Imperial Guard. For instance, the Guard had long known about Commander Wu's relationship with Lang Yi as father and daughter. Not that the Guard was in the habit of broadcasting secrets, some things you only learned after joining. Sir, no need to call me sir, it's Cheng Fanglu. Technically, the Imperial Guard and the Empire's 4 major departments are on equal footing. If you call me sir, you're just setting me up for trouble, aren't you? Of course, the squad captain knew all about what Cheng Fanglu had done. Still, someone else would deal with Cheng Fanglu soon enough. They didn't have to get their hands dirty, just cover the aftermath if needed. Even so, he couldn't help but feel a deep dislike for Cheng Fanglu. Scheming against people who trust you, those were the ones he hated most. Just say what you want to say straight up. Cheng Fanglu swallowed hard. This guy really is hard to please, but of course no matter how bold he felt he'd never dare say that out loud. Instead he nodded, bowing and scraping, showing not a hint of anger about that. Chen Yun, are you hoping to have him join Team 96, if that's your intention? Don't twist my words, I never said anything like that. Whether he joins or not is up to you, but I'll remind you the process still has to be followed. It doesn't just depend on my will. Understand? The squad leader's tone carried a deeper meaning. Hearing this, Cheng Fanglu grew even more confused, but he didn't dare ask further. He'd already seen the warning in the other man's eyes. Pushing further might cost him his life. Inside the secret realm, Lin Chu lay on the ground, his face full of resignation. A sense of despair welled up within him as the harsh reality finally set in. In the end, it had all amounted to nothing. All the followers of the Sunfall Church had already been killed. There was no point in further discussion. Dead was dead. Among the onlookers, some gazes were complicated, some downright venomous, and others tinged with anger. At the start, a few people had gambled on Lin Chu, hoping he'd succeed and they could ride his coattails to the spoils. But now that Lin Chu had fallen from grace, well, sorry, everyone would go their separate ways, pretending not to know each other. That was for the best. You've got a decent temperament, but unfortunately you were used, someone remarked. Honestly, there are a few people at Yunhai First High I can't stand. I usually can't be bothered with them, but they kept getting in my face, so I killed them. Now, before you die, is there anything you want? Even if I let you go, the Imperial Army would come for you, and if they didn't in a year you'd be nothing but a puddle of blood. Chen Yin added, a note of regret in his heart. He felt this person before him was a lot like himself, just less lucky perhaps. Any last requests? Lin Chu let out a bitter laugh. Funny, I never thought you'd be the one to help me fulfill my promise in the end. Here, take this flower. After you leave, give it to my blind grandmother. You should be able to find her. That's all, do it. Chen Yun accepted the flower Lin Chu handed over, probably a material from a Tier 1 secret realm. He carefully stored it in his system inventory and gave a nod to number 4. Instantly, number 4 flicked his finger and a bolt of electricity shot through Lin Chu's heart, ending it. A powerful aura rippled through the secret realm as number 5, picking up on Chen Yun's signal, summoned a ball of flame and tossed it onto the corpse. In seconds, Lin Chu was reduced to nothing but ash. I'll take care of it, Chen Yun murmured, his emotions tangled and complex. Noticing Chen Yun's strange mood, Yukong looked over at concern flickering in his eyes. Chen, I think we should clear this secret realm dungeon first. Anyway, with the Empire's military around, we'll never be short of dungeons to run, someone said. Chen Yun nodded slowly. You're right, there were still quite a few people lingering nearby. Hey Lin, someone sighed. Why are you sighing? What, you want to die with him or something? Seriously, when I first joined, I even handed 1,000 gold coins to those Sunfall Church believers, and now, it's all gone down the drain. Captain, did you see? In his final moments, Lin Chu gave Chen Yun a flower. Who knows, it might be some kind of treasure. You want to try stealing it? Treasure my ass, 1,000 gold coins and all I get is some worthless flower. And I didn't even get my hands on it. Hell, Lin Chu didn't even leave a corpse behind. If he had, I'd have shown him what it means to not even rest in peace. What? The captain was cut off mid-sentence by a sudden nudge from the teammate next to him. He turned, noticing his teammate's face had gone pale, his whole body trembling. Instinctively he looked up and realized that, without anyone noticing, Chen Yun was now standing right in front of him, flanked by an army of corpse kings. When Lin Chu was dying, all he asked was for me to take that flower back for him. He didn't ask me to wipe out a bunch of trash like you, Chen Yun said coldly. A worthless flower, huh? I'll turn you into fireworks. Wait, Chen, bang! Chen Yun's hand shot out, wrapping around the man's neck. With a single squeeze he crushed it, the man's head bursting into a cloud of blood mist, yet the anger in Chen Yun's chest didn't subside. If anything, it burned hotter. At that moment the onlookers scattered in all directions like startled birds. My lord, someone asked. Forget about them, let's go, Chen Yun replied, shaking his head. Truthfully, he was burning with a strange, stifling rage. Yukong, standing beside him, knew now wasn't the time to say anything. Nothing he said would help. Only Gong Jiala seemed to know what to do. She reached out and pinched Chen Yun's cheek. It was only then that Chen Yun finally let go of the breath he'd been holding, the anger beginning to ebb away. What truly infuriated him wasn't the insults about Lin Chu's dying gift, it was the way those men trampled on the bonds between people, treating them like dirt. That was what made Chen Yun so uncontrollably furious. Let's go, we'll clear this secret realm dungeon and then, just like he asked, we'll take that flower to his grandmother. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Chen Yun quickly regained his composure. No matter how tough someone's heart is, when it comes to things that truly matter to them, it's hard to stay balanced. At times like this, it all depends on whether you have friends you can trust at your side. Without them, it's a lonely, bitter road. With that, the 4 of them leading the Corpse Kings swept through the secret realm dungeon like an unstoppable force. During this time, Chen Yun also realized that the monsters here were nowhere near as strong as the ones he had faced in that previous Abyssal Secret Realm dungeon. The monsters in the Abyssal Secret Realm were roughly twice as powerful as the ones in this place. It was at this moment that the Corpse Kings finally unleashed their full firepower. They weren't here to collect corpses anyway, so there was no need to hold back whatsoever. Besides, they'd already returned to the zombie planet once and each of them had grown significantly stronger in their original forms. Except for number 6, who only brought one piece of equipment. All the other Corpse Kings now wore full sets of gear. Their combat strength had more than doubled compared to before. To Yukong, it was perfectly natural for the Corpse Kings to be displaying such overwhelming might, but when the other teams saw the way Chen Yun and his group were tearing through the monsters, they all froze on the spot in shock. That's Chen Yun, so the rumors are true. Is he really a tier 3 9-star now? Captain, should we follow him? Didn't you say before follow him? Are you insane? The captain snapped, suddenly changing his tune. That was then, this is now. You have to look at the big picture, understand? He quickly found himself an excuse not to go after Chen Yun. Back in the city, he'd come from the outer district, so he'd heard the stories about Chen Yun but hadn't paid them much mind. That was mostly because the other teams around him hadn't cared much either. The atmosphere back then was different, so he'd even made some bold boasts, said that if he ran into Chen Yun's team in the secret realm he'd be sure to teach them a lesson. He'd sounded awfully tough at the time. Anyway, let's move aside for now, no point blocking their way, he said, trying to save face. And this isn't being a coward, it's just being smart. Only a wise man adapts to the times. Yeah, that's right. Meanwhile, at the very center of the secret realm, over a dozen teams had already staked their positions. The boss was a cursed pig-headed ogre. This boss is tough. High poison resistance, high defense, and it looks like he's got some sort of bloodlust skill too. Plus his curse resistance is off the charts. That means debuffs barely work on him at all. Curse resistance and debuff resistance, those were the two attributes that most teams in this world hated to see on a boss. Both could make skills that weaken the boss's stats completely useless. Take the most basic weaken spell for instance. If it landed, it would normally reduce defense and all resistances by 5%. But the thing about this weakness skill is that it's extremely versatile, almost every class can learn it. Normally, when a skill is this widely available, it doesn't really do much unless it's leveled up quite a bit, and to make matters worse, this skill completely fails if you run into a monster with even slightly higher resistance. Now, the boss we're facing at the moment has a sky-high resistance to curses. It's already immune to a bunch of armor shredding and debuffing skills, so how the hell are we supposed to fight it? Damn it, what was Yang Yulong thinking? Wasn't she supposed to be the smart one? Shouldn't she be coming up with some suggestions right about now? The party leader kept muttering under his breath. They'd already sent a probing attack and lost 5 people just like that. Now, they'd all retreated beyond the boss's aggro zone. Thankfully, this boss was a special cursed creature, otherwise they wouldn't have even been able to pull that off. Everyone knew this boss wasn't going down easy, so the teams had temporarily joined forces. As for who would get the loot and materials afterward, they'd just roll for it with the world will system. Honestly, it wasn't the fairest way, but it avoided a lot of unnecessary drama most of the time. But no, Yang Yulong hadn't given any suggestions. Damn it, we've already wasted an hour here. If this drags on any longer, other teams are bound to show up and take a piece of the action. I, Zhang Wunfan, have fought my way up from the first advancement to my 5th with an A-rank talent as an unyielding warrior, and now you're telling me I have to take orders from some C-rank support class? What a joke. Grinding his teeth, Zhang Wunfan turned and stormed toward the command tent. In no time he pushed his way inside. The tent was massive, at least 200 square meters. Don't ask why it's so big, just chalk it up to the world's bizarre tech tree. The moment he stepped in, Zhang Wunfan's face instantly went pale, then green, then practically purple. There were supposed to be 12 teams, but judging from the number of people inside, there had to be more than 20 by now. Yang Yulong could tell Zhang Wunfan was in a bad mood after losing some team members, but honestly, that wasn't the real reason. What really pissed him off was how many people had shown up to snatch a share of the spoils. His original plan was to use this dungeon to rake in some serious loot, kick out the outer members of his team, and then take his old crew and join the Imperial Army. Once they got outfitted with proper weapons and gear, hire a few grunts, well, that'd be the whole package. But now, seeing so many people crowding inside the tent, he was so furious he nearly vomited from sheer anger. Yang Yulong, what's the meaning of this? Why did you drag all these useless people in here? Didn't I say, surround the area and don't let them get involved? With just one sentence, Zhang Wunfan left Yang Yulong speechless. What's going on here, man? Earlier, when you wanted to probe the situation, you even roped in some of the other teams, and of course, the result was a heavy loss. It's clear we can't handle this on our own. Isn't it only logical to pull in more people? With just our original dozen or so teams, sure, we might be able to take down this boss, but the casualties would be huge. Honestly, this was exactly what Zhang Wunfan was thinking. The reason was simple. In his eyes, it didn't matter if the others died, as long as he was the last one standing. That was truly what he had in mind. But now it looked like that plan had gone down the drain, so now it's just my team out there holding the perimeter. Is that it? What's that supposed to mean, Zhang Wunfan? Watch your mouth. Damn it, are you looking for a fight? Don't think for a second we're afraid of you. Who the hell do you think you are? Some people recognized Zhang Wenfan, but there were also quite a few who didn't. After all, they had all come from different cities to Yunhai City for the Imperial military competition. There were even rumors that the event had been moved up a few days because of someone. Word had somehow gotten out ahead of schedule. If Yang Yulong still didn't get it at this point, he'd have to be an idiot. Zhang Wenfan, what's going through your head? Weren't you the one who went off probing earlier, dragging other teams along with you? In the end, your team only lost 5, but the others took much heavier losses. Some lost 20 people. You called it a test run, but your own people were the ones hanging back the farthest. And you're not blind, are you? You can see for yourself that this Secret Realms boss isn't something we can handle easily. How are we supposed to take it down without getting everyone else involved? At this point, Yang Yulong was seething with anger. She had almost worked out a deal, and when she saw the look on Zhang Wenfan's face, she'd intended to say a few kind words to smooth things over. But instead, he opened his mouth and started cursing everyone out, and in fact, uniting everyone to take down the Secret Realm boss was her idea in the first place, so she'd been personally working to organize everyone. Most of the others were fairly easy to persuade. Zhang Wenfan was the only one who'd always felt a little off to her. But she figured if he had any demands, she could just give up a little of her own share. It didn't matter much to her. After all, she was already basically part of the Imperial military at this point. However, she had an assessment task: to organize a 1,000-strong raid on a Secret Realm boss. Now, that goal was about to be achieved when out of nowhere Zhang Wenfan threw a wrench into her plans. At this moment, Yang Yulong was so furious she could practically kill someone. What was there to discuss? Just throw the whole force at it. Who cares how many die, as long as in the end Zhang Wenfan, caught up in his own anger, had only gotten halfway through his tirade when his deputy yanked him hard, abruptly cutting him off. It was only then that he realized what he'd just let slip. Bang! In an instant the table was smashed to pieces. Crash! Even the cup of water Yang Yulong had just picked up spilled all over the floor. But Yang Yulong wasn't the one who slammed the table, it was the team captain who'd lost the most during that recent test. So that's what you meant, Zhang Wenfan. Are you looking to die? Damn it, what the hell are you saying? You're telling us we're all just cannon fodder to you? Everyone present was either a captain or a deputy. No one got to these positions by being stupid. From just that one careless sentence from Zhang Wenfan, anyone with half a brain could guess what was going on. He'd planned to use everyone as expendable pawns, then scoop up the victory for himself. After hearing Zhang Wenfan's words, Yang Yulong's eyes flashed with lethal intent. Forget everything else, just for what Zhang Wenfan had done today. The moment the military authorities sought his info card outside, he'd be wiped out on the spot. In regular Secret Realm missions, the Empire might turn a blind eye, but in an official Imperial operation? Pulling a stunt like this was a direct slap in the face to the entire Imperial military. No one could save him from that. So this is what you're really about, Zhang Wenfan. Everyone, calm down, Yang Yulong said coldly, locking eyes with Zhang Wenfan. Let me ask one more time. If you still plan to raid the boss with us, then you and your squad will take the lead at the front. If you don't want to work with us, you can leave right now. Her words forced Zhang Wenfan's hand. After all, he'd basically given up his leverage with that outburst. Now Yang Yulong was perfectly justified in laying down the law. A vein throbbed on Zhang Wenfan's forehead as he glared at her. Yang Yulong, you bitch, what the hell do you mean by that? For a moment Yang Yulong's gaze turned even colder. That's exactly what I mean, Yang Yulong said in a low, steady voice. Honestly, I never planned on asking you to join our team, but since you showed up anyway, I figured one more person means a little more strength. Now that it's clear you're not going to help us, you can just leave. Right now she was focused on preparing for the fight with the boss and had no desire to waste time arguing with Zhang Wenfan. If Zhang Wenfan suddenly lost it and lured the boss over, that would be a complete disaster. As for her assessment, if that happened, she'd have zero chance of passing. Damn it, if it weren't for this test, she'd have killed him on the spot. Leave, and why should I? Zhang Wenfan retorted. I'm staying right here. I want to fight the boss in this Secret Realm too. If it comes down to it, I'll just hide on the sidelines. When you're about done with the boss, I'll swoop in and snatch the kill. Since things had already come to a head, Zhang Wenfan didn't bother pretending anymore. He was just out for whatever advantage he could get. Zhang Wenfan, don't you dare, someone shouted. Damn you, Zhang Wenfan. Fine, if that's how you want it, let's fight, count me in. You want trouble? You got it. Not everyone was as calm as Yang Yulong. Some people lost their temper instantly. Zhang Wenfan snorted coldly. The more chaos he stirred up, the better his chances. Fine by me. My people are posted outside. If I give the word, they'll lure the boss right over. Then we'll all go down together. That threat left everyone momentarily stunned. Yang Yulong just shook her head. It seemed she'd have to wait for other forces to come and resolve this mess. But after all Zhang Wenfan had just done, in her mind he was as good as dead. If he actually managed to walk away from Yunhai City alive after this, the whole Imperial military would be a laughingstock. And if the Imperial Guard were here, they'd have taken action already. You damn it. The others were seething with hatred for Zhang Wenfan. Yang Yulong let out a cold snort. In the end, Zhang Wenfan's weakness was his greed and it was going to be his undoing. Fine, you can fight the boss with us, just know this, you won't get a single scrap of loot when it's over. At first everyone was taken aback by Yang Yulong's words. They were about to ask why, but her next sentence gave them the answer. Zhang Wenfan, you want to fight the boss? Once the boss is dead, do you really think he'll still be standing? Do you really think you'll get your hands on any loot? Yes, someone chimed in. With the boss gone and only your little team left, how do you expect to take on all of us? Zhang Wenfan's face turned an ugly shade of purple. At this point he was truly out of options. At the same time he was weighing his options. Should he leave this place and go hunt monsters in other secret realms instead? But if the boss of this secret realm got killed while he was gone, how many monsters would his team be able to defeat in the meantime? If he wanted to rack up enough kills to qualify for a spot in the Imperial Army, there definitely wouldn't be enough time for that. Meanwhile, Yang Yulong was starting to get anxious. She could sense several powerful presences rapidly approaching their location. Her heightened perception was a passive skill that came with her class, the intensity of those auras. Could it be the Sunfall Church? Damn it, if it was them, things were about to get a lot more complicated. Yang Yulong's expression had been calm just moments ago, but now genuine panic flickered across her face. The military's intel had told her two things to watch out for: Chen Yun and the Sunfall Church. Her squad leader had made it absolutely clear, do not under any circumstances get into a conflict with either one. The Sunfall Church's saint was a terrifying 9th rank, even if supposedly a bit weaker than most at that level, but Yang Yulong herself was only at 4th rank. How was she supposed to fight that? As for Chen Yun, good grief, the wild rumors about him swirling around Yunhai City plus the intelligence straight from the Imperial Army painted an unmistakable picture. With things as they were, there was really nothing to discuss. In short, if you ran into either of them, you just got out of the way, no room for heroics. Still, she found herself hoping it was Chen Yun coming, not the Sunfall Church. Suddenly, whoosh, the tent flap was yanked open. Captain, something's happened, it's Chen Yun, he's here. He brought his team and they came in from the other side. The guys up front say they were moving too fast, couldn't stop them. At those words everyone's expression shifted. Some looked indifferent, some were a little surprised. Only Yang Yulong herself let out a small sigh of relief. Thank goodness it wasn't the Sunfall Church. Wait, but Chen Yun wasn't exactly easy to deal with either. So now the question was, Chen Yun had arrived, what were they supposed to do? For a moment Yang Yulong felt the weight of the world on her shoulders. What, Chen Yun, damn it, that useless bastard actually showed up. Does he really think he's some kind of prodigy? Zhang Wenfan finally found a perfect outlet for his anger. As for the rumors about Chen Yun, please, Zhang Wenfan could make up stories like that in his sleep. Back in the day he'd even beaten his own school's old headmaster, not that it mattered now since that headmaster had long since disappeared anyway. In this situation, didn't that make Zhang Wenfan a genius too? Yang Yulong's eyes suddenly lit up. Good for you, man, you're my savior. Perfect, why don't you go and test the waters for us? When the time comes, don't expect us to collect your corpse. You'll get to experience firsthand what it's like to get buried in a secret realm dungeon, or as we call it, every man for himself. Fine, whatever, suit yourself. Let's go everyone, we should head out and see for ourselves. Hey Captain, that bang! Before the messenger could finish, Zhang Wenfan kicked him aside without hesitation. The scene instantly ignited anger in quite a few people. Yang Yulong reacted quickly and caught the guy. If he'd really been sent flying out of the tent and smashed into a tree, no one would have cared, he'd be dead for sure. Smack! Yang Yulong caught him mid-air, absorbing the force with practiced ease. Even so, cracks spiderwebbed out beneath her feet from the impact. Rage flared in Yang Yulong's heart. What vicious strength! Wasn't this his own teammate? The team member realized what happened right away. There was resentment in his eyes, but he didn't forget who had just saved him. Yang, don't you? Yang Yulong understood, nodding silently to show she got the message. Zhang Wenfan was still fuming. Seeing that the outsider in his team had survived left him just a bit annoyed. Without another word, everyone filed out of the tent one by one. As professionals, their eyesight was excellent. With a single glance, they spotted Chen Yun and his group. Except for the still seething Zhang Wenfan, everyone else sensed that something was off. On Chen Yun's shoulder perched a crow, on either side of him stood Gong Jiala and Yukong, and a little farther back were number 2 and a whole group of corpse kings. Number 2 was now a towering 15 meters tall, utterly terrifying. Number 3 casually hefted a long spear, while arcs of electricity occasionally danced across number 4. Numbers 5 and 7 had their arms around each other's shoulders, but their auras were anything but weak. Number 8 was endlessly flipping a short blade through his fingers. All of these corpse kings wore a guiding light lantern on their bodies. A lineup like this just didn't sit right, and with all the rumors swirling around Yunhai City, Yikes, maybe those stories weren't just baseless after all, especially number 2 inch standing at a full 15 meters taller than most bosses, triple rank 9 stars, so what, fighting spirit rage perfect form. That kid, Zhang Wenfan instantly activated 3 skills to boost himself, then charged straight at Chen Yun. In an instant his aura swelled to nearly double its original strength. Fueled by rage, this full-force attack was nearly at the peak of a 6-fold transcendence level. As Zhang Wenfan charged, everyone else stared wide-eyed after him. Meanwhile, Chen Yun and his companions looked completely unconcerned. Even the crow perched on Chen Yun's shoulder was starting to doze off, caught in a half-asleep state. It had already absorbed a fair amount of the resentful energy from earlier, and in this drowsy condition it could absorb even faster. Zhang Wenfan noticed that Chen Yun and his group were still moving forward. What an idiot. My power is so overwhelming, my presence so obvious, yet they just keep walking without even pausing. Clearly, they haven't noticed me at all. Bang! A thunderous crash echoed through the entire Secret Realm dungeon. In that instant everyone's jaws dropped, and for a moment they all seemed to forget to breathe. Right in front of Chen Yun stood number 4. Zhang Wenfan's punch had been stopped, caught in the palm of number 4's hand. Insect, not a bad blow. Since coming to this world from the underworld, you're the 4th human to impress me. However, harboring murderous intent toward my master means I cannot let you go. Still, you're no weakling. I doubt you'd stoop to a sneak attack. Chen Yun had already instructed them to claim they came from the underworld. After all, they'd soon be dealing with the Imperial military, and there were bound to be people curious about the corpse kings he summoned. Whoa, this uncle seems pretty strong. Even little Lei rates him so highly. Gong Jiala's small eyes widened in surprise. Yukong stroked his chin thoughtfully. Another one with a death wish, huh? I wonder if the boss's corpse will yield any materials later. Will my new tier 6 harvesting skill work on him? Maybe I just haven't had enough bodies to harvest lately, that's why my skill growth is so slow. If Chen Yun knew what Yukong was thinking right now, he'd probably have veins popping on his forehead again. Well, I guess that's how it goes. Seems there really are some prodigies in this dungeon. But the guy is already middle-aged. Does that still count as a prodigy? Chen Yun didn't take the man seriously at all. It was like watching an angry hamster squeak at you. You just found it kind of cute. Of course, not taking him seriously was one thing, but cute might be pushing it. You've lightning spikes. Zhang Wenfan was gripped by a terror that danced along the edge of life and death. In the next instant he leapt backward to evade. At the same time, bolts of electricity from number 4's body transformed into sharp spikes lancing toward him. As Zhang retreated, the lightning morphed again, this time into a flurry of flying needles. What? Countless battles had honed number 4's control over his powers to new heights. Even without Chen Yun's buffs, even if he were still his old self, this level of combat experience alone would make him a force few humans on the zombie planet could handle. Pft, pft. In a flash, dozens of tiny lightning needles pierced Zhang's body, especially his left shoulder. This directly caused his shoulder and the entire left side of his arm to go completely numb. In an instant, cold sweat broke out across his forehead, trickling down his back as well. In midair, he flipped and landed, beads of sweat dripping from his chin. For someone of his caliber, flipping through the air like that was as effortless as eating or drinking. What truly filled him with fear was realizing just how unfathomable the opponent's strength was, and that 4 was not the only one here with such power. If that was the case, then all those rumors about Chen Yun and Yunhai City must be true. Your speed. 4's brow furrowed slightly. By his estimation, the other man should have been able to dodge that attack. That's strange. You should have been able to dodge me. And your aura, it's dropped by half. Is it because you're afraid? I've never really understood what fear is. Is it the fear of death? In reality, because of Zhang Wenfan's profession, he was an indomitable fighter. This was the first time he'd ever truly yielded, causing his usual battle state to dissipate. 4 took a step forward, raising his hand slightly, his expression as calm as ever, but after a few steps he stopped. Chen Yun didn't go after Zhang Wenfan, instead turning his eyes toward Yang Yulong and the others. Are you all planning to stop me from fighting the boss? Chen Yun asked casually. 5 at that moment grew a little excited. Great, more opponents. He had enjoyed the previous fight and wouldn't mind going a few more rounds. 3 on the other hand looked bored. He was just hoping the boss would be strong, if so he'd happily take a turn. Lately he'd felt his marksmanship had improved a bit. If the boss turned out to be weak, well, at least it would be a good warm-up. Speaking of which, there'd been a giant octopus appearing in that other dimension lately. Maybe he could spar with that thing. It seemed pretty formidable. Right then Chen Yun's question snapped Yang Yulong back to her senses. Oh man, she really hadn't seen this coming. She'd assumed that if Zhang Wenfan stepped in, he'd be able to hold his own against Chen Yun for a while. But the outcome was clear. After just a single round, Zhang Wenfan was already halfway destroyed, and judging by the way the other side had fought, it was obvious they hadn't even used their full strength. They'd dispatched him almost effortlessly. Well, to be fair, he hadn't technically lost yet, but it wouldn't be long. And no, we have no intention of stopping you, Yang Yulong stammered. His name is Zhang Wenfan. he tried to use us earlier, but when that didn't work, he got angry and tried to take it out on you. All the other team captains here can vouch for me." Yang Yulong spoke as she tried to calm herself down. Although there was a hint of curiosity in Chen Yun's eyes, there wasn't much killing intent there, at least not yet. The same couldn't be said for the figures standing behind Chen Yun. Each and every one of them radiated murderous intent. What was even more terrifying was what happened when she casually used a scouting skill on one of them. The skill worked, sure, but there was a problem. The information panel that popped up was filled entirely with question marks. Except for the race section, none of it was readable, all undead. That meant every single one of these people had been summoned by Chen Yun herself. Yang Yulong took a closer look at Chen Yun, who was standing almost completely surrounded by her minions. It was clear to Yang Yulong that even if someone tried to attack Chen Yun, these terrifying summon creatures could easily block them. Of course, from the very beginning, Yang Yulong had never planned to make an enemy out of Chen Yun. Just then Chen Yun turned her gaze to Zhang Wenfan. "I don't think we've met before," she said, "but I could feel your killing intent toward me just now, so?" As soon as Chen Yun spoke those words, everyone realized Zhang Wenfan had just been handed his death sentence. Now that Chen Yun had made her intentions clear, number 4 didn't hesitate or waste any time. He raised his hand, and a spear crackling with lightning instantly took shape. Wait, hang on, boom. Number 4 had no intention of waiting for him. He hurled the lightning spear straight at Zhang Wenfan, and in the next instant it exploded right in front of him. Unless you were built like a tank, taking that attack head-on would be excruciating. Zhang Wenfan, already severely injured, was left barely clinging to life after the blast. When the smoke cleared, it was obvious he was still alive, but only just, he was hanging on by his last breath, and even that was fading. Number 4's expression remained calm as always. "I take back what I said about you earlier, you're nothing but an ant." Truth be told, number 4 had thought Zhang Wenfan was actually pretty capable, but then, halfway through the fight, Zhang Wenfan's strength had plummeted, and now here he was, begging for his life. "And no, wait, I just lost my temper." "You lost your temper, so you tried to attack my master? That means you never had any respect for her in the first place." "In that case, let me introduce myself. I am number 4, a servant under my master. I may not be the strongest, but dealing with you is more than enough for me." Thunderhorn, Tyrant's Spear. Number 4 had been emotionless up to this point, but now thanks to Zhang Wenfan's words he'd hit a nerve. "Wait." Zhang Wenfan hadn't even finished speaking when number 4 raised his palm. In an instant, 4 lightning spears, each 3 or 4 times larger than before, materialized in the air. The next second, they shot forward, striking straight at Zhang Wenfan. The whole process took less than half a second. A deafening blast of thunder followed, leaving a deep crater in the ground. Faint currents of electricity still flickered in the air above the spot, and yet with power like this, he dared to challenge my master. Truly incomprehensible. Number 4 flexed his hand, sending the lingering electricity crackling into the earth. He, of course, still had more tricks up his sleeve, but Zhang Wenfan hadn't even survived this one strike. Meanwhile, Yang Yulong was utterly shocked. Just from that one move, she had seen more than enough. Normally, when most professionals wanted to use a powerful skill, there'd be some kind of wind-up. But for number 4, it was as simple as raising his hand. Instantly, the skill was unleashed so fast it was downright terrifying. In just half a second, the attack was over, and he still had more in reserve. His true power hadn't even been revealed, and then Yang Yulong's gaze darted to the corpse kings behind Chen Yun. That was only number 4. What about number 3 and number 2? How strong must they be? And if number 1 ever took action? Cold sweat streamed down Yang Yulong's forehead. Chun Ji. After a moment's hesitation, Yang Yulong decided she had to speak up. Otherwise, she had no idea whether her own trial would even count. Chen Yun frowned slightly. What is it? He'd been planning to just wipe out the boss and finish the secret realm dungeon, but now he felt uncomfortable. Not that it was a real problem, but it left him in a foul mood. To put it simply, he was incredibly irritated. Here's the thing. I just recently joined the Imperial military. My captain gave me a trial. I'm supposed to command a team to take down the boss. If you'd be willing to let me have the opportunity, I'd be happy to offer some kind of compensation, gold or anything else you might need. Yang Yulong could see Chen Yun's impatience, so she got straight to the point and quickly laid everything out. Chen Yun clicked his tongue, taking a deep breath to steady himself. Attitude was important. He'd let this bad mood affect him for over 10 minutes already, which was enough. Yukong, is there anything our team needs? Yukong handled all the team affairs. Chen Yun had no interest in those details, found them endlessly annoying. And if there was one thing Chen Yun hated, it was trouble. We're not short on gold. I'll handle the negotiations with her, Yukong replied. Chen Yun nodded. His team didn't stand on ceremony for such things, and Yukong also stepped forward. At this moment, none of the captains standing beside Yang Yulong dared to utter a single word. The sheer power number 4 had just displayed was terrifying, so much so that even if all of them joined forces, they weren't sure they could last a few rounds against him. In this kind of situation, there really wasn't anything to say, nor did anyone dare to speak up. We're not in dire need of materials or gold coins. Do you have any life skill manuals? Yukong asked. Generally, you could learn life skills from someone who already knew them, but when you first picked them up, they were all at level 1 and required a ton of materials to level up. Usually, only guilds would bother to support 2 or 3 blacksmiths, so life profession skill books themselves weren't particularly expensive, unless you were talking about rare or special ones. The most common were blacksmithing and carpentry. Most people who learned blacksmithing would pick up carpentry as well. On their own, carpentry didn't do much, but when combined with blacksmithing, the effect was significant. It seemed like only by combining both did you have a complete crafting skill set. How about card crafting? Do you need that? Yang Yulong offered. Card crafting was a skill that let you turn equipment or potions into cards, making them easier to transport. It wasn't exactly useless, but it wasn't a must-have either. At best, it provided some convenience. That's not much of a bargaining chip, Yukong said. At best, it's just a little extra. Tell us about the rest, or if you've got any special items. Ideally, something related to Secret Realm dungeons. Or you could just list all the life skill books you have. Although we didn't know how the Imperial military found Secret Realm dungeons, some of them did require special items to enter. Generally, those kinds of dungeons offered much richer rewards. Yang Yulong laid out all his cards: card crafting, blacksmithing, alchemy skill book creation, enchanting, corpse refinement. That's all I've got. Honestly, none of these skill books were particularly hard to come by. The real challenge was gathering the mountain of materials needed to level the skills up after learning them. Only card crafting and skill book creation were exceptions. Xinyan's eyes suddenly lit up. He hadn't really intended to trade at first. None of these things were what he wanted, but he hadn't expected to hear skill book creation among the options. That skill was extremely useful. It let you turn lesser-used skills from your own class into manuals so others could learn them. But to do that, you had to have skill book creation in the first place. Of course, all personal professional skills could be turned into skill books, but these skills usually came with hidden requirements. Take Xinyan's own skills for example. The profession had to be Necromancer Lord. If you weren't a Necromancer Lord, even if you learned the skill, it simply wouldn't work. There were some other professions whose basic skills were less strict in their usage requirements. As for what Xinyan wanted this time, at its core it was really just an experiment. Without hesitation, he used the world's party system to open a chat window with Yukong. Skill book crafting. I want that life skill. Best if you can get me 2 copies. As for anything else, use your judgment. After sending the message, Xinyan's expression didn't change in the slightest. Unless someone had been staring straight into his eyes, nobody would have noticed the flicker of emotion just now. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on Yukong and Yang Yulong, so naturally no one paid Xinyan any mind. Yukong remained perfectly calm as well. He even propped his chin on one hand, striking a thoughtful pose. Your life skill books are all pretty ordinary, right? Nothing too special. How about this? We'll let you handle the command, but we want to join in too. If your team can't take down this boss in an hour, we'll step in. 1 hour? Yang Yulong was taken aback. An hour? To be honest, she'd led her own team against bosses before, and there was no way to bring one down in just an hour. The others looked just as shocked, because they knew, unless you had an insanely strong leader, a deep understanding of the boss, and loads of intel on its mechanics, an hour just wasn't enough. Even 2 hours would be considered rushing it. What, is that hard? Yukong asked instinctively. Then it hit him. He and Gong Jiala's group had never actually fought a boss themselves. Every time they ran into a dungeon boss, Xinyan would just summon a Corpse King to finish it off. And the one time Xinyan wasn't around, the Purple Shield Guild's Kobo had led the team. Of course, Koba would never take them to challenge a boss. He was terrified of a wipeout. That's why Yukong really had no concept of how tough boss fights could be. Hearing Yukong's question, Yang Yulong almost blurted out, "Wait, have you guys never fought a boss before? Are you all newbies?" But then she remembered it was always Xinyan leading their team. And Xinyan had cleared the school's final exam dungeon on his own, breezing right through while reportedly coming out without a scratch. Clearly, that clear had been ridiculously easy for him. That's pretty tough. For us, it's a bit difficult. So, alright, here's the deal. If you can't take down the boss within 2 hours, we'll step in. Also, we want the life skills of enchanting, corpse refining, and card crafting. Those 3 are ours. As for skill book crafting, how many do you have? 3 would be ideal. 2, well, that could work too. Yukong paused for a moment, waiting to see what Xinyan would say. Of course, Xinyan had no objections. What he really wanted was the skill book crafting skill. That was crucial for developing his own team and even for the growth of his Corpse Kings. Right now, the Corpse Kings weren't really working together. Most of the time, they just fought their own battles. But honestly, even at this point, no one had managed to push them to go all out. Even when they fought Zhang Wen, when number 3 didn't use his full strength, he was worried that if he pushed any harder or got too caught up in the fight, that second-tier longspear in his hand would shatter. And in the end, it did break. Still, Xinyan was never going to complain about his Corpse Kings growing stronger. 3, I've only got 2. Alright, then let's go with that. Since you're with the Empire's military, I'll give you some leeway. Think of it as doing you a favor. Who's your team leader, by the way? While Yukong sent over a trade request, he was also trying to figure out which captain this person reported to. At the moment, Yukong only knew of 2 captains, Yang Yer and Zhang Wenwen, both major team leaders. Oh, and he also knew of a 5th commander. Honestly, for an ordinary player, just having met a 5th commander was something to brag about. When Yang Yulong saw the trade request pop up, her expression instantly brightened. Getting the items wasn't the hard part, she'd just been worried she wouldn't pass her assessment. My captain is Zhang Wenwen. She's mentioned you before, Zhang Wenwen. Both Yukong and Chen Yun pictured Zhang Wenwen in their minds. The first thing Yukong remembered was that night when Chen Yun had stood up for him. Pretty much everyone in Yunhai City had been beaten up at least once, and not long ago Zhang Wenwen had wanted to ask Chen Yun for a favor too. That was about the Sunfall Church incident, and the thing with Yang Yur's team. If Yukong hadn't brought it up, who knows if Chen Yun would have agreed to help at all. As for Chen Yun, Zhang Wenwen's image flashed through his mind for a second and then nothing. She just wasn't all that important to him, so it's Captain Zhang. Well then, I suppose we're practically acquaintances, Yukong replied instantly. He might have had plenty to say in his heart, but on the surface he looked completely nonchalant. At this moment Yang Yulong couldn't contain her excitement. This round was in the bag. Honestly, her goal wasn't even to take down the boss herself anymore. What mattered was guiding their large team to weaken the boss as much as possible while keeping casualties to a minimum. She had estimated it would take about 3 hours to defeat the boss, but judging by Yukong's comment about needing just an hour, she suspected the other party wasn't willing to wait that long. For now, both teams were more than satisfied with the deal they'd struck. Everyone else let out a collective sigh of relief, just glad they didn't have to go up against Chen Yun. Hell, it wasn't even about fighting. There wasn't a snowball's chance in hell they'd win. Plus, from what they overheard, it sounded like Chen Yun had already been in contact with the Empire's military for some time. But the person organizing their group. Wait, so all these guys had already joined the Imperial military? Then what the hell were they doing competing in the Imperial Secret Realm tournament? In the crowd, several team captains, generally the sharper ones, quickly put 2 and 2 together. Chen Yun, Yang Yulong, and their people had all pretty much joined up with the Empire's forces already. What was this anyway? Couldn't they give the rest of them a fighting chance? Of course, that was the kind of thing they could only grumble about inwardly. If Zhang Wenfan, who had just dissipated into particles and vanished into thin air, were still around, he definitely wouldn't have agreed with these complaints. Captain Yang, now that Zhang Wenfan's out of the picture and there's no one in our way, what's our plan to take down the boss? Someone asked. Yeah, we've only got 2 hours left. Let's hurry up and go over the battle plan. I'll go set up the table. What table? I've already backed up a map. We can strategize right here. Chief Yang, we're all ears. To be honest, most of these people hadn't planned on listening to Yang Yulong before, each with their own agendas and only willing to cooperate if she gave up some of her own interests for the sake of her assessment. She hadn't had much of a choice, but now everything had changed. Everyone's calculations were clear. If they performed well in this boss raid and Yang Yulong put in a good word for them, wouldn't that mean they too could join the Imperial military? Sure, there'd be a second round of tests after joining, but first things first, you had to pass the initial assessment. For a moment Yang Yulong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Still, she understood there were only 2 hours left and she needed to focus on passing her own assessment first, and if, by some miracle, they managed to defeat the boss in under 2 hours, wouldn't that be an absolutely stellar performance? After passing the assessment, she was now officially part of the team. Still, if she had performed well during the trial, she would definitely receive a substantial reward afterward. Without hesitation, Yukong immediately sent a trade request to Chen Yun, handing over the 2 skill book crafting recipes. Let's just sit for a bit and take a break, see if they can manage to take down this boss, Yukong suggested. The others nodded in agreement. Then Yukong pulled a few stools out from his system backpack. He was always prepared for overnight stays in dungeons. His backpack had everything they might need. Although ever since Chen Yun started leading the team, they hadn't actually had to spend the night in a secret dungeon even once. Gong Jiala chimed in, insisting, my stool's more comfortable, I'll use mine. Yukong nodded slightly. There was no need to fuss over such things in their group, they'd been through a lot together. It hadn't actually been that long, but they all felt a strong sense of camaraderie. Chen Yun casually sat down on a stool ready to study the skill book crafting recipe. Meanwhile, Yukong's gaze shifted toward Gong Shanshu, who was busy fiddling with her own stool. He'd heard hers was custom-made, so stable it could even sit securely on the edge of a cliff. Thinking it over, Yukong sent a trade request to Gong Shanshu. The enchanting skill would suit you, he said. It requires a certain amount of mental attributes as support plus a decent understanding of magic. Magic proficiency was one of those skills that were either incredibly useful or practically pointless, with very little stat bonus. Most magic-based classes, or anyone who picked up magic-related crafting skills, would eventually gain some level of magic proficiency, but on the character panel that skill was hidden unless it was maxed out. Oh, okay, Gong Shanshu nodded immediately. She was genuinely grateful to Yukong. For all his help, she might never have known what her role in the team was without him. Also, could you give me some mana potions? I'm almost out, Yukong added. The reason he didn't give the enchanting skill to Gong Jala was that he just didn't trust her with it. She was great at keeping everyone's spirits up but trusting her with enchanting. Yukong could already picture a wisdom ring with -5 to mental attributes. In no time, he saw 30,000 mana potions in the trade window, which left him momentarily stunned. You didn't need to give me all of them, that's only a fifth, I made plenty. Need any other potions? Gong Shanshu replied. No, that's alright, looks like I underestimated you, Yukong admitted with a wry smile. Being perceptive, he understood and appreciated Gong Shanshu's thoughtfulness. Gong Shanshu grinned slightly. Still, she couldn't help but feel a bit troubled. Of all the mutated potions Chen Yun had given her, she'd only managed to break down one. As for the elemental formula inside, she didn't understand it at all, though she could vaguely sense a few things about it. She had already decided to wait until her alchemical magic reached the 6th tier before attempting to break down the others. Meanwhile, a panel appeared in front of Chen Yun. Skill book crafting. Learn, yes/no. Chen Yun didn't hesitate for a second, he immediately chose to learn it. In the next moment, a flood of new memories rushed into his mind. Skill book crafting has undergone an unknown mutation. Congratulations! You have comprehended a new skill, Blessing of the Undead Lord ability. Blessing of the Undead Lord ability. Description: you can extract 50% of the abilities from any contracted undead creature and bestow them upon any living being. The contracted undead will not be affected in any way. However, once a creature receives your blessing, if they die, they will fall under your contract and be resurrected. Holy crap! Chen Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. He'd really hit the jackpot this time. No, that was an understatement. This was way beyond just getting lucky. If he used this skill on a large scale, he could literally build an entire church around it. After all, he could extract powers from his corpse kings, and none of them were weak. Even if he only transferred half their strength, that would still be a significant boost for most professionals. In fact, it could even turn an ordinary tradesperson into a combat powerhouse, and on top of that, his corpse kings wouldn't be affected at all. This skill was nothing short of a godsend. Chen Yun immediately called for number 4. Number 4 of course was always ready to come at Chen Yun's beck and call. The other corpse kings, realizing it wasn't their turn yet, had already sprawled themselves out on the trees lounging about. Number 3 and number 7 had started bickering again for who knows what reason. Number 2 on the other hand was still curious. What exactly did that fruit Chen Yun gave to number 4 taste like? He didn't have much going on upstairs, but he still didn't dare ask Chen Yun for a fruit himself. My lord, number 4 appeared by Chen Yun's side like a phantom. You don't need to do anything, just stand there and don't move. I want to run an experiment on you, Chen Yun said. Naturally, number 4 would obey any command without question. Chen Yun immediately activated his blessing skill on number 4. To his surprise, he realized that the skill didn't require number 4 to be physically present, not even summoned. All he had to do was think about it, and he could extract abilities from any of his corpse kings. Judging by number 4's reaction, there really was no change, no effect at all, in fact. It's already done, Chen Yun said a bit sheepishly. Number 4 looked a little confused. This wasn't right, weren't they supposed to be doing an experiment? How could it be over before it even started? Despite all the questions swirling in his mind, number 4 just answered with a simple acknowledgement and walked away. Number 2 stared eagerly at number 4, his eyes practically glued to him. What he was really curious about was what that nightshade fruit tasted like. Number 4 noticed number 2's gaze and after a moment's thought took the fruit out from his pocket. With a crisp snap, he broke it neatly in half and handed one piece to number 2. In number 2's enormous hand, half the fruit looked about the size of a bean. A faint smile tugged at the corner of number 4's lips as he popped his piece into his mouth. It was strange, he knew he didn't really have much of a sense of taste, and yet to his surprise this tiny fruit was incredibly delicious. Number 2 didn't hesitate either. He tossed the bean-sized fruit into his mouth. He didn't have much of a sense of taste either. The reason he found those mutant rats delicious before was simply because eating them made him a little stronger each time. Hey number 4, you're not tricking me, are you? Number 2 grumbled. This thing doesn't taste like anything. And let me tell you, everyone thinks number 2 is dumb, but I'm not dumb at all. Number 4's expression froze. For a split second he almost unleashed a thunderclap horn attack with his palm. Shut up. Meanwhile, Chen Yun waved a hand at Yukong. Yukong looked a bit puzzled, but still walked over. Shinji, he greeted. Yeah, let me ask you something, Chen Yun said. Do you want to become stronger? Of course, there's a price. If you die you'll become like them, under my control. Chen Yun genuinely respected Yukong's choice. If Yukong refused, he wouldn't insist. After all, Yukong was an important member of his team. Shinji, I haven't been with you for very long, Yukong replied, but I've never once thought I'd die while under your protection. Chen Yun was momentarily taken aback by that. then a broad smile broke out on his face. "Well, that's true," he said, "so I take it you're willing. In that case, don't resist." Without hesitation, Chen Yun activated his ability on Yukong. In an instant, Yukong felt himself transported to another realm entirely, one filled with crackling lightning. The bolts of electricity seemed drawn to him, converging on him like they were being summoned. In the blink of an eye, he felt his whole being transformed into a mass of pure lightning. When he finally came back to himself, Yukong could feel a steady surge of power welling up from deep within. Wisps of electricity danced across his body, sparking to life before quickly fading away. Yukong couldn't help but lift his palm in excitement. A terrifying surge of electricity crackled to life in the center of his hand, the lightning's power nearly reaching the level of a 6th-tier fighter. But Yukong himself was only a 3rd-tier 1-star at that. This strength, almost 6th tier, was nothing short of incredible, brother Chen. Yukong started emotion in his voice. "You know how it is between us," Chen Yun interrupted gently. "No need for all that. If you want to test out your new strength, wait a bit, go with Shanshu and the others to find that guy. See if you can join their assault on the boss. I'll have number 4 stand by to keep things under control." Yukong nodded slowly, gratitude shining in his eyes. His talent level was only F, his class nothing more than a standard Thunder Mage. That class wasn't exactly weak, but with F-grade talent it was painfully hard to learn new skills. Even now he only had 2, high-level talent wasn't just useful during class awakening, it made it far easier to grasp new abilities, and as you leveled up your stat growth shot up too. But now with F-grade talent he'd reached 6th tier power at just 3rd tier. It was unbelievable. Chen Yun then went to find Gong Shanshu. She agreed right away, and since her class required it, Chen Yun gave her the power of number 5. After that, Chen Yun glanced at Gong Jiala, who was still fiddling with that chair. The chair seemed a bit too big. Even though Gong Jiala was a class holder with strength several times that of an ordinary person, her height was still a problem. But she was almost done with it. Chen Yun's lips curled into a slight smile. The instant Gong Jiala finished, he slipped into the seat. My back's been acting up lately," he sighed, glancing at Gong Jiala. For a moment the two stared at each other, big eyes glaring at little ones. After a 10-second standoff, Gong Jiala snapped. She hurled a pink powder right at Chen Yun's head. "Unbelievable, you're such a little sneak," she shouted. They bickered for a bit, but soon enough Chen Yun handed her the power of number 10, the Corpse King. That settled it. Gong Jiala decided to let Chen Yun have her chair for now and headed off with Yukong and her sister to find Yang Yulong. "My lord, they." Number 4 appeared at Chen Yun's side. "You gave part of your power to Yukong, but I trust that hasn't affected you." Number 4 wasn't really bothered by the familiar aura now emanating from Yukong. What concerned him was that Yukong and the others still weren't strong enough to take on that boss. "No, my lord, that's not what I'm concerned about. This boss is still quite dangerous for them. I didn't expect you to worry about them on my behalf. But that's just as well, you're thinking the same thing I am, so I don't even need to explain. Just stay nearby and keep things under control. Unless it gets truly dangerous, don't intervene. Of course, if 2 hours go by you can step in directly." Chen Yun stroked his chin. As things stood, this arrangement shouldn't cause any major problems. Number 4 immediately nodded, his figure flickering and vanishing from sight. Chen Yun on the other hand looked completely unconcerned. He slowly closed his eyes again, planning to take a short rest. After all, there was nothing else that required his personal attention right now. With number 4 around, that was more than enough. Technically, this boss's power was on the level of a 7-star 5th tier, but number 4 had grown much stronger himself. After taking 4 doses of the mutant serum, the combat strength of number 4 and the other Corpse Kings had practically doubled. Right now all the Corpse Kings were fully equipped with top gear. On top of that, number 4 was now not just at 3rd tier 1-star but had reached the level of 3rd tier 9-star. Back when he was just at 3rd tier, he'd gone into an Abyss dungeon and defeated a 6th tier Abyss boss without breaking much of a sweat. Compared to that, this boss was nothing to worry about. Chen Yun could finally relax. Meanwhile, Yang Yulong was completely frazzled. From her perspective, this boss was a real nightmare. There was nothing easy about it. Just how bad was it? The boss had incredibly high resistance. Debuffing its stats was impossible. Lowering its defense was also a no-go. In gaming terms, there was no way to strip its armor. If you can't strip a boss's armor, it means your attacks need to be insanely strong, or else you won't even outdamage its regeneration. Dungeon bosses could heal themselves, the only question was how fast. If your damage output is too low, you can't make a dent in its health. Yang Yulong was practically grinding her teeth in frustration. This was seriously uncomfortable. First off, if the boss's armor can't be stripped and it's immune to all debuffs, that means it's going to be a war of attrition. In a fight like that, your core team members are the tank and the healer. The tank's job is to soak up the damage on the front lines, and the healer keeps the tank alive. Some healers can even buff the tank, not just heal. Right now, their party had plenty of healers, so at least they wouldn't be short on healing power. There was already plenty of damage in the team, more than enough actually. Higher damage would be even better, of course, it would cut down the time needed to clear the boss. but now a real problem had come up. There wasn't a proper tank in the group. To be precise, there wasn't a captain-level tank. Only a captain-level tank could withstand this boss's attacks. Regular tanks, the boss would wipe them out in 2 hits, no question. Yang Yulong hadn't dismissed the idea of using an ordinary tank altogether, but after checking their levels and stats, she realized there was really no point even trying. They just couldn't take the punishment. If the team didn't have a strong enough tank, they'd have to send in a warrior instead. Well, if that was the situation. Wait, Yukong, has it really been 2 hours already? As Yang Yulong was preparing to discuss a second strategy with the others, she saw Yukong approaching. She froze for a moment, confused. What was going on? They'd only just started talking about the first plan. Had 2 hours really gone by that fast? Was that possible? That would be insane. She couldn't help but pull out her phone to check the time. Sure, there was no signal in the secret realm, but the phone's clock still worked. No, only 13 minutes had passed. Could it be that the other party had changed their mind? That didn't sound right either. From the way they looked, they seemed reasonable enough. The other captains also quickly pulled out their phones to check. As for asking Yukong and his team directly, honestly, none of them dared to. With those corpse kings behind Xingyun, even just number 4 alone, they didn't feel like they'd stand a chance even if they all went in together. After all, back when Zhang Wenfan had gone to test the secret realm boss, the boss hadn't even managed to one-shot him. No, you've got it wrong. We're not here to rush you, Yukong said, as if reading their minds. Brother Chen was worried you might be having trouble, so he sent us over to lend a hand. It's been a while since we've fought, but I think the 3 of us should be able to help you out a bit. There was no need for Chen Yun to explain things. Yukong knew exactly what to say. Shan Shu and I were both damage dealers. I'm a lightning mage, he's a solar mage. As for Jala, I'm a support tank. Bet you didn't see that coming, did you? The way teams were supposed to be organized for boss fights, who played what role, was something most schools had taught. Although Yukong and his friends had only graduated about half a month ago, they weren't clueless. The basic stuff they'd learned at school was still pretty fresh. Support tank. Yang Yulong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The good news was that they'd gotten a shield. The bad news, it was a support shield. In other words, someone pretty tanky but definitely not as tough as a pure tank. Still, it all depended on the overall team comp. Yukong shot Gong Jiala a look right away. They weren't overpowered or anything, and there wasn't any special reason to keep secrets. When fighting a boss like this, it was best if the commander knew everyone's stats. Gong Jiala immediately pulled up her character panel but only showed it to Yang Yulong. Honestly, Yang Yulong hadn't been expecting much, mostly because Gong Jiala's height and aura didn't really scream tank. But then she saw the 3 skills listed and the constitution stat, way higher than what anyone at 3rd advancement should have, and she was stunned. Absolute shield, description, passive skill. When entering combat, all defense and resistance stats increase by 100%. Guard, description, active skill. Upon activation, a ring forms around your body, increasing defense and resistance by 5% per second, stacking up to 5000%. After reaching 5000%, effect lasts for 10 minutes. Cooldown, 3 hours. Roadblock, description, active skill. Upon activation, you charge directly in front of a target, pinning them in place for 3 seconds. Unless the opponent can alter the rules, they cannot break free. Target speed is reduced by 50% for the next 3 minutes. They cannot leave a 10-meter radius or else all their movement speed is reduced by 90%. Rule-based debuff ignores all resistances. Just these 3 skills alone were enough to make Yang Yulong's eyes go wide. And that constitution stat, no way, that was just a regular 3rd advancement player. You call this a support tank? This isn't just a tank, this is the tank's boss. Right then, Yang Yulong's mind was racing like 10 horse-drawn carriages barreling past at once. Okay, so this is what you call a support tank in your team. Your lineup is seriously stacked, huh? Alright then. With a dramatic flourish, Yang Yulong leapt up from her broken stone seat, the slab spinning in place a couple of times as she did. Whatever she was really thinking, one thing was clear: Gong Jiala's arrival was just what they needed, like rain after a long drought. Absolutely perfect timing. Good, very good. Hey, what's your name? Yang Yulong couldn't hold back her excitement and blurted out the question right away. Off to the side, a few black lines of exasperation appeared on Yukong's forehead. This person, she was hand-picked by the military, so she should be reliable, right? Hopefully. Big sis, I'm Gong Jiala. Who was Gong Jiala? She could strike up a conversation with anyone the moment she opened her mouth. Perfect, just what we needed. We'd been worrying about not having a tank, and I was just starting to consider a backup plan. If you join us, you're basically 2 tanks in one. Sure, Gong Jiala was technically a support tank, but her durability far surpassed that of most dedicated tank classes, and if Yang Yulong went to check the profiles for Yukong and Gong Shanshu, she'd realize that their stats were downright terrifying too. To be honest, right now she seriously suspected that Worldwell had made a mistake labeling Gong Jiala's talent grade. How was it that after their 3rd class change, their stats were still way above hers, even though she was already at the 4th class change with a C rank talent? the truth was, the power Gong Jiala and the others had received from Chen Yun wasn't limited to those Corpse King abilities. The main power from the 10th Corpse King was some kind of spatial barrier, but oddly enough Gong Jiala hadn't been able to master that particular skill. Still, the 3 skills she did gain were nothing to scoff at. As for the abilities of the 4th and 5th Corpse Kings, Yukong and Gong Shanshu had each picked up a few. Altogether, they now had 7 or 8 high damage, quick cooldown skills at their disposal. Of course, if you wanted to talk about powerful skills, theirs were easily on par with Gong Jiala's arsenal. Really? That's strong? Gong Jiala's eyes widened in surprise, but she reined in her impulse to glance at Chen Yun. She knew exactly who had given them this power. Yukong immediately chimed in. Don't worry, Chinji said this time he wants us 3 to get some practice in. It's been ages since we've fought a boss together. As long as Chinji doesn't step in with you on the team, I doubt we'll embarrass ourselves. Gong Jiala might not have looked Chen Yun's way, but Yukong was still worried that Yang Yulong might catch on. Even though their power didn't look unusual on paper, he understood all too well the dangers of standing out, so he'd tossed out a little misdirection ahead of time. You had to admit Yukong's ability to think on his feet was second to none. Luckily Yang Yulong was still riding the high of excitement and didn't notice any of these subtle details. With these stats and these profiles, it'd be impossible for you guys to do badly, she said. Your profiles. She'd only gotten halfway through her sentence before receiving the shared profile info from Yukong and Gong Shanshu. One quick glance and Yang Yulong nearly jumped up on the spot. Holy crap, what were these profiles? Their intelligence and spirit stats were off the charts, so high it didn't seem possible at their level, especially when it came to Yukong's skills. Apart from that weird random lightning strike, everything else was just pure strength, nothing quirky about it, just plain powerful. However, there were 2 skills that immediately captured Yang Yulong's full attention. Lightning manipulation. Description: you can transform electrical currents into any form of weapon and launch them at will. There's no cost or cooldown. Damage dealt is Spirit plus Intelligence, x3. Thunder Horn, Tyrant's Spear. Description: gather the majority of the lightning energy within your body, mixing it together to create an unstable force, then condense it into the shape of spears, anywhere from 4 to 9 at once. The more spears, the more the damage multiplies. Cooldown, 12 seconds. After using this skill, all your other lightning skills have their cooldowns reduced by 3 seconds, and your next lightning skill deals 50% more damage with instant casting and no casting delay. For spears damage, Spirit plus Intelligence plus Constitution, x8. Lightning manipulation. Seriously, is this even a skill? Are we sure this isn't just a basic attack? This is what you call a skill? World, you're not mistaken here, right? You're really calling this thing a skill? And then there's the Tyrant's Spear. Say, she was all too familiar with that one. Not long ago, Mr. Zhang Wenfan had used this very move to start a bright new chapter in his life. No doubt this skill was terrifying. After using it, your next lightning skill's damage went up by half. On top of that, the damage from Tyrant's Spear itself was just ridiculous, a triple stat bonus. Usually, most skills only scale with a single attribute. For example, an assassin's backstab skill might do damage equal to agility x3. That's a normal skill, but Yukong's skills. Forget it, no need to keep looking. We've got our main DPS right here, the core of the team, the one who can make or break our chances of clearing this run. As for Gongshan Shushu's skills, Yang Yulong saw a few that were absolutely blinding as well. At this point she was seriously beginning to wonder, were these people lying to her? Was that so-called F-rank talent a fake? Were these 3 actually SSS-rank talents in disguise? She forced down those suspicions and looked seriously at the 3 of them. Thank you, I mean it, really, without you I'd have put our chances of beating that boss in 2 hours at maybe 30%, now, I think we've got 300%, let me give you a quick rundown of the plan. The other team leaders were also getting curious about Yukong and the others. Then it hit them, Chen Yun's team only had 4 people, the rest were all undead summoned by Chen Yun himself. For a team like that, recruitment standards must be insanely high. Who knows, maybe all 3 of them had at least A-rank talent to start with. They glanced over at Chen Yun in the distance. He had already closed his eyes, sitting casually in the chair. If you wanted to know what true confidence looked like, well, this was it, the confidence of a true powerhouse. For a moment, no one said anything, even though their curiosity was killing them. Still, a thought began to surface in everyone's mind. This time with this boss raid, we basically got it in the bag. Yang Yulong briefly explained the attack strategy to Yukong and the others. In truth, there wasn't much to say, the plan was simple. Yukong and Gongshan Shu would be on DPS duty, everyone else was support. As for Gong Jiala, her only job was to block the boss at the front while the healers focused all their efforts on keeping her alive. Soon enough Yang Yulong led the whole group, marching with great momentum toward the boss. The boss itself was a cursed fallen swine man, completely mindless, which made this strategy possible. Actually, although this secret realm event looked high level on the surface, the raid itself wasn't that difficult. the boss had no intelligence, and as long as you were careful, even the regular mobs weren't much trouble. As the raid began, many eyes turned to Yukong, mainly because his move looked awfully familiar: Thunderhorn, Tyrant's Spear. That was the same skill number 4 had used previously. Now Yukong unleashed it as well. Admittedly, his version wasn't as terrifyingly powerful as number 4's, but it was still nothing to sneeze at. With Yukong and the other two on the team, Yang Yulong managed to bring down the boss in just under an hour. When the boss finally crashed to the ground, everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. Whoa, it's down. Gong Jiala was over the moon. At first, standing in the front, she'd honestly been a little scared, but she quickly realized the boss's attacks barely scratched her. In fact, they hardly did any damage at all. Yang Yulong, seeing the boss fall, was just as thrilled. Barring any surprises, this round of the assessment was as good as passed. Secret Realm instance cleared, boss defeated, forced exit in 1 hour. When this announcement appeared, a lot of people in the Secret Realm were stunned. Some were still grinding regular mobs, never even considering going after the boss. Others had figured there was no way a level 7 boss could be taken down, so they didn't even bother looking for it, choosing instead to farm the smaller monsters. Already, the Secret Realm event has only been going for 4 hours and they've already taken down the boss. It wasn't out of the question. After all, Chen Yun had also shown up for this round of the Secret Realm competition. We'd even run into his team earlier. If it was them, then it really wouldn't be surprising at all. Chen Yun. Sigh, those folks from Yunhai City really weren't exaggerating at all. We just didn't believe them at first. Captain, what should we do next? Let's pull out. We've got an hour left. At most, we'll find a spot with the most monsters, clear out one last wave, and then the will of the world will kick us out anyway. Some people just let out a sigh, then immediately turned to leave. Others, still hoping to make the most of the remaining hour, rushed to hunt down as many regular monsters in the Secret Realm as possible. Even if they couldn't join the Imperial Army once they got out, monster corpses made for valuable materials. Right now, Yukong had already made his way to the boss's corpse. We want one piece of equipment and we get first pick. The rest you guys can split however you want. He made his intentions clear and direct. Honestly, Yukong hadn't planned on taking any equipment at first. As long as he got the raw materials, his father could craft him a decent set. Sometimes, even if a single piece of purple grade gear had great stats, it still didn't compare to a full set of blue grade equipment, especially since crafted sets came with extra bonuses. Sure, no problem, you guys get first pick. Truth was, Yukong's team had done most of the heavy lifting during the boss fight. If not for them, beating the boss in under 2 hours would have been nothing short of a miracle. Yukong knelt beside the boss's body and began extracting materials, testing out the new life skill he'd just learned. Congratulations, you have obtained Essence of the Cursed Pigman. You have obtained the Cursed Gem. After using the skill, the boss's corpse didn't disappear. So this is how gems are made? All this time I thought my corpse harvesting skill just wasn't high enough. Gems were a crucial material, whether you were crafting gear or brewing potions. Add a gem and if it's equipment, it'll bump it up a whole grade. If it's a potion, the effects get stronger, but the gem's own properties might influence the results. Yukong collected the boss's corpse as planned. Just as he expected, there weren't too many materials this time. Still, extracting essence always came first. Once a corpse was harvested, it would dissolve into motes of light and return to the world itself. That meant you had to extract first then harvest. No one objected to Yukong taking a piece of equipment or gathering materials. The boss had dropped plenty of loot, there'd be enough to go around, and right at the moment the boss died, Chen Yun's level suddenly shot up to the 4th tier. Startled out of his light sleep, Chen Yun's eyes snapped open. 4th tier already? Huh? The experience required for this upgrade was no joke, several times more than what he needed for the 3rd tier 9 stars. Well, I'll check again once I get to the Imperial military. He couldn't believe it. How could there not be any suitable secret realms for leveling up in the Imperial military? Logically, there had to be plenty. After all, this was the Empire. Most of the Empire's resources were concentrated in this area. Is it done? Number 4, how did it go? Chen Yun glanced up and saw number 4 standing nearby. Not bad, number 4 replied. Shanshu isn't very familiar with using number 5's power yet. He's still a bit awkward with it. As for Yukong, he's doing pretty well. Given some time, he'll probably figure out his own style. Gong Jiala is still a bit nervous. She'll need time to adjust to suddenly gaining this power. Hearing this, Chen Yun nodded. Number 4 was being honest. He felt the same way even though he'd just been napping and hadn't actually watched the fight. Still, his instincts told him that was exactly how things had gone. Outside the secret realm, Zhang Wenwen and Li Wenxi were both taken aback while the captain of the Imperial Guards remained calm and unruffled. So fast? It's only been half a day, Zhang Wenwen said, her face filled with surprise. At the same time, she was also thinking about Yang Yulong. She was actually quite satisfied with Yang Yulong, even though he wasn't quite as monstrously talented as Long Yi. Raising him up for a while wouldn't be a bad idea either. But what if Yang Yulong failed the assessment she'd set for him? She had underestimated the situation. If she'd known, she would have set a different test. As captain, she had the authority to determine the assessment's requirements, but whether someone passed or not wasn't up to her alone. There was also the Empire's Tribunal of Justice. The tribunal rotated every 6 months. After all, the Imperial military was the backbone of the Empire's strength. Even though there wasn't much warfare between humans nowadays, secret realms kept appearing, and sometimes monsters would emerge from them. That's when the Imperial military was needed. Zhang Wenwen, I get why others are surprised, but you of all people shouldn't be, right? The captain of the Imperial Guards was a little curious. Did Zhang Wenwen know about Chen Yun or not? In his opinion, with someone like Chen Yun involved, the team's speed in clearing the secret realm was actually a bit slow. He'd expected them to finish an hour earlier. Ugh, I picked someone out and set up a second assessment for her. Now that the secret realm was cleared so quickly, I wonder how she did. Zhang Wenwen murmured. Seeing that the captain decided not to ask any more questions, to be honest, it wasn't really his business anyway. Alright, let's wait for her to come out and ask her. Maybe things will take a turn for the better. Now Chung Fanglu, you go find that kid. I suppose that's why you came here, isn't it? It was only then that Chung Fanglu snapped to attention, his mind racing with questions. Was it really that Chen Yun who cleared this secret realm instance? How could that be possible? This time, the military's recruitment competition had prepared a secret realm that, while not the most difficult, was still at the level for 6th tier cultivators. The instance itself was open to those from the 4th to the 7th tier. With a challenge like that, how could that kid have made it through? This wasn't the kind of entry-level instance used for school graduation exams. Even the boss's skills were on a whole other level, far more terrifying. No matter how many doubts swirled in his mind, Cheng Fanglu dared not voice them. He just acknowledged the order and hurried out of the private room. Let's hope that kid Nan Wu pinned his hopes on doesn't let me down, thought the captain of the Imperial Guard Squad, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. After all, Cheng Fanglu should have been dealt with long ago. To have lasted this long, did he think the Empire was blind? Zhang Wenwen's eyes widened, as if to say, you all knew about this already. Not exactly, the captain replied. We only found out the day before yesterday. We were going to take care of him then, but Nan Wu came to talk to us, so we put it off. Of course, if that kid can't handle it, I'll take care of Cheng Fanglu myself. As he spoke, the captain couldn't help but feel curious. Just how strong was this Chen Yun really? According to the intel, one of his summoned beasts had fought Zhang Wenwen to a standstill not long ago. But if that's all, it still might not be enough. How strong do you think Chen Yun really is? He asked Zhang Wenwen. I heard you fought one of his summons before, his third 1-inch I think. With things wrapping up and Cheng Fanglu unlikely to survive the day, there were some things he'd wanted to ask for a while. Zhang Wenwen paused, thoughtful. Honestly, I never managed to figure out how strong he really was. He was holding back then, but now, I'd say he's definitely gotten a lot stronger, way more than just a little. At least, that's the impression I get. The captain gave a slight nod at her words. Looks like a lot of people are coming out already. Let's head downstairs. Zhang Wenwen stood up immediately. She was supposed to head down as well after all. As for Zhang Wenxi, to be honest, he felt like his whole trip here had been a waste of time. He'd hoped to catch up with his old captain, but that hadn't happened. Oh well. Meanwhile, Chen Yun was holding a flower in his hand, looking perplexed. Somehow he seemed to have lost track of that old lady. Tisk, this is getting a bit troublesome. Suddenly Chen Yun's mind flashed to the principal of Yunhai No. 1 High School. That principal must know the principal of Yunhai No. 2 High School. If he could contact them, finding Lin Chu's grandmother shouldn't be a problem. As for asking the Imperial military, well, unless she'd committed some violation of Imperial law, they couldn't just wait. Technically speaking, Lin Chu was a member of the Sunfall Church, so in theory that would count as breaking Imperial law. Just as Chen Yun was considering how to proceed, he felt a tap on his shoulder. He turned to see Yukong standing beside him. Yukong immediately pointed in a certain direction. It should be her, Yukong whispered. She can't see. Following Yukong's finger, Chen Yun saw an elderly woman sitting quietly nearby. Her eyes were completely shut and she held a cane in her hands. The description fit Lin Chu's blind grandmother. Still, he had to go over and confirm. At that moment, Yang Yulong and the others arrived following on Chen Yun's heels. Zhang Wenwen and her group appeared nearby as well, the Sunfall Church. Yeah, Jin dealt with them already, Yang Yulong said. Captain Zhang, you know Lin Chu, right? Seeing Zhang Wenwen, Yang Yulong didn't rush to speak, but Zhang Wenwen immediately noticed the broad smile on his face. That could only mean one thing. Yang Yulong must have passed the assessment with flying colors, so, instead of beating around the bush, Zhang Wenwen addressed Chen Yun's group directly. Yukong stepped in to answer for Chen Yun. As soon as she spoke, Chen Yun stopped in his tracks and looked at Zhang Wenwen. Zhang Wenwen nodded at once. Yes, he was a victim of the Sunfall Church. I have plenty of information on him. You're looking for Lin Chu's grandmother, right? Before he died, he asked us for one thing, to deliver a simple item to his grandmother. Can you help us confirm if that's her? Yukong pointed to the elderly lady with her eyes closed, grasping her cane not far away. Zhang Wenwen glanced over and nodded. That's right, you already know, don't you? Just wanted to make sure. After listening to Yukong and Zhang Wenwen's exchange, Chen Yun set off immediately, but before he could take more than a few steps, a gruff voice called out, "Hey kid, you made me look all over for you. You're Chen Yun, right?" "Yeah, I'm sure you are. Let me introduce myself. I'm Chung Fanglu, captain of Team 96. I want to give you an assessment." Chung Fanglu shot a glance at Zhang Wenwen. The captain of the Imperial Guard was nowhere to be seen, meaning no one was around to get in his way. "Assessment? I don't have time for that right now, maybe later." Chen Yun frowned, ready to continue the task at hand, but Chung Fanglu took his words as a direct challenge. "Kid, aren't you getting a little too full of yourself? Cold Knight invited you to join his team before, and now I want to test you. What's wrong with that?" As he spoke, Chung Fanglu stepped directly in front of Chen Yun, blocking his way. At this moment, quite a few people turned to watch. "Who's that guy? Is he really with the Imperial military? Are you kidding? You can't fake that uniform. Only people officially enlisted in the Imperial military get to wear it. What does Team 96 mean? Each commander leads several squads. He must be the leader of Team 96, he said so himself." "So, what's this test about? Are the Imperial military's assessments really that strict?" "Strict? Please, this is just an excuse to make things hard for that." "Wait, Chen Yun, that's Chen Yun. He's actually going head-to-head with the Imperial military. Now this is going to be interesting." Chen Yun, the winner of this competition. In an instant all eyes locked onto Chen Yun and Chung Fanglu. After all, Chen Yun had just taken first place in the contest. Right behind him were Yang Yulong and the squads he'd organized. The rankings weren't individual, they were based on team performance. Yang Yulong hurried over to Zhang Wenwen's side. "Captain." "Yeah," Yang Yulong glanced at her. "Looks like you're confident about this assessment. I've got a job for you. Go clear the area, have everyone stand back and watch from a distance. If a fight breaks out, we won't be able to keep them safe." Zhang Wenwen shot Chung Fanglu a look that carried a hint of hostility. Truth be told, she wasn't entirely sure she could beat Chung Fanglu, but he wouldn't be able to take her down easily either. The catch was Chung Fanglu belonged to Team 96. As someone from another team, she had no right to interfere. Meanwhile, in a medical tent not far from the plaza, one already crowded with people, Wang Meng, by the authority of the Imperial Guard, serial number 10485, Squad 49, I formally invite you to join the Imperial Guard. Wang Meng, his body wrapped in bandages and smeared with all kinds of ointments, looked like his eyes might pop out of his head. Even his parents standing beside him were stunned. "Focus on your recovery," the officer continued. "You should be ready soon, I'd say. By tomorrow, someone will come to escort you. Here, this is a healing agent from me personally. I saw how you performed in the secret realm. The Imperial Guard needs people like you." Captain over on Chen Yun's side, he's already facing off with Chung Fanglu. At that moment, before anyone could react, another guard officer strode quickly into the tent, delivering the news and shooting Wang Meng a friendly grin. The main reason was that Wang Meng's actions back in the secret realm had completely earned their approval. "Are they already facing off? Yeah, keep an eye on them. If Chen Yun can't handle Chung Fanglu, then we'll step in. But honestly, that kid shouldn't have any trouble." He turned to Wang Meng. "Alright, Wang Meng, let's talk about you. Do you have any requests?" Chen Yun's face was so dark it was almost purple. "I don't want anyone causing trouble for me right now. Move aside, and we'll talk later, otherwise." He glanced down at the flower in his hand, doing his best to stay calm. Yukong and the others for their part gave Chung Fanglu nothing but cold looks. Chunji, no. I accepted this task myself, so I have to see it through. If you promise something, you can't just hand it off to someone else." He wasn't one for making big speeches, but when it came to getting things done, he never cut corners. Yukong nodded, then moved aside, signaling Gong Shanshu to take the blind old woman farther away. The old woman stubbornly stayed put at first, but after Gong Shanshu spoke quietly to her, he managed to gently lead her a bit farther off. Just then Song Linen emerged from the secret realm. The first thing she saw was this tense scene. "Shinji, what's going on?" Not far away, Zhang Wenwen also noticed Song Linen. "Song, come over here, I need to talk to you for a moment." Song Linen glanced at Zhang Wenwen, then her eyes flicked back to Chen Yun. "You little rascal, your eyes are about to stick to him, aren't they?" Zhang Wenwen teased. "Don't worry, he'll be fine. But I do have a few things to discuss with you." Meanwhile, Chung Fanglu glared at Chen Yun, his expression full of anger and arrogance. In his eyes, Chen Yun was nowhere near his level. Now he'd told Chen Yun to stand still, and the other dared to talk back. "If you don't accept the assessment," Chung Fanglu said, a smirk tugging at his lips, "I'll take it as your withdrawal." "Kid, I don't believe you'd really turn down a place in the Imperial Army." Chen Yun didn't even bother to look at him. Instead, he immediately started walking toward the old woman. The sudden movement startled Zhang Wenwen. If Chen Yun refused to join the Imperial Army, then Team 96 would be. "Wait, kid, who said you could leave?" Chen Yun ignored him, only speeding up. But as soon as he did, Chung Fanglu moved too, instantly blocking his path and throwing a punch at him. Bang! The moment the blow landed, Cheng Fanglu's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't expected Chen Yun to be so strong, especially since he was only at the 4th rank. His punch felt like it had disappeared into the void, making no impact at all. No wonder that guy Long Yi wanted to recruit him. At this moment Cheng Fanglu found Chen Yun extremely irritating, mainly because Chen Yun barely acknowledged him. As they exchanged blows, Chen Yun held the flower in one hand and met Cheng Fanglu's fist with the other. Still wary of any mishaps, Chen Yun was about to stash the flower into his professional systems inventory. Cheng Fanglu noticed this detail right away. You could question Cheng Fanglu's character but never his battle instincts. After all, he'd managed to defeat Yang Er in the captain's challenge, not by the cleanest methods perhaps, but a win was a win. Right now he followed a strict principle for victory: force your opponent to reveal a weakness, to lose their composure. This flower is important to you, isn't it? Disrupt. Cheng Fanglu's hand chopped down like a blade, striking Chen Yun squarely. The disrupt skill was a fairly common one, but in the right hands it could interrupt an opponent's actions. It was quick to activate and affected the entire body, making it reliably effective in most fights. This flower, after all, was a crafting material Lin Chu had obtained from a first-tier secret dungeon. In a flash, a jolt of force surged through them. A petal was knocked loose. As the inventory panel flickered, Chen Yun, in that split second, managed to store the flower away. Anyone else might have lost it right then and there. Because unless you're in an absolutely safe situation, you can't always summon the panel at will, or if you try, it's often unstable. Shadow arrow, TCH. Cheng Fanglu clicked his tongue in disappointment, gathering a ball of dark energy that instantly formed into a slender arrow which shot toward the flower in Chen Yun's hand. But by then Chen Yun had already tucked the flower into his system inventory. The attack landed directly on Chen Yun instead. Smack! To Chen Yun, it felt like someone had just patted him lightly. He barely noticed it at all. He didn't rush to retaliate against Cheng Fanglu, and his expression returned to normal, as if nothing Cheng Fanglu had done had affected him in the slightest. But not far away, Yukong and the others saw through him. They knew Chen Yun was about to kill someone. He might have looked calm, but his anger had peaked far more than just a moment ago. The last person to make Chen Yun this mad had been someone named Wuko. Cheng Fanglu, right? I've heard of you. Did you come here alone, or is everyone in Team 96 yours now? Hearing Chen Yun's question, Cheng Fanglu felt as if someone was asking him to tally up his spoils after a victory, a feeling only the captain of Team 96 would know. Pretty much. Aside from a few teams being stubborn, the situation is under control. But once I'm done with you, I'll take care of them too. As captain, I have to do my duty, don't you think? What's the matter? Are you begging for mercy now? Sensing the rising anger in Chen Yun's eyes, Cheng Fanglu felt a rush of satisfaction. Oh, nothing. I'm just thinking about how best to make you suffer, and don't worry, I'll deal with anyone who supports you too. None of them will get away. Cheng Fanglu let out a mocking laugh. Kid, you're just a 4th rank. You really think you can cause me trouble? You think my lieutenants are pushovers for you? As he spoke, he snapped his fingers and several lieutenants stepped out from the crowd. Listen up, punk. Taking a hit from the captain isn't something you should be proud of. Maybe you don't know this, but once you reach the 6th rank you can awaken your latent potential. That's the real dividing line. Some people hit the 6th rank but don't have the energy inside them, so they never awaken. No matter how fast you level up, you're just a recent graduate. Below 6th rank you're still an ant. As his words rang out, Zheng Wenwen, Yang Yulong and the others stared at the group as if they were idiots. The people from Yunhai City looked much the same. Are these guys really with the Imperial Army? Maybe they're don't say it. We're not Chen Yun. If they come after us, we're screwed. Below the 6th rank you're still an ant. That's not exactly wrong, but it sure doesn't fit Chen Yun, someone whispered, glancing around. After all, the battle hadn't even started yet. On one side was the Imperial Army, on the other, the champion of this year's competition and Yunhai City's own living legend, Chen Yun. Is it just you few? Good. I hope you won't try to run, Chen Yun said, lifting his palm. A pale violet flame appeared in his hand, and in the next instant he crushed it. Bang! Suddenly 4 Corpse Kings, number 2, number 3, number 4 and number 5, were summoned to the field. Cheng Fanglu's face changed instantly. Only now did he realize what he was up against. Chen Yun was a summoner. He'd heard intelligence reports about Chen Yun before, but those had been tampered with. And he'd been so focused on seizing total control of Squad 96 that he'd completely dismissed Chen Yun as a threat. Break every bone in their bodies. I want to hear them scream, Chen Yun ordered coldly. Did people really think Chen Yun was some kind of saint? Only if you hadn't provoked him. The moment the Corpse Kings appeared, a wave of terror swept through the crowd, their horrifying aura filling the air. In an instant, cold sweat broke out on the foreheads of all the adjutants following Cheng Fanglu. Something's not right. The intel never mentioned that Chen Yun was some kind of summoner. It only said he was a genius. Could the intel have been wrong? Suddenly another chill ran down Cheng Fanglu and his men's spines, leaving their backs drenched with sweat again. Now Cheng Fenglu finally understood why earlier that Imperial Guard squad leader had looked at him with such a strange expression, so the other side had known all along, and considering how he kept pushing Cheng Fenglu to come find Chen Yun. Looking at things now, for the first time the Corpse Kings were facing Chen Yun without any restraints at all. Well, to be precise, there were still some but only a little. Number 3 cracked his neck. This is perfect. Well then. Number 3 inch, leave the strongest one to me, the rest are yours to play with. In other words, we don't have to hold back anymore. Ha! Number 5's face twisted into a slightly crazed grin. Number 4 remained as calm as ever while Number 2 radiated a bloodthirsty aura from head to toe. Number 3 shrugged, indifferent. In the next moment Number 2 and Number 5 moved first. In my perception you're not weak at all, Skyfire. In a flash Number 5 was right in front of Cheng Fenglu. At that moment every hair on Cheng Fenglu's body stood on end. Potential unleashed. Instantly he forced himself into an awakened state, yanked his spear out of his spatial backpack and thrust it at Number 5. Bang! Thunk! The spear pierced straight through Number 5's body, but to him it wasn't even a scratch. Impossible. But Number 5 calmly raised his palm and 5 thin streaks of fire shot down from above like heavenly whips, slamming toward Cheng Fenglu. As expected, the attack landed square on his shoulder and he felt as if all his organs had shifted inside his body. He coughed up a mouthful of thick blood on reflex. Moonlit baptism, double potential. Without hesitation Cheng Fenglu forced himself into a double awakened state, trying to break free. But just then he realized that Number 5 had caught his spear in one hand and the other was reaching for his throat. Such strength. I can't believe. A sudden surge of life or death terror crashed over him. He immediately let go of his spear and threw himself backward, plunging again into double awakened mode. A moment ago he hadn't fully entered the state, there hadn't been time. That last move from Number 5 had been a killing blow. Bang! The ground beneath his feet sank slightly and the aura around him exploded several-fold. Now that's more like it, Number 5 grinned. I've heard from Number 3 that you humans' double awakening makes you much stronger. That bastard Number 3 wasn't lying after all. As Number 5 spoke, a surge of fire erupted from within him, instantly incinerating the spear lodged in his body, turning it to nothing but air. With a casual lift of his hand another ball of flame appeared, burning even hotter. The searing power radiating from it made Cheng Fenglu, who was already in his dual potential state, feel a wave of dread. At the same time his mind reeled in shock. He'd seen people enter the dual potential state before, but if that was the case here, did that mean this person had once defeated someone who'd already awakened both potentials? Cheng Fenglu had initially thought today's matter would be simple, just a minor issue. But now he realized he'd underestimated the situation and himself. Chen Yun, you really? Cheng Fenglu had planned to use the authority of the Imperial Army to pressure Chen Yun, but what he saw next froze him in place. Number 2, towering at least 15 meters tall, was sitting on the ground, gripping a person in each of his massive hands. He brought one to his mouth and bit down, gnawing them like bones, while the other victim's screams rang out. Number 3, holding a spear, was smashing people's bones. How many had already been broken Cheng Fenglu couldn't tell. The sickening sound of bones shattering echoed again and again. In that instant Cheng Fenglu felt as if he'd been dragged from the sea, his entire body slicked with cold sweat. Relax a little, Number 5 said. My master ordered me to spare your life. Otherwise, do you really think you could have dodged my last move? A spark of irritation flared in Number 5's heart. He despised those who let their minds wander during battle. Wait, this is all a misunderstanding, Cheng Fenglu blurted out, but it was too late. He could see that Number 5 had no intention of stopping. In a flash he reached into his pack and pulled out another spear. Crack! The intense heat radiating from Number 5's palm instantly melted the spear in two. With a single slap he smashed it, then reached straight for Cheng Fenglu's face. A wave of excruciating pain shot across Cheng Fenglu's face. Don't be afraid, calm down and give me the fight you showed a moment ago. I remember, you threw yourself at me without hesitation, Number 5 said. His hand moved again and the skin he just ripped from Cheng Fenglu's face burst into flame, burning to ash in an instant. Cheng Fenglu was terrified beyond belief. His face, his skin had been. He couldn't help but glance around in panic. There was no point in staying, he had to run. As for Chen Yun, that would have to wait. With this thought he spun around and tried to escape. Seeing this, Number 5 lost all interest in continuing the fight. He thought Cheng Fenglu was a powerful opponent like the one Number 3 had wanted to test earlier, but now, well, it seemed that person wasn't an enemy anymore either. At this moment, just as Cheng Fenglu had managed to dart a short distance away, that same instinct, the one that calls to you in the space between life and death, saved him once again. But really it wasn't so much a sixth sense as it was his opponent letting him off the hook, cause an effect reversed, a fatal blow. Bang! A long spear suddenly thrust out right in front of him. If he had been one step quicker his head would have been skewered and burst open in the next instant. but this too was number 3 pulling his punch on purpose. Without missing a beat, number 3 lashed out with a whip-like kick, sending Chung Fanlu flying back like a cannonball, crashing him down onto the square once more. "See, Captain, help! Save me, please don't eat me." Number 2 picked someone up and tossed them straight into his mouth, chewing with deliberate slowness. The sound of bones being crushed, mingled with the victim's agonized screams, echoed through the air. Within seconds, the screams faded to nothing, leaving only the relentless crunching of bones. Glancing around the plaza, Cheng Fenglu realized that not a single one of the officers he'd brought with him was still alive. "You want to run? You want to scatter?" Number 3's tone was chillingly casual. "If we wanted to kill you, it would be effortless, but our master has given orders to leave you with a breath of life." Seeing number 5 had no intention of intervening, number 3 moved into action. He strode over to Chung Fenglu and with one effortless thrust of his spear, pierced straight through Cheng's leg. In that moment, regret overwhelmed Chung Fenglu. Why had he insisted on making trouble for Chen Yun? Wouldn't it have been better to just invite someone like that into his own team? His voice trembled, desperate and pleading. Brother Chen, I'm sorry, please, I'm begging you." From where he stood, Chen Yun knew Cheng Fenglu had no chance of escaping now. He glanced over at number 2, who was still gleefully devouring his latest victim. Some of the anger in his chest dissipated at the sight. With a wave of his hand, numbers 4 and the others vanished like phantoms. Watching this, Zhang Wenwen, who had been feeling a certain satisfaction, couldn't help but take a step forward, suddenly anxious. "Don't just let him go," she blurted out. "He deserves to die. You have no idea what he's done in Team 96. Oh, now you're begging me." Chen Yun's voice was cold. "Earlier, if you hadn't stopped me, I might not have bothered with your mess at all. But you did, and now you'll pay the price." "Special designation number 0, come on out. I think someone like you is exactly its type." Special designation number 0, another summoning beast. The words sent a chill through everyone present, including Zhang Wenwen and even the Imperial Guards watching in secret. There was nothing about this in any of the intelligence reports on Chen Yun. They had thought he was about to let Cheng Fenglu go. Clearly, that was never his intention. Chen Yun lifted his palm again, crushing a flame between his fingers. He did this deliberately whenever he summoned the Corpse King, just to mislead people into thinking his summons always required a ritual or a wind-up. In reality, he could summon instantly with just a thought. Of course, that was a secret he would never reveal, but after more than 10 seconds had passed, no one noticed anything out of the ordinary. Even Zhang Wenwen looked just as puzzled. "What's going on? Where's number 0? Where is it? This is number 0 we're talking about. It's supposed to be terrifying, right? Could it be some kind of invisible monster? I don't know, but I can definitely sense a chilling aura." People around were also whispering in confusion, wondering where exactly this number 0 was. Suddenly, Yang Yulong seemed to think of something. She immediately looked up at the sky, and the sight almost made her jump out of her skin. High above, nearly touching the clouds, hung a gigantic eye. That eye was easily as big as the sun, looming in the sky and sending an inexplicable chill through anyone who looked at it. Especially for Yang Yulong, she felt as if she'd locked eyes with that monstrous eyeball for just a moment. That brief eye contact was enough to leave her deeply unsettled. Still, Yang Yulong reassured herself that the creature wouldn't harm her. After all, she and Chen Yun's group had worked together before, and with so many people present, Chen Yun wouldn't summon a creature that couldn't distinguish friend from foe. Number 0. So this is number 0. Yang Yulong felt cold sweat break out all over her body. Even though the creature did nothing, its presence alone was overwhelmingly terrifying. Never mind just its aura, just the sight of such a massive eyeball hanging in the sky made it clear that this was no weak summoned beast, and it was number 0. Dazed, Yang Yulong reached out and tugged at Zhang Wenwen's sleeve. Zhang Wenwen, who was also confused, followed Yang Yulong's gaze and looked up as well. The moment she saw it, she too was startled. What is that thing, that kind of monster? Could it also have been summoned from the underworld? For a moment Zhang Wenwen felt a chill run down her spine. Meanwhile, more and more people started to notice the enormous circular shadow looming overhead. Many glanced up, and as they did, identical expressions of sheer terror appeared on their faces. What the hell is that? An eyeball that huge. Is this the so-called special record number 0? When Big Eye was first summoned, it was actually quite curious about this place, having heard many Corpse Kings talk about it before. So as soon as Chen Yun called it forth, it began to scan its surroundings, taking in everything with interest. How is it? This place isn't all that different from the other one, is it? Chen Yun didn't really care about these details. Big Eye's intelligence was about on par with a 5 or 6-year-old child, not nearly as cunning as the Corpse Kings. He was just as unconcerned about such things as Dian. After Chen Yun spoke, Dian also conveyed his agreement in his own way. Then his gaze locked onto Chung Fanlu. What exactly is this thing? Why do I get the feeling? Is he really considered an undead? Why is it that when I use my detection skill all the results just come up as question marks? He's an eye, well obviously, But isn't this eye a bit too big? A moment ago Diane had only been flying high out of curiosity about the surroundings. Now, having seen enough, he drifted back down, hovering right above the plaza. His form was so massive, he nearly blocked out the entire square below. With a gigantic eyeball floating so close to the ground, everyone's legs started to tremble involuntarily. Even Zhang Wenwen, who prided herself on her composure, felt her heart pounding restlessly. There was nothing she could do about it, the eye was simply too enormous. And besides, who could guess how such a thing might attack? Thud. Chung Feinlu had lost every trace of the swagger and arrogance he'd shown just moments before. His knees buckled and hit the ground and his face turned ghostly pale. He was a far cry from the confident figure he'd been only seconds ago, atop the highest floor of a building overlooking the Cloud Sea Market Square. Holy shit. Long Yi, this is your backup. This is the person you found for me. They're that strong? Where did you even dig them up? Are they like SSSSS rank or something? Two women sat casually on the edge of the rooftop looking for all the world like they were about to jump. But in reality, even if they did, it wouldn't matter. A fall from this height would be suicide for an ordinary person, but for professionals like them, it was nothing special. Lang Yi pushed her glasses up and for once a look of genuine surprise flickered in her eyes, a rare expression for someone like her. The woman beside her was none other than Yang Yi. Lang Yi rubbed her temple. She was used to Yang Yi's way of talking, but that didn't make her any less exasperated by it. Technically, this isn't my backup, but it's very likely something her father arranged as a contingency. Turns out even I can't see as clearly as that old man. Guess experience really does count for something. No wonder her father had left the south for the west to confront Su Tian, leaving the whole issue with Team 96 behind without a second thought. Still, she couldn't help but wonder, was her resignation from the Imperial Army really going to be this smooth? It wasn't that Lang Yi was overthinking things, her instincts simply told her that something else was waiting for her in the conversation ahead. Maybe stepping away wouldn't be as easy as she'd hoped. I only noticed his potential early on, so I acted quickly, she mused, propping her chin up with one hand as she ran through her assessment of Chen Yun. I brought him into Team 96, and with his abilities, the squad he's put together has some real power. Yang Yi's lips curled into a slight smile, her eyes widening in surprise. You moved that fast. With talent like his, I bet everyone's trying to recruit him. And you even mentioned before that you were leaving the military looking for a man or whatever. Don't tell me this kid is the one. Well, Xiao Yi, you really know how to strategize. The more Yura talked, the more her eyes seemed ready to pop out of her head. A few black lines appeared on Lang Yi's forehead in exasperation. I haven't even made up my mind yet, so don't go spouting nonsense. Besides, he's not the type to fall for that. He values commitments. Once he agrees to something, he follows through. That's why the moment I got a hold of his information, I invited him immediately. I'll admit my methods were a bit mysterious, but so far, it's working out better than I expected. His strength and his growth are both beyond what I imagined. Right now, if he showed his abilities in Team 96, he could easily be voted in as the squad leader. Wouldn't even be a problem. Lang Yi's analysis was calm and matter-of-fact. Yang Yi grinned at that. Perfect, let him become squad leader. Then I'll retire too, and the two of us can live the good life, just like goddesses. Lang Yi couldn't help but roll her eyes at that. Didn't you always say being a commander was your dream? Why the sudden change of heart? From what I remember, you're not someone who gives up so easily. She seized the chance to tease Yira a little more. Yang Yi actually paused and thought about it. Yeah, it was my dream, so I've decided to just keep dreaming about it. Beautiful. Well said. That line left Lang Yi speechless on the spot. She opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. Still deep down she didn't want Yang Yi to quit the Imperial military like she had. After all, Chen Yun was about to join Team 96, and with his personality he'd never want to be squad leader anyway. Positions came with responsibilities, team planning, logistics, all sorts of headaches. In the end, all those tasks would probably fall to Yukong and Chen Yun's team. In that moment, Wukong, still absorbed in organizing materials in his backpack interface, suddenly had a bad feeling. What's going on? He immediately closed the profession system's inventory panel and glanced around, only then noticing the giant eye looming in the sky, that summoning beast. Shen had never called forth anything like that before. A chill ran through Wukong, but he quickly came to his senses. The giant eye wouldn't harm anyone it wasn't meant to, so why worry? He went back to sorting his materials. As for this gemstone, he'd hang on to it for now. Once he'd gathered enough supplies, he'd craft a proper spear. If he remembered right, number 3 was the one who needed a weapon the most. Seeing that nothing required his attention, Wukong continued organizing his system backpack, which held all the team's resources and coins. In fact, the entire squad's supplies were distributed by him, a level of management usually reserved for much larger teams. But with all the monsters Chen Yun had taken down, their little group could rival any big guild. Beg for mercy, what good would that do? Wukong remembered how just moments ago this guy had stubbornly blocked his way. Why even bother? Forget it, big I finish him. After shooting Chung Fanglu a few glances, Chen Yun turned away, pulling from his system backpack a material flower that was now missing a petal. He had made a promise and he intended to keep it. Since he'd accepted Lin Chu's gift of flowers, he would see it through himself. No. Chung Fanglu watched as Chen Yun turned to leave, and at the same time a wave of killing intent washed over him. Instinctively a string of curses was about to burst from his mouth, but in the next moment he found himself torn from Yunhai City and dropped into a wasteland straight out of the apocalypse. All around him pairs of red eyes began to emerge from the shadows. Where was this place? Wait, no, stay away. One zombie after another lunged toward him. Meanwhile in the real world everyone saw Chung Fanglu thrashing as if possessed, clawing at himself until he was covered in bloody scratches, even going so far as to bite off his own arm. The sight sent a chill down everyone's spine. From that moment on, most people didn't even dare to look at the giant eye again. Soon Chung Fanglu was reduced to a pool of blood and flesh which, as if drawn by some force, condensed into a cloud of blood mist and was absorbed by the giant eye. After this, the eye vanished without a trace. Zhang Wenwen finally let out a sigh of relief, then fixed her gaze on Chen Yun's retreating figure. This kid really has gotten a lot stronger, not just by a little bit either. With this kind of power he's already surpassed quite a few people in the Empire. That big-eyed one just now must have been special class specimen number 0. So, these special class creatures, are they ranked alongside those number 3 and number 4 types from before, or are they in a separate category altogether? If it's the latter, then that's seriously terrifying. Squad 96. Ugh, there's going to be trouble ahead, no doubt. If Long Yu was still around, or if he still planned to work with Squad 96, maybe things would play out differently. It's a real shame. That Chung Fanglu, can't believe I didn't go up there and land a couple more punches on him. Yang Yulong standing nearby couldn't help but get a few sweat drops on his forehead as he listened to Zhang Wenwen's words. What could he say? Their squad captain really was someone who let her emotions lead the way. Captain, did you know Chen Yun from before? Yang Yulong couldn't help but ask, curiosity getting the better of him. After all, everyone was talking about Chen Yun these days. It was a reasonable question, and if nothing else, might satisfy his own curiosity a little. At the same time, he couldn't help but wonder, was Chen Yun really just a local from Yunhai City? Or could he actually be someone secretly trained by the Imperial Forbidden Guard and then let loose on purpose? I wouldn't say I've known him for long, maybe just 3 or 4 days longer than you have, Zhang Wenwen replied. Back then the monster he summoned wasn't nearly as powerful as it is now, and I hadn't even seen his number 2 before. Just thinking about that number 2, 15 meters tall, almost as big as a small building, a summoning beast that terrifying, and it's only ranked number 2. If I remember right, it used to be just 8 or 9 meters tall, but this time it's doubled in size, and as for that number 3, he was definitely holding back before. But now, that shot just now, reversing cause and effect, honestly, even if I triggered both my latent awakenings at the same time, I'm not sure I could handle it. You're here. I didn't expect you would come to see me. What's this? Are you here to call me to account? Su Tianhe stood in the middle of a deserted courtyard, his mind calm, his face composed as ever, and his eyes today was no different from any other day, except now he had a visitor. Nothing else had changed. Call you to account? Su Tianhe, you look pretty pleased with yourself. Do you really believe no one can hold you responsible? The other person still hadn't revealed themselves, but their furious roar made the world around Su Tianhe tremble, the wind howling violently. Hearing this, Su Tianhe just shook his head in resignation and let out a faint sigh. Come on, we're both at the same level, there's no need to try and scare me like this. Besides, you can't really blame me for what happened, it was their own greed that led to their deaths. How can you blame me for that? So even if you've come looking for me, what can you actually do? Force me to apologize?